Survivor Lin Chu, welcome to the Infinite Apocalypse. System number 32588 is at your service. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chu's mind as she regained consciousness. Ding detection confirms that Survivor Lin Chu has regained consciousness. The beginner task has been triggered. Please locate a door within 30 minutes and use the key provided by the system to establish your shelter. Beginner protection countdown, 60 seconds. The countdown has commenced. Please start your task after the countdown ends. Be aware that once the countdown concludes, the beginner protection shield will become ineffective. Safeguard yourself and strive to survive. As Lin Chu opened her eyes, the blinding sunlight compelled her to shield her eyes with her hand. After a few moments of adjustment, she discerned her surroundings. She lay in the center of a road, enveloped by a dome-shaped, transparent shield that shimmered subtly under the sun's rays. Within her line of sight were no fewer than 10 others in a similar plight. Perhaps they ought to be termed survivors. Like her, they shielded their eyes from the harsh light, their expressions reflecting confusion. Scattered around them were a few wandering zombies, and the ground was strewn with dismembered corpses, nearly obscuring the surface beneath. It was uncertain how long the apocalypse had raged here. The wandering zombies appear to have not fed in ages, incessantly gnawing on the bloodied remains of their deceased kin. The ground was a gruesome tableau of blood, torn clothing, and stark white bones. Lin Chu's attention was drawn to a scream emanating from a nearby girl with twin ponytails, who had just awakened and was now staring wide-eyed at the horrific scene. In an instant, the previously aimless zombies turned their attention toward the source of the scream. Lin Chu frowned, realizing that these zombies, much like those depicted in films, relied on sound to navigate their surroundings. The girl's shriek not only revealed her position, but also that of the surrounding survivors. Unfamiliar with the zombies' nature, they were oblivious to the potential danger of attracting the creatures with their cries. Lin Chu glanced at the countdown in her mind. 45 seconds, 44 seconds. The shield remained intact. She was empty-handed and needed to find an appropriate weapon for self-defense, while the protection shield was still active. Be quiet. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline barked at the ponytail girl. Don't you see you've attracted those monsters? The girl, snapping back to reality, noticed the displeased expressions of those around her, clearly blaming her for luring the zombies. She covered her mouth in panic, tears streaming down her cheeks. Where are we? Why are we here? I was just at home cooking to it was then that they noticed a reflective metallic object by her side, spatula. Lin Chu couldn't help but feel envious. A spatula was indeed a rare weapon in this dire situation. Before losing consciousness, she had been out for a morning jog, wearing only an invisible waist pouch. This pouch, crafted to resemble a belt, was thin and uniformly wide, making it appear like an ordinary belt at first glance. Inside, she had only her phone, keys, and a small water bottle. The keys. Lin Chu looked down and spotted an unfamiliar silver key beside her. Upon picking it up, the mechanical voice returned to her mind. Shelter key. Insert into any unoccupied door to open a shelter. Please note, each survivor may possess only one. Handle it with care. She tucked the key into the inner compartment of her waist pouch. 30 seconds remained. She began scouring the ground for a suitable weapon, quickly imprinting her surroundings in her memory. Soon, she spotted a rusty metal shard. The jagged edges suggested it had been used to chop something hard. However, it was too short. Using it against a zombie would require close proximity, significantly increasing the risk of being bitten. Moreover, the rust posed a high risk of tetanus. Just as she was about to look away from the iron shard, she sensed a pair of eyes upon her. She raised her gaze and met the eyes of the Mediterranean man nearby. He glanced between her and the iron shard, seemingly issuing a silent warning. Lin Chu redirected her gaze, feigning disinterest while a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. She had identified the weapon that suited her needs. The nearby zombies soon approached her, their once aimless wandering momentarily pausing. Lin Chu held her breath. With 15 seconds left on the protection shield, she understood that while the zombies could not harm her yet, should they discover her, the remaining ones would converge upon her, complicating her escape. The zombie before her hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately resumed its advance toward the ponytailed girl. Behind it, a dozen more zombies followed suit, swaying as they passed by Lin Chu, some colliding against her protection shield, leaving dark red stains upon its surface. The ponytailed girl, pale and trembling, gripped her spatula tightly, her lower lip turning white as she cast frantic glances at the encroaching zombies, silently pleading with the other survivors. Yet, everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to heed her cries. Lin Chu averted her gaze, focusing intently on her chosen weapon while keeping an eye on the countdown in her mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, run. The moment the transparent shield dissipated, Lin Chu shot forward like an arrow, darting between two zombies while reaching down to grab her prize. The sensation was wet and slimy, slightly nauseating, but she knew she had secured a weapon. Despite her best efforts to minimize noise, the bloodied ground betrayed her with every step, producing a squelch sound that caught the attention of the nearby zombies, who promptly turned and lunged at her. With a swift motion, Lin Chu swung her newfound weapon with all her might, striking the nearest zombie squarely on the forehead. The precision of her blow was as if she had wielded such weapons countless times before. Thud, the zombie's brain matter splattered across Lin Chu's face as it crumpled to the ground. At that moment, another survivor chanced to glance in her direction, marveling at her fortune in finding such a substantial club. No, wait, this was no ordinary club. As the survivors' eyes widened in realization, they recognized that the elongated object Lin Chu wielded was not a conventional weapon. It bore a grotesque protrusion at one in the very feature that had enabled her to obliterate the zombie's skull in a single strike. This was not merely a stick, it was a bone from the scattered remains on the ground. It appeared to be a femur, still adorned with a patch of uneaten flesh. The onlooker nearly retched at the sight of Lin Chu wielding a thigh bone as a weapon, but there was no time for disgust. Just then, the survivor's protection shield vanished. In a moment of panic, he grabbed a bone from the ground nearby, attempting to replicate Lin Chu's earlier action. However, his aim faltered, and he missed the zombie's head entirely. It was then that he realized that the seemingly frail girl was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Precision strikes were an art that required skilled AT this moment. Lin Chu had already dispatched all three zombies surrounding her. Her limbs, face, and body were splattered with a mixture of crimson and white fluids. The nauseating stench lingered at her nostrils, but she had no time to pause and clean herself. The recent skirmish with the zombies had thoroughly attracted the attention of several others that had yet to converge upon the girl with twin ponytails. Lin Chu found herself unable to evade them. They were positioned at the entrance of a technological park, where the great iron gates had already collapsed to the ground. Numerous iron railings lay bent, broken by the zombies' bare hands, stained with blood, long since rendered useless as a barrier. To locate a door to secure her shelter, she needed to dash into the office building within the park. During the previous 60-second protection period, she had already mapped out her route, which unfortunately led directly past the area most densely populated with zombies near the ponytail girl. Without hesitation, Lin Chu sprinted towards her predetermined direction. Along the way, numerous zombies were drawn to her footsteps, turning to pursue her. Soon, a small horde of zombies trailed behind her. The girl with twin ponytails was brandishing a spatula amid the throng of zombies. The iron spatula, wielded wildly, managed to strike a few of the zombies lunging towards her. Regrettably, she failed to deliver a fatal blow, and the zombies quickly returned to their relentless assault. As one of the approaching zombies opened its gaping maw, dripping with an unidentifiable fluid, ready to sink its teeth into the arm she held before her, a dull thud echoed as the zombie collapsed before her, as if time had been halted. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" A cold voice pierced through the chaos, jolting the girl from her stupor, infusing clarity into her muddled mind. Yes, run. She lifted her gaze just in time to catch a glimpse of the girl who had aided her. With her sleek short hair radiating competence, she wielded a club stained with red and white liquid, striking a bloody path through the relentless swarm of zombies. Gripping her spatula tightly, the ponytailed girl followed suit. Lin Chu swung her makeshift weapon, a femur, with conviction, racing towards the nearby office building number 6. The zombies within were drawn to the commotion outside, staggering toward the exit. Even with the sturdy femur in hand, Lin Chu found it somewhat arduous to fend off the approaching zombies. As 3 zombies flanked her, she furrowed her brow, delivering a swift kick to the one on her left, then decisively striking the right one with her femur. Just as she turned to confront the zombie behind her, A sharp clang rang out. A spatula struck the zombie's head, sending it staggering back. The ponytailed girl, her eyes ablaze with determination, executed another blow. This provided Lin Chu with a moment to breathe, and she seized the girl's arm, propelling them both forward. They burst through a side door into the office building. Lin Chu cast a glance at the timer in her mind. Only 16 minutes and 48 seconds remained. She needed to locate a door to establish the system's so-called shelter before time ran out. Otherwise, she might be forced to coexist with the zombies in such an environment. However, every door in sight appeared dilapidated, seemingly broken by the zombies who had rendered the locks inoperable. Lin Chu advanced, retrieving the key dropped by the system from her waist pouch. Error. No closable door detected. Conditions for shelter establishment not met. An alarm echoed in her mind. The ponytailed girl, not far behind her, also attempted her key, only for disappointment to soon mar her expression. Keep searching, Lin Chu commanded, swinging her femur to topple a charging zombie as she pressed further inside. Just after taking a couple of steps, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the office building. Other survivors were closing in. This damn system. The key is so small, it's easily lost. Such bad luck. I saw those two girls up ahead. Pick up keys, we can just take them. That short-haired one looks tough. Let's go for the ponytailed one first. Tough or not, they're just two women. Lin Chu narrowed her eyes. The ponytailed girl beside her widened her eyes, panic etched across her face. Their situation was dire, surrounded by crumbling doors and wandering zombies, while other survivors eyed their keys with greed. Yet, Lin Chu remained composed. She dispatched a zombie in front of her and strode towards the corridor ahead, where the restroom sign beckoned. The ponytailed girl gritted her teeth and followed. To their surprise, the restroom contained no zombies, only rows of stall doors. Each stall door constituted a potential refuge. After inspecting, Lin Chu firmly closed the last stall door and placed the key inside. Beep, closable door detected. Shelter can be established. Please confirm immediate establishment. Note: once confirmed, the shelter's location cannot be altered in this world. Yes. Upon making her selection, Lin Chu felt an immediate lightness, and in the next moment, she found herself transported to another realm. Chapter 2. Unlocking the Shelter. Beep. Welcome, Survivor Lin Chu, to the newly unlocked shelter space. Current space level 1. Beep. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Chu, on completing the shelter establishment task. Task rewards are now being dispensed. Beep. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Chu, for awakening the innate skill, transforming waste into treasure. You may view it on your personal panel. Beep. The newcomer gift pack is now being distributed. Beep. A new task has been issued. Survivor Lin Chu, please open the task center to check. Lin Chu's mind was filled with a cacophony of notifications, akin to a fireworks display. After a brief pause, she began to survey her surroundings. It was a dimly lit, cramped space, featuring a small square window measuring half a meter on each side at the far end, allowing in a sliver of light. Lin Chu stood at the entrance, with a white curtain shielding a tiny restroom to her right. The restroom, approximately 1 square meter, housed a sink adjacent to the door, with a shower head attached to the faucet. Further inside lay a squat toilet. Although small, it was equipped with all the essentials. However, the absence of lighting posed a risk of stepping into the toilet while bathing. Within this confined space was a small bed, measuring roughly 1 by 2 meters, with its foot pressed against the restroom's outer wall and the head snug against the corner. Only a narrow passageway, suitable for one person, allowed Lin Chu to navigate through. This reminded her of the dim, cramped inn she had visited during her youth in Hong Kong. Yet, the space before her could only be deemed a low-budget version of those lodgings. Nevertheless, it remained a secure haven, devoid of zombies. Feeling unclean, Lin Chu refrained from immediately sitting on the bed. She placed the thigh bone she held in the corner by the entrance and turned to the restroom to wash away the blood that stained her hands and face. The events that had just unfolded were too abrupt. She could not fathom why she had been chosen by this so-called system to participate in this infinite apocalypse. Having always been law-abiding and devoid of any extraordinary abilities, she was merely a newly graduated forensic scientist, barely 2 months into her career. Just moments ago, she had been jogging in the park. Now, she found herself thrust into a world filled with tasks. If there was any distinction between her and others, it was her professional background, which had accustomed her to gruesome scenes. Thus, she managed to maintain her composure at the outset, securing her chance of survival. Only now did she have the opportunity to reflect on the whirlwind of events. The cold water splashed against her face, affirming that this was not a dream. Everything that had transpired was indeed real. In her leisure time, she had indulged in apocalyptic films and infinite flow novels. It was highly probable that, for reasons unknown, she had been selected to enter this task-laden world. Congratulations, host, you are correct. A monotonous mechanical voice echoed in her mind, causing Lin Chu to frown involuntarily. She had always valued her privacy, and the sensation of being read by the system was quite unsettling. It is advised that the host actively earn points. 1,000 points can unlock the system's consciousness shielding feature. The mechanical voice remained flat, yet Lin Chu discerned a hint of mockery within it, seemingly ridiculing her poverty. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of her precarious position and chose not to dwell on the issue of privacy, instead voicing her curiosity. Why was she chosen for this task? No comment. With those 4 words, the system fell silent. Lin Chu did not expect to easily uncover the truth. She had always adhered to the mindset of making the best of her situation. A solitary person by nature, she had no friends. And with the passing of her only relative last month, she had no ties left in the real world. Rather than pondering how to return, she resolved to focus on surviving in this task-laden realm. Emerging from the restroom, she sat cross-legged on the floor of the narrow passageway and began to review the series of task rewards that had flashed through her mind. Name: Lin Chu. Gender: female. Age: 26. Innate skill: transforming waste into treasure. Level 1 ordinary skills. None. Shelter level 1. Current world security door inactive. The information on her personal panel was scant. Lin Chu clicked on the transforming waste into treasure skill to read its description. Innate skill: transforming waste into treasure. Level 1 proficiency. 0.50 each use allows the transformation of one discarded or damaged item into a usable item. Note: deliberately damaging normal items renders the skill ineffective. P.S. Skill cooldown time: 30 minutes, usable twice daily. The presence of proficiency and skill levels indicated that this was an upgradable skill, the ability to turn one discarded or damaged item into a usable one. It also stated that one could not deliberately damage normal items, lest the skill become void. This implied that the skill could only be applied to naturally damaged or inherently useless items. Lin Chu pondered these stipulations before directing her gaze to the thigh bone in the corner. Due to intense combat, the bone bore multiple scratches and dents. Notably, the hip joint, which she had utilized for a decisive blow, displayed several cracks, suggesting it might soon be rendered unusable against any further zombies. This wear and tear could be considered normal usage, rather than deliberate damage, right? She initially intended to scavenge for a few more bones during her next outing. Now, however, she regarded the thigh bone with contemplation. A minute later, a white light enveloped the bone, which had been caked in blood moments prior. All scratches, dents, and cracks vanished, leaving its surface as smooth as porcelain. The texture felt lustrous to the touch. As Lin Chu lifted the thigh bone, she noticed a change in weight. The modified bone was heavier, yet it conformed more closely to her expectations of a weapon. Item: bone club rarity. Item description: transformed from a thigh bone. The unique material infusion greatly enhances its durability, allowing for a decisive blow to the head. As the transforming waste into treasure skill entered its cooldown, Lin Chu set the newly fashioned bone aside and shifted her attention to the 2 boxes before her. One contained the reward for successfully establishing the shelter, while the other was the newcomer gift pack. She first opened the shelter establishment reward. The box appeared to be a collapsible space. Lin Chu could not see its contents and had to reach in to retrieve the items. Bedsheet: 1 duvet cover, 1 pillowcase, 1 nutritional supplements, 3 athletic outfit set, 1 Swiss Army knife, 1 kettle, 1 blackout curtains, 1 light bulb. 1. The assortment of items was varied, and although the quantity was considerable, Lin Chu noted that, perhaps due to the successful shelter establishment, most rewards were related to necessities for the shelter. Yet, Her immediate needs for food and water were met with only 3 nutritional supplements and a stainless steel kettle. Fortunately, each supplement could sustain her for 24 hours. With 3, she could survive for 3 more days. With 1 supplement in her mouth, Lin Chu opened the newcomer gift pack. The box was once again a collapsible space, and as she reached inside, she pulled out a black item. Item: extra large backpack rarity. Item description: internal space 2M 2M 2M. The item description was succinct, and Lin Chu quickly grasped the significance. Internal space? The dimensions of 2M 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 were nearly equivalent to that of a household bathroom. Yet, the backpack in her hands was only as large as the one she had carried in middle school. It was, in fact, a spatial backpack. During her leisure time, Lin Chu had perused several online novels and was well aware of the practical utility of spatial elements. She unzipped her backpack, placed her hand upon a nearby bone staff, and with a subtle shift in her thoughts, the staff vanished from the wall, manifesting in the corner of her backpack within her mind's eye. An 8 cubic meter space felt rather desolate, with merely a single bone staff occupying it. Lin Chu then proceeded to stow every item from her shelter into the backpack. Even the diminutive 1 meter by 2 meter bed was not spared. The once cramped shelter now seemed remarkably spacious. Rising to her feet, she effortlessly hoisted the backpack with one hand. Its weight remained unchanged, suggesting that as long as items could be accommodated, the backpack disregarded their heft. Truly, it was an invaluable asset for outdoor endeavors. After examining her rewards, Lin Chu returned the contents of the spatial backpack to their original positions and settled back down, crossing her legs to access the mission center on her system panel. Survival mission. Please ensure your survival in the zombie apocalypse for 30 days. Failure to complete the mission will result in immediate termination. Mission difficulty, B level. Mission reward, 50 points. The mission was succinct and comprehensible. Did the time spent in the shelter count towards these 30 days? Lin Chu inquired within her mind. It does. The concise response alleviated her concerns considerably. The duration spent within the shelter contributed to her survival tally, significantly enhancing her chances of enduring the ordeal. At the very least, she could rest without the looming threat of zombies. However, the shelter lacked sustenance. Relying solely on 3 nutrient solutions would soon lead to depletion. Therefore, it was impossible to remain holed up indefinitely. She needed to seize an opportunity to procure supplies. With clarity of thought, Lin Chu shifted her focus to the second task tab. Daily task. Optional, please submit a pair of zombie eyeballs. Task reward. Random food item. Daily task. Optional, please submit 10 parts of a zombie's body. Task reward. 1 point. Zombie body parts? As a newly minted forensic expert, the anatomical structure of the human body sprang to her mind almost instantaneously. The zombies she had encountered outside were clearly individuals who had succumbed to infection and mutation, their physical form closely resembling that of ordinary humans. Given that the human body comprises 206 bones, if one were to calculate the components of a single zombie, it could potentially yield enough parts to complete 20 tasks, each rewarding 1 point, thus accumulating 20 points from one zombie. Lin Chu accessed the system's point marketplace. Perhaps due to her novice status, the offerings were rather limited. She quickly noticed the price of the nutrient solutions, 2 points each. With only 5 points obtained from her recent loot, she could afford merely 2 solutions. If she could dismantle a zombie for bones, one could yield at least 20 points, enough to exchange for 10 nutrient solutions, ensuring her sustenance for 10 days. However, to validate her hypothesis, she would first need to venture outside and eliminate a zombie for experimentation. As her thoughts coalesced, Lin Chu suddenly caught sight of a third task tab, shimmering with a silver glow, indicating the presence of additional missions. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Chu, for being the first among your cohort to establish a shelter. Reward task activated. Task details. Please eliminate 5 zombies within 1 hour. No penalties for failure. Task progress, 0-5. Task countdown, 0-59, 59. Task reward. Activation of the current world S security door. Activation of the security door? Lin Chu recalled noticing on the information panel that the current world S security door was indeed not activated, but what purpose did it serve? If the security door remains unactivated and the current shelter door is compromised, it will be deemed a failure of shelter establishment, and the survivor will be immediately expelled from the shelter, losing their eligibility for shelter in this world. Activating the security door allows one to disregard the current shelter door. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu's heart raced, instantly recalling the sounds she had heard outside prior to establishing the shelter. She and the girl with twin ponytails had attracted the attention of a group of individuals who had been simultaneously deployed into this apocalyptic world. If they were willing to disregard all consequences to seize their keys, it could spell disaster. Chapter 3. Reward task. The placement door of the shelter can be destroyed, and once damaged, it will eject individuals from the safe space. Such a crucial piece of information, and the system only now chooses to disclose it. The current host has a 7-day novice protection period, during which the placement door cannot be destroyed. The system seems to be justifying its delay in informing her about the door's vulnerability. Silently critiquing the system, Lin Chu raised her gaze towards the entrance door. This door appeared to be an ordinary, old-fashioned home security door, with a liver-colored panel, a handle, and a peephole. She immediately approached the door, pressing her right eye against the peephole, only to find a veil of gray mist where she expected to see the outside world. Would you like to spend 5 points to activate the zombie world peephole vision? Peephole vision? Indeed, host, upon activation, you will gain visibility at the entrance, along with the functionality to detect movements, which can be toggled on or off. To activate the peephole vision in this world, simply spend 5 points. This functionality is only valid in the current world. Lin Chu looked at her account, which held a mere 5 points, and felt a moment of hesitation. Yet, she recognized the necessity of the peephole vision. Given the circumstances before she entered, recklessly stepping outside now could lead her to face an ambush by multiple individuals. Conversely, remaining passively within the shelter was not her style. She preferred to prepare in advance and take the initiative. Without much hesitation, she decided to proceed. As her points dwindled to 0, the chaotic vision before Lin Chu gradually sharpened. Before her was the restroom where she had set up her shelter, currently unoccupied, but several large black footprints marred her previous tracks on the floor. It was evident that her hastily chosen shelter location had been discovered by other taskers. However, they had not opted to lie in wait, perhaps due to the task's mere 30-minute time limit, leaving them little time to scheme against her. But Lin Chu knew this was only temporary. Once they established their shelters or failed their tasks, they could very well return to ambush her, especially after the protection period expired, to tamper with her door. After all, in this infinite apocalypse, human nature is most susceptible to testing. In this restroom, aside from her and the girl with twin ponytails occupying one stall each, there were 3 other doors. If Lin Chu recalled correctly, only one of these remaining doors was intact. The other 2 were damaged. Judging by the footprints, it seemed a man among the group had set up a shelter here. It remained unclear whether they had reached a peaceful consensus or Lin Chu swiftly organized her thoughts. Feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the electronic doorbells from the real world, which not only allowed one to see outside, but also recorded events occurring at their doorstep, quite fitting for her current predicament of being surrounded. Please upgrade, host, to unlock more system functionalities. The system interjected at an opportune moment. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. It appeared that this feature indeed existed, though she was uncertain how many points it would require. Glancing at the task countdown, she retreated into the room. After consuming a nutritional liquid, her hunger dissipated. She shed her gray, short-sleeved running outfit and donned a sleek black long-sleeve and pants set that she had just unpacked from her starter kit. Observing her exposed skin, now enveloped in black fabric, brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After all, the exact means of the zombie virus's transmission remained unknown. In the face of uncertainty, she had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that no skin was exposed, save for her head and hands. Lin Chu leaned closer to the peephole. The exterior was devoid of any presence. Task countdown, 0:50. 36. Lin Chu opened the door, grasping her bone club, and stepped out of the shelter. The sun outside remained relentless. Standing by the window, Lin Chu observed the zombies in the vicinity meandering aimlessly, without any other humans nearby. Taking a deep breath, she proceeded towards the restroom's exit. Earlier, she and her companion had cleared the area of zombies, and with subsequent visitors having come through, the restroom's vicinity was now devoid of any undead. To confront zombies, she could either delve deeper into the building or venture outside to Building 6, where a multitude awaited her. At this stage, Lin Chu was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Venturing deeper into the building would allow her to retreat to the restroom shelter if danger arose, whereas stepping outside involved navigating a complex terrain without a map, making swift escape uncertain. With her direction set, Lin Chu tread softly towards the nearest zombie. Crack, a blow fell, the sound of shattering bone resonating as thick crimson liquid splattered through the air. The grayish-white hands, which had just risen, fell limply, vanishing from Lin Chu's sight in the blink of an eye. She adjusted her breathing and opened her spatial backpack, which she wore across her chest. The zombie she had just dispatched lay silent in a corner of her backpack, which had a capacity of 8 cubic meters, still able to accommodate about 10 more zombies. It seemed her strategy was effective. With a single strike to the head, she could swiftly stow the fallen zombies into her backpack, minimizing noise to avoid attracting further undead. This method allowed her to control the number of zombies she faced to a manageable level. Killing 5 zombies within an hour was not overly challenging for Lin Chu. In the minutes leading up to her shelter's establishment, she had likely dispatched more than 5. Following her planned approach, she took them down one by one, completing the reward task with 25 minutes still on the clock. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the reward task. The reward has been issued. The current world security door has been activated. The shelter can now disregard the placement door, which cannot be damaged or unlocked by human means. Thus, she would not be forcibly ejected from her shelter. Just as Lin Chu breathed a sigh of relief, she noticed that the task countdown continued. But the task details had changed. Reward task. Within the remaining time, for every 3 zombies killed, the area of the shelter will increase by 1 square meter. Killing fewer than 3 will be deemed ineffective. Task progress. 0 task countdown. 0 24 16. Such a delightful opportunity. Lin Chu immediately readied her bone club, invigorated. Ensuring her own safety, a larger shelter space was undoubtedly beneficial. In her view, to survive in this apocalypse, one must have ample supplies. But the current limited space of her shelter was insufficient for storage. Lin Chu swung her club with increasing vigor. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. With only 10 seconds remaining on the task, Lin Chu finally eliminated her 9th zombie. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 9 zombies within the allotted time. The task reward has been issued. Please return to the shelter to claim your task reward. 2 notifications flooded Lin Chu's mind, urging her to return to the shelter immediately. Yet, she faced a dilemma. Her spatial backpack was now full. The 5 zombies she had begun with, along with the subsequent 9, totaled 14. However, her backpack could only accommodate 12, leaving 2 zombies discarded on the ground. Each zombie contained 206 bones, equating to approximately 26 points. Those 2 on the ground represented a potential 41. 2 points, she could not simply abandon them. Moreover, she was unaware whether the mechanism for exchanging points for zombie body parts applied solely to her or to all survivors. If it were the latter, she could not afford to leave points behind for others to seize. 5 minutes later, a slender figure cloaked in black stealthily traversed the office building. Had anyone been present, they would have noted the peculiar sight of this individual, with her left hand dragging 2 large woven bags and her right hand gripping a human skeleton, which glistened faintly under the moonlight. This person was Lin Chu, reluctant to part with her 41. 2 points. Thus, she made use of her surroundings, finding 2 tattered woven bags nearby to stow the bodies of the 2 zombies. Fortunately, as a forensic expert, she had grown accustomed to handling corpses during her student years, making the task quite effortless for her now. The surrounding zombies had been cleared, and as Lin Chu retraced her steps, she carefully moderated her volume, avoiding the attention of any new zombies, and soon returned to the restroom entrance without incident. However, the moment she stepped inside, Lin Chu sensed something amiss. The footprints on the ground were different from those she had left earlier. Being a forensic expert, She frequently visited crime scenes and occasionally listened to her colleagues analyze footprints. So her sensitivity to such details exceeded that of the average person. As if sensing her pause, she heard a heavy breath nearby, casting her gaze towards the sheltered door. A mere 2 meters away, Lin Chu sprang into action. She forcefully slammed her left shoulder against the open restroom door while her left hand flung the woven bags containing the 2 zombie bodies, sliding them across the floor towards the innermost stall. Simultaneously, a harrowing cry echoed from behind the door. It seemed the distant sound had startled some zombies, prompting them to move towards the restroom. Fortunately, the zombies near the restroom had already been dealt with, preventing an immediate encirclement. Lin Chu shut the door, and her right hand swung the bone club behind her, but it met only empty air. She had anticipated a fierce resistance and struck without mercy, yet to her astonishment, her opponent knelt before her. The club narrowly missed the man as head, sending him trembling with fear. "Spare me! Spare me! I mean no harm. I am innocent. I was wrong. Is that not enough?" Lin Chu pressed her foot against the door, while her right hand struck the man's wrist with the club. It hurts, it hurts," he cried, accompanied by the sound of metal clattering to the ground. Lin Chu stepped forward to pin it underfoot. No ill intent. Then what is this? Chapter 4. Expansion. It was a fruit knife, approximately 15 centimeters in length, yet it had developed a constellation of rust spots due to prolonged exposure to the air. The thought of concealing a fruit knife behind the door was all too apparent. The man trembled even more violently. His already frail frame appeared even more fragile. I merely wished to commit a robbery, perhaps even to indulge in something more, he thought, though he dared not articulate his true intentions. Wu Yong had witnessed 2 women enter the restroom with his own eyes, yet when he followed them in, they had mysteriously vanished. It was clear to all that they had established their sanctuary within those walls. If he could position his sanctuary nearby, in this tumultuous world, wouldn't they eventually come to rely on his protection? Under such circumstances, it would not be unreasonable for him to collect a bit of interest, would it? Thinking of the striking beauty of the 2 women, Wu Yong felt as though he were ascending to paradise. Seizing the moment while others were engaged in discussion, he claimed the last intact door from the restroom, successfully establishing his sanctuary. Just as he was about to venture out to assess the situation and perhaps chance upon one of the women, he unexpectedly spotted one of them dragging something back. This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. He promptly chose to conceal himself behind the entrance, only to be met with unforeseen violence from the woman. His head spun as he was struck, and a dull pain radiated through his hands. Lowering his gaze, he was shocked to find a pool of crimson beneath him. Blood! The man rolled his eyes back and fainted. Meanwhile, the sound of a door opening echoed behind him. A girl with pigtails burst forth from the penultimate stall, wielding a frying pan spatula. However, after just a few steps, she ground to a halt. Silence enveloped the restroom for a fleeting moment. Lin Chu thought she could see 2 words in the girl's eyes. Just this? Soon enough, the girl regained her composure and lowered the spatula she had been brandishing. "I heard some commotion and thought to assist you, but I didn't expect the man to be unconscious by the time I arrived," she remarked. The latter part of her statement remained unspoken, and she swiftly changed the subject. "Thank you for your help this morning. Without you, I would likely have perished." Hearing commotion, Lin Chu mused, studying her a moment longer before allowing a subtle smile to grace her lips. It was merely a matter of chance. Lin Chu had keenly observed the earlier situation. Had the girl not shown her own resilience, her assistance would have been futile against the horde of zombies. With that, Lin Chu turned and made her way back to her sanctuary, eager to examine her task rewards. Extracting the key from her backpack, she suddenly recalled something and looked back at the girl with pigtails. "Those individuals are already aware of our sanctuary's location. You must activate the security door within the novice protection period as swiftly as possible." With that admonition, she paid no mind to the girl's reaction, picking up 2 sacks filled with zombie remains before entering her sanctuary. When it came to selecting neighbors, Lin Chu was naturally inclined to prefer the girl with pigtails. The thought of having that unruly group residing nearby was far from appealing, as it would surely lead to complications for her. She had provided her warnings. and whether the girl could successfully activate the security door before the impending crisis was no longer within her purview. Upon entering her sanctuary, Lin Chu received a system notification. Current world security door activated, protection engaged. Additional reward. Expand by 3 square meters. Please arrange the expansion plan. Opening the second notification, a floor plan materialized before her, and she immediately recognized it as the layout of her sanctuary. Currently, it consisted of a rectangular space measuring 3 meters by 2 meters, totaling a mere 6 square meters. The awarded additional 3 square meters could be arranged at her discretion, allowing her to extend the restroom if she so desired. And indeed, that was precisely her intention. She required an autopsy table. Disassembling zombies for points would undoubtedly be a significant undertaking, and having an autopsy table would save her considerable effort. The original layout of her sanctuary was quite limited. Aside from her bed and the restroom, there was merely a narrow corridor for storing miscellaneous items. She had even contemplated performing dissections on the bed itself. Now, with the additional 3 square meters, she wouldn't have to sacrifice her small bed. Initially, she had aimed to create a separate space for an autopsy room. However, the system informed her that her spatial level was insufficient, restricting her to expanding within the existing room and restroom. Thus, she opted to enlarge the previous 1 square meter restroom into a 4 square meter L-shaped facility. The restroom remained to the right as one entered, but the depth had increased from 1 meter to 2 meters, and upon reaching the end, there was now an additional space on the left, extending 3 meters deep and 1 meter wide. Regrettably, there was no door. Otherwise, it would have provided a fully independent autopsy room. Nevertheless, Lin Chu was already quite content with the separation from her living quarters. She discarded the 2 sacks containing zombie remains into the autopsy room and arranged the remaining 12 corpses neatly at the end of the space. As she returned to the restroom, she regarded the doorway with a discerning eye. While the system prohibited her from creating a third space, could she not construct a makeshift door using a few wooden planks? Running the thought through her mind, she noticed the system remained silent, and Lin Chu understood. After spending a few hours with this system, she had come to grasp its operational logic. Silence implied consent. Lin Chu promptly added wooden planks to her inventory list for future expeditions. This outing had proven fruitful, in addition to activating the security door and expanding her space. The 14 zombie corpses represented a potential 200 points, even if that group were to block her sanctuary's entrance day and night for the next 30 days. Preventing her from gathering supplies, she could sustain herself solely on those points by purchasing nutritional fluid until the 30 days elapsed. However, before she could disassemble the zombies for points, she needed a suitable set of dissection tools. Currently, she possessed only a fruit knife she had recently acquired. Gazing at the rust covering it, Lin Chu felt a flicker of inspiration. A flash of light illuminated her surroundings as she beheld the mutated fruit knife in her grasp. Its blade wrapped in rust, yet surprisingly sharp. Item: rusty fruit knife rarity. B. Item description: a rich and even coating of rust envelopes the blade. While its cutting power may be limited, the probability of tetanus infection is a staggering 100. Good heavens! Lin Chu marveled at the whimsical transformation of this item. Her original aspiration had been to turn the fruit knife into a sharp, rust-free tool. If she could not secure proper dissection tools, she could at least make do with the fruit knife. Yet now, it had undergone an unexpected reverse transformation. Nonetheless, the 100 tetanus effect was something she greatly appreciated. After all, if tetanus went untreated, the mortality rate approached 100. In this chaotic world, where everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, finding a survivor base to procure a tetanus vaccine was nearly impossible. Unfortunately, this condition inflicted a delayed, persistent harm akin to a game mechanic that caused gradual health loss, rather than an immediate fatality. Yet, Lin Chu now possessed an additional means of self-preservation. This abundance of rust, while not lethal at once, could inflict excruciating pain upon an adversary when injured. As for dissection tools, that would require further consideration. If all else failed, she could resort to using the Swiss Army knife obtained from the system rewards as a temporary substitute. After securing her loot, Lin Chu entered the restroom, swiftly disrobed, and took a quick shower. She then utilized the bedding provided by the system to prepare her sleeping area before collapsing onto the bed, her body weighed down by fatigue. She had just endured a fierce battle, and the nearby zombies, which had been painstakingly cleared away, were once again drawn to the restroom by the loud shout of a cowardly individual at the entrance. At this moment, the zombies were in a frenzied state, and she had no intention of confronting them head-on. The residential complex she occupied was not insignificant. Although it appeared that humanity had hastily evacuated from this world, it was certain that some resources remained behind. She needed to recuperate her strength and plan her next move with careful consideration. Chapter 5. Departing to stock up as the last rays of the setting sun faded, the dark night swiftly enveloped the realm. The once restive zombies of the day twisted their necks and moved with increasing sluggishness. A slender crescent moon hung in the western sky, its cold, pale luminescence casting eerie shadows upon the ashen skin of the undead. It was at this moment that Lin Chu stealthily emerged from her sanctuary. Clad in a black tracksuit with a matching backpack secured to her front, seamlessly blending into the enveloping darkness. Before her departure, she had cautiously peered through the peephole, confirming that the restroom was devoid of any lurking threats, the main door ajar, and no zombies congregating at the entrance. The man she had previously startled into unconsciousness had vanished, leaving her to wonder whether he had fled or succumbed to the fate of the undead. Gripping her bone club, Lin Chu stepped quietly out of the restroom. The zombies outside were fewer than she had anticipated, the ground still bearing fresh signs of conflict. Yet, the footprints indicated the presence of only one individual. A visage flitted through her mind. Shaking off the distraction, Lin Chu moved forward, her club swinging with purpose. Her objective for this venture was to forage for supplies. The capacity of her backpack was limited, and if she continued to accumulate zombie carcasses within it, she would soon find herself unable to carry additional necessities. Thus, after silently dispatching a zombie, she discreetly removed the body from her backpack, leaving it behind. Should she return to find the corpse still there, she would reclaim it. If not, she would consider it a small act of kindness. Navigating through the horde of zombies, Lin Chu noted the night had indeed rendered them sluggish, and she quickly approached the entrance of the building. A faint rustling sound echoed from behind her. Instinctively raising her club, she turned to see a girl with twin ponytails, one hand wielding a shovel and the other clutching a Swiss Army knife, deftly dispatching a zombie with a swift motion. As the creature began to topple, she nimbly maneuvered behind it, ensuring its quiet demise. Sensing Lin Chu's gaze, the girl turned, their eyes meeting briefly before she nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Chu returned the gesture, and they both resumed their focus on the task at hand. With a well-placed strike, Lin Chu felled a zombie near the eastern entrance of the building, revealing a large metallic object partially obscured in the darkness behind it. Her eyes gleamed with intrigue as she stepped closer, feeling the gritty shards of glass beneath her feet, the coolness of the surface evident to her touch. By the moonlight, she discerned the object's form, a vending machine. Though the glass door was shattered, Lin Chu pondered the potential contents within. Her innate talent stirred her curiosity. The vending machine occupied roughly 1/10 of her backpack space, leaving ample room for additional supplies. After a moment of contemplation, she brandished her club and cautiously exited the 6th office building. The girl with the ponytails, seemingly sensing something, glanced in Lin Chu's direction, her eyes shimmering with recognition. When Lin Chu had been transported to this task-laden world earlier that day, she had scrutinized the layout of the area. Choosing the 6th office building for her shelter placed her at the western entrance of the compound. Exiting through the west door would lead her only to the adjacent office buildings or the outskirts of the area. Thus, she opted to exit via the eastern entrance, which would guide her towards the center of the compound, facilitating her search for more office buildings. Most importantly, the proximity of the restroom to the west entrance indicated it was merely a back door. Critical items like the office map and compound layout would likely be found at the main entrance. As expected, upon stepping through the eastern door, she spotted a sign positioned about 5 or 6 meters away, flanked by 2 zombies that had turned their heads toward her. As she dashed forward, her club swung down, sending one zombie sprawling. With a swift pivot, she evaded the other's grasp and struck again, both undead collapsing at her feet. Each bore a blue-bordered identification badge, a design Lin Chu had already collected over 10 of. From these badges, she gleaned that the technology park was home to a cluster of pharmaceutical enterprises. The implication was clear. The office buildings likely housed medical supplies and the dissection tools she urgently required. The outbreak had occurred during a workday, as many of the zombies still clung to their company badges. Drawing from her experience, Lin Chu knew that badges of varying ranks might confer different privileges. Thus, she collected the badges from the fallen zombies, including the two before her. After carefully surveying the area to avoid alarming any nearby undead, she hurried to the sign, which indeed contained a simplified map of the park and its surroundings. The pharmaceutical technology park boasted 8 office buildings, with a 6th building positioned in the west. The map indicated that the 8th building served as a warehouse for the pharmaceutical companies, a promising site for Lin Chu's needed tools. The 24-hour convenience store was located in the 3rd building. The arrangement of the buildings was as follows: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Buildings 1 to 4 were situated on the eastern side of the park, while 5 to 8 resided on the western side. The 3rd building lay diagonally across from the 6th, accessible by crossing a street, while the 8th stood between the 6th and 7th. 2 routes led to the 8th building. The first, exiting through the west door of the 6th building, following the path to the end, passing the 7th building to reach her destination. The second, departing from the eastern door of the 6th building, which aligned with the main road of the park, would take her southward, allowing her to pass both the 3rd and 7th buildings before arriving at the 8th. The first route was where Lin Chu had been introduced to this world earlier in the day, offering the advantage of seclusion and, consequently, fewer zombies. The second route, while fraught with greater peril, provided access to the park's only 24-hour convenience store. After a brief moment of hesitation, she chose the latter. Though she had recently acquired a vending machine, she remained uncertain about its contents. She would not take any chances. In times like these, no one could ever have too many supplies. The night was tranquil, the clock reading 2:30 in the morning, the hour when most slumbered peacefully. As she traversed the main road southward, Lin Chu noted that the zombies were not as numerous as she had anticipated beyond the 6th building. Quite the opposite. The main thoroughfare was eerily sparse, as if it had just been cleared. Chapter 6. Scavenging. Had someone gotten there first? Although Lin Chu was reluctant to entertain such a possibility in an ideal scenario, she had to concede that they had been dispatched into an area where the zombie virus appeared to have been rampant for some time, making such an occurrence exceedingly likely. She remained unaware if the system had previously sent others before their group. Coupled with the existence of indigenous inhabitants in this world, it was probable that convenience stores were among the first to be pillaged in a zero-cost spree. The desolate roads were eerily clear as Lin Chu approached the convenience store. Remaining vigilant, the doors stood wide open, and chaotic footprints were smeared with thick, fresh blood. People had already vacated the premises. As Lin Chu observed the footprints, with toes pointed outward, she silently assessed the situation. She hesitated before entering, pressing her ear against the door to listen intently. No sounds of breathing, no anomalies. Gripping her bone club, she cautiously stepped inside the convenience store. The viscous blood clung to the soles of her shoes, and the overwhelming stench of iron made her involuntarily grimace. This was peculiar, despite having slain countless zombies and witnessed numerous grotesque scenes along the way. None had elicited such a visceral reaction from her. Blood? Indeed, everyone had been dispatching zombies with swift precision, rarely causing such copious bleeding. The quantity of blood beneath her feet suggested the work of a deranged killer, intent on inflicting suffering. Lin Chu's gaze sharpened, her thoughts interrupted. She had discovered the source of the blood, a woman, discarded like a rag doll, lying face up. Her cheeks bore deep, slashing X marks, flesh grotesquely exposed, creating a chilling sight. The source of the blood was her neck, marred by a horizontal gash several inches wide, the flesh torn and protruding as if repeatedly bludgeoned. The woman was entirely naked, her body awash in crimson and filth. The scene grew even more harrowing further down. Lin Chu felt a throbbing at her temples. She had encountered a similar tableau before. A year ago, during her initial case as an intern forensic pathologist, she had handled a case strikingly reminiscent of the one before her now. Was it a mimicry of murder methods? Or had that psychopathic killer been cast into this endless apocalypse? Yet, if her memory served her right, that very killer had been executed 6 months prior. A sense of connection lingered in her mind, but her knowledge was insufficient, leaving her with mere speculation. After confirming that there were no living souls within the convenience store, Lin Chu moved forward briskly, checking the woman's body temperature. It had not yet cooled completely, indicating that death had occurred not long ago. The murderer could not be far off, a troubling realization for Lin Chu. With a furrowed brow, she gently closed the woman's wide-open eyes. Her icy gaze swept the cramped convenience store, and she rose to cover the woman with a piece of red, white, and blue plastic sheeting found on the floor. Then began her first foray into zero-cost scavenging. In this apocalyptic world, the most pressing needs for ordinary people were water and essential supplies. Next came scarce commodities like tobacco and alcohol. However, to Lin Chu's dismay, she discerned scant evidence of such items within the store. Even the contraceptives and chewing gum typically found at the cash register were conspicuously absent. The shelves had been largely emptied, while others had pilfered the goods. Lin Chu found herself intrigued by the shelves themselves. She reached out and collected 3 minimally bloodied shells from the back of the store into her spatial backpack. Given her limited shelter space, these shelves would serve as excellent storage, efficiently utilizing the overhead area. However, she could not take too many, as space was at a premium. Each shelf measured 2 meters long, 1, 7 meters high, and 0, 5 meters wide, and the 3 shelves nearly filled the remaining space in her backpack. Fortunately, the shelves could also accommodate additional items. Lin Chu rummaged through a corner and unearthed a box of bread that had expired a year ago, now covered in green mold. Perhaps the frightening appearance of the mold had led to this food, capable of satiating hunger, being abandoned in the store's corner. Without hesitation, Lin Chu stowed the entire box of expired bread on the top of one of the shelves. Regardless of its current edibility, she could later transform waste into treasure. In addition to the bread, Lin Chu discovered half a box of instant noodles with similar mold, a box of milk tea that had turned into a murky liquid, and 2 bulging cartons of spoiled milk in the store's small storage area. Most delightfully, she stumbled upon 2 boxes of short shelf-life, pre-cooked meals, likely overlooked due to their placement in the small storage room. By the time others unearthed them, they were inevitably spoiled and moldy, rendering them inedible, much to Lin Chu's benefit. Although she was uncertain how to transform waste into treasure, she understood that, at the very least, it could convert inedible items into something consumable. As she continued to pack the deteriorating food into her spatial backpack, witnessing the shelves filling up, Lin Chu's initially heavy heart began to lighten. Her excitement peaked when she discovered a box of intact tissues and a box of sanitary pads tucked away in a corner. While she cherished materials that could be transformed, she eagerly accepted these essential items, swiftly adding them to her backpack. Upon exiting the small storage room, a mere 2 square meters in size, Lin Chu paused momentarily to draw back the curtain. Her current shelter was exceedingly rudimentary. There was no door between her room and the bathroom, only a short white curtain. Likewise, there was no door between the bathroom and her newly constructed autopsy room, not even a curtain. With this thought in mind, Lin Chu deftly removed the light blue curtain from the small storage room. Moving further, she approached the employee lounge of the convenience store. The door still bore a light blue curtain, which Lin Chu skillfully detached. The door to the lounge had been smashed, revealing traces of a fierce struggle that had occurred within. Even the solitary small window had been shattered into a million pieces. Inside the lounge, only a makeshift bed frame and scattered debris remained. The moment Lin Chu's eyes landed on the bed frame, they sparkled with delight. Truly, her desires had materialized. Her autopsy room was in dire need of a working surface. Although the bed frame was somewhat low, its length was sufficient, and it could be folded when not in use. As for the height, Lin Chu planned to scavenge some bricks or sturdy items to prop up the legs. With the bed frame secured in her spatial backpack, Lin Chu felt a sense of satisfaction as she continued to sift through the remnants. perhaps due to the prolonged apocalypse. This convenience store had been looted multiple times, leaving behind only useless, expired items or cumbersome objects like the bed frame that were challenging to transport. The remaining items consisted primarily of discarded old advertisements and promotional posters. As Lin Chu rummaged, she stumbled upon a functional plunger in the corner where the bed frame had been stored. Though it had been cleaned, traces of previous use were evident. Recalling some renovation videos she had watched, Lin Chu wrapped the plunger in layers of advertising paper and stowed it away in her backpack. Just as she was cataloging her spoils from the convenience store, the sound of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. Chapter 7. A sudden strike. The boss truly is something else. Even at such a moment, he insists we return to capture photographs of his work. He has a penchant for this, and it is said that he was incarcerated years ago for a similar obsession. Now that we have chanced upon such advanced equipment, had it not been for the need for someone to manage the warehouse, he would undoubtedly want to be here himself. The sounds of footsteps and conversation grew nearer. Listening intently, Lin Chu quietly edged toward the window, peering outside in the moonlight. Soon, two figures came into view, one tall and stout, the other short and lean. The taller man wielded a baseball bat, effortlessly dispatching a lone zombie that lunged at him, swiftly following up with a series of blows that splattered its brains before discarding the corpse aside. The shorter man clutched a square object, closely trailing behind the taller one, his eyes darting around, evidently wary of any sudden undead appearances. From their dialogue, Lin Chu deduced that the short man was holding a DSLR camera. It appeared that the perpetrator had somehow acquired such a device, cherishing it like treasure, and sent someone back to document his achievements for posterity. Many exceedingly narcissistic and deranged killers harbor such peculiar habits. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Chu squinted. If her memory served her right, she had encountered a similar case where the murderer also exhibited this obsession. Gripping the bone club once more, she swiftly calculated her odds. The system had assigned her a survival mission, and she had to ensure her safety at all times. Yet, as a former member of the judicial system, coupled with her inner curiosity, she felt compelled to take action, unable to move without doing something. Watching the two men gradually approach the store's entrance, Lin Chu's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Fong, Brother Fong, speak clearly. With me in front, what are you afraid of? The stout man, known as Brother Fong, cast a disdainful glance at the lean man. As a man, he looked down upon such cowardice and indecisiveness, feeling it a disgrace. Had it not been for the boss ordering him to escort this weakling to capture spoils, he would have ignored him entirely. The lean man shook his head repeatedly, swallowing hard before finally finding his tongue. Brother Fong, look, the convenience store's door is shut. I remember it was open when we left. He had seen it ajar from a distance, so he could not fathom why it was closed now. However, he dared not voice this concern, knowing Brother Feng's skepticism towards such observations. He did not wish to provoke his displeasure. Sure enough, Brother Fong scoffed at his words. Stop with the nonsense. You weren't the last to leave. It's just a door. It's normal to misremember. The lean man began to doubt his own memory, and, as they pondered, they reached the door. Brother Fong boldly reached for the handle. Honestly, that woman looked enticing. The boss is so fastidious. Wouldn't it be better to have some fun before finishing her off? TSK. I wonder if she still has that flavor. As the door swung open, the lean man felt a cold draft brush against his face, and Brother Fong's voice startled him. Brother Fong, there's no one here. Let us not linger. His trembling voice carried a hint of panic. Brother Fong shot him a sideways glance, spitting disdainfully, you useless wretch. The lean man offered no retort, trembling as he hid behind Brother Fong, clutching the camera tightly and closing his eyes as he stepped inside. Brother Fong, if we find someone, you must tell me. Before he could finish, a loud crash reverberated, and he collided with Brother Feng's back, stars exploding in his vision. Damn it! Brother Fong's furious shout echoed above him. The lean man opened his eyes to see he had bumped into Brother Fong, hastily apologizing. I didn't mean to. You know I'm timid. Who the hell stole that woman's corpse? ISNT, that perverse. How am I supposed to explain this to the boss? His apologies were drowned out by Brother Fong's escalating anger. The lean man regained his composure and peered out from behind Brother Fong. only to find the spot where the woman's body had lain completely empty, save for a pool of blood, a testament to the events that had transpired. What? The lean man recalled the door that had been open, but had suddenly closed before they entered. A ghost. The woman has returned as a spirit to claim her life. His quivering voice was on the verge of a scream when a sharp crack silenced him. Shut up. There are no damn ghosts. I'll find out who is playing tricks. Brother Fong raised his bat, ready to charge inside, but was halted by the lean man tugging at his sleeve. Brother Fong, let's just go back. We can let the boss decide. Get lost, you useless fool. How do you expect to face the boss empty-handed? If you want to go back, do it yourself. Keep whining, and you'll attract zombies. Don't blame me if I abandon you. Hearing Brother Fong's threat to leave him behind, the lean man shrank back, closing his mouth, watching helplessly as Brother Fong ventured deeper inside. He found himself frozen, unable to step forward or retreat. Brother Fong swung his bat into the employee break room when suddenly, a bloodied object plummeted toward him. His already blurred vision was completely obscured. In the next instant, excruciating pain radiated from his head, and just as a scream began to escape his lips, a hard object lodged in his mouth, stifling his cries. He swung his bat, seeking the source of the attack, but another blow came. This time, anticipating it, he tilted his head to the right, narrowly avoiding a devastating strike. Yet the cost was a searing pain in his left shoulder. Lin Chu observed the man dodging beneath the blood-stained plastic sheeting, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. This man possessed formidable physical prowess, clearly trained. A bone club could shatter the skull of a typical zombie, yet it failed to incapacitate him. A rusted fruit knife appeared in her left hand. In the next moment, the sound of the bat slicing through the air echoed again. The man anticipated the blow, but as he relaxed, a sharp pain in his neck rendered him unconscious. Silence fell. Lin Chu, watching the figure collapse beneath the plastic, didn't immediately lower her guard. Instead, she raised the fruit knife and plunged it into his chest twice more. As a forensic expert, she was confident in her aim. Once she confirmed Brother Fong had succumbed, she shook her sweat-drenched palm lightly. This marked the first time in her life she had taken a life. Though she had dispatched numerous zombies that day, they were not living beings. To claim there was no psychological impact would be a falsehood. However, in that moment, it was either her life or his. Given the choice, Lin Chu would always choose her own survival. In this apocalyptic world, such instances could only increase, and she needed to adapt swiftly. Lin Chu's mental resilience surpassed that of the average person. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she steadied her emotions. She gazed down at Brother Fong's lifeless form, her eyes lowering. Had it not been for the cover of night and the element of surprise, she might not have fared so well against this man. It was clear that if she wished to continue surviving in the future, she must enhance her physical strength. Upon returning, she would need to devise a thorough plan. For now, Lin Chu raised her head, gazing toward the door of the break room. The originally slender man, standing in the center of the convenience store, had dashed outside, frequently glancing back in a state of panic, seemingly fearful of being pursued. Naturally, she was intent on following him. However, her pursuit was subtle. She trailed him from a distance. A strong premonition surged within her, compelling her to ascertain the truth personally. Lin Chu stowed away the baseball bat that the hefty man had wielded into her spatial backpack, along with the lifeless body of the hefty man and the red, white, and blue plastic sheeting that had saved her life. Rising, she set off in pursuit, maintaining a safe distance behind the slender figure, ensuring she could see him without being detected. Perhaps the zombies along their path had already been cleared by the hefty man during their approach. And coupled with the slender man's extreme caution, he managed to navigate stealthily without alerting any undead. Benefiting from his carefulness, Lin Chu followed suit with relative ease. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the underground parking garage within the complex. There a group of 5 or 6 men had gathered, encircled, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Upon hearing the slender man's footsteps, they turned their heads in unison. Lin Chu promptly crouched down, seeking cover, and peered in their direction. Illuminated by moonlight and the light sources wielded by the man, she discerned their features clearly. Chapter 8 Acquaintance? Soon, her pupils constricted, and her lips formed a straight line as she fixated intently on one of the men. The man, subtly surrounded by others, bore an uncanny resemblance to the disfigured perpetrator from the heinous case she had dealt with years ago. Lin Chu couldn't help but ponder whether, like her, this murderer, who was slated for execution a year prior, might have been drawn into the infinite apocalypse by the system before facing justice. Perhaps the authorities, in an effort to obscure the mysterious disappearances, had announced the execution prematurely? Various possibilities flashed through Lin Chu's mind. Meanwhile, the men nearby frowned at the sight of the short, slender figure returning in a state of panic. As the frail man staggered forward, he suddenly knelt before them. The man at the center stepped closer, scrutinizing him with a furrowed brow, then seized his collar and lifted him effortlessly. The man's physique was comparable to that of the stout figure in Lin Chu's backpack, perhaps even more robust, as he seemed to have gained considerable muscle since Lin Chu last encountered him during her live specimen investigation a year ago. The frail man hung helplessly in the grip, like a flailing chicken devoid of any resistance. Perhaps fearing the attention of zombies, the man's voice was low. The frail man trembled uncontrollably, his words barely audible, akin to a whisper, only reaching the ears of the man before him. Although Lin Chu had learned to read lips from the veteran officer at the police station, the angle made it difficult for her to discern their entire conversation. She could only make out that the man had no intention of rescuing the stout figure from the convenience store at that moment, as they had more pressing matters at hand, likely related to a task assigned by the system. Were they also, like her, participants in a mission? As myriad thoughts raced through her mind, the frail man was released back to the ground, where other associates kept watch, and the group turned to head towards the underground parking entrance. Although Lin Chu felt an overwhelming urge to follow and see what transpired, the sheer number of them, all appearing to be desperate outlaws wielding various weapons, a baseball bat at the very least, or a gleaming battle axe reflecting the moonlight, deterred her. To pursue them recklessly would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. Her primary objective remained to gather suitable supplies, return, dissect zombies, and complete daily tasks to accumulate points. Everything else could wait. Watching them descend into the underground, Lin Chu turned and made her way west. She recalled the signpost from her arrival. She had followed the frail man from Building 3 to the southwest side of Building 4. The warehouse she sought, located in Building 8, lay directly to the west of Building 4. After a series of encounters with the convenience store and scavenging, followed by battles and pursuits, it was now 4 in the morning. A faint light glimmered on the horizon, and Lin Chu understood that her time was limited. According to her plan before setting out, she did not wish to be wandering outside after dawn, when zombies would be more active and her movements more easily detected. With this thought, she quickened her pace. Perhaps the earlier group had cleared the area around Building 4, for Lin Chu encountered only a few scattered zombies at the entrance of Building 8. She swiftly dispatched the zombies blocking her path and cautiously positioned herself outside the shattered glass door, assessing the situation within. The medical technology park had likely been constructed in the style of a typical tech park, with each building's floors and layouts being quite similar. The first floor of Building 8 was a hall, not significantly different from the first floor of Building 6, both featuring rather empty spaces. However, to facilitate the movement of goods, the first floor of Building 8 lacked tiled flooring, and there was a long, gentle slope at the entrance, giving it a simpler overall design. Inside the hall on the first floor, numerous carts for transporting goods were scattered about, along with some empty boxes strewn across the ground. Lin Chu speculated that the empty boxes might have been left behind by someone familiar with the place during the official evacuation following the outbreak. The footprints and bloodstains had long since dried, as if no one had been there for a considerable time. The few zombies that wandered within were clearly remnants of those who had previously come to gather supplies. Armed with her bone club, Lin Chu ventured inside, collecting scattered medications from the floor and tossing them into her backpack. She did not concern herself with the specifics of the medications or their expiration status. She simply lacked the energy for such considerations. After dispatching 2 wandering zombies, she finally spotted a floor guide near the freight elevator on the right side of the hall. Building 8 comprised a total of 10 floors. The first floor was designated for loading goods and receiving visitors. Floors 2 through 6 housed ordinary pharmaceuticals, with each level containing products from different enterprises within the park. The 7th and 8th floors were sterile rooms, containing multiple facilities for storing medical instruments requiring sterile conditions. Lin Chu was hopeful that the dissection tool she sought would be located on these 2 levels. The 9th floor was reserved for anti-static equipment, specifically designed to accommodate electronic medical devices. The 10th floor was dedicated to laboratories. Lin Chu planned to ascend to the 8th floor first, searching for dissection tools before systematically gathering medications on her way down. As long as life persisted, the possibility of illness remained. In addition to water, survival necessitated medications. With the vast medical warehouse before her, it would be a disservice to herself not to stockpile some pharmaceuticals. The technology park had long since lost power, and Lin Chu knew that to ascend, she would have to use the fire escape. She gazed at the tightly closed fire doors of the escape route, tightening her grip on the bone club. She understood that such facilities maintained strict fire safety regulations, especially in pharmaceutical enterprises, which routinely inspected fire safety measures to ensure the security of medications and medical instruments. The fire escape doors were constructed of special materials, considerably heavier than ordinary doors. Provided that no large-scale zombie pursuits had occurred within the building, the fire escape would generally be safe. Lin Chu cautiously approached, lowering her body to observe through the gap beneath the door. After a moment, she extended her left hand, now smeared with sweat and blood, and grasped the fire escape door handle. Before pushing the door open, Lin Chu mentally retraced her escape route, confirming its accuracy. Steeling herself, she held her breath and cracked the door open slightly. A faint noise emerged before her, a soft sound, yet in the stillness of the night. Facing the unknown beyond the door, it sent her heart racing. Chapter 9. The third transformation of waste into treasure. Lin Chu slowly lowered her head and noticed a grayish-white hand resting against the doorframe, fidgeting restlessly due to the failure to seize its prey. After waiting for 3 seconds without hearing any further sounds or footsteps, she decisively pushed open the fire door and swiftly struck the zombie behind it on the head with a bone club. The blow was fatal. Some viscous liquid inevitably splattered onto her clothing, causing Lin Chu to furrow her brow as she gently closed the fire door behind her. As she had anticipated, there were not many zombies in the fire escape. In fact, the scent of blood was rather faint. To prevent the sudden, overpowering stench from attracting more zombies, she placed the recently dispatched zombie into her backpack. Just as she completed this task and lifted her gaze, she caught sight of a pair of grayish-white eyes peering out from the staircase on the first floor. From the tattered black security uniform, she discerned that it was a security zombie. Upon spotting Lin Chu, its eyes quickly focused and it lunged toward her with enthusiasm. The height difference placed Lin Chu at a disadvantage. She rolled to the side, evading the zombie's attack, then retaliated with a strike to its back, while simultaneously launching a spring knife from her left hand. The security zombie's shriek was abruptly cut short as it collapsed beside Lin Chu. She reached out to collect the fallen corpse, but heard a faint sound beneath her feet. Bending down, she discovered a security access card bearing the word "security, use only." Lin Chu carefully tucked away the access card, then, as usual, stowed the zombie in her backpack. She mentally assessed the available space in her backpack and sighed softly. The space was indeed too limited. The 8M was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the medicines she required were compact, and there remained sufficient room for a considerable amount of supplies. Feeling lucky to possess a spatial container, Lin Chu recalled that the group she had observed earlier did not seem to have similar backpacks. It appeared that the items drawn from the gift bags were random. Indeed, host, the probability of obtaining a spatial backpack is merely 1 in 1,000. The system suddenly spoke in her mind. The sensation of being read was still unsettling. Yet the knowledge of her good fortune brought a flicker of joy to her. Without a spatial container, others would fall drastically behind her in their capacity to stockpile supplies, granting her a distinct advantage among the system's taskers deployed at the same time. With this realization, Lin Chu ascended the staircase with a lighter step. However, after just a few paces, she sensed an item slipping from her waist. Instinctively, she reached out and grasped the familiar metallic texture of her phone. Looking down, She saw that her waist pouch had been torn open by a sharp object during her roll on the ground, causing her phone to fall out. She tossed the phone into her spatial backpack, casting a wistful glance at the pouch. It was one of the few items she had brought from her original world, a habit to wear it around her waist whenever she ventured out, and she had not anticipated its damage. Just as she was about to remove the pouch from her waist to store it in the spatial backpack, a thought struck her regarding her innate skill. Moments later, Lin Chu watched in amazement as the tear in her waist pouch vanished. The pouch itself gradually lightening, thinning, and narrowing until it resembled a slightly wider gray silk belt. Simultaneously, a string of text appeared in her mind. Item: Gossamer waist pouch rarity. Item description: worn closely, it cannot be lost, waterproof, and insulated. With an internal storage space of 30 m. The shape of the space can be altered at will, and time within the space remains still. This transformation exceeded Lin Chu's expectations. Initially, she had merely lamented the damage to her old item and sought to repair it. Now, not only had she resolved the issue of potential loss, but she had also acquired a significantly larger storage space. A capacity of 30 m was roughly equivalent to the size of a typical master bedroom. This meant that as long as the medical warehouse still contained supplies, Lin Chu could stockpile enough medications for a lifetime in a single day, even accommodating several medium-sized instruments. Securing the waist pouch snugly around her waist, she watched as it seamlessly merged beneath her skin. With a mere thought, it reappeared at her waist. Thanks to the change in material, she felt no trace of its presence, achieving true gossamer lightness. Once the pouch was secured, Lin Chu shifted her focus and removed her backpack from her chest, placing it into the waist pouch. Though it was slightly inconvenient to retrieve items from the waist pouch since she had to first extract the backpack, this was a manageable issue. Lin Chu organized her belongings, placing frequently used items in the waist pouch while reserving the backpack for a stockpile. Having organized her possessions, Lin Chu glanced at the time. It was already 4:18. She could not afford to delay further, summoning her full concentration as she continued upward. Indeed, there were not many zombies in the fire escape. By the time she reached the 8th floor, she had only encountered 5 additional corpses. The 8th floor housed a sterile room, typically off-limits to unauthorized personnel. Even when unloading goods, strict disinfection and preparatory measures were required. Thus, Lin Chu surmised that the number of zombies on this floor would be minimal. Cautiously pushing open the fire door, she was greeted by an eerie silence. Closing the fire escape behind her, Lin Chu stepped into the 8th floor. Before her lay a long corridor, flanked by 4 large transparent glass panels and 4 steel purification doors. A fleeting sense of nostalgia washed over her, reminiscent of returning to a school laboratory. Above each door hung a sign, and as Lin Chu retrieved her phone from the spatial pocket to illuminate the door on her right, she heard a series of thuds. Immediately, she turned off the flashlight. The sounds gradually diminished until they ceased entirely. The origin of the noise appeared to come from the purification doors lining the corridor. Zombies lurked within. To avoid provoking a disturbance among them, Lin Chu had no choice but to advance in darkness to assess the situation. Not every sterile room housed zombies, but all steel doors were securely locked, a scenario Lin Chu had anticipated. She extracted a piece of iron wire she had scavenged earlier and deftly twisted it in her hands before inserting it into the lock. After a few moments of skillful manipulation, a faint click indicated that the lock had yielded. Lin Chu silently thanked the locksmith neighbor from her childhood. Stowing the iron wire back in her spatial pocket, she grasped her bone club and pulled open the steel door. Chapter 10. Hoarding medicine in the first sterile room. There were no zombies. This room housed an array of syringes and intravenous equipment, with various types available. Lin Chu mentally calculated the spatial requirements for other supplies, then collected 200 units each of intravenous devices and syringes. After securing her items, she locked the door behind her. The second sterile room contained medical cotton, dressings, bandages, masks, and other essentials. For Lin Chu, these supplies were indispensable. Despite her cautious journey thus far, minor abrasions were inevitable, and the nature of the world she might encounter remained uncertain. Thus, she needed to stockpile dressings and bandages. She took 2 boxes of each item, The subsequent sterile rooms were stocked with injectables, vaccines, powdered medications, and other raw materials requiring sterile storage. Most crucially, they contained surgical knives and various surgical instruments that Lin Chu desperately needed. She selectively entered the zombie-free, sterile rooms and gathered a few items. While she completely avoided those rooms infested with zombies, knowing that prolonged exposure would render their contents contaminated, time was of the essence. She had 6 more floors of supplies to retrieve and did not wish to squander any more moments. Lin Chu descended the fire escape as before. Earlier, she had attracted the attention of 2 zombies on the 9th and 10th floors when she inadvertently caused a commotion on the 8th floor. As she pushed open the fire door, the 2 zombies lunged directly at her. Fortunately, she had prepared herself beforehand, swiftly dispatching both zombies and storing them away before continuing down to the 7th floor. The 7th floor, similarly a sterile facility, mirrored the layout of the 8th, with comparable types of goods, though differing brands of sterile pharmaceuticals. Lin Chu seized items that had been left behind due to zombie contamination, with her most significant find being a tetanus vaccine, armed with a knife that had a 100 chance of causing tetanus, combined with the vaccine. She now possessed a formidable tool for both intimidation and protection. With that, she moved on to the 6th floor. This time, she made her rounds without attracting any zombies, successfully clearing both the 6th and 5th floors. The disarray of the medications indicated that officials had previously come to retrieve supplies during the evacuation, but the original stock was so vast that they could not take everything. Each floor still contained dozens of boxes of medicine, ample for Lin Chu's needs. These 2 floors were filled with numerous antibiotics, and she made selections based on her pharmacological knowledge, ensuring she gathered antibiotics targeting various bacteria and microorganisms. To her delight, none of the medications had expired. Once stored in her space, they would remain viable for use indefinitely. With limited capacity in her storage, Lin Chu prioritized broad-spectrum antibiotics while selectively taking 10 to 20 boxes of more specialized antibiotics as needed, observing her once empty waste pouch gradually filling with various medications. She felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In her original world, she had always taken pleasure in being prepared, stockpiling survival supplies at home. Hoarding made her feel more composed and assured, and after each substantial procurement, her spirit brimmed with fulfillment. At this moment, had she not been concerned about attracting zombies, she might have hummed her favorite tune. The 4th floor housed analgesics, antipyretics, and anti-inflammatory medications. Lin Chu took a variety, gathering 2 large boxes, each of acetaminophen, ibuprofen, morphine, and aspirin. Just as she was about to leave the 4th floor for the 3rd, she suddenly heard a series of faint dripping sounds echoing through the building. 2 seconds later, the lights flickered on. A chill crept above her head. Was there a draft? She looked up to see the central air conditioning system had resumed operation. The surveillance cameras in the corner were also back online. Lin Chu quickly sought refuge in a blind spot of the cameras. This was peculiar. The power had been cut off in the district, and the city's power grid had collapsed long ago. How was there electricity now? Various hypotheses raced through her mind, but only one seemed plausible: a backup power system. As she understood, medical warehouses typically had a backup power supply. Some medications required refrigeration to prevent spoilage, so warehouses usually equipped themselves with diesel generators. If someone activated the generator, the entire building could regain power. This suggested that Lin Chu was not alone in the building. While she had previously considered the possibility of a backup power system, she immediately dismissed it due to the potential dangers of drawing attention. The very act of restoring power in a citywide blackout would undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby survivors. If someone were to come seeking a confrontation, it would be an unwise risk. Yet now, who possessed the audacity or confidence to activate the backup power system? Images of a certain group flickered through her mind. Indeed, while they had ventured towards the underground garage adjacent to the 4th building, the entire underground area was interconnected. The entrance to the garage near the 4th building was in close proximity to that of the 8th. If their destination was the 8th building, it made perfect sense. However, why had they gone to such lengths to restore the power system? What layer were they targeting? As she pondered this, Lin Chu's gaze fixed upon the freight elevator display. Sure enough, it was in motion. The elevator, which had been stationary on the first floor, suddenly descended to the basement level. Lin Chu found a hiding spot near the fire escape and crouched down, intently watching the elevator screen. After approximately 1 minute, the elevator began its ascent from the basement. It passed the first, second, and upon reaching the fourth floor, Lin Chu's heart momentarily tightened, but then it continued upwards until it finally stopped at the 10th floor. The 10th floor housed the laboratory. Were they after something within the laboratory? Lin Chu recalled the lip reading she had witnessed not long ago. The system, their mission. It differs from mine, does it not? No comment. The response from the system was predictably unyielding. This likely wasn't their first mission in this world. No comment. The system remained silent, but Lin Chu had not expected an answer. She merely used the inquiry to clarify her own thoughts. Seeing them halt on the 10th floor, Lin Chu swiftly entered the fire escape, making her way to the 3rd floor. Her storage now contained nearly all the necessary types of medicine. She just needed to procure some cold medications, topical ointments, and common OTC drugs. Uncertain of the group's exact intentions on the 10th floor, she felt an urgent need to act quickly. As she reached the 3rd floor, she indeed found the medications she required, and, after collecting them, she glanced at the freight elevator screen, which remained stationed on the 10th floor. A bold idea began to take root in her mind. Chapter 11. Stirring up trouble in Building 8. Aside from 2 freight elevators, there exists a more discreet staff elevator, which can only be seen after making a turn. Access to the staff elevator requires a swipe card. Coincidentally, Lin Chu had discovered a swipe card on the body of a security zombie in the fire escape. Although the card was rendered useless due to the power outage, Lin Chu, guided by her habit of preparing for contingencies, decided to keep it as a backup. To her astonishment, she encountered a situation where the backup power system was restored. With the security card in hand, she swiped it at the staff elevator's access point. The green light flashed, and the elevator, previously stationed on the 1st floor, began its ascent. Gripping her bone club tightly in her right hand, she positioned herself to the left side of the elevator. When the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor and the doors opened, 2 employee zombies, adorned with name tags, stumbled out, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lin Chu with a couple of strikes to the head. Thus, she successfully took the staff elevator down to the basement level. The group she was tracking had emerged from the elevator on the basement level, so the zombies in that vicinity had already been cleared out. The primary function of the basement was a parking area, yet several rooms had been partitioned off for various purposes. Lin Chu meticulously surveyed her surroundings, committing the layout to memory, until she soon spotted the distribution room. Behind it lay a monitoring room. As she approached the distribution room, her steps hesitated slightly upon seeing the monitoring room, where she intended to ascertain what the group was up to upstairs. As soon as she opened the door to the monitoring room, a zombie clad in a security uniform lunged at her. With practiced ease, Lin Chu evaded to the side, neutralizing the threat before stowing the body away, then stepping inside the monitoring room. The presence of a security zombie inside indicated that the group had not visited this room, which aligned perfectly with Lin Chu's understanding of their character: narcissistic, arrogant, and particularly concerned with their image. This was also the reason for their eventual capture years ago. The equipment in the monitoring room had powered on with the restoration of the electricity, and now Lin Chu could clearly see the surveillance feeds for each floor on screens. Her eyes darted across the displays until she located the feed for the 10th floor. However, the grand hall and various laboratories appeared deserted, save for a few scattered corpses of zombies clad in lab coats. Lin Chu's mind raced as she adjusted the feed to the elevator entrance, where she noticed one of the taller members of the group escorting a shorter individual toward the elevator, while the others were already inside. Except for the short one, nearly all bore smiles, seemingly satisfied with their accomplishments on the 10th floor. They were preparing to descend. Realizing this, Lin Chu quickly turned and dashed into the distribution room. Inside stood an unfamiliar large distribution box, its labels and buttons completely alien to her. However, she recognized the diesel generator. Swiftly bypassing the distribution box, she located the generator and disconnected its wiring. With a decisive snap, the once brightly lit Building 8 was plunged into darkness once more. Lin Chu casually tucked the generator into her space. Although her shelter had water and electricity, it remained a fixed location, and every world carried the risk of a shelter's failure to establish itself. Should that day ever come, the diesel generator would be indispensable. Unbeknownst to her, the backup diesel generator for Building 8 had been removed when the city officials retreated. The generator she had just appropriated belonged to the group she was monitoring. Just as she completed this task, a tremendous banging echoed from the elevator shaft, accompanied by a cacophony of curses. A slight smile played on her lips. This was precisely the outcome she had sought. Rather than allowing the scoundrels to experience a power outage on the 10th floor, she preferred to cut the power after they had entered the elevator, ensuring it would halt midway. If fortune favored her, the elevator might become lodged between two floors, complicating their attempts at self-rescue. The commotion from the elevator shaft stirred the nearby zombies, causing them to shift restlessly toward the noise. Hearing the rustling sounds, Lin Chu understood that her time was running short. Without hesitation, she turned and sprinted out. She had already devised her escape route before entering. Perhaps emboldened by their skills and their leader's ostentatious nature, the group left a trail of chaos in their wake. Lin Chu needed only to follow the path they had taken to reach the underground parking exit near Building 4. Thanks to the group's efforts in clearing the zombies from that floor, she encountered little resistance along the way. Occasionally, a zombie would charge down from above, but Lin Chu dispatched them with a swift blow to the head, adding them to her growing collection of specimens. Once she emerged from the underground parking entrance, she noticed many zombies on the ground heading toward Building 8. Consequently, she had no choice but to skirt around the eastern side of Building 4, heading north to evade this horde, then re-entering Building 6 through Building 2. As the night's tribulations came to an end, dawn broke softly. She encountered no further individuals along her path and finally returned safely to her shelter. The tension that had gripped her mind released only upon entering her secure space. Exhausted from the night's events, Lin Chu sank into a corner without even changing out of her blood and sweat-soaked clothes, quickly enveloped by a profound weariness. However, her sleep was fraught with unease. In her dreams, she found herself confronted by a woman with a wounded face lying cold in a morgue. As she approached to perform an autopsy, the lifeless figure suddenly rose, morphing into a deranged killer who seized her hand. Lin Chu struggled, but could not break free from his grip. Just as he lunged with a knife toward her face, she grasped a hard object in the corner. With a firm strike, she swung it at him. Blood erupted before her eyes, yet the one who fell was a grayish-white zombie. She attempted to collect the corpse, but upon touching it, it transformed into a young boar, its body oozing dark red blood. "Lin Zhaodi, I will kill you." Startled, Lin Chu turned to see that loathsome face. She jolted upright, only to collide with the wall, the sharp pain prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Before her lay the rough white wall, the empty corridor, and a simple iron bed. Crouched in the corner, her right hand clenched tightly around a bone club stained with red and white fluids. Her knuckles turned pale from the strain. Lin Chu released her grip, pinched her nose with her left hand, and glanced at the system time. Chapter 12. Unpalatable instant noodles. At 10:23 in the morning, she awoke from a slumber that lasted over 4 hours. Stretching her stiff joints, she proceeded to the bathroom. The system temporarily offered complimentary water and electricity, though this was subject to change. Lin Chu had noted the points required for water and electricity in the system's exchange list, 10 points per world for each. While not exorbitant, this was rather unfriendly to most newcomers. Rest assured, host, the first world is under a novice protection period. The system will commence charging for utilities in the second task world, the system assured her. With no charges looming, Lin Chu confidently cleansed the bloodstains from her body. Despite her precautions, it was inevitable that some zombie blood had splattered upon her. Fortunately, she had escaped unscathed, suffering only minor abrasions from her hasty evasions. After washing up, Lin Chu utilized the iodine she had retrieved from the medical warehouse to disinfect her small cuts. She then donned a new hospital gown from her inventory as a makeshift nightgown. She had acquired 2 boxes of these gowns, as her wardrobe was woefully inadequate. Besides the outfit she had initially worn for morning exercises, she possessed only the black sportswear obtained from the system starter pack. Thus, Upon discovering the hospital gowns in the warehouse, she decided to stockpile 2 boxes, even if she could not wear them outside. They would serve well as nightwear in the shelter. Though she had amassed a plethora of hospital gowns, Lin Chu found herself lacking in towels and bath linens. Consequently, she unpacked another gown to dry her hair. Having maintained a neat and tidy short hairstyle since childhood, this saved her considerable effort. Once her hair was no longer dripping, she exited the bathroom and filled a kettle with water, connecting it to the power supply in the corner. She settled onto her bed, ready to tally the spoils of her adventures from the previous night. Before venturing out, she had consumed a nutritional supplement, leaving her with only one remaining. Now, feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Chu decided to first open a box of expired instant noodles. Her skill of transforming waste into treasure had but one opportunity left for the day. After a moment's contemplation, she placed her hand upon the box of noodles. A flash of white light illuminated her mind, revealing a string of text. Item: unpalatable instant noodles 1 box rarity. D-item description: remodeled from expired noodles. Edible, but of poor taste. Gazing at the description, she looked at the box before her, uncertain of how to respond. The box contained 12 cups of instant noodles, all expired for a year. While the transformation from inedible to edible should have brought her joy, the descriptor of unpalatable left her intrigued. She was eager to discover just how unappetizing they could be. The kettle began to emit steam, and Lin Chu deftly retrieved a cup of noodles from the box. Skillfully opening the packaging, she took out a disposable fork and poured the seasoning packet onto the noodle cake. Once the water boiled, she poured it into the cup, covered it, and placed the fork atop. She then sat quietly before the noodles, waiting for the 3 minutes to elapse. 3 minutes usually flew by, yet during these moments of noodle preparation, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Attempting to distract herself, she counted the zombies she had brought back on her second outing, 16 in total. She also retrieved one of the 3 shelves from the convenience store, positioning it against the wall opposite her bed, and arranged the remaining 11 cups of noodles upon it. At last, the 3 minutes ended. The rich aroma of noodles wafted around her as she lifted the fork as seal, eagerly twirling a bundle of noodles and stuffing them into her mouth. To her surprise, they were quite delectable. Lin Chu was baffled as to why the system classified these noodles as unpalatable. They tasted no different from the instant noodles she had previously enjoyed. If anything, they were even more flavorful. Observing her delight, the system broke its silence. "Host, do you genuinely find these noodles enjoyable?" Startled by the inquiry while savoring her meal, Lin Chu paused momentarily, then nodded affirmatively. They were delicious, indistinguishable from the instant noodles of her original world. Perhaps it is a matter of differing culinary cultures, the system speculated. The steaming bowl of noodles seemed to dissipate her fatigue from the day, inspiring her to engage in light conversation with the system. Yet, perhaps her response exceeded the system's expectations, for it did not continue the dialogue. Lin Chu, unconcerned, finished her warm noodles, disposing of the waste back into her inventory, planning to discard it on her next venture outside. She then resumed organizing her spoils. Items such as pharmaceuticals, which required stringent storage conditions and had not yet expired, were best kept in her time-stop space. However, space was limited, and she needed to create some room. After much deliberation, Lin Chu decided to remove all expired food items, placing them on the lower shelf of the rack. With her limited uses of the waste to treasure skill, these expired provisions would remain until she needed to transform them into something edible. This arrangement freed up considerable space. Once this task was completed, she returned to the bathroom, hanging the curtain she had taken from the convenience store at the corner of the L-shaped bathroom, thereby creating 2 distinct areas. The outer space remained a bathroom, while the narrow intersection became a makeshift dissection room. The dissection room lacked windows, shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Lin Chu had previously acquired a light bulb from her starter pack. She had already installed the electrical circuit when expanding this space, and now, affixing the bulb to the ceiling illuminated the area. Retrieving a folding bed frame and several boxes from her inventory, she arranged the boxes into 2 rows and stacked the bed frame atop them, draping a raincoat over it to create a rudimentary dissection table. Selecting a zombie corpse at random, she placed it upon the table, donned the lab coat she had taken from the medical warehouse, and commenced her dissection work. When Lin Chu next glanced at the system's clock, it read 15:58. After over 5 hours of labor, she had successfully dissected the zombie. Points were hard to accumulate. Observing her scores still at 0, Lin Chu promptly submitted her daily tasks, submitting 20 at once, finally elevating her points to 20. She then submitted the eye collection task as well, for which the reward was a random food item. Lin Chu received a medium-rare steak. Chapter 13. Constrained, the medium-rare steak still glistened with blood, freshly cooked and exuding warmth. It was served on a black platter, accompanied by 2 florets of broccoli, 2 asparagus tips, and a pair of carrot slices, presenting an air of sophistication. However, a rational person would typically shy away from consuming such sanguinary fare after dissection. Lin Chu had to admit the system possessed a peculiar sense of humor, yet she had never considered herself a conventional individual. After washing her hands, she retrieved a pristine scalpel and began slicing into the medium-rare steak, while the system unleashed a series of jumbled characters in her mind. Lin Chu paid them no heed, savoring the exquisite taste of the steak bestowed upon her by the system. The medium-rare preparation preserved the primal essence of the beef, tender and succulent, leaving her craving more. Could I perhaps have another medium-rare steak next time? She mused, but the system remained silent. With a slight shrug of disappointment, she plunged back into the dissection room to commence her work on the second zombie cadaver. For the next 3 days, Lin Chu immersed herself in the dissection of zombies, her only breaks being for meals and sleep. 5 days had passed since her arrival in this apocalyptic world, and she gradually gleaned valuable information from a system. It seemed that each individual's first world was randomized, and she had fortuitously landed in a zombie-infested realm. There were numerous zombie worlds within the task universe, yet many other types of apocalyptic scenarios existed as well. This suggested that her subsequent task worlds were unlikely to be zombie-related. With the shift in task worlds, would the daily missions also refresh? Yes, came the affirmative response. Encouraged by this confirmation, Lin Chu hastened her work. She considered herself fortunate that her current daily tasks aligned perfectly with her expertise, allowing her to accumulate a significant number of points, a rare opportunity she felt compelled to seize. During these 3 days, she occasionally peered through the peephole before her meals and bedtime to observe the outside world. Several times, she witnessed her neighbor with pigtails dragging zombie corpses back home or wielding a large kitchen knife, presumably heeding her earlier advice, though she was uncertain of their progress. By the 5th day in the zombie world, Lin Chu had accrued 250 points, having dissected a total of 12 zombie bodies. After accounting for some unavoidable losses during the dissections, she exchanged the remaining bones and organs for points. This pace was already her limit. The daily tasks provided by the system were designed to facilitate point accumulation, but for an average person, the efficiency of scoring was rather low. For instance, the requirement for complete zombie body parts meant that no damage could be inflicted on the sections she intended to submit. If Lin Chu had to submit the bones of the zombies, she needed to ensure every fragment was intact. No splintered bones allowed. In contrast, a non-medical professional tasked with this might only submit limbs, requiring the preservation of entire appendages, leaving not even a fingernail missing. Consequently, for an ordinary person, a single zombie might yield only 1 to 3 points, making the goal of amassing 150 points within 7 days to activate the security door quite daunting. As Lin Chu tidied her makeshift dissection table, she contemplated her next moves. She bundled the remnants in a disposable raincoat and discarded them into her spatial pocket, then counted the remaining intact bones, 10 in total. Promptly, she opened the daily task panel and selected the submission option once more. The familiar notification appeared, and just as she was about to divert her gaze, a newly added line of text caught her attention. 10 complete zombie body parts have been submitted. 1 point has been credited. Task count 1. Remaining task count 249. What does this mean, system? Is there a limit to the number of tasks? Yes. Yet, there had been no such task count indication during her previous 250 submissions. The task count exceeded half, hence the activation of this reminder. The system's explanation left Lin Chu slightly disgruntled. You must have introduced this limitation because of my numerous submissions, she remarked. That is not the case, host. After this statement, the system fell silent, offering no further clarification. Lin Chu felt helpless, as she was at the mercy of the system. If she were to dissect another 12 zombies, she would reach the task count limit, while she still had 25 days left in the zombie world. There was no need to rush now. Lin Chu, the task enthusiast, found herself momentarily at leisure. Despite the imposed constraints due to her expertise, Lin Chu calculated that she could still amass 500 points. Coupled with the daily task of collecting zombie eyes, she could utilize the remaining time to gather additional food supplies. After all, her spatial pocket allowed time to stand still. Any food stored within would remain in its original state, fresh and unspoiled upon retrieval. Thus, when she transitioned to the next world, starvation would not be a concern. With this thought in mind, she inquired of the system, "The limit for the other daily task is also 500, correct?" As she spoke, Lin Chu gently wiped her recently used scalpel with a bloodstained cloth. The system remained silent for a moment before responding, "Host, that task limit is only 100. Lin Chu felt a pang of annoyance. So, in the name of balance, the system had imposed restrictions even on those who excelled at tasks. Fortunately, 100 was still a considerable number. 100 servings of food would suffice for 30 to 40 days. She turned and entered the restroom. Changing out of her soiled lab coat, cleaning her hands inside and out, and applying alcohol gel for sanitation. Rubbing her hands together, she walked into the living room and seated herself cross-legged on the floor. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved a serving of Italian meat sauce pasta earned through the exchange of zombie eyes, placing it on a large box that served as her makeshift table, and began her meal. Lin Chu had never wasted a single instance of her transformation of waste into treasure. Over 3 days, she had utilized this opportunity 5 times, yielding edible but unpalatable bread, 2 boxes, sleep-inducing milk, 1 box, strength-enhancing milk, 1 box, and revitalizing milk tea, 1 box. Despite the bread's lack of flavor, Lin Chu could not discern its shortcomings. The sleep-inducing milk, however, did indeed lull her into a deep, dreamless slumber, while the invigorating milk tea revitalized her, enhancing her dissection efficiency, both without any adverse effects. The strength-enhancing milk remained untested, as she planned to try it the next time she ventured outside. With one more opportunity for transformation remaining today, Lin Chu had already devised a plan to utilize it on the broken glass vending machine. The shelter was too cramped, and after surveying her surroundings, she settled on the restroom door, releasing the white vending machine from her spatial pocket. Chapter 14. Discussing cooperation. This was Lin Chu's first meticulous examination of the vending machine. It was not particularly large, featuring a single door, standing under 2 meters tall, approximately 1 meter in length, and about half a meter in width. The outer glass was shattered, and the goods on the surface had been entirely pillaged. The machine comprised 6 tiers. The lower 5 layers each contained 8 shelves, while the topmost layer housed 4 shelves. It appeared that the bottom 5 tiers were designated for beverages, while the uppermost tier was intended for snacks, such as bread and other dry goods. At the bottom was the product outlet. Upon Lin Chu's push, she was unexpectedly delighted to discover 2 bottles of water and a box of biscuits within. The biscuits were expired, yet the water remained within its shelf life. Lin Chu placed the 2 bottles of water into her space, leaving the biscuits inside the vending machine. She recalled having observed staff stocking vending machines in her original world, noting that such machines were replenished from rear. As she turned the machine around, she noticed that the lock on the replenishment door was marked with numerous scratches, indicating that someone had pried it open. The contents inside, naturally, were completely devoid of anything. Such a large machine, reduced to just the 2 bottles of water and a box of biscuits left at the outlet. Nevertheless, Lin Chu did not succumb to despair. The vending machine possessed a refrigeration function, and once repaired, it could serve as a refrigerator, allowing her to occasionally chill milk tea and milk, which would be a delightful choice. She quickly composed herself and pressed her hand against the vending machine. A flash of white light enveloped her. The vending machine, aside from its broken glass, returned to its original state, seemingly unchanged. If there were to be any alteration, it was that the expired biscuits, previously at the outlet, had been relocated to the topmost shelf. Lin Chu glanced at the string of text that appeared in her mind. Item: vending machine rarity. D. Item description: a standard vending machine with refrigeration capabilities, albeit somewhat power-consuming. It was rather unremarkable. Lin Chu had long been aware of the instability of her skill's drop rate and accepted this outcome with equanimity. In any case, it was not a loss. She could consider it a complimentary refrigerator, providing her with the means to enjoy chilled water in the future. The electricity consumption was of little concern, as her shelter was well equipped with both water and power. With this thought, Lin Chu promptly opened the replenishment door of the vending machine and placed several bottles of water, milk tea, and milk inside. Once these chilled beverages were ready, she would store them in her space, allowing her to enjoy cold water directly when outside. As for the vending machine, its size was too cumbersome. Even if she wished to keep it in her shelter for an extended period, it would be impractical, leaving her with little room to maneuver. Once it had completed its task, she would simply store it away. After finishing these tasks, Lin Chu glanced at the system time, 22:54. Though it was getting late, her mind was preoccupied, and she was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, she remained by the door, retrieving the modified device she had scavenged from the convenience store. Since she had some idle time, she planned to undertake a transformation of this remarkable tool, inspired by a modification video she had seen online. As she contemplated how to proceed with the modification, she heard faint sounds outside the door. Lin Chu approached the peephole to peer outside, where she spotted a girl with twin ponytails, drenched in sweat, dragging 3 zombie corpses inside. Concerned for her progress in accumulating points, Lin Chu decided to set her items down and push the door open. Upon hearing the noise, the girl with ponytails jumped, dropping the zombie she was carrying, and instinctively drew a kitchen knife from her waist, holding it defensively in front of her. "It's me," Lin Chu whispered. The girl exhaled a long sigh of relief upon seeing her, and, noticing the knife in her hand, awkwardly tucked it behind her back. "Hello. I thought you were someone else." Lin Chu waved her hand dismissively. In this world, caution was indeed prudent. She glanced at the discarded zombies on the ground. "How's it progress?" Following her gaze, the girl bit her lip and offered a wry smile as she looked at the 3 zombies. "It's exceedingly challenging to accumulate points. Each zombie only yield about 2 to 3 points, and they have high standards. They won't accept dismembered limbs that I accidentally damaged. I tirelessly hunt zombies and submit their remains, but I can only submit a maximum of 7 in a day. 7 zombies at 3 points each totals 21 points daily. Over 5 days, that's at most 105 points, assuming I reach the maximum." Seeing the girl's expression of bitter amusement, Lin Chu recognized that the actual total was likely far less, possibly even 80 of her estimate. However, the system's security door required 150 points. If the 7-day novice protection period elapsed without the girl amassing enough points, she would face the imminent risk of being expelled from the shelter. They both understood the implications of being ousted from the shelter. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chu spoke. "I have a method to enhance your efficiency, enabling you to accumulate 150 points before the novice protection period concludes." The girl's eyes brightened at this proclamation. "Are you willing to help me? I can assist you, but I have one condition." Chapter 15. A joyful collaboration. Lin Chu's thoughts were rather straightforward. Since the system had imposed a limit on the number of tasks she could submit due to her excessive submissions, she could simply submit tasks through another person's system. However, the system's points were non-transferable. Consequently, she could not directly convert the zombies into points. Yet, she could designate supplies within the system for the twin-tailed girl to purchase and then hand them over to her. "I can assist you in dissecting the zombies. You provide the zombies, submit the tasks to the system, and we shall split the points 1-1. As for my share of points, I will specify items of equal value from the system mall for you to exchange and deliver to me." Upon hearing this, the twin-tailed girl pondered for a moment. This arrangement would effectively double their dissection efficiency. She could earn 15 to 20 points in a day alone, and with an additional pair of hands, they could potentially gather another 15 to 20 points. Thus, they could amass 30 to 40 points daily. With 48 hours remaining, she had already accumulated 93 points. If she could secure the assistance of this short-haired girl, there was indeed hope to gather enough points to activate the anti-theft door. However, can the sharing be settled later? The twin-tailed girl blushed, glancing awkwardly at Lin Chu. She was well aware that one could not expect others to work for free, and in such chaotic times, promising to repay later was hard to believe. She feared that in the next 2 days, they might barely scrape together the required 150 points. If she were to return the supplies to her counterpart first, she would still face the same predicament. Lin Chu noticed her expression and surmised her thoughts. Indeed, she had underestimated the difficulty for someone who was not a medical student to utilize every bone from the zombies, thus failing to grasp the efficiency involved. Lin Chu chose not to correct her, but instead said, "How about this? If you trust me, let us agree to meet in 4 hours, and then you can decide whether we shall proceed with this transaction." Convincing someone of her ability to disassemble a zombie into over 200 complete parts without proof would be arduous. Lin Chu preferred to let her actions speak for themselves. However, as she had already submitted all the dissected zombie bones to the system, she would need to dissect anew, seeing that her proposal to defer repayment was seemingly rejected. The twin-tailed girl began to regret her earlier thoughts. "Once I gather 150 points, I will give you whatever I can. I will continue to earn points, and I can share them with you, as long as I survive." Lin Chu raised her hand to halt her. "There is no need for such concern. I do not wish to take advantage of you. I only seek an equitable exchange. As for the specifics of our transaction, we can determine them in 4 hours." With the twin-tailed girl nodding in agreement, Lin Chu returned indoors, shutting the door behind her. She did not delay, heading straight to the dissection room. Regardless of whether the twin-tailed girl would agree to the transaction, she needed to continue submitting tasks. It was merely a matter of timing. If she could persuade the twin-tailed girl to accept the deal, it would be a gain without loss. Thus, she willingly took the extra time to dissect a zombie. The twin-tailed girl, having received considerable help from Lin Chu in the past, began to reflect. Perhaps this girl, who had been so different from the start, really had a way for them to both benefit while allowing her to gather the requisite points within the next 2 days. With this thought, the glimmer of hope that had begun to fade reignited within her. She picked up the 3 zombies on the ground, opened her shelter, and without hesitation, brandished her cleaver to battle the corpses. Lin Chu retrieved a zombie from her space, stripped it of its clothing, and placed it on the dissection table. Since time stood still within the space, items placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval, eliminating concerns about decay or odor. Having dissected 12 zombies in recent days, she still had a stock of 18. After completing her share, she anticipated that 6 zombies would remain. If the twin-tailed girl was willing to engage in the transaction, they could negotiate the sharing conditions for these 6 ready zombies, perhaps an 8-12 split. This would yield an additional 12 points for her. In truth, rather than merely aiding the twin-tailed girl, Lin Chu recognized that this method was best suited for her as a collaborator. Among the other taskers Lin Chu had encountered, none were suitable for a transaction. They either harbored animosity towards her or sought to undermine both her and the twin-tailed girl. Thus, she could only rely on the twin-tailed girl. She hoped the latter would agree to this mutually beneficial arrangement. For hours later, Lin Chu carried a large sack filled with 198 bones and 8 organs: the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, pancreas, gallbladder, and stomach. Peering through the peephole, she saw the twin-tailed girl waiting outside, prompting her to open the door. The contents were fewer than expected due to losses during dissection, yet sufficient to astonish the twin-tailed girl into speechlessness. "Is this from a single zombie?" Lin Chu feigned ignorance of her astonishment. "Yes, this is the result of dissecting 1 complete zombie." Such a quantity. The twin-tailed girl's jaw nearly dropped. "There are 206 components here. You can submit 20 tasks this time, earning 20 points. You may keep 10 points, while the remaining 10 can be exchanged for 5 nutrient solutions for me." As Lin Chu spoke in an unhurried manner, the twin-tailed girl finally regained her composure. She understood now why Lin Chu had been so direct with her initial request. It stemmed from her confidence in her own abilities. Dissecting a complete zombie into so many parts within just 4 hours, such efficiency meant that even if they split the points 1-1, she could still gather enough points before the novice protection period ended. With this realization, the twin-tailed girl nodded without hesitation. "No problem." Lin Chu released the sack into her hands. Under Lin Chu's watchful gaze, the twin-tailed girl submitted the 10 tasks, and soon, she held 5 green nutrient solutions in her grasp. After transferring the solutions to Lin Chu, she proceeded to exchange the remaining components for points. Lin Chu observed as the once full sack dwindled to 6 components, while she now possessed 5 nutrient solutions. A smile graced her lips as she extended her right hand. I am Lin Chu. May our collaboration be fruitful. Upon hearing this, the twin-tailed girl promptly extended her right hand in return. Thank you. I am Zheng Ziyu. The twin-tailed girl, now known as Zheng Ziyu, smiled foolishly for a moment before suddenly declaring, please wait a moment, and then dashed into her shelter. After a short while, she emerged, carrying 2 sacks. Chapter 16. Health Pill. Zheng Ziyu emerged with 2 burlap sacks. Precisely the same 2 she had previously seen when Lin Chu intercepted her amidst 3 sacks. It had been agreed that she would handle the zombies, and the ones just provided were Zheng's contribution. This additional one was her own. The other was merely the raw materials behind her. After speaking, Zheng Ziyu shyly scratched her head, admitting that there had been another, but it had been dismantled beyond recognition, yielding only 2 points in total. She planned to venture out soon to slay fresh zombies. With a glimmer of hope for survival, Zheng Ziyu appeared vibrantly alive. Lin Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall accept this. For our next meeting, let us convene at 8 in the evening. It was already 3 in the morning, and Lin Chu had endured an additional 4 hours for this transaction, beginning to feel the weight of fatigue. She required a few hours of rest before resuming her tasks. Moreover, with zombies less active in the dark, she settled on an evening rendezvous. Though the twin-tailed girl was anxious, she discerned Lin Chu's exhaustion. Being in need, she complied with Lin's arrangement, reflecting for a moment before agreeing. They agreed to meet at 8, and Lin Chu returned to her shelter with the 2 zombies provided by Zheng, while Zheng, wielding a kitchen knife, turned and disappeared into the shadows, intending to take advantage of the night to hunt a few more zombies. Both were satisfied with the outcome of their transaction. Nutritional fluid, though unpalatable, was indeed a marvel of modern science. A vial-sized liquid could stave off hunger for nearly half a day. In environments where sustenance was scarce, such a concoction proved invaluable. Lin Chu, ever the planner, ensured to stockpile such resources. Although she could purchase them with her points, the system had imposed restrictions on task submissions, prompting her to conserve her points diligently. Upon entering the next world, she anticipated the activation of a security door would cost her 150 points, not yet knowing what crises awaited her. Thus, accumulating points was paramount. After cleansing herself and changing into hospital garb, Lin Chu lay down and swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. Over the next 48 hours, she assisted Zheng Ziyu in dissecting zombies for points, successfully enabling Zheng to accumulate 170 points before the novice protection period concluded. In return, Lin Chu exchanged for 15 vials of nutritional fluid and 1 health pill. The 15 vials cost her 30 points, while the health pill was valued at 50 points. The current point shop offered limited items, with these 2 high-tech products standing out among an array of mundane clothing and food supplies. Such essentials could be acquired in the task world without cost, albeit with some effort. They could generally be scavenged if one was willing to search. Moreover, with her skill of repurposing waste, even damaged items could be transformed into usable resources. Only the nutritional fluid and health pill were exclusive to the point shop, but fortunately, there were no restrictions on their exchange, and Zheng Ziyu readily traded them with Lin Chu. Upon receiving the health pill, Lin Chu examined its description. Item, health pill rarity. A item description. Consuming this will strengthen the body. Effects may vary by individual. The description was rather vague, with the system offering no further clarification. After some contemplation, Lin Chu decided to consume the small white pill. It dissolved instantly upon contact. There was no opportunity for regret. Soon, she felt a warm sensation coursing down her throat and settling in her abdomen. Was it effective? Recalling a few apocalyptic novels she had perused in her leisure time, she remembered similar pills often granted extraordinary strength. However, lacking a cow to test her newfound might, she scanned her surroundings and bent down to grasp the iron-framed bed, pulling upward with all her might. She succeeded in lifting it, but only a mere 30 centimeters off the ground, far less than the effortless feat she had envisioned. Doubts began to cloud her mind, questioning the authenticity of the system's claims. The medicine is genuine, the system quickly interjected. having sensed the implication of deceit. Then why was there no noticeable effect? There is an effect. According to system data analysis, prior to consuming the health pill, the host could lift the iron frame bed a mere 75 centimeters off the ground. The system provided logical reasoning, leaving Lin Chu momentarily speechless. A slight enhancement was better than none. Her points had not been squandered. She soon recognized a newfound lightness in her steps. It seemed her speed had indeed increased. Upon further reflection, she summarized the health pill's effects. Her overall physical condition had improved slightly, with increased strength, more agile movement, and heightened senses. For instance, after disinfecting the dissection room, she could hardly detect any odor, yet now she sensed a faint lingering stench of blood and decay. If she were to quantify this enhancement, it would be a modest increase of less than 5 to her original capabilities. The system and description had mentioned variability in effects. She remained unaware of others' experiences with the pill. However, at noon on the 8th day since entering the task world, she was reminded of the initial entry time, which was also noon. Now, at noon on the 8th day, it marked a complete cycle of 7 days. The novice protection period had elapsed. Those intent on causing chaos would likely seize this moment to act. Since returning from the warehouse the following day, Lin Chu had not left the restroom in Building 6, unaware of the recent activities of others. Yet, Zhang Ziyu next door was well informed. She ventured out nightly to slay zombies and dissect them by day, having caught glimpses of a group that had been pursuing them since day one. This group seemed to have settled in Building 7, frequently wandering over to observe their activities. Without her unique ability, it would have been challenging to evade them consistently. Now that the novice protection period had passed, it was only a matter of time before they would make their move. Chapter 17. Trouble has arrived. Lin Chu adjusted the volume of the peephole, amplifying the sounds from outside. The previously timid man, having failed to ambush her, had instead been met with her fierce counterattack, his screams attracting a horde of zombies nearby, inevitably causing some noise. During her moments of rest and dissection, she preferred to silence the surroundings to avoid disturbances. Recently, the twin-tailed girl had managed to clear the zombies from the first floor of Building 6, restoring a semblance of tranquility to their sanctuary. With a bottle of chilled milk tea in hand, dressed in a loose and refreshing hospital gown, she leaned back against her bed. Since entering this world of the undead, she had been in a relentless race against time, either for herself or others. Now, she finally savored a moment of respite. The first sip of the cold milk tea brought her a wave of refreshment. In her original world, she seldom indulged in such sweet beverages. Growing up in poverty, her family's basic needs were barely met. After her father passed away, her mother remarried, and their situation worsened to the point where even basic sustenance was a struggle. As long as she could avoid abuse and have a meal, it was considered a good day. Once she began earning her own income, however, Lin Chu had grown accustomed to a life of asceticism. Now, she could finally understand why people in her former life enjoyed sweet drinks. Indeed, sweetness can lift one's spirits. She took another sip, relishing the taste. With an ample supply of food at her disposal, she had bartered all of her stored zombie eyeballs for provisions, about 30 portions in total, coupled with the edible items she had salvaged from the convenience store. She was well equipped to survive in the sanctuary for a full 30 days. Yet, one cannot simply live off their reserves. The challenges presented by this zombie-infested world were not particularly daunting. With the system limiting her scoring strategy, she decided to pivot and focus on completing tasks involving the eyeballs to stockpile more food. Should the next world prove to be more treacherous, she would be able to sustain herself. As she mentally mapped out her agenda for the next 23 days, she remained attentive to the sounds outside. However, the afternoon passed in silence until, just as she was about to lean back and take a short nap, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from beyond her door. "Master Ma, I saw those 2 women walk into the restroom on the first day and then disappear. They must have concealed themselves in this sanctuary." The voice bore a striking resemblance to that of the individual who had threatened them on the first day. Instantly, Lin Chu sprang from her bed, tiptoeing barefoot to the door, pressing her eye against the peephole. A group entered through the restroom's main entrance, led by a bespectacled man whom she had encountered when she first arrived. His glasses were now marred with cracks. Following closely behind was the deranged killer she had trapped in the elevator that fateful night. The mention of Master Ma jolted her memory. His name was Ma Yan. Observing his confident stride, Lin Chu felt a twinge of disappointment that her previous actions had not rendered him incapacitated. Peering further behind them, she recognized 3 familiar faces from that night, including the timid photographer she had frightened away. 2 unfamiliar figures, exuding an aggressive aura, were herding 2 cowering men towards the rear. Through the peephole, Lin Chu scrutinized the 2 trembling figures. They appeared to be fellow taskers who had arrived on the same day as she. Their faces bore evident signs of violence. As the 9 individuals crowded into the already cramped restroom, the space felt even more constricted. Should they be surrounded by zombies at that moment, there would scarcely be room to defend themselves. Ma Yan seemed to grasp this, instructing 2 of his companions. You 2 guard the entrance. Eliminate anyone or anything that approaches. With the departure of the 2 burly men, the space felt significantly more open. They entered before us. By the time we arrived, they were nowhere to be seen. I don't know which doors they went through. The bespectacled man, uncertain of Ma Yan's intentions, cautiously observed his expression while speaking. Ma Yan, glancing at the 3 intact doors, lifted his chin, commanding, "Go. Tear down all 3 of these doors. I want to see which one of those wretched women is hiding behind them." Lin Chu understood Ma Yan's intentions. He was after her. It remained a mystery how he had captured the bespectacled man and the other 2 taskers who had arrived on the same day as her. The timid man stumbled forward, prodded by one of the unfamiliar figures, reaching the outermost door. The other 2 approached the doors in front of Zheng Ziyu and Lin Chu. With their weapons in hand, they struck the doors. The restroom doors, not particularly sturdy, warped with the first blow and splintered with the second. It was not long before all 3 doors were dismantled. A malicious grin spread across Ma Yan's face. "Drag out whoever is inside." "Oh no, what is happening? Spare me, please." The timid man gritted his teeth as he was dragged from the first door. Meanwhile, the 2 unfamiliar figures peered into the empty stalls, their expressions growing grim. "Boss, there's no one here." "Boss, mine is empty too." At that moment, the peephole's view was obstructed by one of the unfamiliar figures, and in the unseen space, Ma Yan's smile abruptly vanished. "What?" His voice rose, fists clenched in frustration. The destruction of the sanctuary's doors without anyone emerging suggested 2 possibilities. Either she was not present in the sanctuary, or she had activated the security door. Activating the security door required 150 points, an unlikely feat for a novice just beyond the 7-day protection period. Everyone present instinctively assumed that Lin Chu and Zheng Ziyu were not in the sanctuary. Yet, who could tell where they had gone? Ma Yan's eyes darted to the man on the ground, whose mouth was muffled by rags. "Hey, where have those 2 wretched women gone?" The timid man shook his head vigorously. Ma Yan's mood soured considerably, akin to the disappointment of opening a package only to find it empty. Frustrated, he vented his ire upon the bespectacled man beside him. "You better make it clear to me. Are these the doors? Is this the place? If your eyesight is failing, I can ensure you'll never see again." The bespectacled man, stunned by the emptiness of the stalls, stammered, "Master Ma, I swear I didn't deceive you. I saw them enter with my own eyes. I cannot be mistaken. Moreover, we even tried the keys." As he spoke, he suddenly pointed towards the 2 trembling men and the timid one on the ground. "Those 3 saw them with me." He jabbed a finger at the timid man. "He must have hidden the sanctuary here while we weren't paying attention. He must have seen those 2 women." Chapter 18. I want her dead. 2 unfamiliar faces approached Ma Yan, and Lin Chu once again beheld the scene outside. At that moment, the timid man was curled up on the ground, gazing up at the fierce men before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had not ventured outside for 6 days, subsisting solely on 2 vials of nutritional fluid obtained from the system's gift pack, along with a piece of bread acquired through 5 points. To conserve supplies, he divided the intake of a single vial into 2 portions, yet he remained painfully hungry, his eyes filled with stars from the starvation. Initially, he lay in bed, attempting to forget his hunger, but suddenly the world spun, and he was dragged out, a putrid rag stuffed into his mouth. Ma Yan cast a disdainful glance at the timid man, whom he held in utter contempt. Remove the cloth from his mouth. Following his command, the short and slender man, unable to defy him, pinched the timid man's face and whispered in his ear, "I will take the cloth out. You must not scream. Answer whatever the boss asks, understood?" Upon hearing that the foul cloth would be removed, the timid man nodded vigorously. As soon as the cloth was taken away, he could no longer contain himself and retched audibly. Ma Yin, lacking patience, stepped forward, pushed the slender man aside, and gripped the timid man's chin, teeth clenched in anger. "Speak. Where have those two women gone?" I don't know," the timid man stammered, tears welling in his eyes. How could he possibly know where that ferocious woman had gone? Seeing Ma Yan's expression darkening further, he suddenly recalled, "A few days ago, I saw that woman return with 2 sacks. She knocked me out and took my knife. I truly do not know where she went." Upon hearing this, Ma Yan's expression lightened slightly. "What does this woman look like?" The timid man hesitated, his mind blank. The bespectacled man nearby interjected, "Is she short-haired, wielding a large bone?" Yes. The timid man's memory seemed to be jolted awake as he nodded vigorously. Ma Yin turned to the slender man, who quickly affirmed, "Yes, boss. It's that woman. I saw her strike Fongu with a bone. You haven't seen her since?" Ma Yin glared at the timid man on the ground. "And no, I haven't." The timid man felt too embarrassed to admit he feared encountering that woman again, so much so that he hadn't dared to leave his hideout, let alone meet anyone. However, the anxious glint in his eyes only made Ma Yin think he was deliberately concealing the woman's whereabouts, prompting him to coldly snort, "Not speaking the truth. Toss him out to feed the zombies." At the mention of being fed to zombies, the timid man panicked, clutching Ma Yan's leg. "I'm not lying. I truly haven't seen her. I'm scared she'll beat me again. I haven't dare to step outside. I swear I'm telling the truth." Ma Yan did not call for a halt, and the slender man, along with one of the unfamiliar faces, began to drag the timid man away. Just then, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. Following the scent, they noticed the timid man had soiled himself, a trickle of pale, yellow liquid dripping down. At that moment, Ma Yin was certain he was not deceiving them. With a hint of irritation in his eyes, he waved his hand dismissively, gag him again, and throw him out. No matter how much the timid man pleaded, Ma Yin remained unmoved. Soon, he was once more silenced with a rotten rag and dragged outside. The slender man turned to Ma Yin, "Boss, from what that coward said, the woman who killed Fongu must be hiding here. What should we do next?" Ma Yin squinted, his gaze fixed on the compartment where Lin Chu was located, his eyes brimming with madness and hatred. For a fleeting moment, Lin Chu felt as though his gaze pierced through the security door, catching a glimpse of her. "Feng Zi and Lei Zi cannot have died in vain, and our injuries cannot be for naught. Now that we know she is here, we will lie in wait for her. I want her dead." As the two unfamiliar faces re-entered after disposing of the timid man, one of them immediately reddened around the eyes. "We cannot let that vile woman escape. Boss, I want to take revenge for my brother. Lei Zi died to save us. We must avenge him." The other familiar face growled through clenched teeth, fists tightened in fury. Lin Chu observed everything from her vantage point. She noticed that both familiar faces bore numerous scrapes and bruises. From their conversation, she deduced that her action 6 days prior, disabling the backup power, had caused them significant trouble, resulting in the death of a man named Lei Zi. One of the slain, Fongu or Lei Zi, happened to be the brother of one of them. Connecting the dots from her encounter with Fongu and the slender man in the convenience store, leading to Fengji's demise, they surmised she had followed the slender man to silence him. However, outnumbered, they had refrained from attacking directly and opted to continue their pursuit. After witnessing them activate the backup power, she deliberately cut it off after they entered the elevator, trapping them inside. Lin Chu couldn't help but commend their vivid imagination. They had indeed guessed about 70 correctly. Now, she found herself the prime target of their manhunt. Due to the incident from years ago, she had a rough understanding of Ma Yan's character. He harbored an inexplicable hatred for women, yet, as a leader, he valued brotherhood. If his men died for him, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Furthermore, he despised being outmaneuvered by a woman. Knowing he had been outsmarted by one, he would scour the earth to find her. Although being targeted by this group posed a significant inconvenience, Lin Chu did not regret her actions that day. If given the chance, she would act the same way again. While cornered, she had enough food and water, but her plans to hoard supplies would inevitably be disrupted. With this thought, Lin Chu felt a tinge of discontent. She stood guard at the peephole, carefully observing their arrangements. Ma Yin did not personally guard the door. Instead, he placed the brotherless Gongzi and the Slender Man, who had previously met her, at the entrance. The others he took to search for her whereabouts within the compound. This arrangement suited Lin Chu perfectly. With only 2 individuals blocking the door, they could not possibly go without food or drink, and given human necessities, it was likely one would eventually be left alone. All she needed to do was wait patiently. Chapter 19. Taking them down one by one as the night descended. The 2 figures, the lanky one and Gongzi, seemed to be apprehensive about Lin Chu's sudden return. They remained steadfast, not even taking a break to relieve themselves, opting instead to consume nutrient liquid purchased directly from the system. They dared not stray an inch, yet the prolonged vigil by the restroom left them feeling utterly bored, prompting them to engage in idle chatter. That woman is exceptionally elusive. We've been here for ages without a glimpse of her. And even the boss has been searching for quite some time without success, the lanky one remarked. During this time, Ma Yin had sent someone to inquire about the situation, reporting that the vile woman had not been spotted and advising them to remain vigilant before departing. Gongzi, polishing his tang dao with a clean cloth, snorted at this. That despicable woman is only capable of this much. Just wait. She will eventually show herself, and we will capture her. I am determined to avenge Lei Zi and a Feng by ending her life myself. The blade glimmered under the moonlight, casting a faint, eerie glow that reflected the fierce determination etched on Gongzi's face. The lanky one, however, held a different opinion. He had witnessed the formidable Feng fall victim to that woman without any means to defend himself. As he stood guard in that moment, a sense of dread gnawed at him. If he had a choice, he would gladly relinquish this task. Yet, he was all too aware of Ma Yan's temperament. The thought of defying him sent shivers down his spine. He could only hope that Gongzi possessed greater bravery than a Feng and could slay that woman. Gongzi seemed to notice the lanky one's cowardice, casting him a sidelong glance and scoffing. If you hadn't been the only one to have seen that woman, do you think anyone would have entrusted you with this duty? If you're truly frightened, why not return to our territory and swap places with the scarred fellow watching that soldier? The suggestion intrigued the lanky one, but fear of Ma Yan's retribution quelled any desire to act. He forced a laugh and shifted the topic. I could never take Scar's position. He is not just watching that soldier. He is also responsible for our sanctuary. That is a heavy burden I cannot bear. Gongzi appeared unimpressed by the lanky one's demeanor. After a few more trivial exchanges, silence enveloped them. Yet Lin Chu had gleaned a wealth of pertinent information from their conversation. It seemed they had captured a soldier, though it remained unclear whether he was a tasker or a native of this world. Their sanctuary required vigilance, which raised the question, had they failed to activate the security door? Lin Chu's second query was soon resolved. The lanky one, seated within the restroom, felt a chill creeping up his spine, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. He glanced at Gongzi, who was stationed at the door, and, after a moment of hesitation, finally voiced his concern. Gongzi, do you think that woman has already activated the security door and is now peering at us through the peephole? Gongzi chuckled at the absurdity of the lanky one's self-induced fear. Reflect on your first mission world. How long did it take you to accumulate 150 points? The lanky one lowered his gaze in embarrassment, admitting that he had not managed to gather that many points by the end of his first world. Moreover, would you willingly part with 150 points all at once to activate the security door? Those points are only valid for this world. You'd have to start anew in the next. What kind of prowess would it take to amass 150 points in just 7 days? We as a group are quite formidable. Wouldn't you say? We've taken down quite a few zombies in the past few days. How many points have you accumulated so far? Have you reached 150? Not even close, the lanky one replied, counting his points since arriving in this world. He had barely managed to accumulate 130 points, largely due to following the aggressive Ma Yin. He absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, falling silent. Despite his belief in the woman's capabilities, he found it hard to accept that she was that powerful. With his silence, Gongzi had even less to say. A chilly breeze wafted in through the broken window, sending a shiver down his spine. At last, unable to remain still, the lanky one stood and approached the window. "What are you doing?" Gongzi queried. "This cold wind is unsettling my nerves. I'm contemplating how to seal it off to prevent zombies and that woman from entering," the lanky one explained. Gongzi shot him a glance, exasperated by his incessant fussing. "Enough of your antics. I noticed some discarded burlap sacks outside. I'll fetch them to block the window. You stand guard at the door." The lanky one felt a flicker of relief at Gongzi's words, but as he watched Gongzi's figure grow fainter in the distance, his unease intensified. He wanted to call Gongzi back, but feared that his voice might attract zombies, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. He watched Gongzi depart, while Lin Chu observed him. Once she was certain that Gongzi had moved far enough away, Lin Chu, wielding a bone club in one hand and a rusty knife in the other, gently pushed open the sanctuary's security door. By the time the anxious lanky one heard the noise, it was too late. A sharp pain in his head threatened to elicit a scream, but in the next moment, a hand twisted his neck. Lin Chu wished to keep her presence in the sanctuary a secret from Gongzi, so she dragged the lanky one into the men's restroom next door, evading any potential view from the peephole. She disposed of his lifeless body into her space. Just as she completed her task, she heard Gongzi's footsteps returning. She quickly concealed herself behind the wall. Upon his return, Gongzi noticed the lanky one was not at the door, assuming instead that this coward had retreated inside, muttering a curse under his breath. "That coward has hidden inside again. He truly is worthless." He strode into the women's restroom, and Lin Chu stealthily advanced toward him, poised to strike with her club. Just as she was about to bring it down, she heard his muttered insults abruptly cease, replaced by sounds of labored breathing. As she stepped forward, she saw Zhang Ziyu, armed with a kitchen knife, standing at Gongzi's oblique front, ready to deliver the final blow, should he survive. Observing Gongzi's neck being sliced open without immediate demise, and seeing him prepare to retaliate with his Tang Dao, Lin Chu swiftly struck him on the back of the head with her club. Chapter 20. Handling as Zhang Ziyu witnessed Gongzi collapse, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. She looked up at Lin Chu, forcing a faint smile. "I hope I didn't hinder you." Lin Chu shook her head and offered a reassuring smile. Concealed by her pocket, she retrieved a clean piece of cloth, specially cut from a hospital gown over the past 2 days. "Here, wipe the blood from your face." Zhang Ziyu thanked her and obediently cleaned the blood from her face. Just as she was about to lean down to assist in tidying up the corpse, Lin Chu shooed her away. "Go back to the shelter and wash thoroughly. These men are unclean, and with the current medical conditions, you must not contract any illness. I will handle this." Zhang Ziyu was taken aback by her words, repeatedly expressing her gratitude and stating that she would come back to help after cleaning up. She then hurried into the shelter. After sending Zhang Ziyu away, Lin Chu dragged Gongzi's body to the entrance of her shelter. Utilizing the cover of a blind spot, she concealed the corpse within her space. The blood of the living differs from that of the undead, and Lin Chu did not wish for Ma Yin and the others to detect any discrepancies too soon. She took out a rag from her space, wiped away the fresh blood on the ground, and then drew blood from the zombie's body, applying it back onto the ground. Just as she finished applying the blood, Zhang Ziyu emerged from her washing, noticing Lin Chu setting up the scene, and came over to assist. Once the blood was smeared adequately, Lin Chu returned to the shelter and retrieved Gongzi's shoes and a pair of short, slender shoes from her space. She donned Gongzi's shoes and handed the slender ones to Zhang Ziyu. "Put these on." Though hesitant, Zhang Ziyu accepted the shoes, puzzled. They belong to that short man. By wearing their shoes, we can fabricate their movements. Otherwise, 2 living people disappearing into thin air would inevitably arouse suspicion from Ma. Lin Chu's words implied that Zhang Ziyu had indeed activated her cat-eye vision. If she hadn't, she would have rushed out of the shelter to help kill Gongzi so promptly. Zhang Ziyu was intelligent and decisive, understanding Lin Chu's reasoning. She did not ask further questions and slipped her feet into the shoes. After they had both put on the shoes, Lin Chu directed Zhang Ziyu to walk a few steps around the room before they made their way to the flower bed at the entrance of Building 6, where they finally changed back into their own shoes. How we get back now? Zhang Ziyu glanced at the fabricated footprints on the ground, then at her own shoes. Feeling somewhat troubled, we'll take a detour before returning. The group, led by Ma Yin, had cleared every zombie around Building 6, which conveniently aided Lin Chu and Zhang Ziyu. Lin Chu guided Zhang Ziyu to the entrance of Building 6, then retraced their steps to the flower bed, circling around the vicinity of Building 6 3 times until they finally stood by a wall-less base. Zhang Ziyu observed the area, somewhat uncertain. This seems like the window of our restroom? Lin Chu nodded. Yes. Zhang Ziyu's eyes sparkled with realization. She had been contemplating how to conceal her movements, not expecting Lin Chu to have already devised a plan and executed it alongside her. Lin Chu recognized that Zhang Ziyu understood her intention and refrained from elaborating further, cautiously pulling open the already cracked window. The restroom window was always set high, reaching about her chest. Climbing in alone would pose a challenge. You go in first. Lin Chu gestured with her chin towards Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu assumed Lin Chu wanted her to enter first to assist her from inside and did not question it further. With Lin Chu's help, she climbed onto the windowsill and jumped down. Taking advantage of Zhang Ziyu's momentary blind spot, Lin Chu quickly retrieved a box from her space, propping it under her feet to scale the windowsill, then bent down to place the box back into her space. When she descended from the windowsill, she found Zhang Ziyu looking at her with admiration. Lin Chu, you must have practiced martial arts before. No wonder you wanted me to go in first. You didn't need my help at all. Lin Chu, pondering how to explain her ability to enter directly, was unexpectedly relieved when Zhang Ziyu provided a plausible reason. She nodded in agreement, seeing Lin Chu acknowledge her. Zhang Ziyu recalled how Lin Chu had remained calm from the start and displayed agility surpassing many men, confirming her martial arts background. Concerned that Ma Yin might dispatch someone at any moment, Lin Chu wasted no time erasing the traces left on the windowsill, restoring the window to its original state, and camouflaging the footprints they had left with zombie blood. Having completed all these tasks, Lin Chu stood at the entrance of her shelter, glancing at Zhang Ziyu, who was also preparing to enter. I might undertake a rather perilous endeavor soon, so you should refrain from coming out if you hear any commotion over the next few days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyu slightly furrowed her brows. Lin Chu, I know you're skilled in martial arts, but those people seem formidable. They're numerous. If you can avoid, she bit her lip, reflecting on the bond they had formed over the past few days, instinctively wishing to deter her for her safety. However, she suddenly realized that she and Lin Chu had only just met, and Lin Chu had already helped her significantly. She had no reason to interfere in Lin Chu's affairs. After a pause, she rephrased, just take care of yourself. If there's anything I can assist with, don't hesitate to ask me. After a moment's thought, she added, call my name when you're in front of my door. I will hear you. If it weren't for Lin Chu, Zhang Ziyu believed she would have met the same fate as that cowardly man. Although Lin Chu had mentioned she had already taken her reward, Zhang Ziyu had kept this kindness in her heart. Throughout their interactions over the past few days, Lin Chu had also discerned Zhang Ziyu's character and recognized her as a temporarily trustworthy ally. She nodded, rest assured if I truly need you, I won't hesitate to reach out. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Zhang Ziyu's face. After bidding farewell, they each entered their respective shelters, cleaning the footprints at their doors before closing them. Though their method of erasing the footprints was not particularly professional, with the ground stained in blood, discerning them would require highly skilled forensic experts, making their efforts sufficient for ordinary individuals. As long as they could momentarily deceive Ma Yin, Lin Chu's objectives were achieved. Meanwhile, Ma Yin had spent the entire day searching for any trace of Lin Chu. Where has that wretched woman gone to hide? Could she truly abandon her shelter? Deshang, go check if there's any news from Gongzi's side. Chapter 21. Pursued. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Lin Chu swiftly cleaned the bloodstains from her skin. She then settled by the door, retrieving Gongzi's Tang Dao from her space, scrutinizing it closely. This Tang Dao appeared extraordinary, measuring a full meter in length, its blade long and straight, glimmering with an unusual dark sheen, seemingly infused with some advanced technological material, something beyond the reach of contemporary human capabilities. It resembled a product of the system. However, Upon perusing her point's shop, Lin Chu discovered that the available weapons were rather mundane, lacking any similar materials. Perhaps her status as a newcomer limited her access to more advanced options. Such a Tang Dao was indeed a rare and excellent weapon, which explained Gongzi's tender care for it. Even a hint of blood warranted meticulous cleaning with a cloth. Currently, the well-maintained weapon was a fortunate boon for Lin Chu. The scrawny individual had no such luxury. His weapon was merely an ordinary baseball bat, with a bat previously wielded by that burly fellow, Feng. Lin Chu now possessed 2 baseball bats in her space, while lengthy and capable of delivering substantial force. A baseball bat constituted a commendable means of self-defense in these perilous times. Stowing the weapon away, Lin Chu, uncertain of when Ma Yan would arrive, remained vigilant. She took out a piece of bread to replenish her strength. Just as she swallowed the last morsel, she heard commotion outside. Rising, she approached the peephole to observe a man from the morning's encounter with Ma Yan standing at the restroom's entrance. His brow was furrowed, and he was calling out in hushed tones, "Gongzi? Skinny monkey?" After several calls without response, his expression soured. It was unacceptable that they were shirking such a crucial task assigned by the boss. He grumbled, assuming the two had likely hidden away to rest. He wandered into the restroom, yet still found no sign of them. Were they perhaps slacking off outside? As soon as he considered this, he dismissed the notion. It was implausible. Gongzi was singularly focused on avenging his brother, and he would never permit Skinny Monkey to slack off. Something must have gone awry. He needed to inform the boss immediately. With his large machete in hand, he started to exit, only to abruptly turn back, noticing footprints on the ground leading outside the building. Gongzi and Skinny Monkey had ventured out? They must have discovered the trail of that despicable woman. De Cheng's anxious expression softened slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to notify the boss without delay. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly exited, his mind preoccupied with the task at hand, oblivious to the small shadow trailing behind him as he left Building 6. Seeing De Cheng exit the restroom, Lin Chu quietly opened the sanctuary door and placed a pre-prepared note at the penultimate door. Concealed behind the wall, she watched De Cheng's silhouette, confirming he had not heard her movements before stealthily following him. Ma Yan's group was formidable, numerous, and the zombies along their route to Lin Chu's sanctuary had already been cleared away in exchange for points. Lin Chu followed De Cheng unobstructed, exiting the compound and crossing a road to reach an adjacent area. From the bloodstained entrance, she surmised it was a software park, home to various IT enterprises. These companies thrived on the technology within mobile phones or computer terminals, entirely detached from tangible goods, making it no surprise that Ma Yan's group sought resources in the neighboring pharmaceutical technology park. Perhaps due to the proximity of the two parks, both had been contracted by the same construction company, resulting in nearly identical layouts. Lin Chu easily memorized her route, observing as she followed. Meanwhile, De Cheng was too preoccupied to contemplate such matters. He rushed through a back door of a building, neglecting to close it, and shouted inside, "Boss! Boss!" Lin Chu hesitated to enter, instead seeking a window with a gap and crouching beneath it. "What are you so flustered about?" Ma Yan's tone conveyed irritation. "Gongzi and Skinny Monkey are missing." Upon hearing De Cheng's words, Lin Chu perceived the sound of heavy objects falling and several sharp intakes of breath from within. "Clarify yourself." Ma Yan's voice grew more serious. "I saw Gongzi and Skinny Monkey's footprints leading from the building outside. There were 2 women's footprints outside, but the area was previously swarmed with zombies, and the blood and prints were too chaotic to ascertain where they had gone. I suspect those 2 women returned, saw Gongzi and Skinny Monkey guarding the entrance, and, fearing confrontation, did not dare to enter. They must have been pursued." At this point, someone inquired, "Did you hear any sounds of pursuit or fighting nearby when you arrived?" De Cheng pondered for a moment before confidently answering, "No, it was eerily quiet. I have no idea how far Gongzi and the others pursued. I dare not search blindly and thought it best to return and report." After listening, Ma Yan chuckled lightly. "No matter how adept women are at hiding, they cannot escape my grasp." He added, "Let us go take a look. We cannot allow that brutish Gongzi to mishandle those 2 girls." At Ma Yan's words, a momentary silence fell over the group. quickly followed by recollections of the woman from the 24-hour convenience store days prior. Lin Chu's mind conjured the image of that shredded face. Sensing the sudden stillness, Ma Yan's tone rose sharply. What? You don't want to go? Of course we want to go, came a quick response, with the others echoing the sentiment. They say there are two this time. I can't handle them alone, so I can share one with you. As Ma Yan finished speaking, excitement surged within the group. Boss, if we all go, who will stay behind to watch the door? And what about those individuals and that soldier? Asked one who had remained behind to guard during the day. Having not participated in the group's earlier activities, he sensed the boss was preparing to reward everyone, stirring his own anticipation. Ma Yan shot him a glance. Look at you, lacking ambition. Tonight, no one stays behind. Everyone goes, and those who witness will share in the spoils. Joyful voices erupted from within. Lin Chu silently shifted her position, completely concealing herself behind the building. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from inside as a throng of people poured out. Chapter 22. Bringing down their stronghold beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight, Lin Chu counted. There were 6 individuals in her party. During the day, 9 had ventured to Building 6, but after subtracting the trio of bespectacled men, Ma Yan's group numbered 6. From the conversation between Gongzi and the thin man, Lin Chu discerned that they left 2 individuals to guard the premises each day. Currently, Gongzi and the thin man were tucked away in her waist pouch, leaving only the 6 before her from Ma Yan's crew. To her surprise, they had all ventured out, significantly easing her task. The last of the group turned back to secure the door through which they had all exited, producing a key to lock it. The presence of a lock and key likely contributed to their decision to abandon their stronghold. To prevent any possibility of their return, Lin Chu meticulously monitored the system as clock, ensuring they had left the compound before stealthily approaching the back door. Upon reaching the entrance, she cautiously surveyed the area once more, confirming that no one remained behind, before extracting a piece of wire from her space and inserting it into the lock. With a few deft twists, she heard the familiar click. Lin Chu opened the door just a crack, peering inside with utmost care. The layout of the first floor of this office building differed from that of Building 6. It appeared that the original staff count had been substantial. Aside from the entrance's turnstile and the guest waiting area, the interior was filled with workstations and conference rooms. Moreover, the main entrance remained securely locked, with minimal bloodshed evident within, suggesting that this company had not suffered greatly during the initial outbreak of the undead. Almost all doors were intact. Lin Chu began to comprehend why Ma Yan's group had chosen this location as their sanctuary. The entrance could be locked, and there were ample smaller doors to accommodate each member of their group. Once the main door was secured, outsiders would find it challenging to enter. Naturally, this did not apply to someone with Lin Chu's unique skills. After taking a few steps, she suddenly heard a noise emanating from within the building. Someone was there? Stopping in her tracks, she instinctively brandished her makeshift weapon, ready to defend herself. However, the sounds neither drew closer nor ceased. Pausing momentarily, Lin Chu focused on the noise, gradually moving toward its source until she stood before the men's restroom. The door was firmly shut, and the sounds were unmistakably coming from within. Since entering this task realm, she seemed to have a peculiar connection to the first-floor restrooms. Yet, she was uncertain of the situation inside. Though curiosity tugged at her, she was reluctant to invite trouble. Accompanying De Chung to Ma Yan's stronghold had a singular purpose: to dismantle their refuge. From the exchanges between Gongzi and the thin man, she understood that their group had not invested points to activate the system's security doors, owing to their geographical advantage. Now, having penetrated their lair, her objective was to destroy every door on the first floor to achieve her goal. Just as she contemplated leaving, muffled whimpers emerged from within. It was human. An idea struck her. Both Gongzi and the thin man had mentioned a soldier earlier. This individual seemed to have been captured during Ma Yan's group's rampage to destroy other sanctuaries. The reasons for his capture remained a mystery to her. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chu resolved to depart, but decided that she would dismantle the restroom door eventually, just not at that moment. Soon, she arrived at the first conference room she had passed. The meeting rooms were adorned with glass doors, typically crafted from tempered glass. Such doors were relatively easy to dismantle. Lin Chu retrieved the fire safety hammer she had casually acquired from the fire escape a few days prior. This implement was ideal for breaching such barriers. As a forensic expert, she had previously undergone joint training with fire safety teams, mastering the proper techniques for shattering glass. The periphery and corners of tempered glass were its weakest points, and the key was to strike repeatedly at the same corner with finesse. After only 3 strikes, the tempered glass erupted into a web of cracks radiating from the impact point. System, if this is the door to the sanctuary, does this count as destruction? Yes. The system's response was succinct. Lin Chu was indifferent to the brevity. She cared only for the outcome. If this constituted destruction, it would be significantly easier than dismantling the entire door. After all, this was a world overrun by the undead, and excessive noise could attract them. Fortunately, Mayan's group had previously cleared the vicinity of zombies to accumulate points and facilitate their lives. Even if distant zombies heard the noise, they would require time to arrive. With this in mind, Lin Chu hesitated no longer. She seized the safety hammer and methodically struck each glass door of the conference rooms in her line of sight. Thanks to her prior experience, it took her merely 2 minutes to breach 10 doors. Concerned about any potential oversights, Lin Chu swiftly scoured the first floor. Once she confirmed that only 2 restrooms remained, she retreated in the direction from which she had come. The sound of glass shattering had become conspicuous in the stillness of the night, and she could already hear the distant stirrings of the zombie horde. As she passed the restrooms, the sounds within had noticeably intensified, not only from the men's room, but also from the women's. Lin Chu exchanged her makeshift weapon for a tang knife, positioning it defensively across her chest before delivering a forceful kick to the men's restroom door. The body-enhancing pills she had consumed earlier seemed to have had an effect, as she broke through the door with a single blow. Inside, a man with a buzz cut was gagged with black tape, his hands bound behind him, and he was tightly restrained against the sink's pillar. For reasons unknown, the moment Lin Chu laid eyes on him, she sensed a palpable aura of righteousness about him. Only those who had served in the military possessed such a presence. It became clear to her where the term soldier had originated from in the discussions of the others. She stepped forward and tore the tape from the man's mouth. "Who are you? Are you the woman they are searching for?" Both spoke in unison. Lin Chu remained non-committal. The man's eyes flickered to the tang knife in her hand. Gongzi and the others have been dealt with. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Noticing Lin Chu's defensive posture, the man offered a slight, awkward smile. "I apologize. It's a professional habit. Hello, comrade. My name is Yu Hongfei, and I am also a system tasker." By revealing his identity first, Yu Hongfei was signaling his sincerity to Lin Chu. The rustling sounds outside grew increasingly closer. Lin Chu recognized that the zombies, lured by the sound of breaking glass, would soon converge. Yet, she remained focused on the man before her, speaking in a calm and measured tone. "Why should I trust you?" Chapter 23. A chance rescue. Yu Hongfei was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chu's words, his gaze suddenly resolute, as if he were pledging allegiance. "I have never deceived the common people in my life." Observing his demeanor, Lin Chu began to grasp the essence of his profession prior to entering this perilous realm. Before she could voice her own sentiments, Yu Hongfei interjected, "You need not release my hands. I cannot wield a weapon and pose no threat to you. Just help me free my feet so that I may escape." It was evident he had heard the commotion Lin Chu had created. If he could not flee, he would inevitably become a midnight snack for the zombies. Lin Chu readily accepted his proposal. After inspecting the ropes binding his hands, she confirmed they were tied separately, and with a swift motion of her Tang Dao, she severed the bindings around his feet while inquiring, "Do you know the individuals confined next door?" She referred to the adjacent women's restroom. With newfound mobility, Yu Hongfei, having undergone professional training, swiftly extricated himself from the ropes, ensnaring his limbs. He looked up to see Lin Chu positioned by the door, maintaining a safe distance of more than 2 body lengths. And he shook his head in response to her question. "I do not know them, but you should." "She knows them?" Lin Chu pondered briefly, soon discerning whom he was referring to. 3. Indeed. Noticing Yu Hongfei testing his legs, Lin Chu's eyes sparkled momentarily as she asked, "Were they bound like you?" Yu Hongfei nodded emphatically. "Of course, those 3 are quite unruly." With that, Lin Chu wasted no time and dashed to the adjacent room, delivering a forceful kick that flung the door open. Inside, the three individuals struggled towards the entrance, and the door struck the bespectacled man squarely in the face, sending his already fractured glasses flying. They tumbled together, their expressions a chaotic mix of shock, panic, and confusion. Lin Chu, however, offered them no further glance, pivoting instead to sprint towards the back door. As Yu Hongfei emerged from the men's restroom, he caught sight of Lin Chu's retreating figure. Casting a brief look at the three individuals on the floor, he pressed his lips together, opting not to comment, and followed suit. After a brief delay, when Lin Chu burst through the back door, she spotted two zombies advancing ahead of the others, already nearing the entrance. Raising her Tang Dao, she struck, severing an arm from one of the zombies as it reached out towards her. What a waste! She lamented inwardly, knowing that the severed bone would not be accepted by the system. Yet, with no time to change weapons before Yu Hongfei, she gritted her teeth and swung the Tang Dao, dismantling the two zombies before her with brutal efficiency. Yu Hongfei, observing the carnage unleashed upon the zombies, glanced at Lin Chu. If only his hands were not bound, he would have loved to conceal his astonishment by scratching his head. No wonder the commander had cautioned him not to underestimate women before their departure. Were all women in this era so formidable? Unable to bring the two zombies back with them, Lin Chu, in Yu Hongfei's presence, extracted their eyeballs, discreetly stowing them in her pocket. She then fully opened the back door. Having accomplished this, the horde of zombies was now less than 50 meters away. Lin Chu vanished into the shadows. Remarkable work. My lady, Ma Yin, and the others have cleared the surrounding zombies. Yet who could have anticipated that such a ruckus would attract so many more? Lin Chu shot him a sidelong glance, correcting him. It's Lin Chu. Yu Hongfei paused for a moment, realizing this was her name, and immediately flashed a broad smile. Lin Chu, a pleasure to meet you. Had his hands not been bound, he would surely have extended a handshake. Lin Chu nodded in acknowledgement, turning her attention back to the building across from them. Earlier, when the zombies had converged, she had fled to avoid encirclement. Yet, Yu Hongfei claimed to know a place where they could elude the zombies while observing the situation at Ma Yan's shelter. With his hands still tied and no reason to deceive her, Lin Chu followed him into the nearby building. It was indeed impeccably cleared, and as they ascended to the second floor, they found a window that offered a clear view of the opposite side. The hour was now 11 o'clock at night, and the darkness enveloped them. They could only observe the relentless march of the zombies, drawn by the sounds and the scent of the living, surging into Ma Yan's sanctuary, punctuated by intermittent screams of terror. Lin Chu understood that the three individuals left behind would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the undead. Their demise would be far from graceful. Yet, she bore no regrets for her actions. Had she not lured the zombies away, she would have personally ensured their passage to the afterlife, for they had long desired to send her on her way, albeit their capabilities paled in comparison to hers. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme, and the weak were destined to perish. Lin Chu was not one to instigate trouble, but she would not hesitate to strike back if provoked. Amidst the silent night, the distant screams of the three echoed, somewhat discernible. She wondered if Ma Yin and the others in the medical district across the street could hear them. Do not carry any psychological burden. Those three divulged your information to Ma Yin and intended to harm you. You had no obligation to save them. Yu Hongfei's gaze remained fixed outside, listening to the cries, and he suddenly uttered this statement. Yet, whether it was meant to console Lin Chu or to persuade himself, he could not say. As a soldier entrusted with the mission of defending his homeland, he was forced to witness others perish before his very eyes. Since entering this perilous world, his worldview had been continuously challenged and reshaped. The commander had advised him that failing to adapt to this world would lead only to death, and with the mission incomplete, he was far from ready to embrace his own demise. I bear no psychological burden, Lin Chu replied flatly, gazing out the window. Individuals like her, who had once stared into the abyss, could not afford such burdens. Regardless, thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for Lin Chu, it would have been he who was crying out in horror now. How did you find yourself in their clutches? Despite his hands being bound, Yu Hongfei moved with surprising nimbleness, showing no signs of restraint. Though slender, Lin Chu could tell that every inch of his physique was honed muscle. His gait suggested a military background, and she noticed the callous spots on his hands, indicative of years spent wielding a firearm. How could such a person have fallen into the hands of Ma Yin and his cohort, only to be labeled a rookie? Upon hearing Lin Chu's inquiry, Yu Hongfei instinctively reached for his head to scratch it, only to remember his bindings. With a resigned sigh, he recounted, this morning, Ma Yin and his team were busy breaking down doors, inadvertently injuring a few newcomers. I happened to be passing by. Chapter 24. Watching the fire from afar. Upon hearing Yu Hongfei's words, Lin Chu understood. As a soldier, stepping forward to defend the weak when witnessing injustice was an instinct ingrained deep within him. By the time he realized the consequences, it was already too late, and he had offended Ma Yin and his group. They were numerous, and in a direct confrontation, even Yu Hongfei's prowess could not match the odds stacked against him. In times of peace, his character would naturally label him as a good person in the eyes of society. However, in a world akin to a ravenous beast, such virtues could lead to one's downfall. Everyone possesses their own principles of existence, and Lin Chu chose not to elaborate further, merely inquiring, "Where did those you helped go?" Yu Hongfei was momentarily at a loss for words. Those individuals had fled the moment they saw Ma Yin turn his ire towards them. Noticing his silence, Lin Chu deduced the answer on her own. The two exchanged a few words, most of which were enveloped in silence. Ma Yin did not keep them waiting for long. He soon appeared within their line of sight. The distance made it difficult for Lin Chu to discern his expression, but his hurried movements revealed his exasperation. Vague curses reached their ears as Lin Chu leaned closer to the window to listen intently. Damn it! Why didn't anyone close the door? Numerous zombies, drawn by his shouts, immediately turned and lunged towards him. Leading the charge, Ma Yin brandished a large cleaver, hacking ferociously at the advancing zombies, seemingly venting his frustration on the innocent creatures before him. The others exchanged glances and hastily raised their weapons to join the fray. These individuals were known for their brutality, and a dozen or so zombies were swiftly dispatched. Who was the last to leave? Ma Yin surveyed his surroundings, his blade dripping with dark crimson blood. The man standing at the edge swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. It was me. As soon as he spoke, he noticed Ma Yin's eyebrows knit together menacingly and quickly added, "But I swear I locked the door. Use the key." The man beside him nodded vigorously. "Boss, I can vouch for him. I saw." However, his words were abruptly cut off as a spray of blood engulfed his vision. Warm blood splattered across his face, and a severed head rolled a few times before coming to rest in the nearby grass. The man responsible for locking the door met a swift end. No one dared to utter another word. Above, Lin Chu and Yu Hongfei remained silent. Witnessing Ma Yan's merciless methods, both furrowed their brows involuntarily. As a forensic expert, Lin Chu had encountered numerous decapitated corpses, yet this was her first time witnessing a head severed in real time. The fleeting moment of soaring and the heavy descent underscored the cruelty of this world. Yet, she felt no fear, nor did she harbor any sympathy. The man had chosen to align himself with the ruthless Ma Yin, and he should have anticipated his fate. Sadly, many in this world fail to recognize the pain until it strikes them directly. The fate of their companion seemed to awaken a sliver of clarity in the remaining four beside Ma Yin. They looked at him, instinctively taking a few steps back, their eyes wide with terror. Once at a safe distance, one of them, despite his fear, shouted, "What are you doing?" Even if Fan Ge made a mistake, it doesn't warrant death. Don't take it out on your brothers just because you can't find the woman. Ma Yin glanced at him, a smile that was neither genuine nor reassuring flickering across his face. The man quickly averted his gaze, falling silent. They were no novices. Those who survived in this endless apocalypse were anything but simple. The scene that had just unfolded struck them like a clarion call. Yet, against the formidable and wrathful Ma Yin, they doubted their collective strength would be enough to overpower him. Moreover, since their shelter was situated on the same floor, unless they chose to hide away, facing Ma Yin openly would yield no benefits. The zombies offered little time for infighting, as the three living souls inside the building were insufficient to satisfy their hunger. Hearing commotion outside, Many zombies began to spill out, charging towards them. The five once again plunged into battle. Inside the office building, where desks and chairs abounded, Lin Chu sat in a comfortable gaming chair, idly observing the clash between the five and the zombies. She found the chair quite appealing and planned to discreetly take it with her when she left, provided Yu Hongfei was not paying attention. Just then, Yu Hongfei entered, arms laden with various items. After placing them on a nearby table, Lin Chu took advantage of the moonlight to see clearly. A bag of sunflower seeds, a can of preserved plums, 2 bags of potato chips, and 2 bottles of sugary soda. Lin Chu couldn't help but smile. These are common items found on supermarket shelves, ones she rarely thought to buy. Yet now they had become treasures. Moreover, she currently possessed none. The fact that Yu Hongfei was willing to share these with her spoke volumes about his generosity. However, this also indicated that his shelter was indeed within this building, and that despite Ma Yan's rampage today, he had remained unscathed. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze upon him, Yu Hongfei grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, affirming her assumptions. My shelter is in this building. I activated the security door. Though Ma Yan destroyed the door, it remains unaffected. I shall repay your life-saving grace. I do not intend to leverage this small offering for any debt, so please enjoy. Seemingly concerned that Lin Chu might hesitate to partake, he tore open the packaging and popped a piece of each snack into his mouth, speaking with his mouth full. Rest assured, there's no poison. Lin Chu chuckled lightly, expressed her gratitude, and then grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, munching on them while watching the battle with the zombies below. If Ma Yan were to discover that the woman he had searched 2 districts for was sitting just above him, casually snacking while observing him fight the zombies, he would likely be enraged enough to take out his frustration on 2 more people. By the time they had cleared the relentless waves of zombies, it was already 1 a.m. Lin Chu and Yu Hongfei had finished the bag of sunflower seeds, polished off a bag of chips, and the sugary soda was nearly gone. At that moment, Lin Chu was savoring a preserved plum. Watching Ma Yan's fighting style, Lin Chu shook her head repeatedly. Yu Hongfei, puzzled by her disapproval, asked directly, "Why do you keep shaking your head?" "It's such a waste," she replied candidly. "The way they're cutting through the zombies destroys many organs and bones that could have been harvested intact. All of these could be exchanged for points." Yu Hongfei was taken aback by her words. Really? So much could be harvested intact? Upon seeing her nod, he inquired further, how much time would it take? "Not much. Each corpse can be processed within 4 hours," Lin Chu replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongfei's eyes lit up with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously asked, "If we were to dissect them as you suggested, how many points could a single zombie yield?" Chapter 25. Infighting among enemies, how many? 20? If it weren't for the necessity to speak in hushed tones, Yu Hongfei would have exclaimed. Upon seeing Lin Chu nodding, he couldn't suppress his astonishment, spinning in place several times. Typically, he would dismember zombies, quite literally into 8 pieces. Inadvertently, fingers could easily be crushed, and the system would not acknowledge them, wasting precious time. Thus, he refrained from such futile endeavors. Extracting 10 complete parts from a single zombie for 1 point was already commendable. However, that alone demanded considerable time. Who could have imagined that someone would inform him he could exchange for 20 points in just 4 hours? The efficiency was astounding. Noticing Yu Hongfei's excitement, Lin Chu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How many points do you get for 1 zombie?" After hearing Yu Hongfei's response, Lin Chu was at a loss for words. "As far as I know, most people are about the same as I am." Yu Hongfei scratched his head, lamenting the wastefulness of others. 1 point. The fate of that zombie seemed unjust. Lin Chu chuckled at this thought. If that were the case, could he potentially gain another partner? He shared the cooperative approach he had with Zheng Ziyu with Yu Hongfei. Without hesitation, Yu Hongfei nodded in agreement, recognizing the mutual benefits of this alliance. Initially, he had little interest in the zombie corpses downstairs, but after Lin Chu's explanation, he was eager to rush down and seize the corpses of the zombies recently slain by Ma Yan. That would yield a significant amount of points. However, Ma Yan and his companions were currently oblivious to the point system. They had reached the entrance and witnessed the devastating scene within the building. "My sanctuary," someone murmured, gazing at the chaos strewn across the floor. They were no longer novices. Having traversed 1 to 3 worlds before this, they had acquired skills to survive. Although there had been conflicts in the past, none had been as brutal as this. They had followed Ma Yin because, upon their arrival, he had ruthlessly eliminated several threatening taskers, prompting them to seek his protection. Yet, inexplicably, since joining Ma Yin, their fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. First, Shouho and Brother Feng had accompanied Ma Yin to capture some trivial trophy photos, only to be ambushed by a woman, resulting in Brother Feng's sacrifice. Then, while assisting Ma Yin with a special task, they had found themselves trapped in an elevator due to a power outage, losing Lazy in the process. Suspecting the woman who had slain Brother Feng, Ma Yin had scoured the area, intent on dismembering her. Yet, despite his relentless search, more of his companions had vanished. Gongzi and Shouho were nowhere to be found, and just moments ago, Bangzi had been killed by Ma Yin. Now, their sanctuary lay in ruins, and they were counting on the supplies within to survive the remaining days. At this moment, the group exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Hidden from Ma Yin's view, Ma Yin, consumed by rage, was oblivious to their sentiments. His fury threatened to erupt. That wretched woman, it must be her doing. The zombies that had once surged inside had already perished during the ensuing battle. Now, the interior was desolate, littered only with remnants of flesh and shattered glass. The once pristine office had been reduced to chaos. Let us go. We must drag that woman out. She surely hasn't escaped yet. Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. However, due to his enhanced physique, the blow did not render him unconscious. He turned in anger, only to see Deshang raising a baseball bat, aiming for his skull. He barely had time to evade before he took a second blow. Yet he remained standing, furiously brandishing a machete at Deshang. This entire scene unfolded at the back door, witnessed by Lin Chu and Yu Hongfei, who were perched upstairs, munching on sunflower seeds. The two observed the struggle below, contemplating Ma Yan's combat prowess. He must have consumed a considerable amount of enhancement substances, Lin Chu mused. Yu Hongfei nodded and shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. The effectiveness of enhancement pills varied according to individual constitution. In previous worlds, he had heard that the better one's original physical condition, the more pronounced the effects of the enhancement pill. Lin Chu reflected on his own subtle results and pursed his lips. Ma Yan's original physique must have been decent, so why not entirely? Some have experimented, discovering that one could consume a maximum of 3 enhancement pills. Any further intake yields no additional benefits. Ma Yin, having been ambushed first, managed to withstand 4 opponents for so long while injured. It seemed unlikely that mere enhancement pills could account for such resilience. There must be a higher-grade enhancement substance involved. Lin Chu pondered these revelations, arms crossed, observing the battle below. Although Ma Yin fought valiantly, he was visibly faltering, his steps unsteady and his strikes becoming erratic. As Lin Chu finished speaking, Ma Yin exposed a weakness and was struck on the wrist by an assailant beside him. The machete clattered to the ground. Injured and disarmed, Ma Yin was subdued by those who had once relied on him. All 4 combatants bore injuries. 2 were severely wounded, with their chests laid bare. Ma Yin's machete was exceptionally sharp, leaving deep gashes that bled profusely. The 2 injured men gritted their teeth, tearing their own clothing to fashion makeshift bandages, while the less severely hurt searched the room for rope to bind Ma Yin. Watching this unfold, Yu Hongfei let out a sigh of relief. The enemies were in disarray, and their leader had lost his ability to fight. Among the remaining 4, 2 were gravely injured, and 2 were less so. This was fortuitous news for Lin Chu and those hiding nearby on the upper floor. Soon after, they overheard another revelation that piqued their interest. "Where's your space? Speak." The man who had previously dared to question Ma Yin slapped his face sideways, gripping his chin as he interrogated him. Space. Ma Yin possessed a space. Lin Chu and Yu Hongfei exchanged glances, both recognizing the depth of their intrigue. Lin Chu had his own space, while Yu Hongfei, seasoned through multiple worlds, understood the rarity and significance of such an asset. Their minds raced as the individuals below began to search Ma Yin for answers. Chapter 26. Forensic Dr. Lin, have you also committed a crime? You possess a space, and you are indifferent to the destruction of a refuge. Yet we care. You have food, water, and supplies. You could survive anywhere, but what about us? Have you ever considered our plight? You demand us to risk our lives for you, and yet you resort to violence over trivial matters. Who do you think you are? As they rummaged through the belongings, their mouths spewed curses as if they were determined to vent their pent-up frustrations from the past days. With a contemptuous spit of blood-tinged phlegm onto the man's face, Ma Yin watched as the individual before him, having received this baptism, wore an expression of utter disarray. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you dogs," but soon, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. A piece of putrid cloth was stuffed into his mouth. "Shut your mouth," Chung commanded, glancing at his companions. "This old fool must be trying to attract zombies to harm us. Hurry and find something. If you locate it, kill him." Two severely injured companions lay not far off, grimacing in pain. "Chung, check if he has medicine in that space of his. We need to help our brothers. The bleeding won't stop. Find me a painkiller. It hurts like hell." As Yu Hongfei observed them manhandling Ma Yin, he couldn't help but recall how earlier that day they had allowed him to bully them, resorting to violence and insults. He sighed, what a turn of fortune. However, Lin Chu furrowed her brows, eyeing the commotion below with unease. Something felt amiss. If Ma Yin possessed a space, he would surely have a backup plan. It was inconceivable for him to allow others to toy with him. His inaction likely indicated he was waiting for the right moment. While the Chung and the others continued their search, they circled around to his back. Someone suggested, "Let us strip him of all his adornments. He must have something on him." The group agreed and quickly began to remove Ma Yin's necklace, belt, and chest bag. "There's also a wristband," De Chung exclaimed, noticing a leather wristband tied to Ma Yin's bound wrist, his eyes lighting up. However, with Ma Yin's wrist already secured, removing the wristband intact would require loosening the bindings first. "It's fine. He's in this state. He can't cause much trouble." Others nodded, clearly sharing the sentiment. With their support, De Chung reached out. As De Chung loosened the ropes around Ma Yin's wrist, Lin Chu noticed a peculiar smirk forming at the corner of Ma Yin's mouth. The moment had arrived. "Ah!" De Chung's anguished cry pierced the air as a sharp dagger pierced his left eye, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. How can Ma Yin still have a trick up his sleeve? Yu Hongfei gasped in shock. Lin Chu, however, noticed that De Chung seemed to be clutching something in his hand. Ma Yin's sudden uprising threw the four men into disarray. The two heavily injured individuals immediately rolled away, while another, less injured, picked up a nearby baseball bat and rushed forward to assist De Chung. Yet, Ma Yin's dagger suddenly slipped from his grasp and flew toward the man's chest. The sound of the blade piercing skin echoed through the night. The man's legs buckled, and he knelt before Ma Yin. In an instant, the tide of the battle turned. Once Ma Yin dealt with the man before him, he turned to find De Chung had already distanced himself by 10 paces. He swiftly picked up his large machete from the ground and pursued him. De Chung, now realizing what he had obtained, rapidly searched through the contents. Soon enough, he extracted a large axe. With the axe in hand, he ceased his flight and turned to strike at Ma Yin. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle once more. That axe had seemingly materialized from thin air. The man must have accessed the space. Yu Hongfei felt a surge of excitement, but upon turning, he found himself alone. When he glanced out the window again, he spotted Lin Chu's silhouette at the base of the building. The reason they acknowledged Ma Yin as their leader was due to his formidable strength and the abundance of valuable items in his possession. He would occasionally share his bounty with those below when in good spirits. Although Ma Yin was now at his limit, De Chung's injury had severely diminished his capabilities, leading to a swift decline in their confrontation. Before long, Ma Yin landed a blow to De Chung's shoulder, causing him to collapse onto the blood-soaked ground. Ma Yin himself was not faring any better. His head had endured numerous blows, and his body bore various wounds. To have managed to bring De Chung down was already a testament to his limits. He staggered forward, bending down, only to collapse onto the ground. Yet, he still strained to extend his hand toward the leather wristband clutched into Cheng's grip. Just as he was about to grasp it, a foot clad in a black sneaker suddenly pressed down upon his hand. The foot was narrow, seemingly belonging to a woman. Mayan struggled to lift his blood-soaked eyes and look up. Before him stood a woman with short hair, her hair grazing her ears, wearing a black mask. Her sharp eyes coldly observing him. He recognized this visage from his previous life. She was not to be trifled with. In an instant, he understood. It's you. You didn't leave. You're the one who killed the phone. Lin Chu did not deny it. She merely knelt down slowly and withdrew the leather strap from Cheng's grasp. You were also responsible for the power outage, weren't you? Where are Gongzi and Shouho? Did you follow Cheng here? Our door wasn't left ajar. You pried it open, didn't you? You watched us turn on each other. Ha! How amusing. You activated the security door. A revelation dawned upon Ma Yin as he connected the dots. Lin Chu remained silent, slowly lowering her mask. Suddenly, Ma Yin comprehended why he felt an unsettling familiarity earlier. He chuckled, but a fit of coughing interrupted him, blood choking his throat, yet he managed to stammer. So it is you, Forensic Dr. Lin. We meet again. Forensic Dr. Lin, you cough, have also committed crime. Lin Chu disregarded his words and posed a question. After receiving her answer, she placed her hands on either side of his head and twisted. As Yu Hongfei approached, he heard a crisp crack reverberate through the air. The 5 individuals lying on the ground had all drawn their last breath. Chapter 27. Why we are cast into the infinite doomsday as they retrace their steps. A silence enveloped the two. Yu Hongfei, on the way, dispatched 2 solitary zombies and handed them over to Lin Chu as specimens for dissection. Taking advantage of Ma Yan's spatial concealment, Lin Chu effortlessly stored them within her own space. It was not until they crossed the road between the 2 districts that Lin Chu broke the silence. Tell me, why were we cast into this infinite doomsday? Yu Hongfei, taken aback by her sudden inquiry, scratched his head thoughtfully. Well, perhaps it's just bad luck. Bad luck? Lin Chu tilted her head, casting a scrutinizing glance at him. Her heart filled with a subtle mockery. Indeed, it was rather unfortunate. Yet, Ma Yan's earlier words lingered in her mind, igniting her curiosity. Why did his first instinct lead him to believe she had done something wrong? Yu Hongfei, what sort of person were you in your original world? Upon hearing her question, Yu Hongfei smiled sheepishly. Me? I'm just an ordinary soldier, someone who has earned a few medals. And have you ever done anything wrong? Lin Chu's inquiry prompted Yu Hongfei to shake his head fervently. Who would dare? If we did something wrong, we'd be expelled. Indeed, a person who instinctively steps forward even in the infinite doomsday would have no reason to err. Observing his earnestness, Lin Chu sensed that he was likely not lying, which left her with a disheartening lack of leads. She sighed inwardly. Their foremost objective was survival. Everything else would unfold step by step. Upon reaching the entrance of building number 6, Lin Chu pointed out the location of her sanctuary to Yu Hongfei. After you eliminate the zombies, come here to find me. We will trade as previously agreed. Yu Hongfei nodded in agreement without hesitation. Noticing that he had not mentioned it, Lin Chu boldly broached the topic. About that space. You dealt with Ma Yan's group, and you also saved my life. Keep the space well, and I shall pretend I know nothing of it. Pausing momentarily, he added, Rest assured, I will not speak of it. Trusting in a soldier's word, Lin Chu believed he would uphold his promise. After bidding farewell at the door, she watched Yu Hongfei walk away before heading toward her sanctuary. As she passed Zhang Ziyu's shelter, the door creaked open. Zhang Ziyu peeked out from behind the security door, and upon seeing only Lin Chu, she stepped outside. Earlier, Lin Chu had left a note asking her to help cover her tracks. Having activated the peephole, Zhang Ziyu was aware that Lin Chu had gone to follow the individuals sent from that side. She had completed the task as instructed, doing her best not to hinder Lin Chu, and could only wait anxiously in her sanctuary. The intruders indeed came to inspect the footprints, scouring the vicinity for a long while, but found no one. After venting their frustration, they returned empty-handed. When they had been gone for quite some time, without any sign of Lin Chu, Zhang Ziyu felt a chill settle in her heart. As a woman herself, she felt the weight of Lin Chu's bravery while she remained in the sanctuary, growing increasingly restless. Just as she contemplated arming herself to search for Lin Chu, she heard a commotion outside. Peering through the peephole, she saw Lin Chu returning and hurriedly opened the door. I followed your instructions and erased your footprints, Zhang Ziyu said, But her attention was drawn to the bloodstains on Lin Chu's body. Lin Chu, are you hurt? Lin Chu glanced at herself. The heavy injuries sustained by Ma Yan and his group had inevitably left her splattered with their blood. Her hands, having grasped Ma Yan's hand rope, were particularly stained. It was no wonder Zhang Ziyu misinterpreted the situation. She appeared quite fearsome. Don't worry, this is not my blood. I'm fine, Lin Chu reassured her, waving her hand. Zhang Ziyu thought Lin Chu was merely trying to appear tough, yet out of concern for offending her, she hesitated to confirm. Instead, she stomped her foot in frustration and rushed back inside to retrieve a bottle of iodine, thrusting it into Lin Chu's hands. This is all I have. At least it can disinfect your wounds. I found it at a workstation in this building. It should be useful. For Lin Chu, iodine was abundant in her supplies, but for others, it was a rare resource for treating external injuries. She rolled up her sleeve to display her unscathed skin, insisting in various ways to return the iodine. Seeing that Lin Chu was genuinely unharmed, Zhang Ziyu took back the iodine. They want he come back to trouble us. Upon hearing this, and considering the blood on Lin Chu, Zhang Ziyu's gaze shifted towards her, filled with admiration and respect. Though she was curious about how Lin Chu accomplished this, she understood that everyone harbors their own secrets, especially in such chaotic times, where one must tread carefully in interpersonal dealings. If the other party chose not to disclose, she would refrain from prying. Thus, she redirected the conversation to the matter of the zombie dissection trade. Will our previously agreed trading method still hold? Of course, Lin Chu replied, pausing before adding, however, I am quite fatigued from the past few days and will take a day to rest. We can continue the day after tomorrow. Zhang Ziyu had no objections to Lin Chu's need for rest. After parting ways, they returned to their respective shelters. Lin Chu's claim of exhaustion was indeed factual. Although she regularly exercised, engaging in morning runs and strength training, the relentless pace of recent days, dissection, counter-surveillance, and tracking, had left her physically and mentally drained. The answer Ma Yan had imparted lingered in her mind, igniting a subtle irritation. She lacked the energy to explore the treasures within Ma Yan's space, and, after washing off the blood, collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep slumber almost instantly. When Lin Chu finally awoke, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She had slept for a full 12 hours. Her stomach growled with hunger as she ruffled her already disheveled hair. After freshening up in the bathroom, she settled down, using a nearby box as a makeshift dining table, and retrieved a bowl of steaming snail noodles from her space. The food exchanged through the system was always freshly prepared. Thanks to the time-stopping feature of her space, she could immediately store it after acquisition, and upon retrieval, it remained hot and ready to eat. After savoring a mouthful of noodles and sipping the hot broth, Lin Chu couldn't help but exhale in contentment. Satiated, she surveyed her diminutive living quarters, a narrow bed, a row of shelves, a small window, and a half-meter wide aisle between the shelves and the bed. At that moment, she sat cross-legged in the aisle, using the box as a dining table. It was a juxtaposition of happiness and sorrow. The happiness stemmed from the fact that, while many shelters had been destroyed, she had activated her security door and now possessed a sanctuary, allowing her to sleep peacefully and eat without worry. The sorrow arose from the realization that the space was painfully cramped. She had no room to accommodate the gaming chair and desk she had procured from the office building. System, is there any way to further expand the area of my sanctuary? Chapter 28. After the host completes the settlement in the task world, they may choose to upgrade using points. Once the shelter is upgraded, the functional areas will increase and the overall space will expand accordingly. However, upgrades can only occur after the settlement. It is currently only the 9th day, and per the task regulations, she must survive in this world for 30 days. This implies that she must wait an additional 21 days to expand the shelter's area. How many points are required for the upgrade? The system remains unyielding, offering no information. Lin Chu has grown accustomed to its reticence regarding vital details, having mentally prepared herself for such responses. Upon hearing this, she merely shrugged, devoid of any emotional reaction. With 21 days remaining before any expansion can occur and without knowledge of the point cost, Lin Chu refrains from harboring hopes for the upgrade and instead focuses on tidying her modest space. She places all food items into her designated area and organizes daily necessities and clean clothing on the shelves. Once the disarray in her room is addressed, Lin Chu retrieves the leather wrist strap given to her by Ma Yan. The strap is an ordinary brown suede woven into a simple design. Due to the scuffle of the previous night, the knots in the strap have loosened somewhat, but it remains functional. Holding the strap, Lin Chu envisions her space and can perceive its contents. The space within the strap is not vast, mirroring the 2x2x2 volume of the backpack she initially acquired through the system. It is evident that the space has been meticulously organized. On the left side, several weapons are arranged vertically. Besides the machete and axe Lin Chu has seen before, there is a finely crafted crossbow, along with various daggers and small knives suitable for close combat. It appears as though he has shopped at a weapon store with no financial constraints. Adjacent to the weapons are 4 large boxes stacked 2 by 2, filled with energy drinks and compressed biscuits, items that quickly replenish energy and provide satiety. Atop these 4 boxes of sustenance rests a small flat container, roughly the size of a 13-inch travel case, which, when opened, reveals neatly arranged nutrient solutions. Lin Chu counts and discovers 30 vials of nutrient solution within. Additionally, the space contains a tent, sleeping bag, heat packs, lanterns, matches, and other essentials for outdoor overnight stays. Leaning against the wall are 2 deflated inflatable boats and 2 large water containers, alongside 2 barrels filled with diesel fuel. This prompts Lin Chu to recall the diesel generator she had inadvertently acquired from Ma Yan. Reflecting on it now, she wonders if that generator was originally brought by Ma Yan himself, diverting her attention from the diesel. Lin Chu is surprised to find 2 sets of diving suits and a row of oxygen tanks, amounting to 10 in total. Beyond these organized items, there are scattered miscellaneous objects piled in a corner, likely hastily collected by Ma Yan and not yet sorted. Upon this inspection, Lin Chu realizes that Ma Yan's space predominantly contained supplies for outdoor survival. Clearly, he had contemplated the possibility of their shelter being compromised and had prepared a significant stockpile for survival outside. Now, these resources belong to Lin Chu, rendering her considerably more affluent. She experimentally tests the still-warm snail rice noodle soup, only to discover that Ma Yan's space does not possess the temporal stasis feature. The warm soup, placed inside at 3:30, is already cooled by 4:30. With the superior capabilities of her own spatial gem in mind, Ma Yan's leather-strap space holds little allure for Lin Chu. After all, the space is limited and lacks significant utility. For someone like her, who already possesses 2 spaces, it serves primarily as a supplementary resource. Should an opportunity arise to exchange for other functional items that could enhance her survival prospects, Lin Chu would be inclined to use it as a bargaining chip. With this intention, she transfers all the supplies into her own space, leaving behind an empty strap space. Once she has organized these items, Lin Chu temporarily stores the entire shelf against the wall into her space, clearing a patch of ground to commence her basic physical training. Given the limited area, she can only perform simple exercises such as high knees and jumping jacks, movements that do not require ample space. However, motivated to enhance her physical condition, Lin Chu extends her training duration, engaging in strength training that altogether spans 3 hours. After sweating profusely, she heads to the bathroom to cleanse herself, changing into a fresh hospital gown before reclining comfortably on her bed. If one were to overlook the zombies outside, this day would resemble a cozy and leisurely weekend, spent at home tidying up, exercising, and finally unwinding with a book before retiring to bed. A tranquil and ordinary day. Yet, for those thrust into this task world, such normalcy and peace are luxuries. Lin Chu retrieves her phone, which she had brought into this world. 9 days have passed, and the phone has long since run out of battery. Although the shelter has electricity, she lacks a charger. She plans to check the workstation upstairs for a suitable charger when she has the opportunity. If successful, she could utilize the movies and books previously downloaded on her phone to pass the time. With leisure at hand, but no means to occupy it, Lin Chu resigns to sleep. However, this slumber proves less stable than her previous rest. A series of nightmares keeps her teetering on the edge of wakefulness until the sounds outside her door rouse her. The noise is not particularly loud, as someone is deliberately speaking in hushed tones. Yet, due to her restless sleep, even this slight commotion jolts her from the cycle of nightmares. Glancing at the time, she realizes it is 11 o'clock. She has slept for over 3 hours. With bleary eyes, she approaches the peephole and spies Yu Hongfei standing outside the bathroom door, holding 4 zombies, while Zhang Ziyu brandishes a large kitchen knife, vigilantly blocking his path. Seeing her 2 partners on the verge of conflict, Lin Chu hastens to intervene, ruffling her disheveled hair as she steps outside. Upon hearing the commotion, both men glance in her direction. When they see Lin Chu emerging in her hospital gown, they momentarily freeze. Zhang Ziyu then takes a protective step forward, spreading his arms to shield Lin Chu from Yu Hongfei's view, like a hen guarding its chicks. Yu Hongfei, appearing somewhat exasperated, scratches his head. I told you, I'm not a bad person. Lin Chu can vouch for me. Zhang Ziyu looks to Lin Chu, who nods in affirmation. He is also a task participant working with me. I rescued him from Ma Yin and the others yesterday. He is not a bad person. Hearing Lin Chu's words, Zhang Ziyu finally sheathes his knife at his waist, though his eyes remain guarded on Yu Hongfei. Undeterred by the caution, Yu Hongfei flashes a smile and gestures toward the ground. Lin Chu, I have brought you some zombies. Chapter 29. Trust. As Lin Chu had previously stated, the method of dispatching zombies must be swift and decisive to preserve the intact parts of their bodies to the greatest extent. Thus, the 4 zombies delivered by Yu Hongfei were all dispatched with a single shot to the head, emulating Lin Chu's technique. Aside from their skulls, the remaining body parts were undamaged. Upon realizing that Yu Hongfei was there to deliver the corpses, Zhang Ziyu merely asked him to wait for Lin Chu and then turned back to her shelter. Shortly thereafter, she dragged out 4 more zombie bodies, which she had dispatched the previous night. Since Lin Chu had mentioned needing rest, she refrained from disturbing him, planning to deliver them the following morning. To her surprise, in the dead of night, a man arrived to interrupt her. Lin Chu, I have 4 here as well. I thought you were resting, so I intended to bring them tomorrow, Yu Hongfei said, his tone somewhat sheepish. He scratched his head awkwardly and flashed a sheepish smile at Lin Chu. My apologies. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. I should have come tomorrow morning instead. He was primarily concerned about the rising heat and how leaving them too long might spoil their freshness, forgetting that Lin Chu had already endured a long day yesterday. Lin Chu waved her hand dismissively. It's no trouble. Since you're already here, we can discuss the allocation of the corpses. She accepted the zombies and stated, I owe each of you 4 zombie parts. I will dissect 2 each day. You can come by once daily to collect them and settle the payment on the spot. Is that agreeable? As she spoke, both Yu Hongfei and Zhang Ziyu nodded vigorously in agreement, their heads bobbing like chickens pecking at grain. Hearing Lin Chu's concluding statement, they both exclaimed, absolutely. Once these zombies are fully utilized, you can bring more, as an excess may lead to decay. She preferred to keep her space for preservation a secret. After their agreement, Lin Chu decided to say no more, simply arranging for them to return the following evening at 9 for the exchange before sending them on their way. She then transported the 8 zombies back to her shelter and stored them in her space. The world of zombies seemed to be transitioning between spring and summer, with temperatures rising daily. Having exerted herself, Lin Chu found herself sweating again. She recalled seeing several desk fans in Yu Hongfei's shelter the previous night, but had refrained from taking them, worried that collecting too many items might attract attention. Tomorrow, when Yu Hongfei returned for the zombie parts, she would ask him to bring a couple of fans with him. Having formulated her plan, Lin Chu drank a glass of milk as a midnight snack before drifting back into slumber. The next day, she awoke early, as was her routine, stowing the shelves in her space. After completing several sets of physical training in the corridor, she took a shower and retrieved a sandwich and a cup of milk tea from her space for breakfast. She then entered the dissection room, commencing her work for the day. Prior to this, Lin Chu had already dissected 20 zombie corpses. Now, donned in a white lab coat and wielding her scalpel, she felt almost instinctual in her movements. By the end of the day, she could dissect 3 zombies. The reason she had told Yu Hongfei and Zhang Ziyu she would do 2 a day was that she still had her own tasks to complete. The tasks she undertook would yield her 100% of the rewards, which she prioritized. By 9 in the evening, Lin Chu had completed the dissection of 3 zombies, changed into a clean patient gown, and enjoyed a steaming plate of pasta while awaiting the arrival of Yu Hongfei and Zheng Ziyu. They were punctual, with Zheng Ziyu opening the shelter door at precisely 8:59. Yu Hongfei followed closely behind, entering the restroom. Upon seeing him, Zheng Ziyu merely nodded slightly, not inclined to engage in conversation. Yu Hongfei, feeling awkward, could only scratch his nose in response. After yesterday's events, he recognized that Lin Chu sometimes needed a rest, and arriving too early might disturb her. Hence, he had waited at the entrance until he heard the dual ponytail girl open the door before stepping inside. However, Zheng Ziyu, noticing Yu Hongfei's discomfort, showed no intention of easing the atmosphere. From the very first day in this task-laden world, she had realized that men were not to be trusted, surrounded by seemingly powerful men that day. Only Lin Chu had extended a hand to pull her from the jaws of death. The others had aimed to eliminate them entirely. This experience had led her to lose faith in all men, replacing it with a deep-seated wariness. In this world, her trust was solely reserved for Lin Chu, the first to show her kindness. When Lin Chu emerged, she saw Yu Hongfei standing at the restroom door, maintaining a 2-meter distance from Zheng Ziyu. Yu Hongfei occasionally glanced up, seemingly wanting to speak but unsure of what to say, while Zheng Ziyu focused intently on Lin Chu's shelter, her expression radiating an air of detachment. Lin Chu paid them no mind. They were merely her partners, and how they chose to interact was of little concern to her. As long as they did not come to blows, she would let them be. Holding 2 burlap sacks, she handed one to Zheng Ziyu and the other to Yu Hongfei. Based on her previous collaboration with Zheng Ziyu, they had established a practice of collecting parts in multiples of 200. Each sack contained precisely 200 components. Upon receiving her sack, Zheng Ziyu promptly submitted her task before them. This was Yu Hongfei's first transaction, and upon opening the sack Lin Chu handed him, he was astonished to find it filled with finely crushed yet intact zombie bones. As he regained his composure, he noticed that Zheng Ziyu had already submitted half of her components. He hurriedly followed suit, opening his sack and submitting his daily task. This time, Lin Chu did not request immediate exchanges. Instead, she instructed them to save their points until they accumulated 50, at which point she would accept a health-enhancing pill from them in one go. Upon hearing her request, Yu Hongfei nodded in agreement, but before he could respond, Zheng Ziyu had already produced a white pill and handed it to Lin Chu. Seeing both of them gazing at her, Zheng Ziyu smiled and said, "Consider it an advance payment. Are you not concerned that I might take the items and cease assisting you with dissections?" Lin Chu inquired, glancing at her bright, expressive eyes, momentarily uncertain whether to label her naive or overly trusting. Her willingness to provide them with zombie parts for their collective task was rooted in her understanding that both were astute individuals who recognized the difference between a hearty meal and mere sustenance. Should they breach their agreement, the only ones to suffer would be themselves. Lin Chu trusted that intelligent individuals would not choose to renege before fulfilling their tasks. She engaged in a unique skill set that remained irreplaceable. Beyond her, they would struggle to find a suitable collaborator. Relying solely on their efforts, they would find that 30 days of toil could not match the yield of 10 days working alongside her. This knowledge fueled her confidence. Zheng Ziyu, having absorbed her words, shook her head earnestly. "You are not afraid we might refuse to help you exchange later, leaving you to work for free? Why should I be concerned? I have survived thus far thanks to your dissections. Even if you truly cease to assist me, I would accept it." Her words conveyed a profound trust in Lin Chu, stirring an indescribable feeling within her. Having dealt with the dead for so long, Lin Chu rarely experienced the warmth of trust from the living. Even in her original world, such genuine trust among individuals was a rarity. Yet in this endless apocalypse, she had unexpectedly encountered it. With a complex heart, Lin Chu accepted the health-enhancing pill, just as she felt a weight in her hand anew. Chapter 30. Labor Exchange. Lin Chu glanced down to find a small white pill in her hand. To her surprise, Yu Hongfei had exchanged a health-enhancing pill with her. This marked their first collaboration. Noticing Lin Chu's puzzled expression, Yu Hongfei flashed a brilliant smile, his white teeth gleaming. You saved my life. Who else could I trust if not you? The sudden influx of trust from two individuals left Lin Chu momentarily dazed. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure and smiled at them. Since you trust me, I shall keep this for now, and I will return at the same time every day. Both men acquiesced. After exchanging information about the current situation in the vicinity, the trio prepared to part ways. Just as they turned, Lin Chu recalled something and called out to Yu Hongfei. I remember there are a few fans in your building. Could you bring one tomorrow? I can give you 2 points or trade for other food items. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongfei waved his hand dismissively. Lin Chu, you're underestimating me. It's a simple task for a man. I won't take anything from you. Rest assured, I'll bring the fan tomorrow. Without waiting for her agreement, he turned and walked away. Zhang Ziyu, who had returned to her shelter, silently noted their conversation. Watching Yu Hongfei's retreating figure, Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh in relief. She felt fortunate to encounter such genuine individuals, and not just one, but two. Having received her advance payment, Lin Chu decided against using it immediately. She recalled Yu Hongfei mentioning that one should not consume more than 3 health pills, as the effects would diminish thereafter. However, the efficacy of the pills varied from person to person. Those with better physical conditions would experience greater benefits. She resolved to engage in physical training for a while to enhance her stamina before consuming the health pill. Yet, prior to her next task, she needed to take at least one more. To maximize the effect of the pill, Lin Chu devoted 3 hours to physical training that evening. Perhaps due to the influence of the first health pill, she felt invigorated despite increasing the intensity of her workout. After a restful sleep, she awoke the next day, full of energy. As per her routine, she conducted her morning exercises before spending the day in the dissection room, and later met her 2 partners for trading. This time, Yu Hongfei brought her 2 fans, a standing oscillating fan and a small desk fan. Lin Chu was quite pleased. However, Yu Hongfei insisted that he had simply helped her out of goodwill and refused any form of compensation, so Lin Chu had to relent. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu emerged from behind a door, holding a pair of clean white slippers, a thin blanket rolled into a cylinder, and a square blue cushion. All 3 items were still wrapped in transparent plastic, evidently new and unopened. Here, I found these in the office upstairs. They're all brand new. Noticing Lin Chu hesitating to accept, Zhang Ziyu added, These are just things I picked up. You don't need to trade anything for them. When Lin Chu still did not reach out, Zhang Ziyu pressed the items into her arms and dashed back in her shelter, shutting the door behind her as if afraid of rejection. Yu Hongfei, who had not yet left, witnessed this exchange and couldn't help but smile. Just take them. We both await your help with dissecting zombies every day. It can get rather dull. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll bring it if I see it. Having traversed 3 worlds prior, Yu Hongfei had always been burdened with daily tasks to earn points. This was the first time he could leisurely gather supplies in the vicinity, without the need to rush for daily missions, yet still accumulate more points than he would in a full day of strenuous labor. Pausing, he scratched his head and offered a phrase. Let us call it a labor exchange? Upon hearing his suggestion, Lin Chu couldn't help but smile slightly. Very well, let us consider it a labor exchange. She decided not to be overly formal with them, quietly planning to dedicate a day in the future to take them to Building 8 for some additional supplies. Since Maiyan's space had already been revealed to Yu Hongfei, she could gather more essential medicines for them to share, thus increasing their chances of survival in the forthcoming worlds. In the days that followed, Lin Chu continued her trades with them, and Yu Hongfei and Zhang Ziyu would bring various necessities they had scavenged, from electric cookers, bowls, and hand warmers to tissues, pillows, blankets, and even clothing. They consistently delivered items to Lin Chu. It was evident that these were possessions left behind by the former office workers. Most of the clothing consisted of light jackets, as some employees, fearing the cold, had prepared their own outerwear for the excessively air-conditioned summer environment. The garments, primarily sourced from Zhang Ziyu, were exactly what Lin Chu needed. Being a woman herself, Zhang Ziyu quickly recognized this and began scouring the office building daily. The zombies on the upper floors had not been entirely cleared, so she could only methodically cleanse the area with limited space to maneuver. Initially, Yu Hongfei, being somewhat oblivious, did not notice the pattern until he observed that Zhang Ziyu had been retrieving clothes for several consecutive days. It dawned on him that as they had just been thrust into this infinite apocalypse, basic clothing was likely the most scarce resource. Today, I discovered a delivery station in our district, and it still has many unclaimed packages. Why don't we set aside some time to check it out? Both Lin Chu and Zhang Ziyu's eyes lit up at his words. Having once been office workers themselves, they understood that many female colleagues would have garments delivered to the company, along with some food and daily necessities. With such a vast district accommodating thousands of employees, the station would receive hundreds of packages daily. The outbreak had occurred so suddenly that few had taken the time to sift through the delivery station during their evacuation. This presented an excellent opportunity for them, who had been inserted into the midst of chaos, with little access to zero-cost resources. After contemplating, Lin Chu also shared her intention to visit the medicine warehouse. Medicines, regardless of the circumstances, were essential, especially in a post-apocalyptic scenario where hospitals were inaccessible. Self-medication became vital. The trio quickly reached a consensus. The following day, at 6:30 in the evening, as dusk settled in, they set off together into the twilight. Chapter 31. Under currents, their initial destination was the courier station that Yu Hongfei had recently observed. They needed to traverse the road outside the medical park, a path that Yu Hongfei took daily while seeking transactions with Lin Chu. Prior to this moment, Ma Yin and his group had already cleared the zombies from this route, and since Yu Hongfei frequented it, he had also dealt with any wandering undead that strayed into the area. Consequently, the road was now remarkably clear. The courier station was situated in the northwest corner of the software park. Ma Yin's shelter had been located in the southeast corner, forming a perfect diagonal with the station. According to Yu Hongfei, he and Ma Yan's group had been introduced to this world simultaneously, having been deposited at the southern entrance of the software park. Due to the limited time frame for establishing shelters, everyone opted for nearby accommodations. Ma Yan's group had directly taken over one of the buildings, forcing others to seek refuge in different structures. Unfortunately, many were unable to evade the sweep conducted by Ma Yin that day. After the destruction of their shelter, they had vacated the park and had not returned since. As Lin Chu and her companions crossed the road and entered the software park, they proceeded westward, where the number of zombies began to increase. The trio armed themselves and commenced the extermination of the undead. Yu Hongfei wielded a black telescopic baton, which, upon Lin Chu's glance, revealed an unusual sheen, suggesting it was likely a product of the system. He had replicated Lin Chu's method of dispatching zombies with a single blow to the head. While his previous approach was effective, it often resulted in collateral damage to the bones. Zhang Ziyu, on the other hand, brandished a cleaver, not an ordinary kitchen knife, but rather a broad, pointed butcher's knife reminiscent of those used in markets for slaughtering pigs. The blade was smooth, and the wooden handle was a reddish-brown, giving the knife a naturally formidable appearance. Such an item would never be permitted in an office building. It, too, was a creation of the system. Throughout their time together, Lin Chu had come to understand that the system provided different gifts to each individual. For instance, she had received a spatial backpack, while others had acquired weapons or pharmaceuticals that surpassed the technology of their original world. Upon their arrival, the system had assigned them tasks, undoubtedly not out of mere boredom. Since they were required to undertake these missions, it was only fitting that they were equipped with tools for survival, allowing them to serve the system effectively. The three of them, armed and resolute, swiftly eliminated the dozen or so zombies wandering near the courier station. Once the immediate vicinity was clear, they bent down to extract the eyeballs from the zombies they had dispatched. The allocation of eyeballs was universally accepted. Whoever killed the zombie claimed its eyes. One pair of eyeballs could be exchanged for a portion of food, leaving no room for selflessness. Just as Zhang Ziyu finished extracting the eyeballs from the 4 zombies she had killed, she turned to find that 3 of Lin Chu's zombie corpses had mysteriously vanished. This immediately reminded her of the vending machine that had inexplicably disappeared that night. Calculating her next move, she slowly retreated towards Lin Chu while keeping a wary eye on Yu Hongfei, who was not far off. Throughout the process of disposing of the bodies, Lin Chu had maintained her focus on Zhang Ziyu. Yu Hongfei was already aware that she had acquired spatial capabilities from Ma Yan. Lin Chu was not naive enough to believe that a few acts of kindness would warrant complete trust. Initially, Yu Hongfei had no intention of resorting to treachery. He would not engage in any mischief before their transaction was concluded. Now, as she collected corpses and gathered resources into her spatial area, it was not solely for her own benefit. The spoils would be shared among the three of them. Even if Yu Hongfei harbored ambitions regarding the spatial items, he would refrain from making any moves at this moment. However, with Zheng Ziyu, Lin Chu was less certain. Although Zheng had repeatedly demonstrated her trustworthiness, the lure of wealth could corrupt even the most steadfast of hearts. It is often said that chaotic times serve as a mirror, revealing the inner demons of ordinary individuals. If Zheng Ziyu, Lin Chu's left palm gripped a rusted iron knife, her gaze lowered, yet her attention remained fixed on her. The tetanus-inducing knife may not be immediately lethal, but it could serve as an effective weapon against others. Once Zheng Ziyu had positioned herself just an arm's length away, she halted. Yu Hongfei turned to see the two women standing closely together, presuming they were engaged in some private discussion. He stood up, gathering the eyeballs in his hands, intending to approach them. However, as he took a step forward, he heard Zheng Ziyu quietly admonish him. "Stay there, do not approach." Yu Hongfei froze, bewildered, glancing between Zheng Ziyu and Lin Chu. He had done nothing wrong. Why was he suddenly being scolded? Lin Chu observed Zheng Ziyu standing protectively in front of her, her posture straight and fierce. Despite the defiance in her stance, Lin Chu could discern a slight tremor in her body. Was she attempting to shield herself from Yu Hongfei? A cold voice broke the tension that had settled in the air. "You both go inside. I'll tidy up a bit before joining you." Upon hearing Lin Chu's words, both women felt a jolt of realization. Yu Hongfei understood that Lin Chu intended to utilize her spatial area for collecting zombie corpses, urging them to leave so he could keep an eye on the girl with the twin ponytails and prevent the exposure of her spatial abilities. Zheng Ziyu's eyes glimmered with understanding. She recognized that her moment to prove her worth had arrived. She needed to keep the bulky man at bay, allowing Lin Chu to work unimpeded. "We'll head inside to see if there are any remaining zombies," she suggested. "Chu, we will go first. Be careful," they echoed. Their thoughts aligned, yet their intentions distinct, each closely monitoring the other to prevent any sudden movements. Soon, Lin Chu finished clearing the zombies from the ground and stepped into the courier station to reunite with her companions. The courier station was a modest, single-story structure, nestled against the park's fence in the northwest corner. It covered a small area of merely a few dozen square meters. The building featured a large double door and a roll-up door. The zombie outbreak had occurred so abruptly that the main entrance was only partially closed, leaving one side wide open. Typically, zombies would wander in, but having heard the commotion outside, they had willingly fallen into the traps set by the trio. Inside the courier station, only the stained concrete floor and the blood-splattered white walls bore witness to the presence of zombies. Yu Hongfei and Zheng Ziyu, who had entered first, did not immediately search for items, but instead scrutinized each other intently. It was only when they heard Lin Chu's footsteps that they turned to face her. "There are no zombies inside," Yu Hongfei reported first. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu nodded and surveyed the surroundings. The shelves in the courier station still held numerous parcels that had not been collected, with hundreds of packages scattered about, both large and small. Chapter 32. Unboxing. To preemptively thwart any zombies that might be drawn by sound, the trio collaborated to firmly shut the double glass doors of the express delivery station. This precaution ensured that even if zombies approached, they would not be able to enter immediately, while the glass doors afforded them a means to observe the external movements. Once the doors were secured, Yu Hongfei retrieved 3 black headlamps from his backpack, distributing one to Lin Chu and one to Zheng Ziyu. "These are headlamps I procured from my previous world. Wear them on your heads to facilitate your tasks." With night having fallen and the task world plunged into darkness, devoid of any lighting tools, the headlamps were precisely what they required, providing illumination without occupying their hands. Lin Chu silently admired Yu Hongfei's attentiveness and expressed her gratitude as she accepted the headlamp he offered. Although Zheng Ziyu had remained skeptical of this sudden addition to their group, she found herself appreciating his considerate gesture and the equipment he had brought. "Thank you," she said, nodding politely for the first time as she took the headlamp, before quickly retreating to Lin Chu's side to maintain her guard. Lin Chu, undeterred, stood with a smile, scratching her head. Noticing that Lin Chu and Zheng Ziyu were already attempting to don their headlamps, he hastily put on his own. The express delivery station was a long, narrow room containing 3 rows of shelves, each approximately 5 meters in length, interconnected by smaller racks. They each took a row and began their scavenging. Some packages bore labels revealing the contents: dolls, crafts, and trinkets, all of which were cumbersome and useless, were discarded to the side. They organized the useful food and daily necessities on the right, while clothing and warm items were piled on the left. Despite each having a spring knife for unboxing, it took nearly 2 hours to dismantle the hundreds of packages. Lin Chu began to understand the allure of unboxing. The process was undeniably joyous. One could never predict what treasures awaited within. For someone as unassuming as Lin Chu, even she couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight when she uncovered 2 boxes of self-heating rice, along with several boxes of milk, yogurt, soda, and electrolyte drinks. With the zombie outbreak having persisted for nearly a year, these items, typically with a 6-month shelf life, were long past expiration, with some milk already showing signs of swelling. When it came time for distribution, she anticipated no competition for her finds. Her ability to turn waste into treasure had imbued these items with renewed value. Additionally, they uncovered a variety of clothing. Given that this was an express station within a software park, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, allowing for diverse clothing purchases. There were sportswear, dresses, sun protective garments, and light jackets. It was evident that during the outbreak, the weather had been warm, as only a few individuals had purchased winter coats or hoodies. A mere fraction compared to the abundance of lighter attire. Nonetheless, Lin Chu found herself in dire need of clothing for any forthcoming missions, particularly fearing that her next endeavor might land her in a frigid world, leaving her without essential warm garments and bedding. Now, with a few winter garments secured, she could at least ensure she had more than 2 to stave off the cold. Among the sought-after items were everyday necessities, such as tissues and sanitary products. The park housed numerous female employees, and the trio had amassed 4 large boxes of feminine products. Even when divided equally, Lin Chu and Zheng Ziyu would have enough for 2 years. They gathered the useful items, categorizing them for efficient distribution. As Lin Chu bent to arrange the supplies, she noticed Zheng Ziyu and Yu Hongfei both appeared pale, their expressions contorted in discomfort. "What is wrong with you two?" Lin Chu inquired. In response, Zheng Ziyu pointed toward a pile of foam boxes stacked by the door, remnants of Yu Hongfei's unboxing efforts. Observing that Lin Chu remained unaffected, Yu Hongfei could no longer contain himself and asked, "Don't you find it repulsive?" "Ugh." The moment he spoke, the noxious odor assaulted him, and he doubled over, gagging. Only then did Lin Chu catch a whiff of the unpleasant scent. Glancing at the pile of foam boxes, she deduced the source. Someone had ordered fresh food that had since rotted, having been sealed in the boxes for an extended period. It was likely fermenting and perhaps even infested with maggots. The mere thought was enough to unsettle anyone. However, as a forensic pathologist, Lin Chu had encountered her fair share of high morbidity scenes and had frequently dealt with decaying corpses. Her senses had long since grown desensitized to such odors. Noticing the discomfort etched on their faces, she could only shake her head. She understood their concern. The stench could attract a horde of zombies, and they had no choice but to keep the foul items indoors. Yet, Lin Chu was unwilling to commence the distribution of supplies under such conditions. With swift determination, she approached the pile of foam boxes, covering them with a colorful cloth in the fearful gazes of Zheng Ziyu and Yu Hongfei. In the next instant, both the cloth and the fetid boxes vanished from the express station. Although Lin Chu's spatial abilities did not carry odors, her psychological aversion to filth compelled her to cover the repugnant items, creating a physical barrier. This scene unfolded before the watchful eyes of her companions. Turning back, she saw that Zheng Ziyu had abandoned her hesitation and stepped closer to Lin Chu, distancing herself from Yu Hongfei, her gaze fixed intently on him. Yu Hongfei, realizing this, ceased scratching his head and quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. "I mean no harm. I have known about this space for some time. I witnessed Lin Chu acquire it. I harbor no ulterior motives, truly. Upon hearing Yu Hongfei's explanation, Zhang Ziyu glanced back, relieved to see Lin Chu nod in affirmation. She exhaled, then promptly declared, "Rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential." Lin Chu nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the issue as she beckoned them to begin the distribution of supplies. At this juncture, their fates were intertwined. They were akin to grasshoppers on the same string, and it was in everyone's best interest to maintain the ongoing collaboration. As for future worlds, the likelihood of their paths crossing again was slim. Their discretion held little consequence for her. With a system in place, anyone who managed to survive typically possessed some semblance of valuable resources. Instead of resisting prying eyes, it was far more pragmatic to utilize the items to their fullest potential. Chapter 33. The difficulty of the task world as anticipated by Lin Chu. The several boxes of expired water went unclaimed. It was a pity that so much food had spoiled. If it had been good, sharing it would have sufficed to prolong our survival in a high-difficulty world. Yu Hongfei, now in his fourth task world, was keenly aware of the paramount importance of food. Although one could theoretically consume even grass when starving, the current scarcity of medical resources made it perilous to eat spoiled food, as ailments would be difficult to treat. Lin Chu, however, seized upon another significant point in his statement. A high-difficulty world? What then is the difficulty level of our current realm? Acknowledging Lin Chu and Zhang Ziyu as newcomers, Yu Hongfei began to enlighten them. The difficulty levels of worlds vary from C to S, and, as luck would have it, this world falls into the B category. Those fortunate enough to be placed in a C-level world at the outset stand a better chance of survival. Lin Chu remained non-committal regarding Yu Hongfei's assessment of their luck. Despite this being a B-level world, it unexpectedly suited her well. Due to her professional advantages, the daily tasks of this world aligned perfectly with her skills, making it an ideal setting for early development and point accumulation. In other worlds, she might have lost her initial edge. What might a C-level world entail? Zhang Ziyu inquired. Breaking her silence, Yu Hongfei, eager to share, recounted his experience. My first world was a C-level one, characterized by extreme heat. Temperatures soared to 70 C, and it was arid with a severe lack of water and food supplies. Upon our arrival, a famine was already underway due to the depletion of their food resources. Initially, there was nothing to eat, stores were completely bare, and societal order had disintegrated. We survived solely on the provisions from the system's starter pack. He continued. The only advantage was that the shelter had a sufficient water supply, allowing me to trade clean water for food from those who had an excess. Coupled with the system's daily tasks, which allowed us to exchange improved food seeds for sustenance, we managed to endure. Unlike a B-level world, where chaos reigns, as long as one avoids conflict, there is no need for violence. Upon hearing this, they grasped why Yu Hongfei deemed their fortune mediocre. For individuals accustomed to a peaceful existence, being thrust into a post-apocalyptic scenario was already enough to incite panic. Facing such a bloody reality and the treachery among their kind was indeed a daunting challenge. Is the temperature in the shelter synchronized with that of the task world? Lin Chu asked. Yu Hongfei nodded. That brings me to my second point. The temperature in the shelter mirrors that of the task world. The higher the difficulty level, the more the shelter is influenced by the task world. Thus, ensure you each take extra warm clothing. I've experienced an extreme cold world and have sufficient winter attire. As he spoke, he distributed 4 down jackets from the shelf, giving 2 to Lin Chu and Zhang Ziyu, while keeping none for himself. Although the sizes varied, Lin Chu and her companion had none, so they couldn't be picky. They thanked Yu Hongfei, with Lin Chu storing her jacket in her space, while Zhang Ziyu placed hers in a large sack she had scavenged from a delivery station. The greater the difficulty of a world, the more the shelter is affected. How so? Lin Chu pondered Yu Hongfei's words carefully, for they held the key to her survival in the future. The influence of temperature in C and B-level worlds is straightforward, but in A-level worlds, water availability also becomes a concern. In an A-level hot world, the shelter would similarly face a water shortage. Moreover, if the water sources in the task world are contaminated, so too will those of the shelter be tainted. This implies that in higher-level worlds, one must contend with water scarcity as well. No wonder Ma Yin had stored 2 large buckets of water, It seemed imperative for her to acquire more containers to collect clean water before venturing into more advanced realms. Is the task world difficulty random? Zhang Ziyu asked while distributing tissues. Task difficulty increases with system upgrades, but occasionally one may acquire special items that allow for the selection of task difficulty. I received a card for a B-level task world, which is how I was placed here. Otherwise, I would have been sent to an S-level world. At this point, Yu Hongfei cast a glance at Lin Chu, inwardly marveling at his serendipity. He opted to use the B-level task card at this juncture due to concerns over his point reserves, fearing he would be at a disadvantage in the S-level world. Thus, he sought to accumulate points in the B-level realm, unaware that he would encounter the formidable Ma Yan, compelling him to activate the security door for safety. Initially, he thought his efforts in the B-level world might yield no results, but fate intervened with Lin Chu's remarkable presence. Lin Chu and her companions posed additional inquiries regarding A-level worlds while they allocated the contents of the unpacked delivery according to their needs. Lin Chu and Zhang Ziyu split feminine hygiene products evenly, as well as the thicker clothing. For lighter garments, they selected according to gender and individual preference, evenly distributing any surplus for future trade. Daily necessities were apportioned based on necessity, with items like tissues, toothpaste, and toothbrushes shared equally. Functional items, such as a hairdryer for long-haired Zhang Ziyu and an electric shaver for the sole male, Yu Hongfei, were assigned according to personal requirements. They also selected various electrical appliances, such as electric cookers and portable stoves, ensuring that no one was left at a disadvantage. Additionally, they uncovered several electronic devices, including smartwatches, tablets, smartphones, e-readers, external hard drives, and data cables, which they also divided amongst themselves. Although these intelligent products could only function offline without internet connectivity, they nonetheless each took 1 or 2 items to occupy their leisure time. Chapter 34. Scavenging. The 3 individuals were thoroughly satisfied, their faces involuntarily adorned with hints of mirth. The resources had been distributed, leaving behind a sea of cardboard and worthless items. In addition to these scraps, 4 sizable burlap sacks remained on the ground, 2 belonging to Zhang Ziyu and 2 to Yu Hongfei. The question of how to transport these items back was a pressing matter. Storing them in Lin Chu's space would be the most efficient solution. Yu Hongfei scratched his head, uncertain how to broach the subject, but Zhang Ziyu had already taken the initiative to seek her assistance. Chu, if your space can accommodate it, could you help me transport these back? You may select 5 items from my belongings that pique your interest. Alternatively, I can exchange them for items worth 10 points. Zhang Ziyu's gaze was earnest and sincere, and Lin Chu readily acquiesced. She selected a bag of hair ties and a baseball cap from Zhang Ziyu's provisions. These 2 will suffice. You need only trust me for the transport. With that, she gathered Zhang Ziyu's items into her space before her eyes. As her first collaborator, Zhang Ziyu was akin to a VIP client in Lin Chu's point accumulation system, and she was always generous toward those willing to trust and collaborate with her. Zhang Ziyu recognized this preferential treatment immediately and expressed her gratitude profusely. Lin Chu, I also require your assistance. Like Xiao Zheng, I can compensate you with resources or items from the store worth 10 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu pondered for a moment. Does your system offer any higher tier goods? The kind that cannot be purchased by newcomers? Yu Hongfei nodded eagerly. Indeed, there are higher tier items, but they require significantly more points. He recited several, but Lin Chu waved her hand. Please write down the names and prices for me tomorrow. Let us save this 10 points for a future exchange of system goods alongside the dissection rewards. It would be more convenient to compare them directly as I have limited points to spend. After finalizing the details of their arrangement, Lin Chu promptly stored Yu Hongfei's 2 burlap sacks into her space as well. Once the items were sorted, the trio made another round through the shelves they had previously inspected to ensure nothing was overlooked. They meticulously scoured the cast-offs, aware that what may be deemed useless by some could be treasures to others. Indeed, Lin Chu unearthed a large box nestled in a corner. Inside were 8 children's educational toys, reminiscent of those she had seen in her childhood while accompanying her stepfather to sell pork in the city. They were labyrinth balls, large, transparent plastic spheres containing intricate, winding tracks and a heavy steel ball. The objective was to navigate the steel ball through the maze, a cerebral game designed to stimulate children's intellect. In a post-apocalyptic world, such toys held little value. Yet Lin Chu found herself intrigued, particularly by their contents. She raised her hand and stored the entire box in her space. The trio had agreed that for their final selections, they could take any desired item without needing to consult one another. Although Lin Chu's sudden acquisition of a large box raised eyebrows, no one voiced any objections. After another thorough sweep, Lin Chu collected a substantial amount of refuse, while Zhang Ziyu and Yu Hongfei left empty-handed, as they found no utility in the discarded items. With limited space in their shelter, they adhered to a minimalist approach, taking only what they truly needed, thereby failing to uncover any hidden treasures among the remnants. Their curiosity about Lin Chu's bounty remained, but they respected her privacy, refraining from inquiries. The trio spent approximately 3 hours at the delivery station. It was now past 10 in the evening, and they needed to head to their next destination, the pharmaceutical warehouse. However, before proceeding there, they decided to make a detour to Yu Hongfei's shelter to drop off the supplies he had just acquired. His shelter was located in the storage room on the 3rd floor of the building where Lin Chu and he had previously sought refuge. He had chosen this location to avoid conflicts, yet the maniac Ma Yan had still ensnared him. The journey was tranquil, interrupted only by 2 wandering zombies, which they swiftly dispatched. After successfully delivering Yu Hongfei's supplies to his shelter, the 3 set off toward the pharmaceutical warehouse. The path was devoid of zombies, prompting Yu Hongfei to ask, "How did you get entangled with Ma Yan at the pharmaceutical warehouse?" This matter was not a secret among the trio, as Ma Yan's gang had made a grand show of seeking revenge on Lin Chu, which had already revealed the incident's existence. However, the underlying reasons and details remained undisclosed. Lin Chu chuckled lightly and shook her head at the question. Ma Yan and his crew were far too ostentatious. She recounted how she had restored the backup power for the entire building from the control room in the underground parking garage, brazenly using the elevator to go between floors while Ma Yan's gang was trapped inside. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongfei, familiar with the incessant grumbling of Ma Yan's group, began to piece together the events. "So, you timed it perfectly to avoid them, access the control room while they were in the elevator, and cut their power? Then they were left stranded in a halted elevator?" Lin Chu nodded. Yu Hongfei couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "You're not just a forensic expert. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a police academy-trained female special agent. Bold, meticulous, quick-witted, and exceptionally skilled. I simply cannot fathom how such a remarkable talent ended up in this apocalyptic world." Chapter 35. Someone with a swift motion, you sent them tumbling into the dirt, and 2 of their companions were caught in the fray. It is no wonder they harbor such animosity towards you. Upon hearing Yu Hongfei's words, Lin Chu realized he had been privy to some details while being captured by Ma Yan and his group. She glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at her lips. It seemed that only one life was lost in the elevator incident. How is it that Ma Yan mentioned they were short 2 people? Wasn't the other one also your doing? At this point, Yu Hongfei suddenly shifted his gaze to Zhang Ziyu. Indeed, Ma Yan had not actually witnessed who was responsible. He had merely heard that it was a woman. Could it be? Upon receiving Yu Hongfei's look, Zhang Ziyu remained silent, redirecting her gaze towards Lin Chu. Lin Chu, aware of Yu Hongfei's scrutiny on Zhang Ziyu, clarified, "It wasn't her. The other casualty was indeed my doing, but did not occur in the elevator." She succinctly recounted the incident at the 24-hour convenience store to the 2 of them. After hearing her explanation, Yu Hongfei's face flushed with anger, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. Lin Chu had no doubt that if Ma Yan's corpse were presented to him at that moment, he would lash out at it mercilessly. Zhang Ziyu, too, wore a grim expression. Such brutal methods. She had just uttered a few words when she suddenly looked up, urgency evident in her tone. "I believe I've heard of him, the infamous serial rapist and murderer who shocked the nation. Each time, he would carve 2 X marks on the faces of his female victims. Experts had analyzed that he harbored a profound misogyny." But Zhang Ziyu paused, her brow furrowing in confusion. "I recall he was apprehended and executed." Yu Hongfei rubbed his face, pressing his lips together, remaining silent. Lin Chu nodded. "You are not mistaken. It was indeed him. I was the one who provided live evidence against him. The authorities did, in fact, announce his execution. A glint of darkness flickered in Lin Chu's eyes as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyu couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking her head. Well, this system is incredibly powerful. If it can draw us ordinary individuals into its fold, it can surely summon the dead as well. She had read novels where protagonists entered infinite worlds after death. In light of this, Ma Yin's presence here seemed rather plausible. The sheer cruelty of Ma Yin added a layer of shadow to the thoughts of the other two. They fell into silence, and Lin Chu, not one for excessive conversation, allowed the three of them to proceed quietly until they reached the 8th building of the medical park. Though Ma Yin's commotion had attracted a horde of zombies, upon escaping, they vented their wrath upon those surrounding them. Now, there was not a single living zombie in the vicinity of Building 8. The ground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, in a state so grotesque that even the system would not spare a glance. Despite having witnessed an abundance of gore in recent days, Zhang Ziyu still found it difficult to suppress her frown. The trio cautiously navigated around the scattered remains, guided by Lin Chu towards the entrance of the warehouse. They proceeded seamlessly to the fire escape door where Lin Chu had previously ventured. Yu Hongfei pulled Lin Chu behind him, drawing his baton from his waist. Although you cleared out the zombies last time, it's uncertain what may have transpired in these days. Let me lead the way and scout ahead. This was the sense of responsibility ingrained in Yu Hongfei. As a soldier, his ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances far surpassed Lin Chu's. She did not object, merely advising him to exercise caution as she stepped back behind him. Yu Hongfei extended his left hand, testing the fire door a few times before forcefully pushing it open. The creaking sound of the door echoed starkly in the quiet. Empty space. Finding nothing behind the door, he raised his hand to signal Lin Chu and Zhang Ziyu to wait. After conducting a brief reconnaissance, he returned to beckon them inside. It's safe. You may enter. Once inside, Lin Chu closed the fire door behind them. The trio proceeded with Yu Hongfei leading, Zhang Ziyu in the middle, and Lin Chu bringing up the rear as they ascended the stairs. They retraced Lin Chu's previous route, first collecting sterile supplies like gauze from the upper floors, then systematically sweeping downwards. Opportunities to forage the pharmacy warehouse were scarce, and with Lin Chu's spatial abilities, they were able to procure a substantial amount of medical supplies. However, since Yu Hongfei and Zhang Ziyu lacked the ability to halt time, they could only select items with longer shelf lives. Perhaps due to their companionship and the fact that Ma Yin had frightened off numerous taskers, Lin Chu felt considerably safer this time. Consequently, she meticulously sifted through the medical supplies, seeking to fill in the gaps from her previous collection. After all, once the items were placed in her space, they would not expire, and she could never have too much. Nevertheless, she needed to ensure there was enough room for future resource gathering. Content. The three of them scoured from the 8th floor down to the 3rd. Just as they opened the fire door to proceed to the 2nd floor, they suddenly detected sounds emanating from the fire escape. The muffled sound of a door creaking open reached their ears, originating from the 1st floor. This sound was all too familiar to them. Each time they had opened the fire door while sweeping through, it had produced this very noise. Someone was coming. The three of them exchanged glances, remaining motionless. It seemed the individuals below were also assessing the safety of the fire escape. After a moment, a deliberately hushed male voice broke the silence. "Honey, there are no zombies here. Hurry and bring our son inside." Although he attempted to lower his voice, it still resonated clearly in the quiet, spacious corridor. Following his words, a rustling sound emerged from the 1st floor as someone entered the fire escape. The fire door was closed again, emboldening the man who spoke. "Honey, I'll check upstairs to see if it's safe. You and our son should rest here for a while. Hurry, both our son and I are tired. If it's safe, we'll rest here." The man acknowledged, and soon the trio heard the sound of his footsteps ascending the stairs. Yu Hongfei glanced back at Lin Chu, silently inquiring what course of action to take, clearly regarding her as the backbone of their group. Lin Chu shook her head, then pointed to the floor, indicating that he should remain still and wait. They had already opened the fire door. Closing it now would inevitably create noise. clearly signaling their presence. It was better to wait openly in this spot. After all, given their combined strength, it would be difficult to suffer harm in this world. If the newcomers were amicable, they could simply greet them and leave. Conversely, if they sought trouble, Lin Chu was unperturbed by the prospect of confrontation. The voices suggested a family of three. Such a combination often bore vulnerabilities. She was not concerned about them posing a threat. Chapter 36, A Family of Three. The man downstairs ascended the stairs with great caution. Due to the acoustics of the stairwell, Lin Chu and her companions could distinctly hear his footsteps echoing. Tap, tap, tap. The sound grew increasingly nearer. Yu Hongfei had already braced himself for a potential confrontation. However, the footsteps halted on the second floor. After a rustling sound, the trio heard a clear sound of water running, which left them exchanging puzzled glances. Zhang Ziyu, feeling bashful, turned slightly red in the face. Yu Hongfei scratched his head, uncertain of the man's intentions. After a while, the sound of water ceased, and the rustling resumed. Then, the footsteps echoed once more. Just as the three readied themselves, believing he would ascend again, they heard the footsteps retreating. He was descending? Yu Hongfei turned back, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Did he only check the second floor to ascertain the safety of the upstairs? The three were left speechless. Before long, they heard the man return to the first floor, informing his waiting wife, "I checked upstairs. It's safe. There are no zombies. You can let our son sleep without worry." Lin Chu and her companions decided they could no longer linger. After a nod from Lin Chu, they continued, with Yu Hongfei leading the way and Lin Chu bringing up the rear, stepping out from the third floor. The fire door inevitably made a sound as it closed. Downstairs, a flurry of anxious dialogue ensued. "Husband, do you hear that? There's movement upstairs. Are you sure it's safe up there?" The man's voice, though stammering, carried an air of impatience. "I assure you, I've checked. There's nothing up there, not even a single breath." The couple sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by tattered cloths. They appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, their clothes neither clean nor disheveled, suggesting they were not accustomed to a life of wandering. A clean blanket lay beside them, on which a boy of around 10 lay sleeping. The man faced the staircase, his back against the wall. As he uttered the last two words, he suddenly noticed a foot protruding from a staircase. He swallowed hard but instinctively finished his sentence. "Nothing? What was that sound then?" The woman rubbed her arms, feeling an unsettling chill. "There's someone." As the man spoke, he stood up, his eyes fixed intently behind the woman. Upon hearing those words, the woman's hair nearly stood on end, and she leaped to her feet. "Who is it?" Seeing the woman on the verge of losing control, Yu Hongfei quickly interjected. "Hello, we just came down from upstairs, merely passing through with no ill intentions." The man's head emerged from behind the woman, both of them eyeing the trio warily, while the boy merely rubbed his eyes and turned over, continuing to sleep. "What do you want?" By the light of the moon streaming through the window, Lin Chu could see the woman trembling slightly, yet she forced herself to appear composed, tilting her head to gaze at them. Yu Hongfei, responding to her inquiry, waved his empty hand. "We mean no harm. We are just passing through." The woman looked at them with suspicion. The man's gaze shifted from Yu Hongfei's baton to Zhang Ziyu's knife, and finally to Lin Chu's club, swallowing hard. He tugged at the woman's clothing and whispered, "Dear, don't ask, just let them pass." After a moment's hesitation, the woman nodded. "You promise you won't harm us?" Upon seeing Yu Hongfei nod, the woman took 2 steps aside, positioning herself protectively in front of the sleeping boy. The trio descended the staircase slowly. Just as they were about to pass by the woman, she suddenly called out, "Are you part of the Survivor Base's task force in City F? Can we join you at the Survivor Base?" "City F Survivor Base?" Lin Chu exchanged glances with her companions, and then Yu Hongfei asked casually, "You don't seem like you've been wandering outside. Why do you want to go to the Survivor Base in City F?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes reflected a deep sorrow. She pointed down at her feet. "To be honest, my daughter worked for this company 6 months before the zombie outbreak. She called us to say she was sent by the company to participate in a crucial medical research project. Once she entered the project, she couldn't contact us for a year. After the outbreak, we tried to find her, but we received no news. We even thought she might be gone." As she spoke, her voice broke, tears welling in her eyes. The sadness seemed to ripple through the man beside her, who lowered his head, his lips trembling. Recently, we heard at the survivor base in City H that the researchers sent out by this company were actually being secretly protected. It seems they're being safeguarded in the survivor base in City F, and we rekindled our hope. The woman spoke with tears streaming down her cheeks, and Yu Hongfei nodded in understanding. Lin Chu, however, turned her attention to the boy behind her. "Is this your son?" Startled by Lin Chu's abrupt question, the woman shifted slightly, attempting to shield her son from view. "Yes, our son was very close to his sister. He has been insisting on finding her, which is why we came." As she spoke, Lin Chu noticed the boy, pretending to be asleep, seemed displeased and pouted slightly. "We are neither from the City F survivor base, nor intending to go there." The man could not contain his displeasure upon hearing Lin Chu's words, lifting his gaze to glare at them. However, he was met with Lin Chu's indifferent stare. Her phoenix eyes seemed to pierce through him, making him avert his gaze involuntarily. The woman realized she had been caught in a trap, her expression darkening, yet she understood she could not compel them. "Since you've gathered information from us, you should at least offer some food in exchange." She could not help but press for something. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow at her, which silenced her. The three then walked past them through the emergency exit, with Lin Chu kindly closing the door behind them as they left. On the way back, Lin Chu mulled over the woman's words in her mind. This biopharmaceutical company had a secret research project before the outbreak. Their daughter had vanished after joining this project, and Ma Yin had a mission connected to this company. Was there some kind of correlation among these events? Chapter 37. The exchange of spaces. The trio traveled in silence. Yu Hongfei escorted the two back to Building 6, and Lin Chu retrieved the medicines he had previously collected from the pharmacy. The supplies had been packed in a large burlap sack, and due to their impending expiration, Yu Hongfei only took one sack's worth. As he reached out to receive the medications, he paused momentarily before speaking. "Lin Chu, I can prepay you for 10 zombie dissections. What would you like in exchange? Please tell me now." Noticing his serious demeanor, Lin Chu couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Why this sudden request? Hadn't they agreed to compile a list tomorrow? Moreover, she wasn't in urgent need of their points. Yu Hongfei scratched his head, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Chu suddenly recalled her earlier thoughts. "Do you have a special mission as well?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Yu Hongfei sighed and nodded. "Yes. After a tasker enters the third world, they have the option to undertake a high-level mission, which offers substantial rewards upon completion. In essence, these rewards translated to significant points. His arrival in this world was motivated by the desire to accumulate points, so he was determined not to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. "Is your mission related to the survivor base in City F?" Lin Chu asked, and Yu Hongfei nodded again. This connection was why he had continued to inquire following the couple's mention of the survivor base. "I don't know how long I will be gone, and if anything were to happen to me, I don't want you to work in vain, so I might as well prepay you." "There's no need," Lin Chu interjected, shaking her head. Even if he didn't return, she could exchange the corpses she had dissected over the past few days for points, ensuring nothing would go to waste. If this journey seemed perilous to Yu Hongfei, it was certainly not a low-difficulty task. "You should save those points. If you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, it would be wise to have some items on hand." She certainly didn't wish for her partner to lose his life. Retaining those 100 points could potentially yield her at least 200 points worth if he managed to return safely. Lin Chu was not short-sighted. Hearing her words, Yu Hongfei shook his head. "There is nothing in the system's marketplace that could assist me in this mission." While his statement wasn't entirely accurate, the system did have items. The advanced tools he sought were far beyond the reach of just 100 points. Lin Chu understood this, her mind racing, and she proposed an idea she had contemplated a few days prior. "Are you suggesting that I exchange items for space?" Upon hearing this promising proposal, Yu Hongfei's voice involuntarily rose in excitement. Lin Chu nodded. "I recall you mentioning that Ma Yin's physical enhancement required more than just the strength-enhancing pills." At that moment, Lin Chu deduced that Yu Hongfei's assertion meant the system would provide more advanced pills after a certain level of enhancement or through special channels. Yet, To increase her chances of survival, she needed to enhance her physical strength as soon as possible. As Yu Hongfei processed her words, he immediately recognized her intent. That item exists, but its price is indeed steep. The strength-enhancing pills cost only 50 points, while that particular item demands 350 points. Moreover, not every tasker qualifies to purchase it. Fortunately, he happened to hold that qualification. The exorbitant price had prevented him from acquiring it for his own enhancement thus far. 350 points represented nearly half of his current assets. However, the thought of Lin Chu proposing to exchange space ignited a fervor within him. It was well known that space was a commodity of great rarity. While the enhancement pills were precious, they were still purchasable by some. In contrast, acquiring space relied solely on luck. He understood that Lin Chu's desire to exchange was merely a strategic maneuver to enhance her physical strength before facing the greater challenges that lay ahead, thereby fortifying their capabilities for the subsequent worlds. From his perspective, this transaction heavily favored him. Although the enhancement pills could only be used once by an individual, the marketplace imposed no limitations on purchasing them. Even if he traded one to Lin Chu now, he could still buy more once he accumulated enough points again. Additionally, one of the significant challenges in an S-level world was that he might not be able to activate the shelter within the allotted time. Possessing space at that moment would significantly increase his odds of survival. Yu Hongfei felt immensely tempted, but reminded Lin Chu nonetheless. Are you truly certain? This is space we're discussing, rarer than pills. Lin Chu nodded. She already possessed 2 spaces, and Ma Yan's space represented a redundant tool for her, which had been exposed to others. Exchanging it could yield greater value. No matter how advantageous a space was, one must be alive to utilize it. Ever since she learned that Ma Yan had used a special enhancement pill, that pill had become her most coveted item. This arrangement was mutually beneficial for both of them. However, Yu Hongfei was unaware of her other spaces. He only perceived Lin Chu as a divine intervention sent to rescue him. He readily agreed and purchased the necessary pill from the system's marketplace. Lin Chu presented the supplies belonging to Zheng Ziyu, then entered the shelter, ostensibly to clear her space. But in reality, she merely feigned the action to mislead others. Today, she had not placed any of her items into Ma Yan's bracelet space. Timing her exit, Lin Chu emerged from the shelter, handed Ma Yan's bracelet to Yu Hongfei, and received the black-red pill in exchange. The moment she held the pill, a warm sensation enveloped her. Lin Chu was taken aback, but refrained from examining it further, as she hadn't yet returned to the shelter. Yu Hongfei clasped the bracelet space, unable to hide his delight, eagerly placing the burlap sack of medicines within. He took them out, then returned them, repeating the process several times before glancing at Lin Chu and her companion, sheepishly scratching his head. It's my first time acquiring space. I'm a bit overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Chu chuckled softly, shaking her head as she reminded him, don't flaunt it too much outside. It's best to carry a backpack for concealment. This space cannot hold fresh food for long without spoiling. Yu Hongfei nodded, acknowledging her advice, then stated earnestly, I will head to the survivor base in City F tomorrow. I may be gone for 5 to 10 days. If I don't return, you need not search for me. Pausing for a moment, he continued, please be cautious. In a tasking world, there will not only be 2 groups of taskers deployed, there may be additional ones arriving later. If you encounter any, exercise caution. He had learned that the survivor base in City F was located over 100 kilometers away from their current area, nestled in a remote mountain region. Its elevated terrain made it easy to defend and difficult to attack, which is why it had been designated as a base by the authorities. His journey would undoubtedly take several days. After offering Lin Chu and her companion further words of caution, the 3 bid farewell and departed. The transaction between Lin Chu and Yu Hongfei had not escaped Zheng Ziyu's notice, a circumstance Lin Chu had deliberately orchestrated. Even if their exchange proceeded smoothly, she wanted the few who knew of her space to believe it had already been traded away. This was her form of self-preservation. Chapter 38 Fresh Fruits. As Lin Chu closed the door to the shelter, she leaned against it, extracting from her space the pill she had just exchanged from Yu Hongfei. A string of text materialized in her mind, which she read meticulously. Item: Body Transformation Pill Rarity. Item description: a comprehensive upgrade to the body, enhancing bones, muscles, and organs with transformative effects. Note: the body transformation requires 24 hours, and there will be a 24-hour period of weakness post-transformation. Please arrange transformation time wisely. Indeed, it was a body transformation, not merely a standard enhancement. System: what impact does this body transformation have on strength? The body transformation pill will significantly enhance bodily functions, with research indicating an increase of 50 to 150. The system recited the standard answer with precision. A 50 to 150 increase in strength exceeded Lin Chu's expectations. She felt satisfied with this outcome. Even a mere 50 enhancement would suffice to handle numerous unforeseen circumstances. At present, her physical capabilities were indistinguishable from those of an average adult male. After the transformation, even a 50 increase would enable her to effortlessly crush an ordinary adult male with a single punch. Furthermore, she possessed 2 additional fitness pills. Contemplating this, she inquired further. System: after consuming the body transformation pill, is it beneficial to take the fitness pills? It is beneficial. So, the enhancement will be based on the strength post-transformation? Yes. This response pleased Lin Chu immensely. Thus, the remaining 2 fitness pills would yield their maximum efficacy. After consuming the 3 pills, her bodily functions could potentially double her current capabilities. However, the body transformation pill required considerable time. She needed to expedite the transactions with Zheng Ziyu and Yu Hongfei and complete her tasks to allocate the remaining time for the transformation. Lin Chu calculated roughly. She would need to dissect 7 more zombies to reach the task limit with Zheng Ziyu. Recently, she had submitted 100 tasks. Require her to dissect just 7 more to meet her task cap. On the other hand, due to his higher level, Yu Hongfei had a task limit 100 higher than theirs. Subtracting the tasks he had submitted prior to encountering Lin Chu and those she had assisted him with, he could still submit 350 more tasks, necessitating the dissection of 17 additional zombies. In total, Lin Chu needed to dissect 31 zombies, 7717. It was now the 14th day of survival, with 16 days remaining to complete the task. Ample time indeed. However, Yu Hongfei had entered 6 days earlier, and it was now his 20th day of tasks. To fulfill Yu Hongfei's tasks, she would have to assist him with dissections first. As for whether he could return in time, though Lin Chu had some concerns, they were futile. She could only proceed with the plan as if he would return. After all, her space could preserve the dissected remains without decay. If Yu Hongfei truly could not make it back, she would submit the task herself. Once her plan was set, Lin Chu stepped in a bathroom. Changing out of her soiled clothes and washing off the blood, she retrieved 2 large water buckets from her space, resembling the waste bins typically found in restaurant kitchens. Large, lidded, and, most importantly, clean inside. Lin Chu placed the buckets on the bathroom floor, turned on the shower head, and let the water fill them while she washed her dirty clothes at the sink. By the time she finished, 1 bucket was full. She capped it and returned it to her space, intending to stockpile water resources for the days ahead. 2 buckets were insufficient, even with frugal use, avoiding showers. She'd exhaust them in 10 days. If she included water for bathing, each bucket might only suffice for 1 wash. Once her points were amassed, she would need to seek more containers for water storage. Setting another bucket on the floor, she continued filling it with the shower head before heading to the dissection room to retrieve a foam box from her space. As soon as she opened it, a putrid stench wafted out. This contained the spoiled food she had collected earlier. Yu Hongfei and his companions found it too foul, but she had retained it in her space. She had about 20 similar boxes. From the appearance of this particular box, she could discern it contained some kind of fruit, with small white worms wriggling on its surface, seemingly ready to escape at any moment. Without time to examine it closely, she pointed her finger at the box's edge and used her transformation skill. A flash of white light passed, and in the next moment, the once filthy box appeared pristine. The decayed contents had transformed into a dozen golden peaches, each encased in a white protective foam net. Every peach was adorned with a soft, even fuzz and a pointed top, exuding a tantalizing fragrance. Item: high-quality yellow peaches rarity. See item description. A box of high-quality yellow peaches, totaling 12, sweet and tangy. Success. Lin Chu's eyes sparkled with delight. In this post-apocalyptic world, food was scarce, and fresh fruits were particularly rare. It had been half a month since the initial drop, and she had not tasted a single piece of fruit. Now, confronted with such high-quality yellow peaches, she could not resist the temptation. She plucked one from the box, stored the rest in her space, and rushed to the bathroom to wash it. Eagerly, she took a bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, imbued with a hint of the unique acidity of yellow peaches, enhancing the flavor's complexity. Having not eaten fruit in so long, Lin Chu devoured the peach swiftly, leaving only the pit, resisting the urge to indulge in another. She waited for her skill cooldown to finish before retrieving another box from her space, holding her breath as she pointed her finger at it. Another flash of white light occurred, revealing a box of apples. There were 20 apples, their quality considered average in her original world, but in this apocalyptic context, they were precious fresh apples. Lin Chu was thoroughly satisfied as she stored the apples in her space. Having utilized her transformation skill twice in one day, she could only set aside the remaining spoiled boxes for now, planning to transform 2 daily. After a busy day, she felt fatigued and entered the bathroom, capping the filled second bucket before returning to her cot. The shelter's small bed was not as cushioned as the rubber palm mattresses of her original world. It was a hard wooden board. Even though she had placed some thin blankets brought back by Zhang Ziyu underneath, it still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, the sheets and pillowcases were clean and fresh from her washing. In such a chaotic world, having a safe space was invaluable, and any discomfort could be gradually remedied. Lin Chu buried her face in the blanket and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 39. Transformation at the break of dawn. Lin Chu awoke promptly at 6 o'clock. As was her custom, she immediately commenced her unwavering regimen of physical training. Despite possessing the body enhancement pills, Lin Chu understood that such pills merely modified the body based on its existing foundation. The better the original physique, the more pronounced the enhancement. She would never relinquish her fundamental training merely because she held the pills in her possession. Even after consuming the pills, she would not forego any of her essential exercises. Only through this dedication could her body grow ever stronger. Upon completing her training, Lin Chu retrieved a small basket of dumplings from her space, accompanied by a glass of milk, which constituted her breakfast for the day. She was on the verge of redeeming the 100 portions of food obtained through her ocular exchange. Fortunately, her space was abundant with expired food. Once utilized, these items could be transformed into edible provisions, thereby alleviating any concerns of scarcity. In matters of sustenance, she never shortchanged herself. By nurturing her body, she ensured her survival in this predatory apocalypse. After her meal, Lin Chu descended into the dissection room. With Yu Hongfei absent, she adhered to her usual routine of trading with Zhang Ziyu at 9 o'clock each evening. On the 4th day, following Yu Hongfei's departure, Lin Chu observed that the area previously cleared by Ma Yan had attracted new visitors. Unlike the chaotic newcomers, these individuals moved with a purpose, making their way directly to the office building. Peering through the peephole, Lin Chu noted that their restroom had initially been a target. It soon realized that its door had been destroyed. The individual sighed in frustration and departed. When Lin Chu engaged in her nightly trade with Zhang Ziyu, the latter also mentioned this occurrence. They did not appear to be newcomers, but remained uncertain whether they had individuals akin to Ma Yan among them. The mere mention of Ma Yan darkened their expressions. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chu advised, "The supplies we previously gathered should suffice for now. Refrain from venturing out for the time being. Let us observe their conduct before devising a plan." Zhang Ziyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her current stock was ample. With an abundance of food obtained from the zombie eyes, she could afford to remain in the sanctuary, avoiding unnecessary confrontations. The zombies they had previously dispatched were still sufficient for dissection, negating the need for her to take risks. Let us maintain our meeting at 9 in the evening. Remember to observe through the peephole before we depart. If there are any unusual movements, do not act impulsively. We are not in haste. After solidifying their plans, they bid each other farewell and returned to their refuge. Lin Chu procured 2 decayed boxes from her space and, through her resourcefulness, transformed the contents. One box remained filled with apples, while the other yielded a vibrant collection of cherries, approximately 5 pounds in weight. A flicker of joy ignited within her as she washed a handful and savored the sweet juice. With ample time at her disposal, she organized the items she had retrieved from the delivery station. Among them was a maze ball, a transparent sphere containing colorful, curved tracks made of plastic. A gentle tilt revealed a steel ball, slightly smaller than a marble, navigating its labyrinthine path. Essentially, this toy was designed to challenge the steel ball to traverse the maze within the transparent sphere. Upon inspecting the maze ball box, Lin Chu discovered a small planning document, indicating that this set of maze balls had been purchased by a company for team-building activities. After a brief perusal, she discarded the document back into the box. Next, she retrieved a screwdriver and unscrewed the maze ball's top, allowing the steel balls to spill out. Each maze ball contained 2 steel balls, and with a total of 8 maze balls, Lin Chu extracted 16 steel balls. As she prepared to return the maze ball's shell and the box to her space, she unexpectedly found a small pouch of spare steel balls nestled in the corner of the box, sealed in a low-quality plastic bag. Fortunately, all were intact. Counting them revealed another 16. Thus, this box of maze balls provided her with a total of 32 steel balls. Lin Chu carefully stored them in a small box, and then retrieved the modified toilet plunger she had discovered at the convenience store. This plunger, with its head removed for use as a toilet unclogging tool, resembled a long hunting gun. Although designed for unclogging toilets, its need for pressurization and subsequent firing granted it formidable lethality. In her original world, where firearms were prohibited, some had ingeniously adapted this tool with steel balls for hunting birds. Naturally, such modifications, due to their power, remained illegal and punishable by law, which explained Lin Chu's familiarity with this device. She had once assessed the injuries of a victim who had been shot with it. The small steel balls, when launched, could pierce flesh, demonstrating their significant potential for harm. Upon encountering this tool at the convenience store, Lin Chu was reminded of a prior case, prompting her decision to attempt a modification of her own. However, her recent busyness and lack of steel balls had delayed this endeavor. Now, with steel balls in hand and an array of tools salvaged from the delivery station, she eagerly set to work. The crux of the modification lay in affixing a pipe capable of housing the steel balls to the head of the plunger. Lin Chu sifted through her space and selected a slender steel pipe. After a series of operations, she managed to attach the pipe to the plunger's firing head, albeit rather precariously. Lacking a more secure solution, she filled an empty water bottle from the bathroom and set it on the ground nearby. With the plunger in hand, she began to build pressure. Once the pressure reached halfway, she aimed at the water bottle and pressed the firing button. A soft puff resonated as a steel ball shot from the pipe, striking the bottle, which toppled but did not shatter. Upon inspection, Lin Chu noticed a small dent on the bottle. Clearly, half the pressure was insufficient. Repositioning the bottle and retrieving the previously launched steel ball, she filled the plunger to its maximum pressure. Aiming once more, she fired. A resounding bang echoed as the water bottle was pierced completely, its contents erupting forth. The pressure had proven adequate. However, Lin Chu gazed at the now detached steel pipe head with a sense of resignation. It had proven too fragile to withstand such force, resulting in a one-time use, failing to achieve the desired modification. Ruffling her short hair in frustration, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated her expression. Chapter 40. The toilet inflator. How could she forget that she possessed the skill of transforming waste into treasure? Lin Chu promptly placed her hand on the inflator. Yet after a while, there was no response. It dawned on her that she had already exhausted her skill usage for the day by transforming 2 boxes of fruit. With her enthusiasm slightly waning, she glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the evening. She gathered the materials scattered on the ground and stored them in her space, clearing the area before changing into her sportswear to commence her evening physical training. After undergoing rigorous training for some time, Lin Chu felt a marked enhancement in her cardiovascular capacity. Coupled with a fitness pill she had taken, her strength had significantly increased. Previously, when fighting zombies, she had to apply finesse to achieve a headshot. Now, she could rely on sheer brute force to accomplish the same feat. Lin Chu was quite pleased with her training results. After her workout, she took a shower to wash away the sweat and then retired to bed. However, the failure to successfully modify the inflator lingered in her mind, preventing her from falling asleep. As the system clock ticked past midnight, Lin Chu sprang out of bed once more. She retrieved the inflator from her space. The steel pipe she had affixed to the nozzle had fallen off, revealing a slight crack at the connection point. Lin Chu reattached the steel pipe to the nozzle, pondering if this could be considered scrap. After all, in terms of a modified gun, it was indeed defective. She was unsure how the skill defined the concept of scrap, and unable to come to a conclusion. She decided to place her hand over it. Soon, a brilliant white light illuminated before her. When the light faded, Lin Chu looked at the inflator in her hand, her eyes widening in surprise. The previously rough connection between the steel pipe and the inflator was now smooth and seamless, as if it had been crafted in one continuous motion. The once bright silver exterior had transformed into a subtle, matte black finish. The handle, which had resembled a pump, was now a small pull ring. Curiously, she tugged gently on it, and the pressure gauge jumped to 2. There was a total of 10 levels of pressure. Lin Chu noticed that after the transformation, the inflation process had become remarkably effortless. Simply pulling the ring at the rear required minimal force to reach the maximum pressure. Upon closer inspection, she discovered an additional cylindrical entrance for steel balls at the modified end of the steel pipe. This innovation eliminated the need to load the steel balls from the top. Now, they could simply be inserted through this newly added entrance, ensuring their proper trajectory. It seemed as if the transformation skill had read her mind, perfectly endowing the inflator with all the functionalities she had hoped for. Suppressing her excitement, she shifted her focus to the text that had appeared in her mind earlier. Item, toilet inflator rarity. Item description, It appears to have been transformed from something rather unremarkable, crafted with precision steel for durability, compatible with various steel balls with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter. Optimal performance when used with steel balls. Seeing this name, even Lin Chu, who usually maintained her composure, couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. The system had referred to the inflator as something rather unremarkable, indicating a certain disdain. Perhaps it was this very disdain that had prompted the transformation using precision steel. The inflator, or rather, the toilet inflator, bore no resemblance to its former self. Its matte black finish exuded an air of sophistication, which Lin Chu found quite satisfying. She would have been even more pleased had it not been for the earlier descriptors. After a moment's thought, she took an empty water bottle from her space, filled it with water, and placed it on the ground. Retreating to a corner, she loaded the steel balls into the inflator, raised it, and pulled the rear ring. 10 pressure. Fire. With a loud bang, water splashed everywhere. The power was at least double that of her previous modifications. Lin Chu approached to inspect the results, finding that the steel ball had penetrated the filled water bottle and, propelled by inertia, struck the wall behind it, creating a small dent approximately 5 centimeters deep. The steel ball was firmly embedded in the wall. Lin Chu fetched a pair of tweezers from her space to extract the steel ball, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she glanced at the damaged wall. System. What will happen if the shelter's wall is breached? Host. The shelter employs advanced spatial folding technology. If breached, do not extend any part of your body beyond the wall. Simply await its self-repair. Self-repair? This was the first time Lin Chu had heard of such a thing. She immediately looked down and observed the small dent beginning to repair itself at a visible rate, reducing to a depth of 2 centimeters. After another 5 seconds, the small hole had completely vanished. The wall was restored to its original condition. Were it not for the water scattered across the floor, she might have doubted the occurrence of the event altogether. Calming herself from the shock, Lin Chu cleaned up the remnants of the water bottle and wiped the splattered water off the floors and surfaces. By the time she completed these tasks, it was already 1 a.m. Not wishing to linger, she stored everything in her space and went to bed. Despite the late hour, she rose at her usual time of 6 a.m. the next day. Her routine consisted of training, breakfast, dissection, and a transaction with Zheng Ziyu at 9 p.m. Thus, for more uneventful days passed. With only 2 days remaining until the conclusion of this task world, she couldn't shake her worry. On one hand, She feared losing a reliable partner. On the other, she was concerned for the survivor base in City F, located merely over 100 kilometers from her own area. If Yu Hongfei's mission proved so arduous, there could very well be issues at that survivor base, possibly significant ones. Should such an official base face problems, it could incite unrest in the surrounding cities. Having surpassed the halfway mark in her mission progress, she had 8 days remaining to complete her survival task. She hoped for no further complications. Today, she refrained from dissecting any zombies, as the task limit at Zhang Ziyu's had been reached. Lin Chu had not submitted any tasks for the past few days, leaving her with 17 prepared zombies. If Yu Hongfei did not return, she would only need to submit 7, leaving 10 as excess. Thus, she decided to pause her progress and take it slow. As Lin Chu awaited Yu Hongfei's return, she heard some commotion outside her bathroom door. Chapter 41. Return. Lin Chu initially believed that Yu Hongfei had returned and promptly got out of bed to check the peephole. However, upon closer inspection, she was confronted with the sight of 2 entwined bodies, retreating towards the bathroom while engaging in intimate actions, accompanied by sounds that would make anyone blush. Upon careful observation, Lin Chu discerned that it was a man and a woman. They embraced and indulged for quite some time before finally parting. The woman, breathless and leaning against the man's chest, softly inquired, "Brother Yi, I haven't eaten in ages. Could you perhaps give me a little?" Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced by the man. Lin Chu faintly caught the man saying, "Then you must first satisfy me." Lacking the patience to listen further, she chose to muffle the noise from outside and return to her bed. Feeling somewhat irritable, Lin Chu recognized this as a cruel reflection of the harsh realities in a post-apocalyptic world, especially in a zombie-infested scenario. The woman's combat capabilities were inferior to the man's, rendering her helpless against the undead. To survive, she had to rely on the man, bartering her femininity for sustenance. Lin Chu understood that there was no shame in desiring to live. Everyone had their own means of survival. Yet, she felt an inexplicable irritation, an annoyance reminiscent of the first time she witnessed her stepfather abuse her mother when she was 8, leaving her mother bloodied and bruised. She loathed that feeling. Consequently, she had taken a stun rod, typically used by her stepfather to slaughter pigs, and confronted him, ultimately landing him in the hospital. She had believed she and her mother could escape his tyranny, but instead, her mother had fiercely reprimanded her, forbidding any further confrontation with her stepfather. Now at 26, 18 years had passed, yet she still yearned to charge out. However, she knew it would be futile. If she were to drive the man away, the woman would only blame her for expelling her provider, much like her mother had done. This would force the woman to return even more humbly to the man. Seeking a livelihood, Lin Chu felt powerless. After tossing and turning in bed for what felt like an eternity, she finally drifted into a restless slumber just as dawn broke. The next morning at 6, the alarm rang relentlessly. Yet, after a night of insomnia, physical exertion was ill-advised, posing a risk of sudden death, a fact Lin Chu, as a forensic expert, understood all too well. The couple outside had departed, leaving behind a disarray of chaos. She reopened the noise from outside, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, and lay back down, closing her eyes to catch up on sleep. She remained in bed until 10 in the morning, when she was again awakened by commotion outside. This time, before she could approach the peephole, she heard a familiar voice. "Lin Chu, Zhang Ziyu, I'm back." The voice was intentionally lowered, but due to the enhancement of her senses from taking health supplements, she recognized it instantly. She slipped on her shoes and approached the door. Although she had heard Yu Hongfei's voice, she remained cautious, peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. She saw Yu Hongfei entering alone, his clothes slightly disheveled. Yet he stood tall, and despite the dirt on his face, he appeared spirited and uninjured. After confirming that there were no followers, Lin Chu opened the door. Zhang Ziyu followed suit 2 seconds later. "Ah, I'm finally back," Yu Hongfei exclaimed, breaking into his characteristic smile upon seeing them. Though they had only known each other for a few days and collaborated twice, it felt as though they had forged a bond of camaraderie. The joy of returning unscathed and reuniting with them was palpable. Lin Chu sensed his emotions and gently patted his shoulder. "It's good that you're back." Zhang Ziyu nodded in agreement, echoing, "It's good that you're back." Was the mission successful? Lin Chu inquired. Yu Hongfei nodded affirmatively, stating that the mission had gone smoothly. He then raised his hand, and two opaque sealed bags materialized in his grasp. These are new types of vegetable and fruit seeds cultivated at the survivor base in F City, suitable for greenhouse and small-scale indoor planting. I specifically brought some for each of you. Lin Chu and Zheng Ziyu accepted the bags with gratitude. After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Ziyu asked, "Is there even space to plant in our tiny shelter?" Upon hearing her question, Yu Hongfei waved dismissively. "No need to worry. With every world survived, you can choose to upgrade the shelter using points. The shelter's area will expand, and more functional spaces will become available. I've already established a small yard where I can grow some vegetables." At this, Zheng Ziyu's eyes widened slightly. It sounded promising. The two women then inquired about his journey to the survivor base in F City. Yu Hongfei recounted that he had found a spare key to a small SUV left in the park and had driven there. On his way, he encountered an elderly couple with a young son, who implored him to take them along. True to his military nature, he ultimately acquiesced. Later, he learned that the couple had not come out of concern for their daughter, but because they had heard about the favorable treatment offered to the initially protected and relocated scientific personnel. They envisioned a life of comfort, with spacious accommodations and provisions, not much different from life before the apocalypse. They had traveled far to persuade their daughter to bring them into such a privileged existence. However, upon arriving at the survivor base, they were informed that their daughter was not there, having gone missing before the outbreak. As a result, the family could not enjoy the same benefits as the researchers. Yu Hongfei, unaware of their true motives, attempted to console them, only to be met with their furious outburst, blaming their daughter for being a jinx. They lamented her failure to seize such a fortunate opportunity, which had led to their loss of a lavish lifestyle. Even their young son joined in, disparaging his sister as a burden, leaving Yu Hongfei utterly astonished. After regaining his composure, he expelled them from the vehicle, abandoning them at the entrance of the survivor base to fend for themselves. Upon hearing Yu Hongfei's account, Lin Chu felt unsurprised. She had already perceived the young boy's unusual demeanor when his parents mentioned his sister. Adults could feign emotions, but children were often more transparent. However, she had not anticipated the depths of their heartlessness. But regarding the missing researchers, was it solely her disappearance, or were others also unaccounted for? Chapter 42. Points Redemption. Not just one person has gone missing. In the survivor base of City F, half of the researchers who were previously gathered for protection mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving an unsolved enigma. Upon hearing Yu Hongfei's account, Lin Chu couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Such occurrences always evoke a sense of inexplicable familiarity within her. Before she could ponder further, Yu Hongfei, rubbing his hands together, cast her an expectant glance. "I am leaving tomorrow. May I trade for all the dissected zombies today?" After saying this, he seemed to realize his request was somewhat excessive and quickly added, scratching his head, "I can offer you an additional 2 points for each one." Lin Chu waved the packet of seeds she had just received, replying, "Of course, but since I've taken the specialty items you brought back, there's no need for the extra points." Yu Hongfei, in dire need of points, flashed her a wide grin, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "I've saved some for you. Just wait a moment while I fetch them." Watching Lin Chu walk away, Yu Hongfei let out a quiet sigh of relief, silently marveling at her perceptiveness. It was better not to uncover the mysteries of this world too early. However, when he turned around, he noticed Zheng Ziyu gazing at him thoughtfully. Yu Hongfei immediately broke into a broad smile, causing her to shyly avert her gaze. Before Lin Chu presented the dissected zombies she had accumulated over the past few days, Yu Hongfei had no idea of their quantity. Nevertheless, he felt immensely grateful that Lin Chu had been thinking of him during his long journey. Having collected 17 dissected zombies, Lin Chu filled them into 17 sacks. She could not carry them all at once, so she took them out in pairs. To save time, Lin Chu brought them out while Yu Hongfei submitted the tasks to the system. By the time he submitted the 7th one, he was already speechless with astonishment. When the 10th sack was revealed, his mouth hung open, nearly large enough to hold an egg. Upon receiving the 17th sack from Lin Chu, his expression had turned numb. He was at a loss for words to express his shock and gratitude. Lin Chu had silently calculated how many zombies he would need to complete his tasks and had accumulated a substantial number during his absence. He understood she had set aside her share for him. After submitting the 17th zombie, Yu Hongfei's task count reached its limit, earning him a total of 350 points, half of which he owed to Lin Chu, leaving him with a net gain of 175 points. Coupled with the points acquired from completing tasks and the final settlement from the world task, he now felt adequately prepared for the S-level world. Previously, Lin Chu had settled the points for the fitness pills, and now only the 175 points from today remained unaccounted for. Yu Hongfei produced a list from his space and presented it to Lin Chu. Here are the items available for exchange in my system mall. Take a look and see what you want. This was Yu Hongfei's fourth task world, and his system mall level surpassed Lin Chu's, offering a wider array of items, many of which were of a higher caliber. After perusing for a moment, Lin Chu's eyes brightened. It was as if her wish for a suitable water storage container had been answered. Among the items Yu Hongfei presented, she discovered a remarkably fitting water storage vessel. Described as a water storage space, it had the same dimensions as a standard 12-liter drinking water bucket, yet could hold an astounding 12 tons of water. At first glance, this item seemed somewhat impractical. After all, the shelter had a water supply, and who would carry such a large bucket outside? However, having heard from Yu Hongfei that the subsequent worlds would grow increasingly challenging, potentially impacting the water resources within the shelter, Lin Chu recognized the necessity of planning ahead while water was still abundant. For others, a cumbersome water bucket would be inconvenient, but for Lin Chu, with her spatial abilities, it posed no issue. The water bucket cost 150 points, a steep price, yet Lin Chu could afford it. An average adult consumes roughly 3 tons of water per month. With careful usage, this 12-ton reserve would sustain her for over 4 months, covering 4 task worlds. With the remaining 25 points, Lin Chu opted to redeem a heart protection pill, which purportedly extended one's life for 24 hours as long as they still drew breath. This pill provided a glimmer of hope for survival, and Lin Chu, valuing her life, decided without hesitation to exchange for it. With 175 points, she acquired 2 items, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. Yu Hongfei did not pry into her choices, promptly facilitating the exchange. From Zhengziyu, Lin Chu had converted her 70 points into 35 vials of nutrient solution. As newcomers, they had a limited selection of items available for exchange in the system mall, with little of significant value. Although the nutrient solution was mediocre in taste, it proved quite practical. Lin Chu often consumed a vial to stave off hunger when engrossed in her dissections to the point of forgetting to eat. Once the transactions were complete, Yu Hongfei reminded them of essential precautions for the forthcoming worlds. Lin Chu and Zhengziyu diligently noted his advice. As the levels of the worlds increased, the cataclysms of the apocalypse might manifest in more than one form, and they must remain vigilant. When possible, they should avoid conflicts. They had a shelter and resources, and if necessary, they could merely survive in one world. Without spatial capabilities, it was advisable to carry a backpack filled with essentials in case they could not establish a shelter, as they would have to rely on those supplies for survival. Sometimes, luck might lead them into extreme environments upon deployment, and they must not panic. At that moment, Lin Chu was unaware of what Yu Hongfei referred to as extreme environments until 7 days later when she was deployed into the second world. However, that was a tale for another time. In the final days, Lin Chu virtually shut herself away, focusing on completing her daily tasks. Additionally, she engaged in physical training and transformed 2 boxes of garbage into valuable resources to enhance her skills. On the 5th day before the end of the zombie world, Lin Chu successfully upgraded her skill of transforming waste into treasure to level 2. Chapter 43. Skill Upgrade Talent Skill. Transform waste into treasure level 2 proficiency. 5,200 each use allows 1 discarded or damaged item to be transformed into a usable item. Please note, normal items must not be intentionally damaged. If done, the skill will be rendered ineffective. Cooldown time, 20 minutes, can be used 3 times daily. Upon upgrading, the cooldown time for transform waste into treasure has decreased by 10 minutes, and the daily usage has increased by 1. The experience required for the upgrade has risen to 200. Calculating based on Lin Chu's daily utilization, she will require 50 days to reach the next level. Thus, she will only upgrade in the subsequent world. Although the pace is somewhat slow, Lin Chu is quite pleased with the additional daily usage. During her last visit to the express station, she had collected an abundance of waste, predominantly expired food. She has gradually grasped the logic behind her skills application. For instance, a box of milk or instant noodles can be transformed all at once, while a mixed assortment of snacks in a single box must be processed individually, which is rather inefficient. With the recent reduction in work intensity and no outings, Lin Chu charged her phone using a charger she salvaged from the express station and began watching some downloaded shows. She wished to enjoy some snacks while watching, but could only transform one packet at a time, leaving her unsatisfied. However, with the increase of one additional use, she could now transform one more packet daily. Naturally, if there were crucial items to convert, the snacks would have to take a back seat. Lin Chu had meticulously planned how to utilize her first upgraded transformation. She retrieved a zombie corpse from her space. Previously, she had collected more than she intended and had not negotiated with her two partners for a trade. Concluding they were of no further use, she was curious to see what could be produced from this experiment. However, after a flash of white light, Lin Chu found herself somewhat speechless as she gazed at the corpse before her. The corpse remained a corpse, not miraculously revived, yet its once grayish, undead skin had reverted to a human flesh tone. The filthy clothing had transformed into a pristine state, and the grotesque visage was replaced by a somewhat serene expression. Even the shattered skull she had inflicted had been restored to its original form. In essence, it had indeed reverted from a terrifying zombie to a normal human corpse. With a hint of resignation, Lin Chu stored the body back into her space, planning to find a place to bury it before departing this world. After one unsuccessful attempt, she tried again 20 minutes later. The result was not significantly different. This time, the corpse even bore a mortuary makeup. Leaning against her bed, Lin Chu idly watched her show, contemplating other possibilities. Perhaps she could attempt to dissect the corpse? Being a person of action, she immediately donned a lab coat and entered the dissection room. 3 hours later, filled with hope, Lin Chu placed her hands upon the pile of disassembled bones before her. A flash of white light illuminated the room. A peculiar creature, wobbling unsteadily, rose from the dissection table. Lin Chu stared at the bizarre being, its head protruding between its legs, with hands resting on its hip bones, her temples throbbing. A string of text appeared in her mind. Item, bone robot rarity. A item description, randomly assembled from zombie bones, possesses an intelligence equivalent to that of a 1-year-old child, fragile. Just as she registered the term fragile, the bone creature stumbled forward and fell from the dissection table, collapsing into a heap. By the time she rushed to salvage it, it was too late. The item description in her mind had already transformed to item, bone robot, damaged, rarity. A item description, a damaged bone robot, irreparable. Though a failed product, it opened Lin Chu's eyes to the vast potential of her skill. If she could indeed convert zombie bones into a functioning bone robot that could comprehend human commands, she would have an ally to assist her in times of danger. Undeterred, Lin Chu collected the fragmented remains and turned her attention to dissecting another zombie corpse. With 4 corpses remaining, she resolved to persist through multiple attempts. However, the success rate for creating a bone robot was disappointingly low. After exhausting her last 4 zombie corpses without success, she ventured out under the cover of darkness and returned with 10 more. Even if she could not successfully experiment in this world, she would carry them into the next. After all, she had little else to transform and could use this to improve her skill proficiency. At long last, when she had consumed the final zombie corpse, she achieved success. A skeletal figure, taller than herself, rose from the dissection table, gazing at her with its jawbone clacking open and closed. You, hello. The voice was hoarse, tinged with a mechanical distortion. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Chu's eyes. She promptly checked the item information in her mind. Item, advanced skeleton robot rarity. S item description, constructed from a zombie skeleton, equipped with electronic neurons for sensory perception, possesses the intelligence of an 8-year-old child. capable of following simple commands, can undergo reassembly and repairs when injured, and is not easily destroyed. To her astonishment, it possessed the intelligence of an 8-year-old child. The best she had managed to create over the past few days was a robot with the intellect of a 3-year-old, which was also misaligned. The skeleton robot before her had every bone correctly positioned, bringing Lin Chu a profound sense of comfort. Those earlier robots with misaligned bones had nearly driven her to distraction. As she reached out to touch the smooth bones of the skeleton robot, she felt a warm, polished texture reminiscent of the bone staff she had first transformed. "Master, hello. Please give me a name." The robot's jaws moved, articulating this sentence with clarity surpassing its predecessors. "Let's call you Xiao. Lin Chu was not fond of naming things. She considered herself the leader, and her subordinates could simply follow with numerical designations. This being the first, it would be named Xiao. "Understood, Xiao. "Thank you, Master." Lin Chu instructed it to step down from the dissection table and walk a few steps. Xiao complied perfectly, though the sound of bones clattering accompanied its movement. While it was not as agile as a normal human, it could walk normally, which pleased Lin Chu immensely. She then tried to store Xiao in her space. As it was not a living entity, the process went smoothly. Lin Chu felt a surge of joy. She preferred solitude and disliked disturbances. Being able to store Xiao away meant her sanctuary would remain undisturbed. In the future, when her shelter expanded, she would create a small space for Xiao to reside comfortably. She recalled Yu Hongfei's suggestion about expanding the shelter's area to include a garden for planting. Lin Chu decided that she could have Xiao assist her in tending to the vegetable garden. The days ahead suddenly brimmed with hope. Chapter 44. Bodily transformation. With merely 2 days remaining in the zombie world, Lin Chu retrieved a bodily transformation pill from her space. The pill, a deep crimson hue, felt pleasantly warm to the touch. Without waiting for water, Lin Chu placed the pill in her mouth, and it dissolved almost instantaneously. The warmth surged from her mouth into her abdomen, radiating throughout her limbs and veins, leaving her feeling utterly relaxed. Having perused the system's instructions, Lin Chu obediently reclined on her bed. However, the sensation of comfort was swiftly eclipsed by a wave of intense pain, as if something were mercilessly battering her bones and meridians. Gritting her teeth, Lin Chu endured the relentless torment until her strength waned and she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, it was already noon on the following day. The transformation had concluded, and the anticipated period of weakness had arrived. Lin Chu felt her limbs turn to jelly, devoid of any energy, unable even to sit up. At that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl. Too weak to rise and eat, she wiggled her fingers to summon a nutrient solution from her space. Grasping the vial, she felt her hand weaken, nearly dropping it to the ground. Despite a struggle, it slipped onto the bed. With her body too feeble to move, Lin Chu lay still for a few minutes, gathering her strength before retrieving another vial from her space. This time, she managed to hold on to it. Though her right hand trembled slightly, she finally managed to open the vial and bring it to her lips. As the liquid slid down her throat, Lin Chu quickly felt her hunger dissipate. Having quelled her hunger, she found herself too drained to move again and soon drifted back to sleep. Upon awakening once more, it was night. Her body had regained considerable strength, allowing her to sit up slowly. Yet, standing still left her feeling somewhat weak, and even with support from the wall, taking steps was a challenge. Having lain for a day and a half, she felt the onset of bed sores if she did not move. Just as she began to feel distressed, a sudden thought struck her, her newly created robot, Xiao. She promptly summoned Xiao from her space. "Greetings, Master. How may I assist you?" Xiao spoke with far greater fluency than when it had first come into existence. "Help me walk a few laps," Lin Chu instructed. "Of course, Master." Xiao supported Lin Chu's arm, and she felt its slender bones pressing against her skin. It was not uncomfortable, but she found the sensation somewhat unfamiliar. Fortunately, Lin Chu was unfazed by Xiao's somewhat eerie appearance, having long since become desensitized to such sights in her profession as a forensic expert. Xiao's elongated bones were surprisingly strong. It assisted Lin Chu as they traversed from the window to the door and back again. After several rounds, Lin Chu felt her strength returning significantly before dismissing Xiao air back into her space. As night deepened, Lin Chu sat at the edge of her bed, savoring the gradual resurgence of her energy. By the time noon arrived the next day, she had fully recuperated, capable of lifting her iron bed above her head with ease. She tested various heavy objects in the room, realizing her recent bodily transformation had approximately doubled her physical capabilities. She even managed to lift the vending machine from her space. Now, should she encounter someone like Ma Yin, she would possess the strength to contend with them head-on. In the midst of her elation, the conclusion of the zombie world approached. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest of the zombie world and surviving for 30 days. Commencing reward calculation. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward of 50 points. Host level has been updated. Please check the system panel for details. As the clock struck noon, Lin Chu's mind erupted with a series of notifications, akin to fireworks. With patience, she perused each message before finally accessing her system panel. Name, Lin Chu. Gender, female. Age, 26 points, 550 talent skill. Wasted treasure level 2 common skills. None shelter level. 1 upgradable, current world security door. Not deployed. None available next task world countdown. 2359. 59, with the daily task limit of 500 points and the additional 50 points from the main quest. She had spent none of her earnings, having only utilized the initial 5 points granted by the system. Accumulating a total of 550 points, she realized, as Yu Hongfei had mentioned, that this was among the highest amounts for newcomers. After completing a world task, the system allotted a day's respite, a fact she had already learned from Yu Hongfei. Seeing the countdown for the next world, she was not taken aback, but rather focused her attention on the words upgradable. Immediately, she clicked on the shelter upgrade panel. Upgrade conditions. 1. Complete main quest of World 1. 2. Submit 50 points. Having met the upgrade conditions, the system inquired if she wished to elevate her shelter to level 2. For Lin Chu, 50 points was no longer a significant sum. She readily selected yes. In the next instant, she felt enveloped by a soft mist, and words illuminated before her in a soft white glow. Upgrade countdown. 10 seconds. As the numbers dwindled to 0, the mist dissipated, revealing that she stood in her original spot. To her left was her small bed, and to her right, the row of shelves. The overall layout appeared unchanged, still confined. However, Lin Chu soon noticed an additional door of a liver-colored hue behind the shelves at the entrance. Placing her hand on the shelf, she retracted it into her space before grasping the doorknob. Just as she was about to turn it, a notification echoed in her mind. Please select a door style. Before her, an array of doors materialized. There were vintage Chinese doors adorned with intricate carvings, pure white French-style doors, simplistic black minimalist doors, and rugged light-colored wooden doors, among several others. Overwhelmed with choices, Lin Chu, who preferred simplicity over ostentation, ultimately selected the plain, light-colored wooden door. Once her choice was made, the liver-colored wooden door before her transformed into the natural wood door she had chosen. It was solid wood, crafted from genuine timber, and as Lin Chu reached out to touch it, she felt the uneven texture beneath her fingers. The quality was impressive. With a small sigh of appreciation, she twisted the doorknob and stepped into the space beyond. Inside was a private area featuring a small window on the same wall as the outer window, allowing light to pour in, illuminating the space with a warm and cozy ambience. Chapter 45. Constructing the front yard, there were no changes elsewhere. This upgrade merely added a single room to the shelter, yet Lin Chu found it remarkably worthwhile, having only expended 50 points. The system provided a blueprint of the shelter, and the newly added room matched the initial area of the shelter, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, totaling 6 square meters. For other novice taskers who had not yet expanded their shelters, this effectively doubled their usable space. After wandering about both inside and outside her dwelling, Lin Chu resolved to designate the inner room as her sleeping quarters and the outer room as a living area, or perhaps more aptly, an activity room plus storage. With this thought, she began transferring the bed and various storage boxes from the outer room into the newly designated bedroom. The bed was positioned against the wall, aligning perfectly with the 2-meter length of the wall beneath the window, ensuring that each morning she awoke to the bright light streaming in. Once arranged, the bedroom now boasted an open space measuring 2 meters by 2 meters. Taking advantage of the available space, she retrieved the desk and a comfortable gaming chair she had collected from the office building, placing them within the bedroom. The petite room was thus filled to half its capacity. Lin Chu decided against cluttering the remaining space, as she preferred a more spacious environment. After organizing the layout of her bedroom, Lin Chu proceeded to the outer room. The originally cramped space now felt somewhat more open, having removed the bed and shelving. Yet, she would not permit it to remain vacant. A 2-meter-long shelf was positioned where the bed had once been, pressed against the wall. Boxes were stacked neatly along the wall. She had no intention of overcrowding this small activity room, as her daily physical training required ample space. The remaining area was just right for her exercises. Adding more items would only hinder her movements. After a thorough tidying up, Lin Chu turned her attention back to the system panel in her mind. She noticed a new notification that she had previously overlooked. The shelter has successfully upgraded to level 2. Would the host like to expend 50 points to construct a front yard? A front yard? Could it be the garden for planting vegetables that Yu Hongfei had mentioned? Glancing at her points account, she saw she had 500 points. If she were to use 50 points for the front yard upgrade, reserve 150 points for activating the anti-theft door in the new world, and deduct 5 points for activating the peephole vision, she would still retain 295 points. She had already perused the system marketplace, examining the wares listed by Yu Hongfei, and found nothing particularly enticing. The body modification pills could only be consumed once, and the other worthwhile purchases had already been exchanged with Yu Hongfei. Thus, having an excess of 300 points as a reserve felt quite sufficient. Lin Chu opted to proceed with the construction of the front yard. Once again, she was enveloped in a familiar mist, with iridescent light appearing overhead. Upgrade countdown. 10 seconds. As the countdown reached 0 and the mist dissipated, Lin Chu stepped forward to the door of the shelter and opened it. Before her lay a desolate little yard. The system panel indicated it was a yard measuring one, 5 meters in width and 2 meters in length. A modest area adorned only with a few tufts of grass, enclosed by a half-meter-high carbonized fence. Directly opposite the entrance was a small gate. Upon entering the gate, a narrow path of gray stone slabs, roughly the size of a foot, wound its way to the entrance. Upon seeing this, Lin Chu felt a pang of confusion. System, since there are 2 doors, which one will I use when returning from outside? The yard door. The system's response was as succinct as ever. And where are the peephole and anti-theft door located? The peephole vision can be checked at the entrance door. The anti-theft door is merely a virtual construct activated upon request. Lin Chu understood. After taking a stroll around the yard, she summoned her skeleton robot, Xiao from her space. Xiao, please pull the weeds in the yard and turn the soil. She rummaged through her space for a moment, producing a mini shovel and a mini rake. The shovel's head no larger than her palm, tools likely intended for office workers to tend to potted plants. But for now, these are the only tools available. Understood, master. Xiao accepted the tools without question and set to work. Feeling a twinge of guilt at how obedient Xiao was, Lin Chu silently resolved to procure a proper set of gardening tools for him in the next world. For now, she had to make do. Watching Xiao work diligently, she decided to leave him to it and returned indoors. With 23 hours remaining before her next world transition, the shelter would remain locked, the peephole vision reverting to chaos. It was a confined little sanctuary, and there was nowhere else for her to go. Lin Chu planned to spend this stress-free day indulging in delightful food and watching shows. If luck were truly against her, and she perished in the next world, this would be her last day of enjoyment in her brief existence. After savoring the day to its fullest, Lin Chu organized her belongings into her space at 11 a.m. on the day she was to be transported into the task world. She retrieved Xiao who had diligently prepared the 3-square-meter yard with his mini rake, returned him to her space, changed into a light athletic outfit, checked her weapons, and awaited the arrival of the next task world in quiet anticipation. At noon precisely, Lin Chu was enveloped by a sphere of light, her vision beginning to blur. When she regained consciousness, She felt as if she were floating, her body undulating with the surface beneath her. Lin Chu opened her eyes, and upon discerning her surroundings, she inwardly cursed. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Before her lay what could only be described as an ocean, and she felt like a piece of driftwood adrift upon its vastness. All around her, buildings were submerged, with only a few spires peeking above the surface, confirming their existence. Not a single door was in sight. Looking beneath her, she saw she was lying on a piece of floating wood, upon closer inspection revealing it to be a broken wooden door. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water echoed around her, and she turned to see numerous heads emerging from the water nearby. She understood immediately. These were fellow taskers, just like her, recently cast into this watery domain. Most of the taskers have been deposited into the water, with only a few, like Lin Chu, fortunate enough to land upon floating debris. The fierce competition was about to commence, yet the object of their contest was nowhere in sight. Instead, the floating wooden door beneath Lin Chu attracted the attention of several others. Chapter 46. The Flooded World 1. An endless expanse of water stretched out before her, with scarcely a shadow of buildings in sight. Instead, a few bloated corpses floated upon the surface, swaying gently. Lin Chu could tell at a glance that they had been dead for over 10 days, most having already begun to swell grotesquely. If they lingered much longer, they would likely burst. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a tremendous noise erupted from the distance, followed by the splashing sound of something crashing into the water. Many taskers who had witnessed the explosion of the grotesque corpses wore expressions of dread, unable to suppress the urge to glance down at the murky water beneath them. The water was a murky yellow. Submerged, they could barely distinguish their own limbs. A few strokes forward sent water splashing into their mouths, reeking of decay. Remaining in the water was not merely a question of survival. The murkiness was disconcerting, especially for those unaccustomed to swimming. Although Lin Chu's piece of wood was battered, it provided a place to rest. Several individuals had silently begun to swim toward her. Those who were not newcomers lacked the initial protective shield of 60 seconds. Once cast into this world, they were free to engage in battle. Lin Chu cast a glance at the string of text that had appeared in her mind earlier that day. Main task: please find a functional door within 60 minutes and establish your shelter. Task reward: random treasure chest X1. Task failure: you cannot establish a shelter in this world again. 60 minutes, far longer than the 30 minutes allotted in the zombie world. Yet in this vast sea, where could she possibly find a functional door? The piece of wood beneath her certainly would not suffice. Although Lin Chu was aware of this, she had quietly attempted it. To no avail. Seizing the opportunity, while those eyeing her floating would approach slowly, she scanned her surroundings, her mind racing. Look, there's a patch of land. Her exclamation drew everyone's attention. Following the direction of her finger, they indeed spotted a small hillock shrouded in mist. The fog was slowly dispersing, revealing the contours of the hill. Lin Chu deemed it more akin to a little mound than a hill. Beneath the water, there might be a vast mountain, but only the topmost part was visible. It appeared to be no more than 100 meters high. The slope was gentle, adorned with several low buildings and tents, resembling a smaller survivor's base. Where there is land, there is hope. However, the hillock was several hundred meters away from their current position. If they intended to establish a shelter there, they must set off immediately. Many quickly grasped this reality and immediately began to swim. The attention of most had shifted from Lin Chu, leaving only a few who were less adept at swimming fixated on her piece of floating wood. Lin Chu glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky. While the floodwaters had submerged buildings, the sky did not seem poised to rain. The sun blazed fiercely, as if it could dry the water, clinging to her hands in an instant. Lin Chu furrowed her brow. She was deep in thought, yet the surrounding taskers offered her little time to ponder. Everyone moved. Lin Chu moved as well. Suddenly, she slid forward and plunged into the water. The wooden board behind her created ripples that danced across the surface. The few individuals approaching her reacted too slowly, getting splashed in the face. By the time they blinked the water from their eyes, the woman who had been on the board had vanished without a trace. What they sought was the board. Now, it was unclaimed, rendering the whereabouts of its original occupant irrelevant. A group of them surged forward, vying for control of the board. Meanwhile, Lin Chu had already swum a considerable distance away. Surfacing to catch her breath, she dove back under. She had no intention of heading to that hillock. Given the houses and tents atop it, it was clearly a gathering place for survivors. While she might find a complete door there, the frightened survivors, having been terrorized by the apocalypse, would not grant her the opportunity to approach. Moreover, establishing her shelter in their midst would be akin to blatantly signaling that she was different. If resources were ample, she could settle her shelter and remain hidden for 30 days without venturing out. Yet Lin Chu knew that the difficulty of world tasks would escalate. If she did not seize the opportunity to complete daily tasks and gather resources while the world level was low, she would find herself destitute when faced with higher-level worlds. This was not in her nature. Thus, she set her sights on a nearby residential building, its spire barely visible above the water's surface. Though submerged, these buildings had been intact prior to the flooding. Finding a complete door should not prove too challenging, though access was hindered by the water. Fortunately, Lin Chu possessed 2 sets of diving equipment from Ma Yan, making underwater exploration potentially more comfortable than mingling with the locals. She swam toward the residential building, encountering numerous large, dark fish along the way. They were indeed hefty, each one wider than the thigh of a moderately overweight adult male. As she brushed past, she could see the fine rows of teeth in their mouths. Fortunately, the fish did not seem inclined to attack her. Upon reaching the rear of a spire-topped building, Lin Chu took cover and retrieved her diving mask from her storage, securing the oxygen tank before plunging back into the depths. The underwater environment was intricate, but the layout of the buildings resembled those of her original world, allowing her to swiftly locate an open window and swim inside. After a quick assessment, Lin Chu discovered that it was a small duplex with a loft, the lower level consisting of 3 bedrooms, all of which had their doors ajar. She swam to the nearest door and, bracing against the current, attempted to close it. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure or age, the screws on the door hinges gave way under her force, causing the door to swing askew. As she released her grip, it tilted to one side. This door was useless. Lin Chu turned to try the other 2 doors in the house. With 40 minutes remaining in the countdown, she felt no urgency. She continued her attempts until the 3rd door, finally finding one that closed securely. She then retrieved a key from her storage and placed it on the door. In the next moment, the sensation of being enveloped by water vanished, and her body felt weightless. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself back in the small courtyard where the attendant had just finished turning the soil. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the shelter establishment task. Rewards are now being distributed. The familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind. Lin Chu focused her attention inward, claiming the reward for the shelter establishment task. It was the same familiar box. The last time she opened it, she had received an array of daily necessities, such as bedding sets, sportswear, a kettle, and a Swiss Army knife. She wondered what treasures awaited her this time. Lin Chu carried the box back inside and, sitting on the floor of the activity room, reached out to open it. Chapter 47. The Flooded World 2. The box was a compact, foldable space. Once utilized, the system did not reclaim it. The last 2 boxes Lin Chu had opened were now repurposed as ordinary storage on her shelf. This time, she intended to use the box to store some daily necessities collected from the courier station. With this thought in mind, Lin Chu reached in to retrieve its contents. 1 tracksuit, 1 comforter, 1 mattress, 2 pairs of sports shoes, and an item resembling a diving mask. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Lin Chu seemed to have discerned a pattern. The reward boxes for shelter placement tasks predominantly yielded items related to daily living. Indeed, she was in need of a comforter. During her time in a zombie-infested world, despite raiding the courier station, who among the workers would send a comforter to the company? What they found were merely thin blankets for covering legs or lazy blankets to drape over shoulders. With the addition of a comforter, Lin Chu felt a greater sense of security. Next was the mattress. She had been lamenting the hardness of her bed frame, and the system had delivered a mattress, quite considerate. Indeed, as she would be able to use it tonight. The tracksuit and sports shoes she had just opened were made from superior materials compared to the first ones. As she ran her fingers over the fabric, it felt remarkably flexible, different from the materials of her original world as sportswear. The items produced by the system were all well-fitting, and she was in need of such attire for outings, truly a timely provision. Finally, Lin Chu's gaze fell upon the mask. It was thin, unlike the thick plastic of oxygen masks from her original world. This mask was made of a delicate, rubber-like material that swayed as she lifted it. However, Lin Chu knew it was not rubber. The material was of far superior quality. An item description flashed in her mind. Item: ultra-thin oxygen mask rarity. S description: adheres to the face, providing underwater oxygen for 1 hour. After 1 hour of use, a cooldown period of 30 minutes is required. Reusable. Lin Chu's eyes sparkled. The system had truly delivered items she needed. This oxygen mask was far more practical than the ones collected by Ma Yin in her space. The masks in her space required an oxygen tank, which was not only heavy, but also limited in oxygen supply. In contrast, this oxygen mask from the system could be used directly by adhering it to her face, providing an hour of sustained use. Lin Chu chose to establish her shelter underwater, partly to distance herself from the survivor base, and partly to facilitate easier access to search for supplies. In areas prone to sudden torrential rain, many resources remain submerged, unable to be salvaged in time. While scattered food would likely be lost, sealed packaged food might still be preserved underwater, effectively turning the area into a vast resource warehouse. Moreover, there was another compelling reason for her underwater shelter placement. If this continued, the water levels would soon drop. Flooding occurred due to excessive rainfall and prolonged duration, overwhelming the city's drainage system. However, when they deployed, the rain had ceased and the sun shone brightly. With the combined effects of drainage and evaporation, the water levels would recede in no time. Of course, this was merely Lin Chu's superficial deduction. She was still unfamiliar with the rainfall patterns of this world. It was entirely possible that this was merely a brief respite from the rain. Nevertheless, establishing her shelter here was the most prudent choice after careful consideration. Congratulations to the host for being the first among the batch of taskers to establish a shelter, activating a reward task. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in her mind. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. It turned out that reward tasks could be activated in every world. Most of the other taskers had headed towards that small hill, which would take them over half an hour to swim to, let alone establish a shelter. Lin Chu had managed to set up her shelter in under half an hour, making her the quickest among her peers. Without hesitation, she opened the task panel. Task: please submit 20 live fish from the flood within 1 hour. Failure incurs no penalty. Task progress: 0-20 task countdown. 0-59. 59 task reward. Activate the current world's anti-theft door. The prospect of activating the anti-theft door without spending points was too enticing for Lin Chu. She immediately rose, donned the oxygen mask provided by the system, and stepped outside. Saving 150 points could be put to much better use. Lin Chu first spent 5 points to activate the peephole vision of this world. After confirming there were no anomalies outside, she pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard. As she opened the door, she had already donned the oxygen mask. However, the sensation she anticipated of plunging into the water did not occur. It felt as though an invisible, transparent wall separated her from the flood before her, preventing any encroachment despite the torrent's ferocity. Not a single drop of water touched the ground of her shelter's courtyard. The system proved to be quite reliable. Lin Chu mused as she stepped forward. The moment her foot crossed the threshold of the shelter, murky water enveloped her. Live fish. She had seen them before establishing her shelter. But how to catch these fish? In her rural upbringing, she had caught fish in streams before, either with a spear or a fishing net. Yet now, she possessed neither of these tools. Furthermore, using a spear would result in killing the fish, which the system would not accept. Catching fish with bare hands was even more challenging. As she pondered, a black fish leisurely swam towards her. Lin Chu instinctively reached out, only for the fish to dart away in the opposite direction. The fish was quite astute. She realized the difficulty of this task. Unlike zombies, they did not lunge at her. Upon sensing her intent to catch them, they simply fled, and she could not kill them. The system required them alive. Lin Chu found herself in a quandary. She attempted to stab with her Swiss Army knife, but the fish was too agile, and the knife was too short to be effective. Switching to a saber allowed her to strike true, yet it resulted in the fish being cleaved in two, effectively rendering it lifeless. Chapter 48. The Flooded World 3. Time slipped away, second by second. If Lin Chu could not catch 20 live fish within an hour, she would forfeit the precious 150 points she had hoped to save. She had never been one to surrender easily. The more pressing the situation, the clearer her mind became in assessing the resources at her disposal. To catch live fish, a fishing net would be the optimal tool. However, with none available, she had to devise alternatives. Some households used mosquito nets during the summer, and given the flood's aftermath, cabinet doors had been flung open, scattering clothes everywhere. After searching for a while and finding no mosquito nets, Lin Chu was about to venture out through a window to check other houses when her gaze was drawn to a small box beside the door leading to the terrace. The house where she had set up her shelter featured a loft and a terrace. Upon entering, Lin Chu had noticed remnants of floating plants and flower pots nearby, along with fruit baskets used for harvesting. The owner of this abode was likely a gardening enthusiast. This thought ignited a spark of inspiration as she swam towards the box. It was an outdoor storage container typically used for keeping gardening tools. In her previous residence in the original world, she had owned a similar box. Upon opening it, several lightweight items floated out. Lin Chu quickly reached out and grabbed a white bag. The bag was light and slightly translucent, revealing a hint of green within. A smile of delight graced Lin Chu's face as she opened it to discover, just as she had suspected, a bird net. During the harvest season, gardening enthusiasts always kept bird nets at hand to prevent their hard work from being devoured by birds. Lin Chu had used such nets in the past, which is why she had approached the outdoor storage box without hesitation. The mesh of the bird net was small, each hole measuring approximately 0.5 centimeters in diameter, too small for birds to pass through, let alone the larger fish in this flooded area. The bag contained 2 sheets of bird netting, each about 5 m by 5 m. Lin Chu extracted one and stored the other in her space. To ensnare the fish, she would need bait to lure them into the net. Fortunately, her space contained a variety of food. Recalling how people at parks often fed fish with bread, she retrieved a piece from her space, tore it into small chunks, and scattered it across the net. Next, she tied ropes to the 4 corners of the net. Knowing that movements in water were less agile than on land, Lin Chu made a special trip back to her shelter to modify the bird net into a fishing net in her small yard. Armed with her newly fashioned fishing net, she returned to the water, securing the 4 corners of the net to the walls of the house and pulling back, holding the ropes in her hands. Perhaps the bread worked its magic, for soon, a black fish swam lazily towards the net. One fish found the bread and began to feast joyfully. Lin Chu did not immediately pull in the net. She patiently waited until 5 black fish had entered the catchable range before swiftly tugging on the ropes. The previously open net suddenly contracted from all 4 corners, ensnaring the 5 fish within. Just as 2 fish attempted to slip through the still open gap, Lin Chu quickly accessed her task panel and selected to submit the task. In an instant, the net was empty. All 5 fish had been claimed by the system. Satisfaction washed over Lin Chu as she noted the task progress had increased by 5. She had initially doubted whether the fish caught in the net could be directly submitted. However, she reasoned that the fishing net served as a medium connecting her to the fish, just as it linked the system to them. To her surprise, it worked perfectly. With this, the task seemed less daunting. Glancing at the time elapsed, Lin Chu saw that 28 minutes had already passed. She had only submitted 5 fish and still required 15 more. Time was slipping away, and the task was pressing. Without hesitation, she swam out through the window and sought another empty house with open windows, securing the fishing net between 2 walls to commence her second hunt. The reason she did not repeat her previous strategy was that the fish nearby had witnessed the demise of their 5 companions and would likely not be fooled again anytime soon. She had to change her approach. The fish in the vicinity of the second house had yet to experience Lin Chu's interference, and upon discovering food, they eagerly swam into the net. This time, Lin Chu had a bountiful catch, ensnaring 8 fish in one go. Had she not noticed the first fish becoming satiated and preparing to leave, she would have waited longer. As per custom, She submitted the task directly from the fishing net and moved on to a third empty house. By the time, she had submitted a total of 20 live fish. Only 2 minutes remained. She had not activated the previous expansion reward, but Lin Chu was a content individual. Saving 150 points meant she could upgrade her shelter once this world concluded. Upon returning to her shelter, a system notification popped into her mind. Ding, congratulations. The host has completed the reward task. Rewards have been issued. The current world's security door has been activated. The shelter can ignore the placement door, and the security door cannot be destroyed or unlocked manually. Relief flooded Lin Chu's heart. She had harbored concerns about whether the door could withstand the flood's onslaught. It had been opened and closed so many times that any dislodgement would have been disastrous. With the security door now activated, she could finally relax. Once her worry subsided, she noticed murky yellow water dripping from her body. Removing her oxygen mask, she dove into the bathroom. After a hot shower to wash away the grime and cleaning the soiled floor of the room, Lin Chu changed into a fresh hospital gown and comfortably laid down on her bed. Since her arrival in the flooded world, she finally had the chance to check the new task panel. Survival task. Please ensure the host survives for 30 days in the flooded apocalyptic world. Failure to do so will result in immediate termination. Task difficulty, B level. Special difficulty note. Due to contamination of water sources in the task world, the shelter's water supply will be assimilated by the task world after 7 days. The host is advised to store clean water as the shelter will cease clean water supply after 7 days. Task reward, 80 points. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback by the survival task. Why was there now a B level world? Previously, Yu Hongfei had informed her that the minimum world grade was C, and levels progressed incrementally. Typically, the first world deployed was a C level, the second a B level, and the third likely another B level. By the fourth world, it would ascend to A level. How had she encountered a B level world? Chapter 49, The Flooded World 4, System. What is the situation with the B level world? Host, the influence of water sources in this task world is excessively strong, and the system is temporarily unable to eliminate the interference. The system's explanation seemed rather disjointed, yet Lin Chu comprehended its meaning. Essentially, this is a B-level world. However, for reasons unknown, the overwhelming influence of the water sources has affected the original water supply of the shelter, resulting in a level of water impact typically associated with an A-level world. Nevertheless, other challenges remain consistent with those of a B-level world, hence the addition of a plus sign, granting her additional survival points as compensation. Am I correct in my understanding? Indeed, host. With the system's affirmative response, Lin Chu felt reassured. Since the only heightened difficulty pertains to the water source, it is not a significant issue. In the previous world, she had stockpiled enough purified water to sustain her through 4 worlds and beyond, alleviating her concerns regarding water supply. In fact, upon completing survival tasks, she would receive a reward of 30 additional points, which is advantageous for her. No longer preoccupied with the difficulty level of the task world, Lin Chu directed her attention to the most crucial tool for earning points, the daily tasks. Daily task. Optional, please submit 1 bucket, 12L, of silt from the flood. Task reward. 1 bucket of purified water, 12L. Daily task. Optional, please submit 10 dead fish from the flood or 2 live fish. Task reward. 1 point. Indeed, the system's daily tasks are related to the fish in the flood. She had suspected as much while undertaking the reward task earlier. However, this time, the reward task is extraordinarily valuable. 2 live fish yield only 1 point, while 20 live fish would merely garner 10 points. Yet, she exchanged items worth 10 points for a reward of 150 points. It is an exceedingly profitable deal. At this moment, Lin Chu felt immense gratitude for seizing the opportunity to procure effective tools to complete the reward task. Otherwise, to obtain 150 points, she would need to catch 300 live fish, a feat that would take an eternity. As for the silt, she had yet to encounter it, but it likely proliferates near the shoreline. To collect silt, she would have to venture closer to the small hill or dive underwater. However, for someone like Lin Chu, who had never learned to dive, the latter option posed considerable risk. Thus, she could only take a cautious approach with the sill collection task. Reflecting on this, Lin Chu's thoughts wandered. These daily tasks appear to target unique products of the task world, such as the zombies in the zombie world and the oversized live fish in the flooded world. These new species have emerged due to the arrival of the apocalypse. However, while zombies become infected upon biting, Lin Chu has yet to discern any other abnormalities in these live fish apart from their larger size. Having previously been under intense mental strain, she soon found herself enveloped by drowsiness. After a deep slumber until sunset, Lin Chu awoke to dine and took the opportunity to hand a bag of seeds labeled tomato to the little assistant she had just released from her space. She instructed it to plant the tomato seeds in the left section of the yard, ensuring that only a third of the area was occupied. The little assistant obediently accepted the seeds from Lin Chu's hand. With several bags of tomato seeds at her disposal, Lin Chu selected a few, retrieved a tray, lined it with a paper towel, scattered 10 tomato seeds, covered them with another layer of paper towel, moistened it, and placed the tray in a corner. She had previously cultivated small tomatoes using this method. Now, without a planting textbook for large tomatoes, she could only attempt this approach. Next, she turned her attention to lettuce, which is easy to grow and something she had experience with. Moreover, lettuce could be harvested in about a month, and as long as the core remained intact, it would continue to produce crops, allowing for successive harvests every few days. Lin Chu counted. There were at least 100 lettuce seeds in the bag given to her by Yu Hongfei, making the prospect of achieving lettuce freedom quite feasible. With her ample experience in home lettuce cultivation, Lin Chu took a small basin of water, placed the lettuce seeds inside, and set an alarm for 5 hours later. Upon entering the flooded world, Lin Chu did not neglect her unwavering physical training. Though she had already consumed the body modification pills, she understood that there are always those stronger than oneself, and she must not stagnate. After a grueling session of weighted physical training, Lin Chu retreated to the bathroom for a hot shower. Suddenly, she realized that once the supply of purified water ceased, she would no longer be able to indulge in such lavish hot showers. Although she had stocked up on 12 tons of water, it was merely ordinary purified water. To heat it, she would need to use a kettle. Contemplating her small 2-liter kettle, Lin Chu fell into silence. Perhaps she should begin storing clean hot water now. The space could maintain water temperature by boiling the water and directly pouring it into storage containers placed within the space. She could mix it with cold water when needed. However, her containers for storing water were limited. Fortunately, the vicinity was filled with residential buildings, suggesting that she would not lack for storage options. Lin Chu planned to search for some containers the following day. When a 5-hour alarm rang, Lin Chu instructed the little assistant to sprinkle the soaked lettuce seeds in the right corner of the yard. In this initial stage of seedling cultivation, spacing was not overly critical, so she allowed the little assistant to exercise its discretion. Having completed these tasks, Lin Chu returned to her modest 6-square-meter bedroom and went to bed. Meanwhile, her skeletal robot assistant diligently followed Lin Chu's instructions, carefully planting each seed in the earth. The next morning, Lin Chu rose at her usual 6 a.m. After exercising, she nibbled on a slice of toast while balancing a glass of milk. Stepping out into the yard, she found the robot assistant standing at the door. Upon seeing her, it opened and closed its jaw joints. "Good morning, master." Lin Chu smacked her forehead, recalling that she had forgotten to leave the door open for the little assistant the previous night, resulting in its obedient wait at the entrance. Feeling slightly guilty, she replied, "Good morning." Glancing at the food in her hand, she remembered that the robot could not eat. Indeed, there was no suitable way to compensate the little assistant. With a pang of guilt, Lin Chu assigned it a new task to water the garden daily as needed, ensuring the soil maintained a certain level of moisture during the seedling phase. Uncertain whether the soil in the shelter resembled that of the original world, and lacking the energy and time to monitor it closely, she entrusted this responsibility to the little assistant. Once assigned the task, the little assistant eagerly took the watering can given by Lin Chu and squatted in the corner, staring intently at the soil. Lin Chu couldn't help but facepalm. The robot was remarkably diligent, executing whatever task assigned to it with unwavering commitment. However, remaining in the corner was not ideal. So she called it over again and requested that it assist her in tidying up the shelter's hygiene daily. It was evident that she regarded the little assistant as a caretaker. Chapter 50. The Flooded World. 5. After finishing her breakfast, Lin Chu donned a diving suit she had salvaged from the Mayan space. Confirming through the peephole that the coast was clear outside, she equipped her diving mask, opened the courtyard door, and plunged headfirst into the murky water. The foul liquid enveloped her, but fortunately, she had an oxygen mask, sparing her from the noxious odors. Her excursion was twofold: to explore the surrounding terrain and to scour other houses for supplies. Many residences in the area boasted similar designs with lofts and terraces, and she was certain that the bird nets were not exclusive to just one house. Catching fish was a mandatory task in this world for accumulating points. 10 dead fish could be exchanged for 1 point, while 2 live fish yielded the same. Clearly, the efficiency of capturing live fish was superior, prompting her need to procure additional bird nets to convert into fishing nets. Having thoroughly searched the house designated as her shelter, Lin Chu swam out through a window and ventured into the adjacent residence. Regrettably, the owner of this house appeared not to be a horticulturist, as she found no gardening tools. However, she did discover 3 10-liter water buckets and a large basin for bathing children. Without hesitation, she stored the buckets and basin in her space, as her plan to stockpile hot water necessitated an ample supply of storage containers. Any water container exceeding 10 liters from the houses she visited would not be left behind. The oxygen mask could only be utilized for 1 hour at a time, compelling Lin Chu to return to her shelter each hour to rest, allowing the mask to cool for 30 minutes before embarking again. A glimmer of greed flickered within her. If only she could possess 2 such effective oxygen masks. Thus, Lin Chu spent her day scouring approximately 10 houses, thoroughly examining the top floors of 5 buildings nearby. Her haul included 4 bird nets, numerous large buckets, 3 basins, one of which was an adult-sized tub, significantly larger than the infant version. Additionally, she unearthed 5 bags of vacuum-sealed rice that had succumbed to leakage and various other waterlogged food items. She collected them all into her space. While these items would be deemed inedible by others, Lin Chu had the uncanny ability to transform waste into treasure. She required a sufficient quantity of refuse to hone her skills in this art, and the contaminated food was perfect for her needs. Her search focused on the uppermost floors of residential buildings, likely the last to succumb to flooding and the least submerged. Many items had already been scavenged, leaving little food behind. Lin Chu planned to first gather enough bird nets before methodically sweeping through each building, as these nets were crucial for her point accumulation strategy. She reasoned that if she could recognize their potential as fishing nets, other taskers would likely do the same. Hence, she intended to exploit her geographical advantage to secure these practical tools for herself. Upon estimating, she noted approximately 20 protruding roof residential buildings in the vicinity. With a standard layout of 2 households per staircase, she had 40 top-floor units to search. At her pace of 10 units per day, she could complete her exploration in 4 days. However, as she concluded her days scavenging and returned to her shelter, she raised her gaze in puzzlement at the ceiling. If her memory served her correctly, the house had been entirely submerged the previous day. Yet now, the water level had receded by about 30 centimeters from the ceiling. Could it be that the waters were genuinely beginning to recede? Lin Chu glanced out the window, observing only the faint ripples caused by black fish swimming past. There were no signs of rain. It was astonishing that the flooded world was devoid of precipitation. Such a phenomenon seemed illogical. Frowning slightly, she scrutinized the waterline once more, and to avoid any miscalculations, she retrieved a pen from her space and marked a line 1 centimeter above the current water level before returning to her shelter. Covered in muck, Lin Chu shed her diving suit and headed straight for the bathroom. Meanwhile, her discarded suit was entrusted to Xiao Er, who was instructed to cleanse and dry it in the courtyard. Xiao Er was also tasked with tidying up the dirty water that dripped onto the floor from her entry. She had come to realize that this diligent robot executed her commands with absolute precision. With such a capable and obedient aide, Lin Chu felt as though she had acquired a devoted housekeeper, greatly enhancing her quality of life. On the following day, Lin Chu, as per routine, donned her diving suit and mask before heading out. The moment she stepped outside, she noticed that the water level had already descended significantly from the previous day's mark by another 50 centimeters. Should it continue to drop, her shelter's entrance would soon be above water. However, this was an unalterable circumstance, and so she chose not to dwell on it, continuing toward her predetermined destination. Once again, she focused on the top-floor units with terraces, mentally preparing herself for the likelihood of finding minimal food supplies. Yet, as she explored the last house on her agenda for the day, she stumbled upon a parcel wrapped in multiple layers of sealing bags. Upon returning to her shelter and unwrapping the package, she discovered it was filled with unmarked, vacuum-sealed, foil-wrapped compressed biscuits and several cans. A rough count revealed approximately 100 compressed biscuits and around 50 cans. Such provisions might have seemed inconsequential before the apocalypse, but in this dire time, an abundance of compressed biscuits and canned goods was invaluable. The original owner would undoubtedly have taken them during their evacuation. Even if they had initially lacked the time to retrieve them, they would surely return later. Yet, this package exhibited waterproof measures, indicating that someone had deliberately hidden it away. Lin Chu couldn't help but recall the apocalyptic novel she had read, where responsible authorities would conduct food airdrops for survivors by residential area. The most common items included bread, compressed biscuits, and canned goods. The unmarked, simply packaged supplies before her were likely hastily prepared by officials for survivor assistance in the wake of the disaster. It was improbable that an individual could hoard such a significant cache alone. These provisions were likely the result of corruption by those tasked with distributing food. With this thought in mind, Lin Chu carefully rewrapped the items and donned her oxygen mask once more, returning the supplies to the building. It was evident that they had not been hidden away in one fell swoop. The individual had, like a hamster, gradually stashed away food in the submerged structure. Lin Chu was determined to uncover the identity of this person. Until then, she resolved to maintain discretion, returning the items for the time being. Chapter 51. The Flooded World 6. Lin Chu initially believed that at the current rate of declining water levels, the door of her shelter would be visible above the water by the next day. However, that night, a torrential downpour ensued. The rain persisted throughout the day and did not cease until the following night. Upon venturing outside to assess the situation, Lin Chu discovered that the water level had risen back to her marked position. As the rain subsided, the moon shone brightly and clearly in the cloudless sky, indicating that the next day would likely bring more sunshine. Yet, she pondered how long this clear weather would last and how much it would lower the water levels. Being a newcomer, Lin Chu was still unfamiliar with the patterns of storms and sunny spells, leaving her feeling somewhat apprehensive. The heavy rain could severely affect visibility underwater, and a moment's inattention might lead to disorientation. This concern was especially pronounced for her, as a novice diver relying solely on her swimming instincts. While she could hold her breath for an hour, it was only because she was searching for houses relatively close to the surface. Additionally, her physical capabilities had significantly improved due to body enhancement pills, but encountering an emergency could prove challenging. After some contemplation, Lin Chu decided to temporarily abandon her search for 20 rooftop apartments with terraces and instead focus on the building where she was currently located. This way, should another storm arise, she could follow the outer wall back to her shelter without losing her way. Previously, she had collected 6 bird nets, which were sufficient for her needs at the moment. Throughout the rainy day, Lin Chu refrained from going outside and instead stayed at her shelter, cleaning the buckets and bathing basins she had brought back with shower air, allowing them to dry in the courtyard. She continuously boiled water, filling buckets until they were full before storing them in her space. Notably, in her search of the houses, Lin Chu had found 5 kettles, albeit all damaged. Nevertheless, she had successfully restored them to working order through 5 transformations, thus adding to her original kettle, giving her a total of 6 kettles to operate simultaneously. Each time all 6 kettles boiled, they could fill 1 bucket. Initially, Lin Chu had worried that using 6 kettles might overload her modest shelter's electrical system. However, the system reassured her that its power capabilities were sophisticated enough to handle such demands without tripping. With this newfound confidence, Lin Chu boldly utilized all 6 kettles, filling her buckets and 3 large basins with boiling water to store in her space, ensuring she would have hot water readily available for bathing in the future without the need to exhaust herself waiting for water to boil. Yet this was not enough. The necessity for more water storage containers was evident. The following morning dawned bright and clear, prompting Lin Chu to venture outside. After swimming through a window, she made her way down the wall to the 5th floor. Both households on the 5th floor had their windows closed. Displaying her skill, Lin Chu used wire to unlock the door and entered directly. The situation on the 5th floor was similar to that on the 6th. The flooding had occurred later, and the easily movable food and daily necessities had already been relocated. Lin Chu managed to collect 3 buckets, 2 soaked quilts, and 3 ruined down jackets. In preparation for the potentially frigid world ahead, Lin Chu seized the opportunity to gather any warm item she could find. Although these soaked items would be useless after the flood, Lin Chu was among the few who could repurpose them, thus justifying her actions as a form of reasonable waste recycling. The 4th floor presented a similar scenario, but it was on the 3rd floor that she uncovered something different: 2 bags of vacuum-sealed rice, miraculously intact despite the prolonged soaking. Grateful for her fortune, Lin Chu also salvaged a rice cooker left behind by the occupants, enabling her to cook rice in the future. Motivated by this discovery, Lin Chu resolved to collect any rice cooker she encountered in subsequent households. She also found 4 more kettles. The residents on the 2nd and 1st floors had evacuated hastily, leaving behind a wealth of supplies, including grains, oils, snacks, beverages, and bottled water. Although the refrigerator contained spoiled meat, eggs, and dairy, Lin Chu, undeterred by dietary restrictions, gathered all of it into her space. One dwelling on the 1st floor even had a freezer specifically designed for preserving items. Given that her space was already half full, she envisioned expanding her shelter in the future to accommodate frozen meats, allowing her to free up some space. Consequently, she decided to store the freezer in her space as well. Lin Chu then selectively gathered useful items. The 1st floor's yard had lost most of its debris to the flood, leaving only a shovel and a rake, which had sunk due to their weight and now lay in a corner of the yard. Recalling Xiao Er's diligent gardening efforts, she promptly stored these tools in her space. The original plants in the yard had perished, but new algae had begun to flourish, swaying gently with the water's flow. Lin Chu witnessed 2 large black fish competing for the algae, and, as she plucked some to store in her space, she swam upward. Before descending, she had laid a fishing net in the stairwell between the 4th and 5th floors, sprinkled with breadcrumbs, and now it was time to retrieve her catch. Sure enough, upon reaching the 4th floor and glancing down the stairwell, she saw a cluster of plump black fish vying for the food. The competition was fierce, and some fish bore injuries from their skirmishes. Despite their struggles, they pressed together, attempting to reach the bread above. Lin Chu's arrival startled the fish, but their tight formation prevented any from escaping the net. She swiftly pulled on the rope she had previously secured to the wall, and with a forceful tug, she hauled in a net full of fish. Without delay, she submitted her task, and moments later, 10 points were credited to her account. In total, she had caught 20 fish. The fishing net had proven to be a valuable asset. However, just as Lin Chu was about to stow the net in her space, she received a notification that live creatures could not be stored. Looking down, she noticed that the once full net now contained only 1 smaller black fish, struggling to break free. In a brief moment of distraction, the fish had managed to create a small opening in the net and was about to escape. Realizing that 2 live fish were needed for a single point, Lin Chu understood that this solitary fish was left behind because she had caught an odd number. Chapter 52. The Flooded World 7. This was the first time Lin Chu had allowed the black fish to remain in her net for over 10 seconds. Previously, she would quickly retract the net and submit her task, completing the process in no more than 3 seconds. The fish and the net coexisted peacefully. To her surprise, within just 10 seconds, the fish had torn through the net. Lin Chu couldn't help but furrow her brows. This fish possessed remarkably strong teeth. Ordinarily, such nets would withstand even the sharpest of beaks, making it difficult for an ordinary fish to bite through. It appeared that the fish in this flooded world had indeed evolved. Since she could not store the fish in her space, Lin Chu folded the net a few times, wrapping the fish inside while leaving a small breathing hole, and thus returned to the shelter with a living black fish. Upon her return, Xiao awaited her at the door. As soon as Lin Chu stepped inside, she handed the black fish, along with the net, into its hands, and casually retrieved a water bucket from her space, instructing Xiao, fill the bucket with some water and place the fish inside. Keep an eye on it. Don't let it jump out and commit suicide. Xiao promptly complied. With a moment to spare, Lin Chu immediately changed out of her soiled diving suit in the yard, removed her face mask, and splashed the dirty water onto the ground before slipping into the washroom. One of the advantages of the shelter's yard was that, despite being open air, once the door was closed, no one could see in. It was entirely a private outdoor space. She felt no apprehension about undressing in the yard, as she was entirely shielded from prying eyes. The water here was quite filthy. On the first day of her immersion, Lin Chu had not taken much precaution, and over the past 2 days, she had experienced varying degrees of itching in her eyes and ears, along with some rashes on her skin. Fortunately, her space contained an abundance of medicinal supplies, and applying topical ointment had alleviated her discomfort. Thus, Lin Chu was now particularly cautious, striving to avoid contact between the dirty water and her more sensitive facial areas. The oxygen mask provided by the system perfectly enveloped her face, leaving only her ears exposed. She had no effective remedy for that, so she could only return each day to disinfect her ears with alcohol. Once she had finished bathing and donned a hospital gown, she stepped back into the yard, where she found Xiao standing beside the bucket she had just brought out. Suddenly, the black fish leaped out of the water. Xiao's quick reflexes enabled it to promptly push the fish back down. Lin Chu silently praised Xiao for being such a capable assistant. Whatever task she assigned it diligently executed with unwavering focus. The creation of Xiao, this robot, had truly been worthwhile, if not for the time constraints. Lin Chu would have liked to collect more zombie corpses to continue her experiments on transforming them into robots in the subsequent task worlds. Xiao, I brought you a gift. Lin Chu retrieved the shovel and rake she had just taken from the first floor and handed them to Xiao. With its intelligence, Xiao immediately recognized that these tools would facilitate its labor in the fields. It accepted them with both hands and bowed respectfully to Lin Chu, saying, "Thank you, master." Seeing this, Lin Chu was suddenly struck by the feeling of being a wicked capitalist. It felt as if she were manipulating Xiao, claiming to bring gifts only to ensure it worked more efficiently. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Lin Chu's guilt dissipated as it merrily retreated with the 2 farming tools in hand. The net that had previously wrapped around the black fish was now carefully disassembled by Xiao and folded neatly beside the bucket. Lin Chu first glanced at the black fish in the water, noting that it was still calm, before picking up the net from the ground. The net had sustained a small tear from the black fish's biting. During their return, the fish had struggled for quite some time, further enlarging the hole and damaging more areas of the net. Observing the net, now riddled with holes, Lin Chu remained largely unfazed as she reached out to it. A flash of white light illuminated the net, transforming it from its original green into a transparent one. In her hands, the net felt light and airy, almost imperceptible in its presence. She tugged on it, and the net exhibited remarkable resilience, resisting even her modified strength of 50%. The ropes at the corners had now morphed into a unified, transparent material, rendering them more secure. Information materialized in her mind. Item: transparent fishing net rarity. B. Item description: a fishing net modified with special materials, resistant to tearing and biting. Its transparent color makes it difficult for cunning fish to detect, making it an excellent companion for fishing. Though Lin Chu had considered transforming the net into something more valuable, she had too many other items awaiting enhancement. Since the original net was still intact, she had refrained from action. Now that the black fish had easily damaged the net, she realized it was time for an upgrade. To her surprise, her luck was exceptional. She had managed to create a net of special material on her very first attempt. For the time being, Lin Chu left the remaining net untouched. For the rest of the day, she dedicated her remaining 2 transformations to the water kettle, having brought back numerous buckets. Xiao would assist her in cleaning these water containers while she was away during the day. Simultaneously, they would boil water using both the kettle and the electric cooker, In order to store as much hot water as possible within the 7 days of providing clean water in the shelter, Lin Chu even brought out the electric cooker. She was determined not to overlook any item capable of boiling water. Under her guidance, Xiao Air became proficient in utilizing these tools. Every hour, while Lin Chu waited for the oxygen mask to cool down, she would store the hot water in her space. Fortunately, within her space, as long as liquids were contained in vessels, they would not spill out and could be stacked without loss. With the acquisition of the more advanced fishing net, Lin Chu eagerly anticipated venturing out the following day. However, upon opening the shelter door, she discovered that the water level had receded once again. The water had dropped by 50 centimeters, returning to the level observed before the torrential rains. In another day, the door of the shelter would soon be above the water surface. Swimming upstream, she poked her head above the water, peering through the window towards the distant survivor hill. As the water level continued to decline, more ground on the hillside became visible. Yet at that moment, numerous individuals crowded the shore, gesturing in Lin Chu's direction, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Chapter 53. The Flooded World. 8. The distance was too great for Lin Chu to discern their conversation. However, she could clearly see that they were pointing towards the nearby residential buildings, a result of the body enhancement pill she took, which not only augmented her physical abilities, but also intensified her senses. Yet, amid the cacophony of environmental sounds, it was impossible to catch their words from 200 or 300 meters away. Upon careful observation, Lin Chu noted that the small hillock originally housed fewer than 20 buildings, each appearing to be 4.5 stories high, insufficient to accommodate a large number of people. The open spaces on the hillside were dotted with numerous white makeshift tents, suggesting these were temporary shelters for many survivors. However, prolonged stays in tents could lead to dissatisfaction among the survivors. Currently, the water level was receding. If it continued to drop steadily, these residential buildings would eventually emerge from the water. Although they had been submerged, a little tidying up would render them habitable again. Moreover, the proximity to the small hillock would facilitate a quick retreat should the water levels rise again. It was highly likely that they were contemplating this strategy. This implied that the water levels in this task world were consistently declining. Otherwise, the occupants of the hillock would not entertain such thoughts. Therefore, Lin Chu realized she must seize the opportunity to scour the remaining 6th floor before it was entirely exposed above the water surface. If she delayed until people moved in, she would lose her chance. Time was of the essence, and the task was pressing. Deciding not to observe their actions any longer, Lin Chu turned to a window, facing away from the hillock, and swam out. The previous day's worries about being caught in a sudden downpour had dissipated with the water levels receding once more. Even if it did rain heavily, she could surface and swim back with relative ease. This time, Lin Chu targeted the furthest area from her. Inside a house with a meticulously organized terrace, she discovered a wealth of fertilizers and pesticides for combating plant diseases and pests, an unexpected bounty during her recent excursions. The former owner of this house was likely a large-scale cultivator, as she unearthed 8 bird nets, 2 of which were the significant size of 10 by 10. Additionally, she found a variety of plant seeds, including ornamental flowers, vegetables, and fruits, many still sealed in plastic and untouched by the floodwaters. Even those that had been damaged by water were not a concern for Lin Chu, who packed everything into her storage space. With plans to expand her front yard in the future, she intended to cultivate several types of fruits and vegetables. As such, fresh produce was a luxury in this post-apocalyptic world. The original owner had left behind a complete set of planting tools, some of which were so advanced that Lin Chu had never seen them before. She decided to take everything back for Xiao Air to study. Moreover, she discovered high-quality cooking tools such as a steamer and oven, which would be invaluable with Xiao Air's assistance and the newfound ingredients. After each house raid, she would return to the stairwell to pull the prearranged fishing nets. Each house raid took her approximately 30 minutes to an hour. The modified fishing nets, strong and nearly invisible, proved effective. Even the cleverest fish could be caught. Almost every time, Lin Chu would net around 10 fish. To save time, she would surface to exchange her oxygen mask for a tank during the half-hour cooling period, only returning to her mask after the time elapsed. She took a brief half-hour break at noon to eat before resuming her scavenging. With her enhanced stamina, Lin Chu was more than capable of enduring such intense labor. Determined to scour more houses, she worked until darkness fell. After completing her 14th raid of the day, she glanced at the clock, 8 p.m. With nightfall limiting visibility underwater, she decided to return home. After retrieving her fishing nets, she earned 6 points from 12 fish caught. By the end of the day, she had accumulated 58 points. At this rate, it would not be long before she maximized her daily point tasks. Yet, Lin Chu was acutely aware that such opportunities were fleeting. As the water levels continued to decline and survivors from the hillock began to relocate, her operational space would be restricted and she could no longer fish as freely. She needed to capitalize on this window of time before their arrival to gather as many fish as possible and boost her points. The future could wait. On her way back, Lin Chu occasionally surfaced to orient herself. Halfway through her journey, as she emerged from behind a building, she suddenly heard splashing sounds, clear and distinct in the night air, and they were drawing nearer. Someone was approaching, and the rhythm and force of the sounds suggested they were not swimming, but rather rowing. Narrowing her eyes, Lin Chu swiftly submerged again, slipping into a building and hiding in the stairwell between the 5th and 6th floors, pressing herself against the wall to minimize her presence. Fortunately, her oxygen mask had cooled down, allowing her to stow the tank and don a lighter mask. The rowers did not keep her waiting long, stopping at the water surface outside the building. "Brother, you go in first. I'll pass the things to you." A male voice carried through the murky floodwaters to Lin Chu's ears. Though muffled, she could still discern their words. "This haul is substantial. The officials are quite generous, providing so much. Those fools think we are grateful for the extra subsidies," one of the men laughed. Following this exchange, Lin Chu could hear the sounds of water as they moved back and forth, evidently transporting supplies from the officials to the package she had unearthed previously. "Brother, check on the items we hid earlier. They weren't soaked, were they? Rest assured, my packaging skills are top-notch. Nothing will get wet." The officials are also wary of the floods damaging supplies, so the ceiling is impeccable. Not a drop of water can seep in. The two brothers continued their conversation, their words flowing through the currents to Lin Chu's ears. Today, Mayor Li and the others discussed that in 7 days, the water level will no longer submerge the 6th floor, and they will organize the survivors to move here. "What will happen to our supplies? Are you foolish? When the time comes, we'll relocate too and transfer our goods into the houses assigned to us." After concealing their supplies, the brothers hastily departed, concerned about lingering too long and being discovered. Lin Chu quietly surfaced behind them, watching their retreat. Once she was certain they had moved far enough away, she slipped through the window and, having been there before, easily located their stash of supplies, which she promptly packed into her storage space. Chapter 54. The Flooded World. 9. The words of the two brothers provided Lin Chu with a valuable insight. In 7 days, survivors would relocate to this residential area, prompting her to prepare in advance. However, the significance of the 7-day timeline perplexed her. After returning to the shelter, she found Xiao Er waiting by the door, ready to take her discarded diving suit and clean it in a large basin. Once Lin Chu had bathed, her diving suit was already hanging in the yard, and the muddy water had been thoroughly cleared away. She first glanced at the black fish she had brought back the previous day. Knowing that black fish thrived on algae, Lin Chu took a portion of it and instructed Xiao Er to feed the fish before her departure. The black fish, now well fed, lay quietly in the bucket, motionless. Since it had attempted multiple escapes only to be thwarted by Xiao Er, it had resigned itself to a more passive existence, awaiting its meals without struggle. As Lin Chu approached, it merely shifted its gaze, displaying no further intention. At this moment, Lin Chu had no plans to submit it for her task. Despite its notable dental prowess, she had yet to discern any other distinctions among these fish. As a forensic science professional, she possessed an inherent curiosity about these creatures. A living fish was worth a mere 0. 5 points, and she had taken the time to nurture it. After studying the little black fish for a while, Lin Chu turned her attention to her vegetable garden. To her astonishment, the lettuce she had sown just 3 days prior had already sprouted green shoots. and they were quite substantial. She marveled at the sight. Turning to inspect the tomatoes, she noticed they too had begun to emerge, displaying a vigorous growth that suggested they were eager to reach for the sky. Lin Chu asked Xiao Er to retrieve the seeds she had placed in a paper towel for germination, only to discover that their growth was inferior to that of the seeds sown directly in the soil. Why was this the case? Lin Chu had never been adept at socializing, and as a forensic expert, her profession often intimidated those who encountered her, who would willingly forge a friendship with someone who dealt with the deceased on a daily basis. Consequently, she had never taken the initiative to make friends. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to solitude, finding solace in cultivating plants. She often conversed with them during her quiet moments. In retrospect, she had become something of a gardening aficionado. Having previously cultivated tomatoes, she knew that seedlings typically exhibited superior growth. Randomly scattered seeds in the soil should not have outperformed her nurtured seedlings. Yet, the reality before her contradicted her understanding. Calling Xiao Er over, Lin Chu inquired, "How had you been watering these plots in recent days?" "Just as you instructed. I maintained the soil's moisture, watering a little when it appeared nearly dry." "Is that all?" "Yes, master." Could it be that the seeds were of a variety cultivated in the zombie world, differing from those in her original world? Observing Lin Chu deep in thought, Xiao Er, though puzzled, bowed his head in contemplation. After a moment, he addressed Lin Chu, saying, "Master, the wastewater you bring in from outside also drips onto these plots. Furthermore, the water used to wash your diving suit might also have irrigated the nearby areas." His words illuminated Lin Chu's mind. Of course, in the flooded world, water possesses unique properties. Is it possible that the rapid growth is a result of being nourished by the waters of this world? Eager to conduct an experiment, Lin Chu retrieved 2 buckets she had collected earlier, instructing Xiao Er to drill a few holes in the bottom. She then produced a packet of tomato and lettuce seeds, directing him to plant them inside. The contents of these 2 buckets will be watered exclusively with tap water, avoiding any contact with the water brought in from outside. "Understood, Master," Xiao Er replied, promptly taking up his tools to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Lin Chu dedicated some time to repurposing 3 rice cookers. The first world had yielded an assortment of 100 food items, including a fair amount of rice. However, after consuming it for an extended period, her stock was dwindling. With the rice cookers at her disposal, she resolved to assign Xiao Er an additional daytime task, preparing rice for her. The 3 cookers could collectively prepare enough rice for at least 15 people in a single batch. As Xiao Er was still occupied, Lin Chu decided to utilize the previously discovered, sealed rice bags to cook 3 pots of rice herself. With numerous tasks requiring water, she contemplated the potential challenges of water usage in the future. Reflecting on the ongoing daily tasks within this world and the gradual accumulation of her points, she ultimately accessed the system's store. While the shelter still supplied clean water, she spent 150 points to acquire a 12-ton water storage tank once more. Chapter 55, The Flooded World, 10. After replacing the water bucket, Lin Chu placed it in the bathroom and turned on the faucet to fill it. She instructed the attendant to wait until it was full before shutting off the tap. Subsequently, she entered her room and laid down on her small bed. The bed was now exceedingly soft. The mattress from the system's grand package was far more comfortable than the rubber palm mattress from her original world. It was soft without being overly so, striking a perfect balance that allowed her to sink in while providing ample support for her waist. It was a remarkably enchanting sensation. A single night's rest banished her fatigue, unlike before when the hard bed left her feeling increasingly weary. Lin Chu found it difficult to articulate the feeling. Yet one thing she was certain of was that this system originated from a civilization far more advanced than her own. Thus, everything produced by the system surpassed what she was accustomed to in her native world. Lying on the comfortable bed, her thoughts drifted, and she soon fell asleep. The next morning, as was her routine, she rose early to engage in physical training. It had been several days since she consumed the body modification pill, and through her diligent practice, she had learned to control her strength quite effectively. After completing her training, Lin Chu quickly rinsed off the sweat, changed into her diving suit, and prepared to venture out. Before leaving, she peered through the peephole and noticed that the water level had receded below its view. Through the peephole, she could see gentle ripples on the water's surface, indicating that fish were swimming by. After waiting for a moment and seeing no anomalies, she opened the door and stepped outside. This time, the water level had dropped another 50 centimeters, now only reaching her neck. She could walk upright without needing an oxygen mask and could breathe normally. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from a small hillside where a man was carrying a plow, preparing to work the land. From afar, it resembled a peaceful and untroubled hermitage. However, it wasn't long before the sounds of a child crying broke the tranquility. Anyone who has cared for children knows that their cries can be both piercing and shrill. Even from a considerable distance, Lin Chu could hear them. Unable to discern the reason for the commotion from afar, she quietly pondered the fate of the survivors who had gone to the hillside. Had they successfully established a shelter, or had they joined a survivor base and crowded into tents with others? When some of the survivors relocated to her area 6 days later, it was likely she would encounter them. Her sudden appearance in this residential building raised many questions. She needed to rationalize her presence quickly. However, before the water level receded below the 6th floor, her more pressing task was to search through the remaining 6 apartments with terraces on the 6th floor. Additionally, she needed to explore the 1st to 5th floors of each building. Before everyone moved in, it was impossible for her to search all the floors, so she could only select certain buildings to examine. Following her established plan, Lin Chu meticulously searched through the remaining 6 6th-floor apartments. She uncovered several bags of fertilizer, a bird net, and numerous flower pots. Since she could only convert flower pots using the water bucket the previous day, she decided today to take the flower pots as well. Later, she found a child's deep bath basin in one of the lower floor apartments. Lin Chu recalled the black fish trapped in the water bucket. The bucket was too small for it, while this basin was more accommodating in both depth and size. She stored it in her space. By the end of the day, she had gathered a substantial amount of food and tools. Observing her space nearing capacity, she finally began to appreciate the thrill of treasure hunting. Although her space was almost full, Lin Chu felt no regret for having exchanged her space with Ma Yin for the body modification pill. Without the enhanced capabilities granted by the pill, she would not have been able to endure such intense underwater tasks. One must sacrifice for gain. It all depended on which was deemed more significant. For Lin Chu, her body was the foundation of everything. That day, while fishing, Lin Chu earned 68 points. However, since she had caught an odd number of fish, she was left with a black fish caught in her net, which she planned to take back to the shelter temporarily to keep it company. When she caught an even number of fish in the future, she would submit them to the system. She also dug up a considerable amount of algae in the yard on the 1st floor to use as fish bait. As she swam upward, preparing to return her shelter from just below the water's surface, she suddenly heard a commotion above, a clear sound of splashing. This time, however, the sound was slightly different from the previous day. Lin Chu halted her movements, pressed her body against the wall, and listened intently to the noises above. A man's voice was somewhat muffled, tinged with displeasure. "Sister Bai, didn't you say you had inquired among those survivors that someone in this community had hung bird nets on the terrace? How is it that we can't find a single one now?" The woman's voice was calm and composed, suggesting she was the more dominant of the two. "Even if they're not outside, there should be some stockpiled at home. If everything has been washed away, wouldn't it have been a wasted trip? You must realize that I gave a whole day's worth of supplies just to borrow the boat to bring you here. I can't leave empty-handed." The man's murmurs, carried through the flowing water, became somewhat indistinct, but Lin Chu gleaned the gist of their conversation. "There are more taskers besides you and me here. It's not unusual for someone to arrive before us and take them." As the woman's words fell, Lin Chu's eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, these were 2 taskers. Are you suggesting that someone got here first? Why wait? When we return to the base, I'll go and take them back. The man's fervor was quickly tempered by a hint of caution. But the shouldn't be. The taskers in the base haven't been seen coming here. Who said they must be base taskers? Are you implying that there are other taskers nearby? But we all witnessed that on the day of deployment. The taskers who were snatching things from the water were all taken by that large fish. At this point, the man swallowed hard. Lin Chu felt a chill run down her spine. What did he mean by that? Was there a dangerous fish lurking in the water? Remarkably, she had not encountered one during all these days. Now that she thought about it, after escaping the struggle for the wooden boards on the first day, she had solely focused on swimming to this residential building, selecting an open sixth-floor apartment to enter. She had glanced back only to see a group of people swimming toward the hillside, not the ones who had seemingly pursued her for the boards. According to the insinuations of these two, those individuals had not swum to the hillside but had instead. As Lin Chu contemplated this, she suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon her. She slowly turned her head. In the next moment, every hair on her body stood on end. Chapter 56, The Flooded World, 11. A pair of ebony eyes, approximately 20 meters behind her, fixated intently on Lin Chu. As the twilight illuminated the surroundings, she discerned the proprietor of those eyes, a massive black fish, several times larger than any she had previously caught. Its physique surpassed that of an adult by twofold, capable of devouring a grown man's head in a single gulp. Reflecting on the sharpness of the little black fish's teeth, Lin Chu hesitated to glance back at the formidable creature before her. Though she appeared paralyzed with fear, her peripheral vision meticulously assessed her surroundings. Not far above her, a small boat bobbed gently. Judging by its draft, it was likely unoccupied. The two individuals were still inside the house, desperately rummaging through the bird netting that Lin Chu had already cleared. If she swam northeast, past 5 buildings, she could return to her sanctuary. However, Lin Chu was acutely aware that even with her bodily enhancements, she would not outswim the fish in the water. She needed to divert its attention to create an opportunity for escape. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Chu's mind. The next moment, she propelled herself upward, kicking off the wall beside her for leverage. With a burst of momentum, she soared approximately 10 meters, now only an arm's length from the boat's bottom. Behind her, the enormous black fish surged forward. In its dominion, it closed the 20-meter gap by 15 meters in the blink of an eye. Now, with Lin Chu's 10-meter leap, only a mere 15 meters separated them. This transpired within mere seconds. If she failed to create a diversion, the fish would catch up in just 4 seconds, ready to sever her head. Lin Chu had never been one to resign herself to fate. She grasped the rope at the edge of the boat and yanked it downwards, simultaneously tossing the solitary black fish, previously ensnared in her net, into the boat. The resultant splash drew the attention of the two inside the house. "By Jia, our boat!" The man's voice rang out, as Lin Chu leveraged the tug on the rope to propel herself 5 meters forward. The small boat rocked violently, stirring the floodwaters and diminishing visibility beneath the surface. The black fish, momentarily disoriented, angrily veered towards the boat. The house erupted with startled cries, further enraging the fish as it detected familiar scents within the vessel. Its fury intensified as it relentlessly rammed the boat. "By Jia, it's that man-eating black fish." The man's piercing voice cut through the stillness. Indeed, the fish's focus had shifted. Lin Chu, with no time to spare, swam fervently ahead, keeping close to the wall. If her speed faltered, she would kick off the wall for propulsion, surging forward with unprecedented velocity back to her sanctuary. Upon opening the door, Lin Chu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, collapsing inside. Yet, she was caught by the waiting arms of the attendant. Gasping for breath, she steadied herself against him, recovering from the adrenaline-fueled escape that had left her limbs weak. The sudden fatigue was not from physical exertion, but rather from the shock of narrowly escaping death, her blood rushing to her heart, rendering her limbs feeble. After managing to swim back from peril, the fatigue surged through her limbs. Lin Chu accepted a cup of warm water from the attendant, sitting on the floor to reflect on her harrowing experience. In recent days, her obsession with stockpiling supplies had led her to overlook the dangers surrounding her. Had she not consumed the enhancement pills granting her explosive strength, coupled with the fortunate appearance of 2 other taskers to divert the fish, she might have faced dire consequences. As for those 2 taskers, they were likely unharmed, ensconced in the house above the water. However, her presence was now revealed to other taskers, compelling her to exercise greater caution in future outings. The enormous black fish had evidently been watching her for some time, yet had remained dormant until now. Fortunately, Her stockpile was nearing capacity. Rice, flour, cooking oil, snacks, beverages, and mineral water. She had it all. She had gathered numerous daily necessities and a variety of household appliances, albeit most were damaged. Nevertheless, with ingenuity, these could be repurposed, enough to sustain her in the sanctuary for at least 12 months of tranquility. In the short term, she could indeed pause her stockpiling. In 6 days, when the survivors from the base relocated, the increased populace might prompt the blackfish to avoid this residential area. At that point, she could devise further plans. Having made her decision, Lin Chu removed her diving suit, handing it to the attendant, and retrieved a large basin intended for the little black fish, instructing him to prepare a new container. She entered the washroom, meticulously cleansing herself of the grime before emerging. The 12-ton water storage barrel entrusted to the attendant was now full. Rather than storing it, she had placed the barrel in the washroom, ensuring that once water supply ceased in 2 days, she could draw directly from it for various household tasks. By positioning the storage barrel there, the attendant could manage chores in her absence, preventing a complete halt to daily activities. This necessity was also why she resolved to procure an additional water barrel. The second 12-ton barrel would be essential to keep within her space, ensuring she had access to clean water in case of unforeseen circumstances that could delay her return to the sanctuary. For the next 2 days, Lin Chu remained indoors, collaborating with the attendant to boil water and prepare meals with the rice cooker. She even repaired the dough mixer, kneading dough and chopping vegetables and meat to begin making dumplings. The fishing task was not abandoned. Upon grabbing her fishing net and opening the door, the attendant stood by, observing her actions. After a night had passed, the water level outside had receded to below her waist. "Shao, keep a close watch," Lin Chu instructed, casting her net upon the water's surface, where she had previously scattered algae. She secured 4 rope ends to the fence inside the door and left it ajar. "Shao, keep an eye out. If anything seems off, abandon the net and close the door." After receiving a nod from the attendant, Lin Chu returned inside to continue preparing meals. An hour later, she returned to retrieve her net, garnering 2 points. The black fish in the vicinity had indeed diminished. With the water level dropping, fewer would venture indoors. Even the smallest of mosquitoes were still worth catching, and Lin Chu did not disdain the catch, returning indoors to resume her tasks. On the 6th night of her journey in this world, another torrential rain fell, persisting for a day and a night. By the 7th evening, the water level had risen once more to the height of Lin Chu's neck. Chapter 57. The Flooded World. 12. Lin Chu had not ventured outside for 2 days. Her stockpile of hot water had grown excessive, nearly overwhelming her available space. Nonetheless, as boiled water was consumed slowly, her current supplies would suffice for several months. With ample water resources secured, Lin Chu commenced the preparation of rice and dumplings. Earlier, she had scavenged some food containers and vacuum-sealed bags from nearby residential buildings, all of which were now put to good use. The cooked rice was meticulously portioned into bags according to her meal requirements and stored away. When the time came to eat, she could simply retrieve a bag, pour it into a bowl, and enjoy it steaming hot. However, sustenance could not be solely reliant on rice. The absence of vegetables would be untenable. Given her current constraints, lacking a kitchen, Lin Chu was unable to prepare anything that would generate excessive smoke. Thus, she opted to prepare a selection of healthy boiled vegetables for storage. She had, however, successfully wrapped a significant quantity of dumplings. The filling for the dumplings required merely the combination of meat, vegetables, and seasonings, which could be blended without any oil splatter. Coupled with her handy appliances like the dough mixer and meat grinder, which she had diligently gathered from various homes, her efficiency soared as she utilized multiple devices simultaneously. The minced meat that was not immediately used was stored away, awaiting the next dumpling-making session. Little Air, her robot assistant, had fingers too sharp to assist. He would invariably puncture the dumpling wrappers. After several attempts, Lin Chu decided against seeking his help and redirected him to other tasks. Alone, she managed to make 100 dumplings filled with pork and cabbage, 100 with pork and chives, and another 100 with zucchini, shrimp, and egg. Following her physical transformation, she could consume 25 dumplings in a single sitting, which meant her labor would provide her with merely a few meals. exhausted from her efforts. Lin Chu resolved to take a break now that her food supply was sufficient. With the water level rising again, she anticipated an influx of fish returning to nearby waters. Employing her fishing method from the previous day, she managed to earn 4 points. Seizing the cover of night, she repeated her efforts twice more. However, the same location and method yielded diminishing returns on the third attempt. In total, she had accrued 10 points, a commendable outcome considering she hadn't ventured out. Satisfied, she gathered her fishing net and returned home to wash up and rest. By noon on the 8th day in the flooded world, when Lin Chu turned on the faucet in her shelter, only murky yellow water flowed forth. The supply of clean water had ceased. Fortunately, Lin Chu had been well prepared. During her earlier scavenging, she had discovered a water purifier. After connecting the purifier to her 12-ton water storage tank and activating it, a stream of clean water flowed once more. She instructed little Air not to misuse the water, and seeing him nod earnestly, she felt assured. Lin Chu then inspected the growth of her tomatoes and lettuce in the garden. It had been merely a week since planting, yet the tomatoes were already beginning to climb the trellis, while the lettuce leaves had grown to nearly palm size, ready for harvest in just a few days. Noticing their rapid growth, she had previously instructed little Air to thin the seedlings and transplant them to ensure proper spacing. Now, the two types of plants stood neatly arranged in the yard, vibrant and full of life. Lin Chu retrieved several trellises she had uncovered on the 6th floor terrace days prior. As a climbing plant, tomatoes needed support, and she had been on the lookout for trellises while scavenging. After clearing out the planting tools from the terrace and courtyard, she handed the trellises to little Air and demonstrated how to guide the tomatoes to climb, leaving the remainder for him to manage. Having observed the thriving tomatoes and lettuce, Lin Chu turned her attention to the plants in the bucket. After a couple of days, not a single sprout had emerged. It appeared that the floodwaters had indeed stimulated rapid growth. She took water from the tap, recently tainted, and watered the tomatoes in the bucket, eager to see how long it would take for them to sprout after being drenched by the flood. Due to the shadow of the large black fish, Lin Chu had confined her activities to the vicinity of her shelter for the 2 days following the heavy rain. Apart from fishing, she did not engage in any other activities, remaining vigilant for any signs of the formidable fish nearby. Fortune was not always on her side, and she remained cautious until the influx of survivors into this residential area. Lin Chu had discerned the pattern of the torrential rains in this flooded world. Heavy rains fell every 3 days, with water levels dropping by 50 to 70 centimeters daily, only to rise again to the previous day's height post-rain. Over 3 days, the water level would decline approximately by 1 to 1.5 meters. As Lin Chu entered the 9th day in the flooded world, she noted that the water level had retreated below the 6th floor. She anticipated another deluge that evening, which would raise the water level enough to submerge the 6th floor by about 10 centimeters. If the rainfall pattern continued, the 6th floor would be entirely above water by the 11th day, and even subsequent downpours would not inundate it again. The relocation date set by the survivors on the hillside coincided with this timeline. Taking advantage of the 6th floor being above water and with the survivors yet to arrive, Lin Chu emerged from her shelter and approached the dwelling she had established as a refuge. With the water level receding, she no longer feared the large black fish ambushing her. The retreating flood had left behind a mess of mud and debris in the house. Armed with a 12-liter bucket and a shovel, Lin Chu set about clearing the muck. She remembered her daily task of submitting a 12-liter bucket of mud in exchange for a bucket of pure water. However, having been preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and hot water, she had not prioritized the mud task. Now that she had an abundance of mud at hand, she would not let the opportunity slip away. This house boasted a small loft. Lin Chu and little Air spent nearly an entire day cleaning up the garbage and mud, ultimately exchanging it for 2 buckets of 12 liters of clean water. To Lin Chu's surprise, the containers of purified water were not what she had anticipated. Instead of ordinary 12-liter buckets, the system provided a small water bottle, akin to the one she had purchased for 150 points in the system's store, serving as a compact water storage solution. Although the capacity was limited to 12 liters, the small bottle was convenient for carrying, allowing even those without storage space to transport several bottles, making it an excellent asset for outdoor survival. Seeing Lin Chu's joyful expression, the system suddenly interrupted her elation. Once the water in the bottle is depleted, the bottle will be reclaimed by the system. How stingy, Lin Chu thought to herself. Yet, an idea emerged in her mind. If she never emptied the bottles, could the system still reclaim her empty ones? Just as this thought surfaced, she swiftly suppressed it. She had no desire to attract the system's attention, lest it devise methods to patch up any potential loopholes. Chapter 58. The Flooded World, 13. Cleaning the house was Lin Chu's initial step to make her presence known here with utmost transparency. She reasoned that since the survivors would be moving in, she ought to boldly display that this residence was already claimed by her. She harbored no desire for outsiders to ultimately settle in, as it would hinder her access to the shelter. To ensure security, Lin Chu repurposed the lock on the door, transforming it from a state of neglect into something valuable. The decision to merely alter the lock rather than replace the entire door stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, despite having endured prolonged exposure to water, the door's functionality remained intact after some tidying up. Secondly, she was uncertain of what kind of door the system might provide in exchange. While a simple restoration of the door from its damaged state to a cleaner condition would be acceptable, she feared it could result in a door that surpassed the technological standards of this world, drawing undue attention and potentially attracting official scrutiny, an outcome she wished to avoid. A modified lock, even if slightly extraordinary, would not attract as much notice while still safeguarding the entire house. As the light flashed, Lin Chu examined the lock, which had shed its rusty appearance and now gleamed with a fresh, metallic sheen in a dark gray hue, resembling a high-end material. The lock, originally a robust model, was now equipped with a subtle fingerprint mechanism instead of a traditional keyhole. With a gentle press of her finger, it would unlock seamlessly. Additionally, the interior boasted multiple locking mechanisms. Item: black gold fingerprint lock rarity, D-holder binding. Lin Chu item description: crafted from ordinary black gold. It cannot be picked in the human world and is bound to the holder, allowing access with any registered fingerprint. The repurposed item was indeed remarkable, automatically binding to Lin Chu as its owner and registering her fingerprint. The lock's resistance to tampering greatly pleased her, especially in the chaotic social order of the flooded world, where theft was likely rampant. This feature significantly enhanced the security of the residence. However, there remained a pressing concern. The house had numerous windows, and with the water level receding only to just below the fifth-floor ceiling, the survivors would undoubtedly utilize boats for their large-scale relocation. To them, the sixth floor was no different from the first on a regular day. By simply climbing aboard and reaching the window ledge, they could easily enter the house. Lin Chu felt a profound lack of security if the windows were not properly reinforced. She certainly did not wish to awaken one day to find her home occupied by others. Currently, one window was completely unusable, prompting Lin Chu to upgrade it into one that could be locked from the inside and was impervious to tampering. The other windows, having been submerged for an extended period, suffered varying degrees of damage. She selected one for another transformation, achieving results similar to the previous window. It appeared that the repurposing always came with the inherent feature of being tamper-proof, which delighted Lin Chu immensely. Having utilized her 3 daily opportunities for repurposing, 6 windows remained unaltered. Lin Chu had no choice but to wait. That night, heavy rains resumed, lasting a full day and night. Although the water level rose, Lin Chu was aware that even at its peak, it would only reach her ankles. Unlike during the previous storm, she did not confine herself to the shelter, but continued cleaning the house alongside Xiao Air. Discarding useless items that had been waterlogged, she kept anything salvageable in her space. The house, with its tiled flooring, had indeed warped from water exposure, yet it remained serviceable. Lin Chu's cleaning was merely a fade to create the illusion of residing there, while in reality, she continued to dwell in her shelter, only emerging when necessary. This minor inconvenience would not disrupt her. Once again, she devoted her 3 repurposing opportunities to the windows. Among the remaining 6, 3 belonged to the attic, which she decided to tackle last, focusing first on those below. On the 11th day, Lin Chu rose early. taking advantage of the slumbering survivors on the hillside to transform the 3 attic windows. Now, every window in the house, when closed, was invulnerable to tampering. After meticulously inspecting the entire house to ensure nothing was overlooked, Lin Chu turned to return to the shelter, awaiting the arrival of the survivors. However, just as she pivoted, she spotted a familiar small boat approaching, carrying 2 individuals toward the residential building. Chapter 59, The Flooded World 14. That boat, Lin Chu had seen it that very night. She recalled that its occupants were 2 brothers who had secretly hoarded the official airdrop supplies. Narrowing her eyes, she observed the small vessel drawing closer from behind the window. The brothers were of modest height, both slightly over 1.70 meters, with unevenly cropped hair, likely due to the absence of barbers in the base. Each wielded a paddle, laboriously rowing towards the residential building. Judging by their course, it appeared they intended to check on their hidden provisions. Indeed, if the survivors' base adhered to its schedule, they were to move into the residential building today. Thus, the items they had concealed needed to be retrieved carefully. Otherwise, they risked discovery. The very building where they had hidden their supplies was conveniently located just behind Lin Chu's. As they rowed forward, they inevitably approached her current position. Lin Chu stood behind the window, cracking it open slightly to listen intently. "Brother, paddle faster. Why are you so sluggish? You usually row like this. Did that woman with the surname by not say there are giant black fish here that eat people? When I went out with Shaolin that day, I was the only one who came back. Shaolin was eaten by a fish." Upon hearing this, the other man shuddered. "Stop scaring yourself. Nothing happened after that day, did it?" "Ah, brother, that giant black fish must be starving after so many days. Aren't we just delivering a meal? Let us just go back," the second brother suggested as they neared the building where Lin Chu was. The other brother disagreed vehemently. "No, we cannot let those people see what we've hidden. In just 2 hours, everyone will be packing up to leave. We must transfer our goods before then. Brother, why not speak to the mayor and ask if we can stay in this apartment? That way, we wouldn't have to hide." The elder brother grunted, teeth clenched. "That mayor is as stubborn as a mule. He insists on his allocations and won't agree to any changes. Do you think I want to make this trip? Brother, shut up and conserve your energy. We still have to move things later." With that reprimand, the younger brother finally fell silent. As they passed Lin Chu's building, the sound of splashing water filled the air. Lin Chu quietly maneuvered from the southern window to the northern one, ensuring the brothers remained within her line of sight. The brothers soon anchored their boat outside the building, and with the elder's assistance, the younger one climbed inside. Lin Chu patiently awaited their next move. Before long, a startled cry echoed through the air. "Brother, it's all over." "What do you mean it's over? Speak clearly." The elder brother shot an impatient glare at his sibling. "It's really gone. Our supplies, they're gone." Upon hearing this, the elder brother abandoned the paddles, bracing himself against the window ledge before vaulting inside. Soon, Lin Chu heard panicked voices. "Gone? How could it be gone? Did we misremember? Wasn't it in this building? How could it be taken? We hid it so well." The younger brother's confusion momentarily stumped the elder. "Weren't you saying that woman with the surname Bai came here a few days ago and was attacked by the giant black fish? Perhaps she took it." The elder's words prompted the younger brother to nod vigorously. "Brother, you're right. It must be her. She deserves to be attacked by the black fish." After uttering this, the younger brother cautiously glanced at his elder, scratching his head. "What should we do next?" The elder shot him an exasperated look. "First, we go back. What else can we do? Act as if nothing happened and find an opportunity to investigate that woman with the surname Bai." Receiving the command, the younger brother quickly nodded, helping his brother back onto the boat. However, as the elder stepped onto the vessel, it suddenly capsized, sending both paddles tumbling into the water. Fortunately, the younger brother's grip remained firm, pulling his brother back inside just in time. "What was that?" they exclaimed in unison. While they were oblivious to the source of their peril, Lin Chu recognized it clearly. It was the giant black fish. She chose not to flee, understanding that with the water levels receding, she would remain safe within the house. The brothers soon discerned what had overturned their boat. "It's the fish, the giant black fish. What should we do, brother?" the younger brother asked in a panic. The elder, his face pale with fear as he gazed at the fish surfacing repeatedly, finally uttered, "Stay inside. We'll be safe here. Once the security team arrives, we'll be fine. But what if we can't return and are discovered?" The younger brother questioned, only to receive a sharp smack on the head. "Stop your fretting. When they arrive, we'll say we heard about the blackfish and came to scout the area, only to be trapped here." "Oh." The younger brother rubbed his sore head, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What if they ask why we didn't report to the security team and chose to take the risk ourselves? What do we say?" The elder, visibly frustrated, gritted his teeth. "The security team is busy. We wanted to help lighten their load, understand?" Got it. The younger brother, fearing another reprimand, covered his head while speaking. Seeing them no longer in motion, Lin Chu quietly retreated to her sanctuary, contemplating her next steps. The mayor they spoke of was indeed a stubborn individual. Yet, in the eyes of such opportunistic individuals, could it not be interpreted that this mayor was genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people? With this thought, Lin Chu began to form a plan for how to secure her stay in the building. Within 2 hours, commotion erupted outside. Lin Chu emerged from her shelter once more to witness dozens of boats approaching the residential area, with several already halfway there. Among them, 2 speedboats led the way, one carrying a neatly dressed man heading towards the residential buildings. Chapter 60, The Flooded World, 15. Before long, they arrived at the front of the residential building. A man stood up in one of the speedboats, holding a megaphone, and called out to the boats behind him, "Everyone, gather here." Soon, small boats began to dock in front of the residential building, lining up together. At that moment, Lin Chu heard a faint sound of movement beneath the water. She raised an eyebrow and looked up, only to see a large black figure swiftly swimming towards the boats through the murky water. The great black fish had caught the scent of fresh prey and could no longer resist. Just as the massive fish was about to reach the foremost speedboat, the shouts of the 2 brothers rang out. "Mayor Li, be careful." Lin Chu couldn't help but smile slightly as she tugged at the corner of her mouth. At the same instant the warning was issued, the great black fish surfaced, leaping up to snatch the man speaking into the megaphone from the boat. "Assistant Wu." A gasp arose from the crowd. "Where's the security team? Hurry up." Quickly, 2 men at the helm of the speedboats stood up, brandishing a spear about 2.5 meters long. Lin Chu could tell from their movements that they were no strangers to underwater combat. In no time, the spear struck the back of the great black fish, which then retreated, leaving a trail of dark red blood behind. Assistant Wu was pulled from the water, his body covered in wounds inflicted by the fish. His gold-rimmed glasses shattered, his clothes were torn in several places, and he had lost a shoe, looking quite disheveled. A well-dressed man stood up beside him, offering his seat to Assistant Wu, who was then lifted onto a chair by 2 members of the security team. Whispers of fear spread through the crowd, and Lin Chu overheard some people suggesting they return to the hillside, deeming the area too unsafe. "Everyone, please remain calm. The security team has driven the fish away. It is now safe," said the well-dressed man, taking the megaphone that Assistant Wu had dropped before falling into the water. The megaphone was undamaged and still carried a strong sound. "Mayor Li, that is not for you to decide. That fish was ferocious, as we all witnessed. It bit Assistant Wu, and look at him. He hasn't even regained consciousness." The crowd murmured in agreement. The security team only injured the fish. They didn't kill it. Who knows if it will return once it heals. "Indeed, Mayor, if you don't want to house us, why not let us return and free up a few villas for us to occupy?" The voices of dissent grew louder. Mayor Li, with his back to Lin Chu, was initially unreadable, but soon he spoke up. "For those of you who wish to leave, you may do so." Before he could finish, someone in the crowd gleefully reacted. He paused, allowing the laughter to subside, then continued, "However, you will only be allowed to return to your original tents. If anyone else expresses reluctance to stay in the tents, I will not make further arrangements for them. This opportunity is available only once. Whether you stay or go, the choice is yours." Those who had been so eager to leave fell silent. Ultimately, only 2 boats departed. The remaining individuals were unwilling to return to the tents and endure a life where a single heavy rain could turn their shelters into waterlogged caves. They preferred to return to the building, even if it was currently dirty and disorganized, and even with the looming threat of the great black fish outside. it was still better than living in tents. With Assistant Wu injured, Mayor Li took charge, beginning to allocate housing to the survivors. Lin Chu stood behind a window, observing as he, along with the security team, escorted survivors into various homes. It appeared that these survivors were also sharing accommodations. A 3-bedroom apartment with an attic could accommodate up to 6 people. After careful consideration, Lin Chu noted that if it was an individual, they typically occupied a room alone, while the attic could host 2 more. Occasionally, an extra child might squeeze in. A family with more than 4 members could enjoy a whole apartment to themselves. A coveted arrangement, as no one wished to share living spaces with strangers. Yet, many had lost contact with their families since the flood began, leaving a predominance of solitary individuals here. Since Lin Chu's apartment was located in the back half of the residential building, she waited for over 2 hours before being assigned to this unit. Just as the security team was about to open her window, Lin Chu preemptively pulled it open. "Hello, what brings you here?" Her calm demeanor caught the security team member off guard, causing him to retract his hand and widen his eyes at the sight of this woman who had suddenly appeared at the window. Though her clothes were not new, they were clean, and her short hair, resting on her shoulders, conveyed a sense of competence. She did not resemble the typical survivor from their base. Those waiting to enter behind him were equally startled. "What's going on? Who is this person? Where did she come from?" "Silence," barked the lead security team member, silencing the murmurs. "Hello, I am Wang Rue, a member of the security team from Chishan Survivor Base." "Hello, Lin Chu." Upon hearing her introduce herself, Wang Rue's impression of her improved slightly. He patiently explained, "We are currently accommodating survivors from our base. As you can see, the water level has receded, and the 6th floor is now livable. We cannot accommodate so many survivors on the hillside, so we need to move them into these houses." Lin Chu nodded, looking at him as if inquiring, and then it would require Lin Chu to vacate this apartment. However, Wang Rue hesitated to voice that request. He had already glimpsed the state of the apartment behind her through the gap in her hair. This apartment was not like the others he had previously shown, which were filled with mud and filth. Aside from the walls stained yellow from the water, the floor had been thoroughly cleaned. It was evident that this woman had taken the initiative to tidy up. Asking her to relinquish a clean space felt somewhat akin to extortion. Having always worked closely with the mayor, Wang Rue was unaccustomed to such situations and found himself uncertain. He could only summon Mayor Li. The mayor arrived promptly via speedboat. Upon seeing Lin Chu, he paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Madam, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "Lin Chu. When did you arrive here?" "I settled here the night before the heavy rain." Given that the water level had already fallen to its current position before the rain, it was entirely plausible for her to have taken refuge here. Mayor Li nodded and inquired, "This place is uninhabited, yet our survivor base is not far away. Why did you not choose to stay there?" Lin Chu raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a hint of confusion. "There are houses here that are not flooded. Why would I choose to stay in a tent at your place?" This response left Mayor Li momentarily speechless. Chapter 61. The Flooded World, 16. It makes perfect sense. Why would one abandon a perfectly good house? Well, although it may not be entirely perfect, with a little cleaning, it could certainly be habitable. Choosing to dwell in a tent instead of a house is, without a doubt, an imprudent decision. However, with her acquisition of a house, 5 individuals are now deprived of shelter. Mayor Li glanced up at Lin Chu, donning a practiced smile. "Ms. Lin, you see, we have so many survivors in our base yet to be allocated housing." He gestured behind him, where the individuals on the boat furrowed their brows at Lin Chu, evidently displeased with her sudden appearance and her seizing of a house. "These houses were abandoned and unclaimed when I arrived," Lin Chu remarked, leisurely observing their expressions. She was taking a gamble, wagering that the survivors had no rightful owner for the house. Mayor Li, noting her demeanor, began to grasp her implication. Indeed, it has been over half a year since the flood disaster struck. When it initially erupted, many were swept away by the deluge. Their small survivor base on this hillside was established 3 months after the catastrophe. In the beginning, the flood had submerged even the hillside. It was only after 3 months of continuous torrential rain that the water levels began to recede to their current state. These survivors had come from various places, and no one knew whether the original inhabitants were alive or dead. The buildings were entirely inundated, and only in recent days had the water receded enough for habitation. In a world ravaged by floods, the principle of first come, first served for abandoned houses had long since become customary. Why did he have to demand otherwise? Mayor Li's silence made Wang Rui, standing nearby, somewhat anxious. He leaned closer to the mayor and whispered, "Mayor Li, just now, 2 boats departed, freeing up approximately 2 houses. Could we allocate the houses originally set aside for them to these individuals?" For reasons unknown, as a member of the security team, Wang Rui felt that this woman before him was not one to be trifled with. The earlier appearance of a large black fish had resulted in the death of a survivor named Shaoan. Today, he and another teammate had to use a harpoon to jointly fend off that monstrous fish. Even Assistant Wu, a man, had been unable to defend against the creature's sudden assault and was now recuperating on the speedboat. Yet this woman stood before them, seemingly unscathed. It was clear that a lone woman of considerable beauty would find survival even more challenging in such chaotic times. This led him to ponder whether Lin Chu possessed extraordinary combat skills, or perhaps an unusual streak of luck. However, since the flood disaster began, he had yet to encounter a woman who survived solely on luck without protection. Thus, he concluded that Lin Chu either had someone concealed within her house or possessed remarkable strength. Regardless of which it was, making a favorable impression on her was paramount. If she indeed possessed abilities, they would be eager to recruit her for the base. Being a trusted confidant of Mayor Li, Wang Rui's suggestion prompted a glance from the mayor, who then nodded and instructed him, "Please register Ms. Lin's information." He then turned his gaze back to Lin Chu, smiling as he inquired, "For the sake of efficient management, we need to document every survivor residing in each building." "Surely, Ms. Lin wouldn't mind?" Lin Chu, of course, had no objections. After all, in 19 days, once the survival task in this world was complete, she would take her leave. Leaving behind some information was inconsequential, and she could easily fabricate it. Upon receiving Lin Chu's consent, Mayor Li promptly departed on the speedboat. Wang Rui retrieved a ledger for Lin Chu to fill out, which contained basic information such as name, age, profession, and skills. Lin Chu completed it swiftly and returned it to Wang Rui. He glanced at the details she provided, his expression lighting up with surprise. "Lin Chu, you're a doctor?" Seeing her nod, a broad smile spread across Wang Rui's dark face. "Our base desperately needs more doctors. You know how filthy the water is. Even after multiple rounds of filtration and boiling, it remains unclean. Consequently, the number of ill survivors is rising, and Dr. Liu cannot manage alone." As he spoke, his voice trailed off. He suddenly realized that Lin Chu had only agreed to register her information for organizational purposes, not necessarily to serve as their doctor. He had jumped the gun in his excitement. Nevertheless, as long as she resided here, he could discuss with Mayor Li the possibility of recruiting her if she truly had the skills they needed. Throughout their exchange, Lin Chu maintained a serene smile, offering no definitive response. She understood that identifying herself as a forensic doctor might instill fear, while labeling herself as a physician would garner greater respect in this chaotic world. After all, a forensic doctor is still a type of doctor, and her fabricated identity was not entirely devoid of truth. Wang Rui bid her farewell and proceeded to arrange housing for the next group. The individuals glanced at Lin Chu, their eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. Why should 5 or 6 of them be crammed into one house, while this newcomer enjoyed an entire residence to herself? Even if she were a doctor, so what? Dr. Liu also shared accommodations with others in the villa area. Yet, they could only suppress their indignation. No one dared to openly defy Mayor Li or his security team within the survivor base. As Lin Chu watched the group of people rowing away from the window, she was about to close it when she felt a gaze fixed upon her. Turning to look, she noticed a group of survivors outside the building to her right, attempting to climb through a window. The individual responsible for their relocation was a woman with a high ponytail, assisting the survivors in their efforts. It seemed no one was paying her any mind. However, Lin Chu knew her instincts were seldom wrong. With heightened senses, she had become acutely aware of any ill-intentioned glances. The earlier gaze had unsettled her. She recognized that among these survivors, some must have been sent alongside her during the initial deployment of tasks. Yet, without any conflicts of interest and devoid of psychopaths like Ma Yin, they had coexisted peacefully thus far. Nonetheless, her recent exchange with Mayor Li was bound to have attracted attention from some survivors. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to entertain thoughts of murder and theft. Casting a cautious glance around, Lin Chu ensured no one was making eye contact with her before she slowly shut the window. Chapter 62. The Flooded World. 17. The man, who was attempting to climb through the window, suddenly felt his support wane, causing him to nearly slip off the window frame. However, upon turning his head, he caught sight of the woman with a high ponytail, her expression unexpectedly grim, which rendered him speechless. He followed her gaze, only to see a closed window. "Sister Bai, what are you looking at? Do you know that new woman?" Bai Wei, upon hearing this, quickly regained her composure and shot him an exasperated glance. "How could I possibly know her?" After saying this, she directed the man to continue climbing over the window, though a glint of mischief flickered in her lowered gaze. "Hurry up, I'm still waiting to arrange the next group for resettlement." The man, sensing Bai Wei's irritation, refrained from further inquiries and complied, climbing into the room. Bai Wei tallied the number of people and recorded it in her ledger before departing in her boat. The man watched her retreating figure and scoffed. "That foul woman from outside seems to have quite the attitude." "Which woman are you referring to?" a bystander inquired. The man gestured towards Bai Wei, who had already rowed away. "Who else but her?" he retorted. "Didn't he, another outsider, just emerge from Building 9? Upon hearing this hint, the man gasped, realizing they were all newcomers. Perhaps Bai Wei truly knew that woman. The conversations of those confined within the house did not spread. Lin Chu had dismissed the group from the hillside base, locked the windows, and was preparing to return to the shelter for some rest when she suddenly heard a quarrel emanating from behind the building. Remembering the two brothers who had arrived earlier, her curiosity was piqued. Lin Chu approached the window on the northern side of the house, cracked it open, and peered outside. Sure enough, as soon as she opened it, she recognized familiar voices raised in argument. "What do you mean we acted independently outside the team? We heard there were large black fish nearby, and seeing the security team too busy, we came to help scout the area." Someone in the crowd voiced their dissatisfaction upon hearing this. "Jiang Er, don't try to sugarcoat it. We all know you two have been pestering Mayor Li for this housing arrangement." The speaker's voice was loud and aggressive, leaving Jiang Er momentarily speechless. His brother stepped forward to address the crowd. "We noticed the security team has been swamped with moving and missions. We merely intended to lend a hand, but we didn't expect to be trapped here by that black fish." The older brother's tone was calm and his logic clear, momentarily silencing the angry individuals. The member of the security team responsible for resettlement was Wang Rui. He glanced at the two brothers before speaking tersely. "Jiangda, Jiang Er, you two come out. Go to the room assigned by Mayor Li and stop causing trouble here." While Jiang Er hesitated, Jiangda promptly complied, dragging his brother out through the window. Their ease of compliance took Wang Rui by surprise. The brothers had often abused their connection to Assistant Wu, even causing a ruckus with Mayor Li over their desired accommodation in room 601 of Building 5. Now, their sudden willingness to vacate was suspicious. Wang Rui's eyes narrowed with doubt. However, his primary duty was to ensure everyone was placed in their designated rooms, leaving little room for further contemplation. Jiangda and Jiang Er returned to their overturned boat, which had been righted by Wang Rui and several survivors. Although the oars had yet to be retrieved, several survivors had already been accommodated, and the extra oars were lent to them for immediate use. Once aboard, Jiang Er curiously glanced in Lin Chu's direction, tugging at Wang Rui's sleeve to inquire softly, "Brother Rui, what happened at room 602 in Building 9? Why did it take so long? Even a mayor showed up, and no one was settled." Wang Rui shot him an annoyed glance. "Focus on what you need to do and stop prying into matters that don't concern you." "Hey, Brother Rui." Jiang Er attempted to press further, but Jiang swiftly restrained him. "Can't you see Brother Rui is busy? Enough with the questions." Jiang Er, chastised, quickly covered his head and stepped aside. Once Wang Rui resumed his tasks, Jiang turned to the waiting survivors and quietly asked a few questions, casting furtive glances toward Lin Chu. Lin Chu understood that if Jiangda discovered she had taken residence before everyone else, he would certainly grow suspicious. Thus, she refrained from returning to the shelter, waiting for Wang Rui to finish resettling the last group. As he passed by her window, she called out to him, "Captain Wang." Upon hearing Lin Chu's voice, Wang Rui turned, recognizing her and offering a smile as he steered his boat to a halt beside her window. "Dr. Lin, is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Chu waved her hand dismissively, lowering her voice. "I don't need your help, but I do like to ask you about something." Wang Rui nodded in understanding, also lowering his voice. "Dr. Lin, rest assured, as long as it doesn't involve base secrets, I will share openly." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chu directly inquired, "I heard a commotion behind the building earlier. Those two were involved." Upon realizing she referred to Jiangda and Jiang, Wang Rui sighed, his expression tinged with annoyance. "You mean those two? They are quite the troublemakers." "Oh, you know them?" Lin Chu feigned surprise. Wang Rui nodded. "They've been with our base since the beginning. Their cousin is Assistant Wu, who was injured by the blackfish today." As he spoke, Wang Rui recalled that Jiang had recently inquired about Lin Chu, cautioning her, "They are a pair of little tyrants. Keep your distance, or I fear they may turn against you." Lin Chu nodded in agreement, casually remarking, "So they are Assistant Wu's cousins. No wonder they arrived before you and went searching in the building. It seems they were sent by Assistant Wu." "Searching?" Wang Rui's tone rose slightly upon hearing the latter part of her statement, as Jiangda and Jiang had not mentioned such intentions to him. Lin Chu glanced around to ensure no one was watching, prompting Wang Rui to do the same before he asked, "Do you know what they were looking for?" Lin Chu shook her head. "It was too far away. I couldn't hear clearly, but I did overhear them mention looking for something as they passed by my window." Wang Rui assessed the distance between the buildings and nodded in comprehension. "Thank you for sharing this, Dr. Lin. However, I also ask that you keep this information to yourself for the time being." After Lin Chu agreed, Wang Rui took his leave. Watching him depart, Lin Chu's eyes glimmered with depth. The seeds of suspicion had been sown. Now, it remained to see how the upright Wang Rui would unfold the matter. Chapter 63. The Flooded World, 18. Wang Rui had walked far away. One by one, the survivors were settled into the houses, leaving only a few empty boats drifting on the water surface. Soon, some of the settled survivors emerged from the stairwell, wading through water to retrieve their small boats through the windows. They secured the boats on the staircase that was already above water, ensuring they would not be swept away by the strong winds at night. When it was time to leave, they could simply push the boats out for use. Lin Chu observed their actions, nodding to herself. Although the giant fish from the morning had frightened them and caused some to flee, she could see from the behavior of the remaining survivors that Mayerly possessed a certain skill. At the very least, despite their individual concerns, no one dared to oppose his will. This was a positive development for Lin Chu. She did not wish to live next to a group of disorganized and undisciplined individuals. After confirming that all the windows in the room were securely locked, she drew the already air-dried, soiled curtains to block any prying eyes. Once satisfied, she returned to the shelter. It was already lunchtime. Lin Chu took a small folding table from her space and placed it in the center of the activity room, laying down a soft mat on the floor. Finally, she retrieved the dumplings filled with chives and pork that she had prepared over the past few days and set them on the table to eat. Having gathered a considerable amount of spoiled ingredients in recent days, Lin Chu began to grow weary of the cramped shelter. If only they had a kitchen, it would allow her to utilize these ingredients and prepare a variety of dishes while unable to venture outside, making them convenient for future consumption. Currently, she could only make these oil-free dishes, which, after a prolonged period, became monotonous, and she found herself yearning for hearty, rich meals. The food exchanged from the previous world was not solely heavy or greasy. It included both meat and vegetables, even entirely vegetarian salads. After all, the system's offerings depended on its mood. In recent days, she had consumed her fair share of instant noodles and self-heating rice. Yet, she still longed for the delicacies of her original world. System, will the next upgrade of the shelter unlock the kitchen function? Please keep up the good work, host. The answer will be revealed after the upgrade. Never mind. Knowing that the system would not have any pleasant surprises, Lin Chu chose to let it go. After finishing her meal, She tidied up the mess, returned the table and mat to her space, and went to assist Xiao Air with cooking rice. Xiao Air's task of cooking rice continued. However, Lin Chu had replaced the water drawn from the 12-ton barrel with water from a 12L bottle. She wanted to test whether she could store other water in the bottle without exhausting the last drop, thus preventing the system from reclaiming it. After all, the system stated that once the water was depleted, the bottle would be retrieved. What if it was not used up? The 12L of water was equivalent to the blue bottled mineral water delivered to homes in her original world. With multiple rice cookers working simultaneously, plus Lin Chu's domestic water usage, by evening, only the bottom of the 12L barrel remained. Xiao Air, having received Lin Chu's instructions, called her over once the water bottle was nearly empty. Lin Chu checked the remaining water in the bottle, took a regular cup, and poured water into it until only the last drop remained. The bottle was still in her hand and had not been reclaimed by the system. It seemed that as long as there was one drop left, the system could not retrieve the bottle. The next step was to refill it. Carrying the bottle, Lin Chu entered the bathroom, opened it, and placed it under the faucet, turning it on. Murky yellow water flowed from the faucet into the bottle. Holding the bottle, Lin Chu could distinctly feel its contents. The bottle, which had only held a drop, began to fill gradually. She stopped once it reached 12L. The bottle remained intact in her hands, not reclaimed. She placed the bottle on the floor and stored it in her space. After various attempts, the bottle remained undamaged, and its contents had not diminished. A smile of delight spread across Lin Chu's face. This was wonderful. The water bottle obtained from the silt task could be reused, meaning she could store more water from the flooded world. Through her experiments over the past few days, she had confirmed that the water from the flooded world could accelerate plant growth. For Lin Chu, who faced a shortage of fresh food, it felt like a divine blessing. However, she could only remain in the flooded world for another 19 days. After that, she would have no other means to acquire such water. She had contemplated using 150 points to buy a water storage barrel. Now, with the ability to reuse the rewarded water bottle, she could save those points for other endeavors. The crops she cultivated could expand from those yielding short-term harvests to those producing 2 to 3 times a year. Yet, the front yard was too small to accommodate other crops for now. Nevertheless, Lin Chu felt no anxiety. She trusted that, as the shelter's level increased, the size of her front yard would likewise expand. When that time came, she would have Xiao Air help her fill the front yard with her favorite vegetables and fruits. Having confirmed the existence of a bug in the system's bottle retrieval, Lin Chu began to devise a way to collect more silt. She knew that a large-scale approach would not work. She was uncertain if any of the survivors shared her status as a tasker. Although it was likely that taskers would choose to stay in their shelters rather than migrate to residential areas, there could be some who had failed their shelter tasks. They might find refuge at the hillside base as ordinary survivors, seeking stability to endure the 30-day task period. If she were to collect silt ostentatiously, it would easily attract their attention. Their motivations aligned with her own, and it was hard to predict what they might do under the influence of self-interest. But how could she proceed without drawing attention? Should she send Xiao Air? Lin Chu quickly dismissed that idea. She was uncertain whether Xiao Air could withstand water. If it fell apart upon contact, she would have no one to turn to for help. Although she could repurpose it using her recycling skills, Xiao Air was the result of numerous failed attempts, and the odds were too low. She did not have sufficient materials to take that risk. Her current life depended on Xiao Air. Unless she found a safe place, she could not allow Xiao Air to take any chances. As for now, she knew of a location abundant with silt, the terrace of this house. Chapter 64, The Flooded World, 19, The Terrace Exposed to the Elements, or the remnants of the receding flood, leaving a considerable amount of filth behind. Furthermore, the previous owner had laid down a deck of treated wood, a material notorious for accumulating grime beneath when neglected for even half a year. Floodwaters only exacerbated the situation. Lin Chu, upon inspection, had already scooped out more than a full bucket of silt from the surface alone. Once the deck was lifted, it revealed an even greater accumulation of muck beneath. From the 20-odd square meters of the terrace, Lin Chu managed to extract 4 buckets of sludge. Since other survivors had already moved into the vicinity, Lin Chu opted not to involve Xiao Air in her labor. After meticulously cleaning the terrace, she adorned it with several flower pots. creating the illusion of a space meant for vegetable cultivation, before retreating indoors to secure the terrace door. Once inside, shielded from prying eyes, Lin Chu submitted the 4 buckets of silt to the system in exchange for 4 bottles of pure water, each containing 12 liters. Content with her efforts, she intended to return to the shelter for some physical training before retiring for the night. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the southern window caught her attention. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 10 o'clock at night. Who could possibly be seeking her at this hour? The urgency of the knocks indicated desperation. Fearing that she might arrive too late and find the window shattered, Lin Chu hurried to the window, drawing back the curtain to reveal a familiar face from earlier that day. "Captain Wang, is that you?" Lin Chu exclaimed as she opened the window wide enough for her head to fit through. Wang Rui, looking anxious, replied, "Dr. Lin, do you have a moment?" "What is you in such a hurry?" Lin Chu inquired. Wang Rui, disregarding pleasantries, explained, "Our Dr. Liu accompanied the helicopter that airdropped supplies yesterday to Base 1 for medication distribution, and he has yet to return. This morning, Assistant Wu was bitten by a large fish and has remained unconscious. He just developed a high fever and is burning up. I need you to come take a look." Lin Chu pondered for a moment before asking, "Does your base not have other doctors?" Wang Rui shook his head in exasperation. "No, we only have 2 nurses left. It's a small base, and no doctors are willing to stay." Dr. Liu only agreed to remain because of his prior relationship with Mayor Li before the disaster struck. Eager to explore the area for more silt, Lin Chu readily agreed. "All right, I will accompany you, though I cannot guarantee I can cure him." Wang Rui, desperate and hopeful, was profoundly grateful for her willingness to assist. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Chu said, "Wait for me a moment. I need to grab my medical kit." Closing the window and drawing the curtain, she turned and returned to the shelter, where she found Xiao Air feeding the fish. "Xiao Air, I need to step out for a while. Stay here and keep an eye on the house. If anyone attempts to break in, you know what to do." As she spoke, her gaze flickered to the shovel in the corner. Xiao Air understood immediately. "I will protect the house, master." After instructing Xiao Air, Lin Chu led it to hide in the adjacent room, retrieved her prepared medical kit from storage, and opened the window. As Wang Rui noticed her opening the window, he reached out to assist her, but Lin Chu, using the windowsill for leverage, gracefully vaulted out of the room and onto the boat, landing with such finesse that the vessel barely swayed. Grasping the medical kit perched on the windowsill, she secured the window and turned to see Wang Rui staring at her. Speechless in awe, Lin Chu smiled slightly. She had practiced martial arts out of boredom in the past. "Impressive," Wang Rui stammered, finally managing to voice his admiration. He recognized that this woman was formidable and not to be trifled with. Her agility was beyond what even he, the captain of the security team, could achieve with such ease. Noting Wang Rui's momentary distraction, Lin Chu chose not to comment further. She intended to subtly assert her capabilities to deter any potential threats during her remaining days in this world. With Wang Rui hastily ferrying her, they sped off in a speedboat. In just 3 minutes, they arrived at the small hillside survivor base, having traveled only a few hundred meters. Lin Chu disembarked, while Wang Rui secured the boat and quickly led her forward. This was Lin Chu's first venture into the survivor base on the hillside. Although she had observed it from a distance, stepping onto this land allowed her to assess the situation firsthand. Half of the previously erected tents had been dismantled, with the remaining ones neatly arranged along the hillside. At this hour, just past 10, it would typically mark the beginning of nightlife. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, with water and power cut off, survival necessitated hard labor during the day to procure essential supplies. Most survivors had retreated to their tents for rest, leaving only a handful lingering outside, either lost in thought or engaged in quiet conversation. As Wang Rui and Lin Chu disembarked from the boat, the few scattered survivors cast curious glances in their direction. A mere sweep of Wang Rui's gaze was enough to redirect their attention. "Dr. Lin, please don't take offense," he said, noting their intrigue. Lin Chu, having already recognized the respect Wang Rui commanded, responded, "Your base is well managed." At her compliment, Wang Rui instinctively puffed out his chest, attributing the success to Mayor Li's leadership. As they conversed, they crossed through a gate and entered a modest building. This structure was notably larger than the adjacent villas, resembling what would have been a sales office for luxury homes in Lin Chu's original world. Indeed, as the thought crossed her mind, Wang Rui informed her. This building was originally the sales office for the villa district. After our arrival, it became our administrative office, where the mayor conducts business and the medical room is located. While speaking, he guided Lin Chu to a door, and just before entering, she could hear the agonized groans emanating from within. Chapter 65. The Flooded World, 20, beside her. Wang Rui furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Chu. He was still unconscious when I left. It seemed someone inside had heard the commotion outside, as hurried footsteps echoed. And moments later, the door swung open. A head, glistening with sweat, poked out from behind the door. "Captain Wang, you're finally back." The round-faced girl, once tearful, appeared as if she had just spotted a savior upon seeing Wang Rui. "What happened?" Wang Rui inquired as he stepped inside with purpose, Lin Chu following closely behind. The round-faced nurse quickly moved aside to allow them entry. As Lin Chu entered, the scene before her unfolded, a modest twin-bedded room. The outer bed had been pushed to the corner, leaving only one bed occupied. It was perhaps more accurate to say that the occupant was bound to the bed. His limbs were restrained with hemp ropes, secured to the iron frame at both the head and foot of the bed, while 2 additional ropes circled his waist, tightly fastening him down. On the bed lay Assistant Wu, agitated and struggling intermittently. His eyes were tightly shut, his body flushed, veins prominently bulging. The area where he'd been bitten by the large black fish in the morning was now wrapped in bandages, which were stained with dark crimson, indicating that the wound had burst open during his struggles, oozing blood. Observing the swelling of the bandages, Lin Chu surmised that the wound was likely inflamed and had swollen considerably. Normally, such inflammation would be exceedingly painful, especially given the nature of the bite from the large black fish. The floodwaters were teeming with various microorganisms and bacteria. Lin Chu had experienced itchiness in her ears every time she emerged from the water, a testament to its unsanitary conditions. It was unimaginable how many microbes clung to the teeth of the large black fish, which thrived in such an environment. Not to mention the potential toxicity from a creature that emerged in the wake of a natural disaster. Assistant Wu had indeed endured great suffering. Beside his bed stood a woman in nurse attire with a high ponytail, holding a vial of medication and an oversized syringe. Lin Chu immediately recognized it as a sedative. The nurse appeared ever ready to administer it, and the dosage seemed ample enough to subdue a bull. "Dr. Lin, you must take a look." Wang Rui called back to Lin Chu, noticing her gaze fixed on the syringe in the nurse's hand. He quickly explained, "Dr. Lin, Assistant Wu had a similar episode this afternoon. The nurses had no choice but to administer a sedative, but the effects wore off faster than anticipated. The white nurse has been on standby, as they feared they could not control him if he suddenly became agitated." Lin Chu nodded in understanding, redirecting her attention back to Assistant Wu. Wang Rui had already briefed her on the situation during their journey. After being bitten in the morning, Assistant Wu had remained in a state of unconsciousness. With Dr. Lu gone to Base 1 for supplies, only 2 nurses were available for care. They had disinfected the wound and applied anti-inflammatory medication, expecting him to awaken soon. However, by the afternoon, he had suddenly developed a fever, his entire body turning red. When the nurses attempted to cool him down physically, he had violently reacted, nearly injuring one of them. Fortunately, Wang Rui had arrived in time to restrain him, ultimately administering a sedative to calm him down and binding him to the bed to prevent further outbursts. The 2 nurses had taken turns applying ice packs to lower his temperature, and they had planned to wait for Dr. Lu's return the following day. But just moments ago, Assistant Wu's condition had deteriorated again, prompting Mayor Li to instruct Wang Rui to summon Lin Chu. Lin Chu placed the medical kit on the nearby counter and washed her hands at the sink. The round-faced nurse perceptively stepped forward to hand her a pair of sterile gloves. Donning the gloves, Lin Chu approached Assistant Wu's bedside and lifted a section of the bandage, revealing the wound, which was severely swollen, with flesh protruding and yellowish-white pus seeping from it. Surrounding the wound, the skin bore a faint bluish-gray hue, reminiscent of the skin of zombies from a previous task world. Lin Chu's brow furrowed. Dealing with the inflammation of the wound was not beyond her capabilities. As a forensic doctor, her education encompassed clinical medicine. She possessed a range of skills typical of a general practitioner, except for specialized surgical procedures that required extensive expertise. Treating external injuries was fundamental. However, the bluish-gray discoloration was unusual, given the wound's origin from a creature of the apocalypse. Lin Chu felt a disquieting sense of foreboding. Noticing her expression of hesitation, Wang Rue anxiously urged, "Dr. Lin, what do you think? Can it be treated?" Without waiting for her response, he continued, "Please, don't hold back. Treat him as you see fit. We won't blame you if it doesn't work." Mayerly has promised that regardless of the outcome, you will receive 5 pounds of rice and 5 cans of meat as compensation. I've already arranged for someone to fetch them. A gulp echoed through the room as Wang Rue finished speaking. They turned to see the round-faced nurse standing aside, head bowed and face flushed. From her reaction, Lin Chu realized that these supplies were substantial. 5 pounds of rice could last a week, and she recognized that the canned meat likely came from the last batch she had scavenged from Jiangdajiang and Ertsong. Canned meat was favored for storage, and the government had been distributing it regularly. Each person received a meager monthly allocation, and even if Jiangdajiang had hoarded some, he only had a few dozen. For Mayerly to offer 5 cans was indeed generous. Since compensation was guaranteed regardless of the treatment's outcome, Lin Chu wasted no time. She opened the medical kit, retrieved sterilized instruments, and began her work. The abscess required incision and drainage, followed by suturing, disinfection, and rebandaging. Most critically, the bluish-gray skin was visibly spreading. Lin Chu deduced that this was the root cause of Assistant Wu's fever and pus formation. However, the approach to address it required careful consideration. Assistant Wu bore around 20 wounds of various sizes. Lin Chu prioritized the most severe one, located on his left thigh. She had clearly seen from the window that the large black fish had bitten him there, dragging him from the speedboat. The discoloration in that area was also the most pronounced. As she made the incision, a clear plan formed in her mind. In ancient times, Guangong had scraped bones to cure poison. Now, Lin Chu would excise flesh to eradicate toxicity. As a piece of the bluish-gray flesh was removed, Assistant Wu emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Chu's hand faltered momentarily. Apologies. Having dealt with the deceased for so long, she had almost forgotten that the living could feel pain. Chapter 66. The Flooded World, 21. The nurse beside them administered a dose of anesthesia to Assistant Wu. Once he was laid down, Lin Chu resumed her work with unwavering focus. However, the gazes of the 3 individuals in the room had shifted dramatically. Assistant Wu's earlier scream was nothing short of earth-shattering, invoking terror in all who heard it. The 3 witnesses, having watched Lin Chu carve a piece of flesh from Assistant Wu, felt a wave of sympathy for him. Her technique was swift and ruthless, as if she were not operating on a living being. As Lin Chu attended to the wound, the round-faced nurse assisting her hesitated before speaking up. "Dr. Lin, we are almost out of anti-inflammatory medication." Lin Chu glanced at the operating table, realizing her medical kit was only half open. Thus far, she had only utilized the instruments she brought, leaving the medications untouched. The supplies in use had been those provided by the small hill base. She turned to Wang Rue, who had been waiting by the door, his expression one of surprise as he stepped forward. "How do we run out?" "I recall Dr. Liu mentioning that there were several bottles of anti-inflammatory medication left that would suffice until his return." His voice trailed off as he noticed the extensive wound on Assistant Wu's body. Indeed, the multitude of injuries combined with Lin Chu's excision of the infected tissue had resulted in a larger wound requiring a greater quantity of medication. Dr. Liu had left precisely because of the dwindling supplies at the base, concerned that the next airdrop would not arrive in time. Now, with Assistant Wu injured, the already limited stock was nearly depleted. Wang Rue found himself in a predicament, and as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice emerged from outside. "Dr. Lin, if you have surplus medication, you may administer it to Assistant Wu. I assure you that you will be compensated with equivalent supplies or the same medications upon Dr. Liu's return." Everyone turned to see Mayerly enter, his attire neat yet worn. His crisp white shirt bore frayed edges, and his black trousers had faded to gray. Despite his appearance, he had managed to present himself tidily. Leaning on a cane, Wang Rui quickly approached to assist him. "Mayor Li, what brings you here?" Before he could finish, Mayor Li raised a hand to silence him, his gaze fixed on Lin Chu, awaiting her response. Lin Chu bit her lip, internally grappling with the decision. In truth, she was inclined to agree. Anti-inflammatory medications, essential for both internal and external use, were stocked in abundance. She could never deplete her own supply, even in a lifetime. The prospect of exchanging some for practical resources was indeed appealing. Yet, she hesitated, aware that the current shortage of medications warranted caution. Her moment of indecision visibly relaxed the tension on Mayor Li's face. He harbored concerns about this sudden appearance of a woman who claimed to be a doctor. However, Wang Rui had informed him of her adeptness and the precision with which she operated, suggesting she was an experienced physician even before the cataclysm. With his understanding of the medical community, he recognized that many doctors had stockpiled essential medications in anticipation of such disasters. However, persuading anyone to part with their supplies was no simple task. 6 months prior, when the flood struck, many medical warehouses lost vast quantities of drugs due to hasty evacuations. Production lines had been disrupted, leading to a global shortage of medications. Although Base 1 had managed to resume some production of critical drugs, the supply remained limited. "Mayor Li, what would you be willing to offer in exchange for the anti-inflammatory medication?" Lin Chu inquired, prompting a sigh of relief from both him and Wang Rui. Her question indicated her readiness to negotiate. "At our base, we operate on a point system. One bottle of anti-inflammatory medication is valued at 15 points. Afterward, I can have Wang Rui take you to the exchange center where you can trade for whatever you need." "How does that sound?" As Mayor Li finished speaking, the two nurses nearby exchanged envious glances. The round-faced nurse eagerly chimed in, "Dr. Lin, we earn only 2 points for an entire day of duty in the infirmary. 1 point can be exchanged for a pound of rice or a single egg. It's quite valuable." Upon hearing about the egg exchange, Lin Chu's eyebrows lifted slightly. She had contemplated raising chickens in the courtyard, but lacked the chicks to do so. The opportunity to acquire eggs was enticing. After a brief hesitation, Lin Chu agreed, instructing the round-faced nurse to retrieve the anti-inflammatory medication from the kit as she continued her work. She realized that further delay could cost Assistant Wu's life due to excessive blood loss. Lin Chu toiled until the early hours of the morning, finally managing to cleanse the necrotic tissue from Assistant Wu's body. The pus had drained, and with the wound sufficiently cleaned, the bleeding ceased. Rather than departing immediately, she remained to observe for several hours, ensuring Assistant Wu's condition stabilized before stretching her limbs. Wang Rui had gone on patrol, and the round-faced nurse, having fulfilled her shift, had returned to rest. The room now held only the unconscious Assistant Wu, a new nurse who had come to take over, and Lin Chu. After organizing her medical kit, Lin Chu took the logbook documenting her 45 points, gifted by Mayor Li, and turned to the new nurse. "Assistant Wu's condition is stable. Once Dr. Liu returns, I have detailed the subsequent medications and treatment plan as file. Please remind him." "Understood," the new nurse responded quietly. It was the first time Lin Chu had heard her speak, and something about her voice felt oddly familiar. Before she could ponder further, the new nurse suddenly questioned, "Dr. Lin, while it is a physician's duty to heal, do you not find it shameful to take advantage of someone's misfortune for exorbitant compensation?" Chapter 67, The Flooded World, 22. Lin Chu was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. Soon, however, a smile graced her lips. She adhered to a personal principle. As long as she lacked morality, no one could morally bind her. She turned around to meet the gaze of Nurse Bai. Lin Chu was not particularly tall, standing at a mere 165 centimeters, which could be considered average. Yet, when her almond-shaped eyes narrowed, they exuded an imposing aura that often overshadowed her actual height. At this moment, Nurse Bai, who was slightly taller than Lin Chu, felt dwarfed under her intense presence. "Nurse Bai, given your selfless nature, why didn't you contribute a bit earlier?" Lin Chu spoke in a measured tone, devoid of any overt emotion. Yet Nurse Bai felt her hair stand on end. Her eyes flickered momentarily as she attempted to defend herself, If I had the ability, I wouldn't tea. But before she could finish, Lin Chu raised a finger, silencing her. Shoo, if you lack the ability, refrain from pointing fingers at me. With that, Lin Chu cast one last glance at Nurse Bai and turned to exit. Just as she reached the door, she nearly collided with a bewildered, round-faced nurse. Lin Chu nodded at her, and the latter, still dazed, returned the gesture, watching Lin Chu's figure fade into the corridor's depths. Upon entering the ward, Nurse Bai was staring intently at the door. Biting her lip, her expression darkened. The round-faced nurse, startled, inquired, Sister Bai, what's wrong? She had overheard the exchange between Nurse Bai and Dr. Lin outside, and found nothing objectionable in Dr. Lin's words. Bai Wei snapped back to reality and shot her a sidelong glance. Why are you back after your shift? The round-faced nurse pointed to a nearby table. I forgot my watch and came back to retrieve it. After hastily grabbing her watch, she fled, not forgetting to bid farewell to Bai Wei. Sister Bai, I'm leaving. Call me if you need help. Terrified, she thought to herself how frightening it was that Bai Wei, typically diligent and meticulous, could appear so intimidating when angered. Especially when she had offended Dr. Lin, whom Captain Wang intended to recruit for the base. She preferred to have never witnessed that scene. She needed to return and catch up on her sleep. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination after a sleepless night. The round-faced nurse shook her head and departed. Only then did Bai Wei retract her gaze, directing her attention out the window. There, Lin Chu was entering the supply exchange office, holding a work points ledger. Lin Chu. Bai Wei's lips parted several times, repeating the name to herself, before a mocking smile emerged. It seemed an eternity had passed since she last heard that name. At that moment, Lin Chu was in high spirits. A night of labor, coupled with the use of some anti-inflammatory medication, had garnered her 5 kilograms of rice, 5 cans of meat, and 45 work points. Originally, Wang Rui was supposed to accompany her to exchange supplies, but due to his patrol duties that morning, he had familiarized her with the exchange office before departing. Thus, she ventured there alone. Upon her arrival, the matron at the exchange office regarded her with curiosity, unable to resist glancing at her a few extra times. Young lady, what would you like to exchange? Lin Chu lifted her gaze to the price list behind the matron. Indeed, as the round-faced nurse had mentioned, 1 egg was worth 1 work point. Excuse me, are these eggs fertilized? Lin Chu inquired. Hens can lay eggs without fertilization, yet only fertilized eggs can hatch into chicks. The matron nodded eagerly. Of course, thanks to my husband and his team at the farm, those chickens are well fed and cared for. The matron was quite talkative. From her chatter, Lin Chu learned that the supply of eggs at the base had only recently stabilized. Previously, due to widespread flooding, many livestock had perished, and the initial 5 hens and 1 rooster had been borrowed for base 1. It was only recently that the newly raised hens had matured enough to lay eggs, significantly increasing the egg supply, albeit still limited to 100 eggs per day. Arriving early, Lin Chu found that today's eggs had not yet been fully exchanged. She promptly requested 20, before turning her attention to other supplies. The matron, taken aback by the large order, reminded her, Young lady, 20 eggs require 20 work points. This newcomer surely couldn't possess such a significant amount of work points all at once. However, when Lin Chu presented the ledger, the matron was rendered speechless. It was indeed stamped with Mayor Li's seal, confirming a total of 45 work points. It was worth noting that both she and her husband earned only a fraction of that amount in a month. The matron, feeling a bit flustered, asked Lin Chu to wait a moment before calling someone. Lin Chu didn't mind. She understood the need for caution, fearing she might be attempting to forge the points. While the matron went to fetch someone, Lin Chu attentively reviewed the available supplies. 1 bunch of scallions cost 0. 5 work points, 1 kilogram of vegetables 0. 5 work points, 1 kilogram of potatoes 0. 5 work points, 1 kilogram of rice 1 work point. 1 kilogram of flour 1 work point. 1 compressed biscuit 1 work point. 1 can of meat 3 work points. 1 can of fruit 5 work points. And 1 pair of sneakers 5 work points. Scallions were a good choice. Once planted in a container, they would continue to yield new scallions. Fresh vegetables were also in short supply, so she decided to exchange for them. Potatoes could be cut and replanted to yield more, achieving potato independence, definitely worth it. Flour had been consumed in abundance recently, so she needed to replenish her stock. Sneakers were essential consumables. In a world fraught with danger, footwear faced significant wear and tear, necessitating frequent replacements. Previously, Lin Chu had relied on system gifts and scavenged from neighbors' cupboards, so encountering a chance to choose her size was imperative. Thus, Lin Chu quickly determined how to spend her 45 work points. The matron soon returned with Wang Rui, who had been patrolling. Zhao Dama, this is Dr. Lin, who saved Assistant Wu's life last night. The work points are specially approved by Mayorly, so there's no need for concern. Just fulfill her requests. With Wang Rui's endorsement, the matron no longer had doubts. Whatever Lin Chu wished to exchange, she promptly fetched from the shelves. Soon, the counter was piled high with various supplies. 20 eggs, 2 bunches of scallions, 4 kilograms of vegetables, 4 kilograms of potatoes, 10 kilograms of flour, and 2 pairs of size 39 women's sneakers. The shoes were tried on and fit Lin Chu perfectly. These items consumed her entire 45 work points. Wang Rui, who had been waiting nearby since being called by the matron, scratched his head as he observed Lin Chu using all her points at once. It seemed she preferred to settle everything in one go, not wishing to entangle herself further with the base. Naturally, capable individuals often exhibited such temperament, and this behavior only solidified Wang Rui's respect for Lin Chu. However, Mayorly had instructed him to find ways to recruit her for the base, which posed a bit of challenge now. Chapter 68, The Flooded World, 23. Lin Chu exchanged all her work points in one go. But the sheer volume of supplies posed a challenge, as the Redemption Center did not provide bags. Momentarily, the question arose as to how she would transport the items home. Fortunately, Wang Rui offered to lend her a basket. He asked her to wait for a moment before dashing off, leaving Lin Chu and Aunt Zhao behind. Aunt Zhao, aware of Lin Chu's favored status with Mayorly, sought to cultivate a good rapport with her and began to share insights about the base. Before long, a man entered the Redemption Center, balancing a yoke across his shoulders, and set down 2 buckets for Lin Chu to see their contents. 2 buckets of sludge. Lin Chu's eyes brightened. The man sought to exchange them for 2 jean of rice and 1 jean of flour. Aunt Zhao sprang into action, and Lin Chu refrained from interrupting her. Once the man departed, Lin Chu inquired, Aunt Zhao, what was the man carrying? Having previously taken the initiative to introduce information, Aunt Zhao was delighted to respond to Lin Chu's question. Those 2 buckets contain sludge. You may have noticed that our ground is quite clean here, with minimal sediment and no standing water. Lin Chu nodded. With a hint of pride, Aunt Zhao continued, this is largely thanks to Mayorly. He instituted a rule that after every heavy rain, a dedicated team is dispatched to clear the sludge from the ground and drainage ditches. Thus, following bouts of heavy rain, the water recedes swiftly due to our efficient drainage system. Listening to Aunt Zhao, Lin Chu calculated the days and realized the day was not following a heavy rain. Why then is there someone carrying sludge? The mayor had a large pit dug. Each time the sludge is cleared, it is deposited into that pit, and those in need can collect it for their gardens. You saw that Zhang Lao Sin. He never exchanges for vegetables, as he grows plenty himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu's eyes gleamed. Goodness, the mayor has created a veritable treasure pit. Before she could respond, Aunt Zhao continued, strangely, the sludge in that pit has diminished significantly of late. I wonder who has been taking so much for their gardens at this point. Lin Chu understood everything. The survivors who had set up shelters on the hillside had already taken advantage of this treasure pit ahead of her. However, she felt no envy. These were personal choices. Those who opted to establish shelters at the hillside base had also paid their dues to settle there. Some may not have even succeeded in establishing a shelter, merely masquerading as ordinary survivors to seek refuge at the base. She preferred her current situation, relishing the independence it afforded her, free from communal living. When Wang Rui returned with the basket to help Lin Chu carry her supplies, she had already borrowed 2 buckets from Aunt Zhao. Guided by Wang Rui, Lin Chu then collected 2 buckets of sludge from the large pit before heading home. Turns out Dr. Lin enjoys gardening, Wang Rui remarked, observing her delight as she carried the 2 buckets of sludge, seemingly more pleased than when she had exchanged her supplies. Lin Chu chuckled. In these times, everyone aspires to cultivate a bit of their own food for self-sufficiency. Wang Rui wholeheartedly agreed. If you need more sludge, I can help you gather some next time I come by, he offered. Lin Chu had no reason to decline the assistance, though she noted she still required 9 buckets, though in truth, it was over 90, a number too overwhelming to admit. Wang Rui was momentarily taken aback. But then he recalled that Lin Chu's residence featured a spacious terrace of about 20 square meters, and it made sense. With such ample space, it would indeed be a waste not to grow some vegetables. The two engaged in casual conversation as they boarded a speedboat, with Wang Rui navigating Lin Chu back to the entrance of the stairwell. The water level had receded again, now only rising half a head above the windowsill. Lacking a solid foothold, climbing was difficult, so she opted to enter through the main door. Lin Chu declined Wang Rui's offer to assist with her items, making 2 trips to bring everything inside and storing it away. After a while, she returned the basket and 2 buckets to Wang Rui, reminding him, "Please remember to return the buckets to Aunt Zhao." Wang Rui agreed, but as she turned to leave, he called out, "Dr. Lin, I hope you will consider joining our base." Mayerly mentioned that if you were willing to work in the infirmary, you can earn 5 work points per day. For overtime or late-night surgeries, you could earn an additional 2 points. That is quite a generous offer. Lin Chu recalled the round-faced nurse mentioning that they earned only 2 points for a day's shift. Mayerly's proposition was indeed enticing. However, Lin Chu was reluctant to confine herself to a fixed position. She had daily tasks to complete, and, given the precarious nature of their world, with venomous fish, torrential rains every 3 days, and the unsettling presence of hostile gazes, her survival was paramount. As anticipated, Lin Chu declined Wang Rui's offer. He was undeterred, saying, "I still hope you'll reconsider." After exchanging farewells, he prepared to depart. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Both of them looked up to see a helicopter approaching from the south, hovering above the hillside base. A large package was dropped from the helicopter. Moments later, a soft ladder descended, and a figure began to climb down. "It's Dr. Lu returning," Wang Rui exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the figure. "That's our base's Dr. Lu. I'll have the opportunity to introduce you to." Upon Lin Chu's nod, he quickly started the boat, bidding her farewell, with Dr. Lu back. "The base will be bustling again. I'll head back now and come by another day." After watching Wang Rui leave, Lin Chu turned to re-enter her dwelling. Xiao Er emerged from the bedroom, shovel in hand. "Master, 2 men came by while you were away." Chapter 69, The Flooded World, 24. Lin Chu inquired about the physical characteristics of the 2 men. The skeletal face of the small second seemed to express a hint of disdain at that moment. The 2 men were quite short, with uneven hair and rather unattractive looks, which displeased the small second. Upon hearing this description, Lin Chu couldn't help but smile. After her amusement, she rested her hand on the window ledge, gently tapping her index finger a few times while narrowing her eyes slightly. It was indeed the 2 brothers, Jiangde and Jiang Er. In truth, she was not surprised at all. The moment these brothers learned she was residing here, they had already begun to suspect her of the missing supplies. She had anticipated their attempt to find her. Last night, she had instructed the small second to come out of the shelter precisely to guard against them. Her windows and door locks had undergone a transformation, making them impervious to normal break-ins, provided they did not shatter the glass. With the area now populated by survivors, as long as the assailants retained their sanity, they would refrain from breaking windows. Otherwise, once the window was smashed, their presence would be exposed, yielding no benefit. However, considering Jiang Er, the impulsive one, Lin Chu realized she could not entirely rely on the reasoning of a rational person when it came to him. Hence, she had the small second stand watch. "What did they attempt?" Lin Chu asked. The small second seemed invigorated by her question, its skeletal head lifting slightly in delight. Upon their arrival, they had tried to open the windows but failed. They had tested every window on the ground floor, exhausting themselves without success. The foolish younger brother had wanted to smash a window with a stone, but his older brother had stopped him. Hearing the small second disdainfully refer to Jiang Er as a fool, Lin Chu couldn't help but curve her lips in amusement. Even a robot with an IQ of merely 8 deemed him a simpleton. Jiang Er was truly beyond redemption. Unable to open the windows, they attempted to pick the locks, which also proved futile, leading them back to the windows once more, resulting in further failure. The system had indicated that the locks were unpickable, and thus they were indeed unpickable. Did they simply give up? Lin Chu inquired. The small second shook its head. They had then noticed the attic window. Indeed. Lin Chu nodded, signaling the small second to continue. The older brother instructed his foolish sibling to support him from below as he climbed up the downspout to reach the attic window. When the small second pressed its face against the attic window to observe him climbing, he fell. They created quite a commotion, prompting someone to open a window and scold them. They even claimed it was haunted and called for help, but no one paid them any mind, and ultimately, they fled in embarrassment. Upon hearing the small second's concluding remarks, Lin Chu shook her head with a smile. The sheer fright they experienced was utterly unwarranted. Any rational person confronted by a skeletal visage emerging from behind a window in the dead of night would be scared nearly to death, let alone Jiang De and Jiang Er, who were already plagued by guilt. This fright would likely keep them on edge for quite some time. Well done, small second, Lin Chu praised, prompting the small second to nod vigorously. She patted its shoulder and turned to submit the mud she had just collected to the system. After securing her reward, Lin Chu double-checked the safety of her home, confirming everything was in order before returning to the shelter with the small second. Having been absent for a night, the tomato vines in the yard had grown significantly, nearly surpassing Lin Chu's calves in height. A few lettuce leaves had already matured and were ready for harvest. Lin Chu had not eaten breakfast yet, so after washing her hands and changing into a hospital gown, she took a bowl and went to the yard to gather some crisp lettuce leaves. After cleaning them, she sampled one, savoring its fresh and refreshing taste. With a hint of sweetness, Lin Chu felt it was even more delightful than the varieties she had tasted in her original world. She wondered if it was due to the seeds or the water. Next, she retrieved some broccoli and cherry tomatoes from her space, preparing a vegetable salad with the roasted sesame dressing she had salvaged from her neighbor's house. Afterward, she pulled out bread and milk, enjoying a simple breakfast. In the front yard, she had planted 8 lettuce plants, and for this meal, she had only picked less than 1 lettuce leaf. There remained 7 plump and vibrant lettuces. As long as the core remained intact, the lettuce would continue to grow leaves without the need for replanting, making it the most cost-effective vegetable for Lin Chu at this stage. The timing for harvesting was just right. After finishing her breakfast, Lin Chu picked the remaining lettuce, leaving only the central stalks. She washed the harvested lettuce thoroughly and portioned it for one meal, storing it in her space. Her storage was now filled with a diverse array of items. Lin Chu endeavored to keep non-perishable items in her backpack, while the remaining temperature-sensitive goods were organized and classified on the 2 remaining shelves in her space. Although the space prevented cross-contamination of flavors, she still preferred to keep food and other items separate, using boxes of medicine as dividers. After harvesting the lettuce, Lin Chu took out the scallions she had exchanged from the base, trimming off the green tops to leave the white bulbs. She then instructed the small second to clear a small corner in the earth, planting the scallion bulbs and watering the soil with yellow water. Scallions were easy to grow. Her mother often cultivated a pot of them on the balcony when she was well. When cooking needed scallions, she would often be asked to pluck a few from the balcony. Reflecting on the past, Lin Chu's expression softened with nostalgia. She shook her head, casting aside the memories that had resurfaced. Next, she retrieved the potatoes she had brought back, selecting 4 of them and teaching the small second to cut them in half. Subsequently, she rummaged through her space for the 4 large flower pots she had collected from the residential building. After filling the pots with soil, Lin Chu dug 2 holes in each, placing the cut sides of the potatoes down and covering them, watering them thoroughly with cloudy water. The small second mimicked her actions and soon completed the task as well. They each planted another pot using the same method. Under normal circumstances, potatoes would take 3 months to yield harvest. However, with the water from the flooded world accelerating their growth, Lin Chu estimated that she could achieve potato freedom in just 1 month. The flower pots for the potatoes were large and rectangular, with 4 sizable pots occupying space in the front yard. She cleverly used the excuse of planting to appease Wang Rue, deciding to place the 4 pots on the terrace. After accomplishing all this, Lin Chu began to feel fatigued. Having stayed awake all night with hardly any rest, even her robust body began to succumb to weariness. She returned to the shelter, cleaned the dirt from her hands, and then went to bed for a much-needed nap. Lin Chu fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by a persistent knocking at the door. Chapter 70, The Flooded World, 25. As Lin Chu rubbed her face and sat up in bed, the innkeeper called out to her from outside her door. "Master, there are people knocking at the door." Lin Chu had kept the soundproofing feature of her door activated to avoid any unexpected situations outside. Upon hearing that someone was knocking, she felt compelled to investigate. Without changing her attire, she donned a pair of shoes and stepped out of her sanctuary. Peering through the peephole of the former security door, she saw Wang Rui, clad in a white t-shirt, standing at her doorstep. After knocking for quite some time without a response, the neighbors next door had emerged to see what was amiss. Lin Chu glanced down at her hospital gown, feeling somewhat embarrassed to answer the door in such attire. She called out, "Captain Wang, please hold on for a moment. I will change my clothes." Upon hearing her voice, Wang Rui's previously anxious expression eased. "Dr. Lin, no rush. Take your time," he replied. Knowing that it was Wang Rui, Lin Chu's sense of urgency dissipated. She returned to her sanctuary, quickly tidied herself, and changed into a clean set of athletic wear before exiting. She had brought Xiao Air with her, arranging for him to settle in the bedroom. Ensuring that Xiao Air would not be seen by Wang Rui, she finally opened the door. Wang Rui stood outside, engaging in casual conversation with an elderly neighbor across the way. Upon noticing Lin Chu opening the door, he immediately straightened his posture, and the neighbors ceased their chatter. "Dr. Lin, I apologize for disturbing your rest," Wang Rui expressed. Lin Chu waved her hand, indicating that it was no bother. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Her slumber had lasted 7 hours, which was ample time. "You came to see me. Is there something you need?" she inquired. "Dr. Liu has some messages he would like me to convey to you. I wonder if you might be available." Wang Rui glanced at the neighbor beside him, and then at the interior of Lin Chu's room. She immediately understood his implication. The information conveyed by Dr. Liu was likely sensitive, and Wang Rui preferred to speak to her privately. After assessing the situation and confirming that she could manage any potential risks, she stepped aside and invited, "If Captain Wang does not mind, please come in." Wang Rui recognized that Lin Chu was inherently cautious, and her invitation was a rare concession. He expressed his gratitude and hesitated, glancing at the dirted shoes on his feet. Lin Chu then encouraged, "Just come in. It doesn't matter." After all, she often wore outdoor shoes inside her sanctuary, and a little mess was inconsequential. With that, Wang Rui carefully stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. Before he arrived, Lin Chu had already ensured that the doors to the 3 bedrooms were closed, effectively shielding them from prying eyes. The once plush fabric sofa had long succumbed to the floodwaters, leaving only a few sturdy wooden dining chairs that remained usable. Lin Chu pulled out a chair for Wang Rui and seated herself opposite him. Wang Rui's gaze remained respectful, following her lead without wandering. His clear eyes fixed intently on Lin Chu. "Dr. Lin, during our recent visit to Base 1, Dr. Liu made significant discoveries," Wang Rui began. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she awaited further elaboration. After a brief pause, a hint of sardonic amusement flickered at the corners of his lips. Previously, the supplies airdropped by the government had been entrusted to his 2 cousins, Jiangda and Jiang under the supervision of Assistant Wu, who had been a close aide to Mayor Li for several years. After the outbreak, he brought his cousins along to assist him. Though the 2 brothers were not particularly liked, Assistant Wu was generally well regarded, and thus no one raised objections. However, Wang Rui continued, his tone growing more vehement. "I never expected those 2 to be so treacherous." After a moment of reflection, he realized he was divulging his grievances to Lin Chu. He quickly composed himself before continuing. "After you alerted me last time, I discussed it with Mayor Li. The mayor suggested we wait until Assistant Wu recovers before investigating further. However, it was only during Dr. Liu's recent visit to Base 1 that we discovered the true amount of supplies being allocated to us." Lin Chu grasped the situation. They had been kept in the dark by Jiangda and Jiang And it was only through Dr. Lu's first-hand inquiry at Base 1 that the facade of the two brothers was shattered. As for Assistant Wu's involvement, that remained uncertain. What do you plan to do about it? She inquired. A glint of determination appeared on Wang Rui's face. Today, the government has airdropped new supplies. Previously, these were managed by Assistant Wu, but now that he is injured, Jiangda and Jiang Air are desperate to secure their positions and have approached Mayor Li. The mayor has decided to allow them to proceed, suggesting we catch them in the act. Upon hearing his plan, Lin Chu nodded in agreement. Were she in his position, she would adopt the same approach. To catch them red-handed would leave no room for their defense. Wang Rui's expression remained somber, likely still irked by Jiangda and Jiang Air's actions. Captain Wang, your visit must not solely be about Jiangda and Jiang Air's misdeeds, is it? Lin Chu's voice roused Wang Rui from his reverie. He looked at her, taken aback. Dr. Lin, you are remarkably perceptive. Indeed, I have other matters to discuss with you. How did you deduce that? Lin Chu merely smiled in response. If it were merely about Jiangda and Jiang Air, it would hardly warrant Wang Rui's personal visit. He must have more pressing concerns to address. Seeing that Lin Chu remained silent, Wang Rui withdrew an envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the information that Dr. Lu brought back from Base 1. He asked me to share it with you. Lin Chu paused, slightly taken aback. She had not agreed to join their base, so such confidential information was being presented to her so casually. Noticing her hesitation, Wang Rui, being astute, quickly surmised her thoughts. Rest assured, this information is being shared because you successfully treated Assistant Wu. Dr. Lu specifically instructed me to present it to you. If it pertains to Assistant Wu, then it must relate to the Great Black Fish. With that realization, Lin Chu no longer hesitated. She reached out and accepted the documents, opening them in Wang Rui's presence. Inside were several photographs and a few pages of text. Upon seeing the contents of the photographs, even someone as seasoned as Lin Chu could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Chapter 71, The Flooded World, 26, in the photographs. There are several individuals whose bodies are covered in black fish scales. They are still referred to as humans because they retain certain human features: eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, all possessing normal functionality. However, apart from that, their skin has been entirely enveloped by scales. Lin Chu flipped through the photos, noticing that in the subsequent images, some individuals had not yet been completely covered by scales. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the initial locations where the scales began to appear varied among them. There was no discernible pattern from top to bottom or left to right. Rather, it seemed they had all been bitten by the large black fish. Lin Chu scrutinized the photographs and finally discerned that the individuals who had just begun to sprout scales bore irregular scars in the areas where the scales began to emerge. These scars bore an uncanny resemblance to the bite marks on Assistant Wu from the previous night. Wang Rui nodded gravely in acknowledgement. After reviewing the photographs, Lin Chu proceeded to examine the accompanying documents, which annotated the time each person was bitten and when they began to develop scales. Generally, it was observed that around 24 hours post-bite, scales commenced to grow from the wound outward. Prior to the emergence of scales, individuals exhibited symptoms of high fever, with wounds becoming festering sores. The skin surrounding the wounds gradually turned a bluish-gray, often accompanied by itching, and their emotions tended to become irritable. Lin Chu meticulously read through the materials, disregarding the prompt that flashed in her mind. She pursed her lips and raised her gaze to Wang Rui. How is Assistant Wu recovering today? Dr. Lu conducted a thorough examination after returning today. His wounds are healing without any signs of scale development, Wang Rui replied. This suggested that her decisive action of excising the discolored skin from Assistant Wu last night had indeed been the right choice. Dr. Lu mentioned that at Base 1, numerous individuals had been bitten without a single survivor. Assistant Wu was an exceptional case and must be reported to Base 1 to potentially save more lives. Lin Chu nodded in agreement. If this method proved effective, it was imperative to inform the higher authorities promptly. Seeing that Lin Chu did not oppose Dr. Lu's decision to report, Wang Rui felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been concerned that Lin Chu might be reluctant to engage in such matters and could potentially disapprove of Dr. Lu's decision. To his surprise, Her acceptance was swift and unwavering. Unbeknownst to Lin Chu, Wang Rui's thoughts were elsewhere as she continued to contemplate the matter of the scales. Had the individuals at Base 1 who developed scales not sought medical assistance during the onset of their symptoms? Upon hearing Lin Chu's inquiry, Wang Rui shook his head with a sigh. Dr. Lin, you may not be aware, but Base 1 is currently the largest base in Huaxia, housing over 300,000 survivors. Although it is the most well-equipped facility, the apocalypse has left everyone struggling to survive. At this juncture, Lin Chu understood. Those afflicted with scales had no means to seek medical attention. They endured their discomfort, relying solely on their bodies to withstand the pain. By the time they discovered the scales, it was already too late. Recalling Assistant Wu's harrowing condition from the previous night, Lin Chu frowned. What was the current situation of these individuals in the photographs? They were in desperate need of water, many unable to control themselves, yearning to leap into any available water source. Was this a transformation in a fish? Does Base 1 allow them to jump into the water? Lin Chu queried. Wang Rui quickly waved his hand in response. Initially, the first few were not anticipated by the base. Once the security team reported, the base dispatched personnel to retrieve them and arrange for their placement in special wards for observation. Lin Chu recognized that while they claimed to be observing, it was likely more akin to confinement for research purposes. Do they exhibit any tendencies to attack others? She inquired further. Not at all. However, the later cases become increasingly fixated on water. Their need for it has reached a frenzied level. Wang Rui elucidated various characteristics of the scale-bearing individuals, addressing all of Lin Chu's inquiries. Thank you for sharing this information, Lin Chu expressed sincerely. Upon hearing her gratitude, Wang Rui promptly waved his hand. Doctor, it is our base and the authorities that owe you thanks. Once Assistant Wu's case is reported to Base 1, it is likely that someone will soon come to consult you about treatment methods. Dr. Liu asked me to inform you to prepare yourself mentally. Having once been part of an institutional framework, Lin Chu was well acquainted with such procedural dynamics. I understand. Rest assured, if individuals from Base 1 come, you may reach out to me at any time. Reassured by Lin Chu's promise, Wang Rui felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He glanced out at the setting sun and rose to take his leave. It is getting late, and there is a storm expected tonight. I must return. In these tumultuous times, hospitality was not a luxury afforded to anyone. Lin Chu promptly stood to escort him out. As she watched Wang Rui wade through the water to exit the corridor, she was about to close the door when he suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, my foolish mind. How could I forget this? Dr. Lin, please don't close the door just yet." Lin Chu halted her motion, observing as Wang Rui ascended the stairs, carrying 2 large black buckets from the speedboat. You mentioned needing 9 buckets of mud, but I couldn't carry that much at once. This time I brought 4, and 2 of them were borrowed from Mayor Li, Wang Rui said, his face adorned with a sincere smile. Lin Chu was taken aback that he had genuinely remembered her casual remark. "Thank you, Captain Wang," she said, her gratitude genuine. She asked Wang Rui to wait outside for a moment while she brought the 4 buckets of sludge inside. After handing them over to the system, she retrieved a package of unmarked, sealed bread from her storage. Estimating the time was right, Lin Chu returned to the door, offering the empty buckets back to Wang Rui. Once he accepted the buckets, Lin Chu discreetly slipped the bread into his pocket. Despite her swiftness, Wang Rui recognized that she had given him food. In this harsh reality, food was a precious commodity. Instinctively, he wanted to decline, but Lin Chu insisted, "This is a labor exchange." Without waiting for Wang Rui's response, she closed the door. Outside, Wang Rui returned to the speedboat with the 4 empty buckets and retrieved the bread Lin Chu had surreptitiously placed in his pocket. It was a small package of milk toast containing 5 soft slices. Without needing to taste it, he knew it was far superior to the dry rations distributed at the base. He could save it to treat his daughter. The thought of her smile filled Wang Rui with profound gratitude towards Lin Chu. Reflecting on Lin Chu's spacious terrace, he resolved that the next time he visited, he would bring her several additional buckets of mud. Chapter 72. The Flooded World, 27. After bidding farewell to Wang Rui, Lin Chu conducted a thorough inspection of her abode for any potential safety hazards before returning to the shelter with Xiao'er. It was only upon settling onto the soft cushions in the activity room that she decided to open the prompt that had previously appeared in her mind. The notification emerged after she had perused the information provided by Base 1. Congratulations, host, for activating the hidden task in the flooded world. Please visit the task center to collect it. To her astonishment, a hidden task had been activated. Hidden task, optional before departing the flooded world. Please submit 1 sample of the fish scale people's blood and 1 complete scale. Task difficulty, B grade. Task deadline, 18 days and 5 hours. Task reward, 150 points. No penalties for task failure. A reward of 150 points. It is worth noting that in her previous world, Lin Chu had only received a mere 50 points for surviving until the end. The difficulty level of the flooded world had indeed escalated, with survival rewards barely reaching 80 points. Yet now, this hidden task promised a substantial 150 points. The task was optional, with no penalties for failure. Such leniency was remarkable. System, were the activation conditions for hidden tasks. The hidden task is activated when the host touches the core secret of the current world. If the host possesses a hidden task activation card, it can also be activated. This time, the system provided a more detailed explanation. Lin Chu quickly grasped the situation. She belonged to the former category. Due to the fish scale incident, she had encountered the core secret of a world, thereby triggering the conditions for activating a hidden task. Can I interpret the core secret of the current world as the reason for the apocalypse or the conditions for its cessation? This time, the system was not so forthcoming. No comment. Another 4 terse words. Lin Chu shrugged and chose not to delve deeper. This was her second task world. As a novice tasker still navigating the B-grade worlds, she understood that knowing too much would serve little purpose. She believed that as she ventured into higher realms, many truths would naturally unveil themselves before her. What she needed to contemplate now was how to procure blood and scale samples from the fish scale people. Base 1 would soon send personnel to address the matter concerning the fish scale people. Lin Chu planned to assess the situation upon their arrival. After briefly organizing her thoughts, Lin Chu retrieved a colossal beef burger and a glass of milk from her space as her dinner. In the past few days, she had refrained from searching for supplies underwater. Xiao'er had no diving suit to wash, and household chores had become significantly lighter. With just 3 square meters of space, there was no need for it to expend excessive energy. At that moment, Xiao'er stood by the door, resembling a security guard, vigilantly watching Lin Chu eat while occasionally glancing at the small black fish in the basin, appearing somewhat bored. How could she alleviate the robot's loneliness? After pondering for a moment, she assigned it a task. Xiao'er, come here. Upon hearing Lin Chu call, Xiao'er promptly lifted its somewhat drooping skull. If it had eyes, they might have sparkled with excitement. Seeing Xiao'er hasten towards her, Lin Chu rummaged through her space for a few items: a medium-sized cardboard box, an electric heating blanket, and a woolen blanket. The electric heating blanket had been discovered in a residential building a few days prior, albeit in a damaged condition. Lin Chu placed her hand upon it, and after a few seconds, the blanket was restored to its former glory. She handed these items to Xiao'er. Master, what is this for? Lin Chu smiled and retrieved 5 fertilized eggs that she had exchanged for earlier that morning at the base. To hatch chicks. She had redeemed a total of 20 fertilized eggs, but her yard was far too small to accommodate all at once. To attempt raising 20 chickens in her 3 square meter yard would be overly ambitious. Thus, she planned to hatch 5 for now. Of course, hatching also came with a success rate. With 5 eggs, she was uncertain how many might successfully hatch. Artificially incubating eggs required simulating a hen's body temperature. The eggs needed to be placed in a controlled environment to hatch successfully. Lin Chu instructed Xiao'er to plug in the electric heating blanket, lay it at the bottom of the cardboard box, and then place the woolen blanket atop it. Finally, she carefully positioned the 5 eggs on the blanket, reminding it to turn the eggs every 4 hours to enhance the hatching rate. Xiao'er was quite fond of the tasks assigned to it. Now with a new task, it nodded vigorously. Lin Chu watched the joints on its neck, wary that it might inadvertently snap its own neck in its enthusiasm. With the egg-hatching task entrusted to Xiao Air, Lin Chu finally had some leisure time. As the torrential rain poured outside, she utilized the opportunity to catch up on the physical training she had neglected over the past few days. She could distinctly feel that through this period of training, her control over her physical strength had grown increasingly precise. Once the downpour subsided, it wasn't long before Wang Rue once again knocked on Lin Chu's door. Recognizing that it was Wang Rue, she adeptly changed her clothes, let Xiao Air out, and subsequently opened the door. Dr. Lin, another individual at the base, has been bitten by a giant black fish. Dr. Lu would like to request your presence. With the fish scale people now part of Lin Chu's hidden task, she readily agreed upon hearing the news. The latest victim was an elderly man. It was said that the torrential rain had partially collapsed the tent where he resided, washing away many of his daily necessities and food supplies. In his pursuit to recover them, he reached the water's edge only to be bitten by the giant black fish that had been lying in wait. Fortunately, other survivors had assisted him in collecting his belongings and managed to pull him back just in time when the fish attacked. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. They returned to the same building as before, and the hospital room was adjacent to the one from their last visit. Upon entering, Lin Chu found Mayor Li and Nurse Bai already present. By the bedside stood a somewhat stooped man with black hair. He was slender, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and blue sterile gloves, wielding hemostatic forceps as he tended to the injury of the man on the bed. Even upon Lin Chu's arrival, he did not lift his gaze. This was Dr. Lu. Wang Rue quietly introduced him to Lin Chu. Mayor Li, having already met Lin Chu, turned to nod at her in acknowledgement as she entered. Nurse Bai was assisting Dr. Lu by handing him tools and medication, her gaze similarly fixed on her task. Only after Dr. Lu had finished suturing the wound did he finally raise his head, lowering it slightly, peering over his glasses at Lin Chu, who knew that Dr. Lin was so young. With that remark, Dr. Lu smiled, the wrinkles on his face deepening with his expression. Youth is indeed a blessing. Lin Chu maintained a polite smile, nodding in response. Dr. Lu did not seem perturbed by her lack of engagement, beckoning her over. Come here, take a look at his wound. Chapter 73, The Flooded World, 28. Lin Chu stepped forward. The current patient was injured less severely than Assistant Wu. Only the arms and waist bore wounds, 5 in total, comparable in depth to Assistant Wu's previous injuries. However, due to the recency of these wounds, there was no sign of the swelling and pus that had plagued Assistant Wu's condition. To allow Lin Chu to examine the injuries closely, Dr. Lu had left one of the freshly treated wounds exposed, unwrapped in gauze. Upon careful inspection, Lin Chu noticed thin strands of black material, finer than a strand of hair, burrowing into the flesh of the untreated wound. This was something she had not observed during her previous treatment of Assistant Wu. Evidently, Dr. Lu had successfully excised these black substances from a wound he had treated. Could these black entities be the cause of the fish scale-like growths? Realizing the significance of her discovery, Dr. Lu wasted no time. He picked up a scalpel and began his procedure. The longer these black materials remained in the body, the more suffering and risk they would inflict. I heard that during your last treatment of Assistant Wu, there were none of these black substances, Dr. Lu remarked. Lin Chu set down her medical kit and turned to wash her hands. Indeed, when I last examined the wound, it was already festering, and the surrounding skin had turned a ghastly hue. It must have been caused by these black materials infiltrating the skin. After washing her hands, Lin Chu donned sterile gloves, took up her instruments, and began to tend to the patient's waist injury. Dr. Lu took a moment to observe her technique, nodding in approval. This young woman exhibited a steadiness and decisiveness in her actions that belied her age. Both Dr. Lu and Lin Chu were engrossed in their tasks, and the ward fell into a hushed silence, free from interruption. Even Nurse Bai, while passing Lin Chu tools, cast a lingering glance at her. Thanks to timely intervention, the current patient suffered minimal loss of healthy tissue, and the suturing process proceeded smoothly. Once the wounds were addressed, only Nurse Bai remained to care for the patient, while the other 4 moved to Mayor Li's office. Dr. Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lin Chu said as she grasped the slightly wrinkled, yet evidently well-cared-for hand extended towards her. Dr. Lu, the pleasure is mine, he replied. After their hands parted, he continued. I've heard much about you from Xiao Wang and Old Li. They speak very highly of you. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us? Dr. Lu's invitation stemmed from his observation of her adept handling of the situation. Indeed, had the apocalypse not occurred, she would have undoubtedly emerged as a remarkable physician. Lin Chu smiled softly and shook her head. I appreciate the offer, Dr. Lu, but I cherish my freedom. Seeing her refusal, Dr. Lu chose not to press the matter further, shaking his head and sighing, young people today should not be confined to our modest base. He turned to Mayor Li, saying, since Dr. Lin assisted with a wound treatment, please allocate 5 pounds of rice and 1 can of meat to her during the supply distribution. Mayor Li raised an eyebrow, surprised by Dr. Lu's generosity. Not often do we see you so magnanimous, Dr. Lu. Wang Rui, make a note of that and ensure Dr. Lin receives her provisions. Dr. Lu clutched his chest dramatically, feigning pain as he waved them off. Hurry and take it away. The longer you wait, the more reluctant I become to part with it. Having secured her provisions, Lin Chu's smile widened. Although not as much as last time, the circumstances were different, and with Dr. Lu performing the surgery, she felt as if her presence had been merely a formality. Grateful for any supplies, she felt content. But, are we distributing supplies today? Lin Chu inquired. Upon hearing her question, Wang Rui quickly understood her thoughts. Yes, due to yesterday's rain, we postponed it today. Jiangda and Jiang'er are already organizing it. The atmosphere shifted palpably at the mention of the two individuals. It was unclear how Assistant Wu managed to keep his 2 cousins in check. Mayor Li sighed, while Dr. Lu grumbled. What else could he do? He might even be embroiled in it himself. Noticing their disagreement, Wang Rui interjected. For now, Assistant Wu remains unconscious. We can address his situation once he awakens. The 2 men exchanged glances filled with tension, turning their heads away. Wang Rui then looked to Lin Chu. Dr. Lin, you haven't had a chance to explore our base. Allow me to show you around. Once they deliver Dr. Lu's supplies, I will escort you back. Lin Chu readily agreed. She had no desire to get involved in the squabble between the 2 elderly gentlemen. After bidding farewell to Mayor Li and Dr. Lu, she followed Wang Rui out of the office and towards the outdoors. Captain Wang, I heard from Anzhao that you have a small-scale plantation and livestock farm here. Could you take me to see them? Wang Rui, eager to show Lin Chu around and provide the 2 old men some space to argue, readily accepted her request. Lin Chu's interest in visiting these 2 locations stemmed from her realization that her knowledge on the subject was insufficient. Her experience with planting and raising poultry was limited to her childhood labor alongside her mother and a few personal hobbies. While she could manage to cultivate tomatoes, lettuce, potatoes, and green onions, and hatch eggs, she knew that as her yard expanded and her variety of crops increased, her meager skills would soon fall short. She needed to learn from others. Wang Rui enthusiastically led the way. Our plantation is located halfway up the mountain. The path is not easy to traverse, so, Dr. Lin, please try to step in my footprints. Lin Chu glanced at the muddy ground and nodded, carefully treading along the places Wang Rui had stepped. This area was once a luxury villa district. The affluent residents tired of city life and came here to construct sunrooms and establish farms. After we arrived, several sunrooms were already available for use, which are far more effective than greenhouses during heavy rain. Lin Chu nodded in understanding. She had been curious about how the crops at the hillside base weathered the torrential rains that occurred every 3 days. Now, with the leftover sunrooms from the former villa owners, the challenges of farming at the hillside base were considerably alleviated. Chapter 74, The Flooded World, 29, with a smile. Wang Rui pushed open the door to the first greenhouse in the plantation, guiding Lin Chu inside. In the aftermath of the flood, while much was amiss, the soil thrived, allowing the seedlings to grow with remarkable speed, promising a bountiful harvest soon. The first greenhouse was filled with vibrant green vegetables, reminiscent of those Lin Chu had exchanged at the Workpoint's Redemption Center. The tender greens flourished along the ridges of the greenhouse, pulsating with life and hope. A man was bent over, weeding the patch. Upon hearing their approach, he straightened up and turned to face them, his weathered face glistening with perspiration. Captain Wang, you're here, he exclaimed. As the man stood up, Wang Rui introduced him to Lin Chu. Dr. Lin, this is Old Zhang, who oversees the planting. Lin Chu note that, preparing to greet him, when the sweating man grabbed a towel from around his neck and hastily wiped his face, looking at her with astonishment. So this is the esteemed Dr. Lin that my wife spoke of? Wang Rui chuckled, playfully rebuking him. Yes, yes, old Zhang. Do remain calm and don't frighten our distinguished guest. The simple-hearted man quickly clasped his hands together in apology. Oh dear, I only heard from my wife about a remarkable doctor who received 45 work points personally approved by the mayor. Seeing you in person is overwhelming. My sincerest apologies. Dr. Lin. Lin Chu raised her hand to halt his further words. It's quite all right, I don't mind. I have some questions regarding planning that I would like to discuss with you, old Zhang. Upon hearing this, old Zhang's smile gradually faded, and he glanced nervously at Wang Rui. Captain Wang, what does this mean? You sent a doctor to tend to the fields, but what about us? Wang Rui quickly realized he had misunderstood the situation. The news of Lin Chu's miraculous recovery of Assistant Wu from the brink of death had spread throughout the base, amplified by the gossiping nature of Aunt Zhao. Everyone was speculating what conditions the base might offer to retain Dr. Lin. Old Zhang was among those speculating, and he now feared that Lin Chu was being sent to take over his responsibilities. Suppressing a laugh, Wang Rui clarified. Dr. Lin is here to learn how to grow some vegetables for herself, not to take your job. You need not worry. Old Zhang's face lit up again, a bit sheepishly scratching his head, and he beamed at Lin Chu. Dr. Lin, my apologies for the misunderstanding. Please feel free to ask me anything. I promise to share all that I know. Encouraged by his enthusiasm, Lin Chu took him to the ridge and began inquiring about various planting techniques. Initially, old Zhang answered her questions one by one, but halfway through, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Dr. Lin, please wait a moment. I have documented my latest planning experiences over the last 3 months in a notebook. I will fetch it for you, and you can take a look at your leisure. Just return it once you're done. Lin Chu's eyes brightened at this. Although her memory was sharp, having a written reference would be invaluable. She could take pictures with her phone, allowing her to revisit the information whenever necessary. Wang Rui, who had been waiting nearby, interjected with a smile. No need to go through all that trouble. The mayor's office has a photocopier brought back from Base 1. Old Zhang, just get your notebook, and I'll make a copy at the mayor's office. Dr. Lin can take the copy while you retain your original. How's that sound? Old Zhang nodded eagerly. That works. You educated folks always have the best solutions. Both Wang Rui and Lin Chu chuckled at old Zhang's earnestness. He hurried off to retrieve his notebook. Just as Wang Rui intended to take Lin Chu to the breeding farm, someone called out to him. Captain Wang, Captain Wang. A person, splashing through the mud, rushed up to him, out of breath. Captain Wang, I finally found you. Wang Rui recognized the individual and furrowed his brow, puzzled. What is the matter? You seem flustered. After a brief pause to catch his breath, the person quickly relayed, they say someone has fallen into the water at the northwest boundary. You need to go check. Someone has fallen into the water? As the captain of the security team, Wang Rui instantly understood that his primary duty was to rescue the individual. Dr. Lin, please wait for old Zhang here. Once he returns with the materials, head to the mayor's office and wait for me. Lin Chu nodded, assuring him, you go ahead, Captain. I'll be fine. Wang Rui had no time to linger, offering a brief nod to Lin Chu before sprinting off in the direction of the incident. Left without a guide, Lin Chu decided to explore the vicinity, ensuring she would spot old Zhang upon his return. She noticed another greenhouse nearby, filled with cabbage, and thought to take a look. As she took a few steps forward, she suddenly halted. Was that a sound? Had old Zhang returned? She turned to the direction he had departed, but saw no one. Yet, she was certain she hadn't misheard. Ever since consuming the body transformation pill, her hearing had sharpened, allowing her to detect sounds from 50 meters away. It wasn't old Zhang's voice. Lin Chu recalled Wang Rui being called away and narrowed her eyes slightly. Listening intently, she discerned 2 heavy breaths nearby. Surrounded by greenhouses constructed entirely of glass, there were virtually no places to hide. If one were to conceal themselves, Lin Chu's gaze swept to the left, where a small structure resembling a dry toilet stood between 2 greenhouses. It was the only blind spot in sight, measuring no more than 5 meters wide and 2 meters high. After observing for a moment, Lin Chu continued toward her intended greenhouse. As she approached the small structure, she silently counted down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. At the conclusion of her countdown, two men suddenly emerged from behind the small building, one in front of the other, trapping Lin Chu in between. "You little brat, just watch how I—" Jiang Er's menacing words were abruptly cut off as the woman before him vanished. Immediately following, a powerful force struck the back of his head, propelling him uncontrollably forward. A dull thud resonated in Jiang Er's ears. In an instant, it felt as if his head were about to detach and flee. Chapter 75. The Flooded World. 30. Lin Chu held down Jiang Er's head with one hand while seizing Jiang Da's head with the other. With a forceful clash, she brought their heads together. The two brothers barely had time to let out a muffled groan before they slumped over. Lin Chu, slightly disgusted, grabbed one by the collar and kicked open the door of a small structure in front of her. A pungent odor assaulted her senses, causing her to wrinkle her nose. Even for someone as composed as she was, it nearly elicited an exclamation of dismay. She had initially thought this structure, resembling a makeshift toilet, was likely a tool shed for the cultivators. To her surprise, it turned out to be a composting area. Inside were two large barrels filled with a yellowish liquid organic fertilizer. Without a second thought, she pushed each brother's head into a barrel. Concerned they might drown, she lifted their heads every 3 seconds for a brief respite. During this time, the brothers were revived and attempted to struggle. Lin Chu once again clashed their heads together with a dull thud. After several rounds of submersion in the organic fertilizer, she finally disposed of them like refuse, tossing them into a nearby heap of grass. She then turned and closed the door of the small building. The base was still waiting to apprehend them in the act. She couldn't afford to kill them now. If they were gone, there would be no outlet for everyone's frustrations. Once she completed this task, Lin Chu's expression grew somewhat stony. Concealing her actions in her pocket, she retrieved a damp cloth that Xiao Er had prepared for her. She meticulously wiped her hands, and her previously grim countenance began to soften. The stench had been overwhelming. In her earlier confrontation with the two brothers, she had mismanaged her strength, causing some of the organic fertilizer to splatter onto her hands. Enhanced senses had compelled her to hold her breath from the moment she opened the door until now, when she finally dared to exhale. Despite her efforts to clean herself, the faint odor still wafted into her nostrils. After a moment, she waited for Zhang, the old man, who was cradling a small notebook in his arms. The notebook was slightly larger than the palm of her hand, thin yet with yellowed, curled edges, giving it an air of significance that belied its size. It was evident that it had been frequently handled. "Dr. Lin, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Zhang panted, extending the notebook towards her while glancing around anxiously. "Where has Captain Wang gone?" "Someone fell into the water, and Captain Wang has gone to rescue them," Lin Chu replied, while carefully accepting the notebook from his hands. As she opened it, she was greeted by sprawling, uneven characters and several vivid illustrations. The drawings depicted the vegetables growing in the sunroom behind them, illustrating each stage of growth from seed to maturity, alongside the necessary care and watering frequency for each phase. Even those unfamiliar with reading could comprehend it. Seeing Lin Chu peruse the notebook, Zhang rubbed his hands together nervously. "Dr. Lin, I'm just a simple man, not well-versed in writing. Please don't scorn me. Feel free to ask if you find anything unclear." Hearing his self-deprecating remarks, Lin Chu couldn't help but smile and shake her head. "Zhang, you mustn't be so humble. This notebook is certainly worthy of publication, even before the natural disaster struck." Zhang beamed at her compliment. What could something written by a simpleton like me possibly be worth? It was Mayor Li who encouraged me to share my planning experiences. I cannot write well, so he suggested I illustrate them instead. If it can be of any use and provide some guidance, that is enough for me. As she flipped through more pages, Lin Chu felt like she had struck gold. "Let us go find Mayor Li and borrow a photocopier." Just as she took a couple of steps, she paused, glancing at the grass pile beside her. "By the way, Zhang, there are two men over there who suddenly emerged and attempted to attack me, but they fell into the compost barrel instead. I moved them to the grass pile. Should we send someone to take them back?" Lin Chu decided to assume the role of the accuser. Often, people are quick to judge. The first to report a grievance tends to be seen as the victim. She wanted to set the narrative straight to prevent the brothers from twisting the truth. Furthermore, since the brothers were distributing supplies today, if the timing was right, this could serve as a splendid gift for Mayor Li and his team. Upon hearing that someone had attacked Dr. Lin, Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. Once he recognized the figures lying in the grass, his anger subsided, replaced with surprise. Knitting his brows together. These are Jiangda and Jiang Assistant Wu's brothers. Surely, they came to express their gratitude for your kindness towards their cousin. There must be some misunderstanding. Fortunately, you are compassionate enough to have brought them out. Zhang glanced at the brothers, now covered in yellow liquid, and grimaced slightly. Dr. Lin, please wait a moment while I fetch someone to take them to the infirmary. With that, he dashed towards the sunroom. After a while, he returned with two lean, dark-skinned men. Upon seeing the filth covering Jiangda and Jiang disgust flickered in their eyes. Clean water resources were incredibly precious now. The base relied on activated carbon and purification tablets from base number 1 to filter dirty water, acquiring only a limited amount of clean water. Each person had a water card allowing for just 15 liters per day, adding up to less than half a ton in a month. This had to suffice for cooking, laundry, and bathing, far from enough. Those who worked in the fields had no means to bathe daily, often settling for a quick wipe down and daring to wash only every few days. However, to handle these two filthy individuals without a bath upon returning was simply intolerable. Perhaps we should let them lie here, one of the men suggested. Zhang scratched his head, visibly conflicted. We haven't finished distributing today as supplies yet. Remember, the extra rewards we received for our planting experiences came through their efforts. Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged glances, preparing to comply, when a calm female voice interjected. Wrap them in waterproof cloth first. That way, you won't dirty yourselves. The three honest men exchanged glances, finding Lin Chu's advice exceedingly sensible. Zhang hurried into the sunroom, retrieving waterproof cloth to wrap around Jiangda and Jiang upper bodies. Once the soiled liquid was contained, they bent down and slipped their hands under the brothers' arms. Each man took one, lifting them like one would a child, but given their similar heights, they had to let the brothers' legs drag on the ground to maintain their line of sight. Seeing this, Zhang walked in the middle, grasping one leg of each brother. In this manner, one leg of each brother was protected, while the other would just have to be left to fate. Chapter 76. The Flooded World, 31. As the four individuals traveled midway, they encountered the hurriedly approaching Captain Wang Rui. Captain Wang, have the people been rescued? Old Zhang, recalling Lin Chu's earlier words, hastily posed the question. At the mention of this, a flicker of irritation crossed Wang Rui's face. Don't even mention it. It was just a child who threw a toy into the water, and somehow it turned into a person falling in. He waved his hand, seemingly attempting to shake off the vexation that had been inflicted upon him, and redirected the conversation by asking, "Who are you carrying?" Upon hearing this, old Zhang grew somewhat animated and recounted, with embellishments, what Lin Chu had told him. He concluded, these two fools not only harmed Dr. Lin, but also ended up in a predicament themselves. They had fainted, and they were on their way to the infirmary. Upon hearing this dramatic account, Wang Rui could not help but glance at Lin Chu, who, sensing the gaze, calmly met his eyes. Wang Rui understood that the situation was likely more complicated than old Zhang had described. However, these two brothers had brought this upon themselves. Instead of living peacefully, they had hoarded supplies and provoked Dr. Lin at such a critical juncture. In the past, had they not hoarded supplies, they might have been inclined to defend the people in the base and engage in a serious discussion with Lin Chu. But now, such troublemakers deserving of rectification had been dealt with, and it was entirely warranted. Later, when the matter of these two brothers hoarding supplies came to light, the people in the base would undoubtedly condemn them. They might even feel the urge to personally administer a beating to express their frustration. Thus, the five of them, along with the two brothers, returned to the office building at the small hilltop base. Upon entering, they encountered Dr. Liu, who was on his way out. Seeing them, Dr. Liu halted and inquired, "What are you doing? Who's injured?" As he spoke, he turned to lead them toward the infirmary. "It's Jiangda and Jiang." Lin Chu volunteered. Dr. Liu, about to enter, paused and turned to look at the two being carried. "Are they still alive?" Seeing Lin Chu nod, he couldn't help but ask what happened. Old Zhang, upon hearing this, immediately perked up and recounted, with embellishments, how the two brothers had attacked Lin Chu. So, they merely fainted from the stench of organic fertilizer? Dr. Lu's question prompted old Zhang to glance at Lin Chu, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's correct. Dr. Lu turned fully around. I just remembered, our infirmary is at capacity. Jiangda and Jiang Er, having received supplies today, must be temporarily staying at Assistant Wu's place. Let's take them there. Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback by Dr. Lu's statement, but Lin Chu quickly realized the implications. Dr. Lu was about to take action. Having injured the two brothers provided him a valid reason to visit Assistant Wu's residence. Wang Rui, catching on as well, stepped forward without waiting for Dr. Lu's instructions, saying, You all take Jiangda and Jiang Er back to Assistant Wu's. I will go inform Mayor Li. After all, Assistant Wu was his trusted aide. If his relatives were injured, Mayor Li would naturally wish to pay a visit. Old Zhang and the two men assisting in carrying the brothers were left somewhat bewildered by Wang Rui's words. Jiangda and Jiang Er were merely unconscious. Sending them home to rest should suffice. Why the need for such a display involving the mayor? However, despite their confusion, their thoughts were simple. They would follow orders and not overthink the situation. The three men turned, lifting Jiangda and Jiang Er, and followed Dr. Lu towards Assistant Wu's residence. Housing was scarce in the base, and even Mayor Li had only been allocated a small suite. Assistant Wu had no special privileges either. His residence was adjacent to Mayor Li's, in a villa that had originally been the master bedroom of the second floor. It boasted a wardrobe and a private bathroom, making it comparable to the mayor's accommodation. Jiangda and Jiang Er had sought refuge a week after their arrival. By then, all housing in the villa area had been allocated, and they could only be placed in the tent area. The brothers had previously caused some discontent due to this arrangement. However, it was unclear how Assistant Wu had managed to placate them, but they had eventually settled down. This information had been relayed to Lin Chu by a round-faced nurse who had just completed her shift and had been called by Dr. Lu for assistance. Now, with suitable living conditions and entrusted with important responsibilities by the mayor, why would they still entertain thoughts of attacking Dr. Lin? The round-faced nurse's expression was one of confusion. Lin Chu smiled slightly and replied, Greed knows no bounds. This explanation left the round-faced nurse even more perplexed. Throughout their journey, they attracted considerable attention. Earlier, people had grown accustomed to seeing individuals carried into the infirmary, but now, why were they transporting people to the residential area? This was indeed a rare occurrence. Curiosity sparked among onlookers who followed at a distance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Dr. Lu did not shoo them away, and others felt it inappropriate to speak up. Thus, a lengthy procession trailed behind the 6 individuals. Before long, they arrived at Assistant Wu's doorstep. Searching their pockets for the key, old Zhang, having received Dr. Lu's instructions, began rummaging through the brothers' pockets. Soon he found a key. Dr. Lu took it and attempted to unlock the door, but it did not work. Let us search again. Perhaps they don't have the key to Assistant Wu's residence, speculated the round-faced nurse. Dr. Lu shook his head. The security team has been monitoring these two brothers all day. Had I not seen substantial evidence, I wouldn't have come here so conspicuously. Fortunately, old Zhang quickly retrieved another key from Jiang Da's pants pocket. This time, the door opened. When Dr. Lu opened the door, his expression darkened. Lin Chu, who had been observing him closely, immediately noticed the shift in his emotions. Clearly, Jiangda and Jiang Er had not disappointed in their actions. Come, carry them inside. Dr. Lu raised his voice. Old Zhang swiftly picked up one leg, and along with the two men, they hoisted the brothers into the room. The round-faced nurse followed suit. However, just a few steps in, she gasped in astonishment at a pile of supplies on the floor. Wow, didn't the distribution of supplies conclude today? Why are there still so many here? Are they going to distribute again tomorrow? Chapter 77, The Flooded World, 32, when the round-faced nurse shouted. Lin Chu immediately understood the true intention behind Dr. Lu's decision to bring her along. As expected, the crowd that had gathered in the back began to chatter upon hearing her call. Are we distributing supplies tomorrow? I hadn't heard anything about it. Is this a surprise from above? Oh, if only we could receive another round of supplies. We can hardly fill our stomachs these days. The murmurs reached the front, causing the footsteps of Zhang Laohan and his companions to falter. Put them down, Dr. Liu instructed. The two assisting with the carry instinctively loosened their grip. A couple of dull thuds echoed, catching the attention of those who had just entered the room. Jiang De and Jiang Er had landed on the floor, their legs still held up by Zhang Laohan. The scene was somewhat comical, yet no one laughed. Their focus was on the pile of supplies on the ground. Base 1 distributed supplies weekly, in fixed rations for each individual. The quantity of supplies lying on the floor was evidently beyond what Jiang De, Jiang Er, and Assistant Wu could possess. This was precisely why the round-faced nurse had raised her voice upon entering. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the pile was insufficient for another distribution. Yet, how could these two possess such a large amount of supplies? No one present was foolish. Even Zhang Laohan and the farmer had earned their survival through their own efforts in this post-apocalyptic world. They were well aware of the situation. As they comprehended the unfolding events, they exchanged glances and expressions of anger appeared on their faces. These two fools had the audacity to hoard supplies. Zhang Laohan's booming voice carried far, drawing the attention of many spectators. Word spread rapidly, and soon everyone learned that Jiang De and Jiang Er had been hoarding supplies. A significant number rushed toward the villa. As the crowd outside grew increasingly agitated, Dr. Liu stepped forward to examine the supplies on the ground. Among them were dozens of canned meats, 2 entire boxes of compressed biscuits, and a full box of bread. What were they doing with all this? Just then a warm, rich male voice resonated from the entrance. It was Mayor Li. The crowd turned to see Wang Rui escorting Mayor Li, slowly weaving through the throngs of people. Please make way. Let the mayor assess the situation without crowding. Wang Rui cleared a path while maintaining order, and the residents of the Xiashampo base held a sense of gratitude toward Mayor Li. Upon hearing that he wished to enter, they instinctively parted to allow him passage. Mayor Li successfully entered the room. What is going on? I heard that Jiang De and Jiang Er have caused some trouble and even injured themselves. Upon hearing Mayor Li's inquiry, Dr. Liu glanced at the still fuming Zhang Laohan. Zhang Laohan, please recount the events for Mayor Li. Zhang Laohan was already displeased with Jiang De and Jiang Er for attacking Lin Chu. Now, seeing their hoarding of supplies, his disdain for their actions deepened. Thus, he recounted the tale with even more embellishment. In his narration, Jiang De and Jiang Er shamelessly had targeted the delicate Lin doctor, seizing the opportunity when she was alone. Yet, their ill intentions backfired as they tripped over a nearby compost barrel and fell in. It was Lin doctor, with her kind heart, who pulled them out and even reminded Zhang Laohan to take them back. Due to the lack of space in the medical ward, they had kindly returned them home, only to discover the hoarded supplies. Zhang Laohan detailed the entire sequence of events, from the inception to the climax, clearly articulating the story. Not only did Mayor Li comprehend the situation, but the onlookers outside also understood. Many were aware of Lin doctor's assistance to Assistant Wu, and upon hearing that Jiang De and Jiang Er had repaid her kindness with malice, the crowd expressed their disdain with hisses. Mayor Li's brow twitched as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by a weak voice from the ground. And no, that's not how it happened. A rustling sound emerged, and the crowd realized that Jiang De had regained consciousness. He struggled to sit up, but his upper body was wrapped in waterproof cloth. With great effort, he managed to poke his head out, but the foul stench made him gag. The 3 closest to him instinctively recoiled, covering their noses and mouths. Jiang De fought to suppress his urge to vomit, pinching his nose as he pointed at Lin Chu, exclaiming, "It's her. She harmed us." Lin Chu observed him with calm interest, eager to hear his defense. However, Wang Rui could no longer tolerate Jiang De's behavior and stepped forward, admonishing, "Jiang De, be quiet. Are you not embarrassed? You summoned me under the pretense that someone had fallen into the water, diverting my attention and leaving Lin doctor alone. What were you scheming? Even a child could see through your intentions. Do you still wish to argue?" Jiang De felt a flicker of fear at Wang Rui's words. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, yet Wang Rui seemed to have uncovered the truth already. Still, he refused to concede, sputtering. "But she is standing right there. You say I wanted to attack her, but it was me and my brother who got hurt. Enough. Jiangda attempted to speak again, but was silenced by Mayor Li's thunderous reprimand. You sought to ambush others, yet could not succeed, and still have the gall to complain? I believed I had treated you well due to Assistant Wu, yet you do not cherish it. As Mayor Li's voice trailed off, Jiangda shook his head, desperate to protest, but the movement sent a jolt of pain through his head, leaving him speechless. From this day forth, you will be stripped of all your positions within the base. The work points you had accrued will be utilized to compensate the residents from whom you hoarded supplies. You will no longer be eligible to receive your weekly rations. What was rightfully yours will instead be redistributed to the victims until the debt is repaid. Upon hearing Mayor Li's decree, the onlookers felt a surge of satisfaction, many clapping in approval. Mayor Li then turned to Wang Rui, instructing, call the security team and have them incarcerate these two in the security team's holding cell. They'll be forced to work 15 hours a day. Their work points will be entirely allocated to compensate the victims. Chapter 78. The Flooded World, 33. Upon hearing this, Jiangda felt as though the sky had collapsed. He and his brother merely intended to retrieve the supplies they had hidden from the female doctor. Little did they expect that the seemingly frail woman could exhibit such violence. Not only did they fail to lay a finger on her, but they were also rendered unconscious by her. Upon regaining consciousness, they discovered that the world had irrevocably changed. Instead of reclaiming their supplies, they were now exposed, having been discovered with the very items they had just retrieved and failed to conceal. How had things escalated to this point? Jiangda was perplexed, yet now was not the time for contemplation. He crawled desperately to Mayor Li's feet, attempting to grasp the hem of his trousers, only to be disdainfully brushed aside. Mayor Li, I implore you, for the sake of my cousin, spare us. Jiangda pleaded. At the mention of Assistant Wu, Mayor Li's expression shifted slightly. Did he have a hand in your affairs? Jiangda hastily shook his head. No, he did not. He is unaware. Upon hearing the anticipated response, Mayor Li's demeanor softened slightly as he cast a deep, scrutinizing gaze upon Jiangda before striding towards the exit. Seeing that invoking Assistant Wu had proven ineffective, Jiangda, in his desperation, knelt and followed, continuing to plead, please, spare us. We promise to serve the base diligently in return. Just as Jiangda's mind raced with thoughts of persuading Mayor Li to show mercy, a series of muffled groans suddenly echoed through the room. Ugh, it hurt so much. Everyone turned to see Jiang, wrapped in a waterproof tarp, struggling to free himself from the bindings. However, it seemed he was either too weak or had been bound too securely, as his efforts to extricate himself were in vain. He remained unaware of the commotion around him. Why do I smell so foul? Ugh, that wretched woman. If I ever get my hands on her, she will pay dearly. While Jiangda's earlier pleas had softened the hearts of some, Jiang's curses swiftly drove them back into disdain. These two ungrateful, selfish, and greedy wretches. Mayor Li is indeed wise. We cannot let them off lightly. Mayor Li, who had paused momentarily, resumed his determined stride upon hearing Jiang's outburst. With that, he departed, and the others, not wishing to linger in the unpleasant atmosphere, followed suit. Only Wang Rui and the recently arrived members of the security team remained to clean up the aftermath. At last, Jiang's waterproof covering was removed, only for the stench to assault Wang Rui's senses, prompting him to hastily recover Jiang. Subsequently, disregarding the brothers' struggles, they were escorted away for confinement. As for the pilfered supplies strewn about, the security team would take them back, to be cross-referenced with the list provided by Base 1 before compensating the residents who had been shortchanged. With the matters concerning Jiangda and Jiang settled, Lin Chu did not forget her intention to photocopy old Zhang's notes. She caught up with Mayor Li to request the use of the photocopier. He readily agreed, stating, of course, today's efforts to apprehend Jiangda and Jiang also owe part to you. Feel free to proceed. Grateful for Mayor Li's approval, Lin Chu accompanied old Zhang to his office, where she made a complete photocopy of the notes. During this time, the 5 kilograms of rice and a can of meat promised by Dr. Liu were delivered to her. She promptly handed them over to old Zhang. In the wake of the apocalypse, Where the internet had been severed, the information that was once easily accessible had become exceedingly precious. Old Zhang was willing to share his knowledge selflessly, yet Lin Chu felt it was imperative to reciprocate rather than take advantage of his generosity. The latest cultivation techniques, utilizing the unique water sources from the flooded world, were invaluable to her. Observing Old Zhang's hesitation upon receiving the supplies, she reassured him, "Old Zhang, your notes represent intellectual property from before the flood. This is a fair exchange for knowledge. You are entitled to this, so please do not feel burdened." Stunned by Lin Chu's eloquence, Old Zhang could not help but feel elated. "You intellectuals make valid points. I must thank Dr. Lin." He accepted the rice and canned meat, a broad smile illuminating his wrinkled face. As they exited, Old Zhang continued to praise Lin Chu's generosity. At that moment, Bai Wei happened to pass by, casting a dispassionate glance at Lin Chu before moving on. Lin Chu paid little mind to her, but a fleeting glance at Bai Wei's shoes caught her attention. The footwear appeared to be ordinary casual shoes, yet they shimmered subtly in the sunlight, revealing their superior material, evidence of the system's craftsmanship. Lin Chu recognized that she possessed a similar pair, albeit of a different style. However, she had been wearing her original shoes around the base lately. This nurse, Bai Wei, was indeed a tasker. A memory flickered in her mind of the conversation she had overheard just before escaping the jaws of the great black fish. Could this Bai Wei be the same Bai Jie? Was it possible that she had inadvertently led the creature to their location? She recalled that someone had mentioned how the great black fish had devoured a survivor named Shaoan. If her assumptions were correct, Shaoan was the same individual who had ventured with Bai Jie to inspect the bird-proof netting. If Lin Chu was right, he was also a tasker. Thus, Bai Wei's animosity towards her began to make sense. However, the circumstances of Xiao An's demise remained shrouded in mystery. All of this was merely a fleeting conjecture in Lin Chu's mind. Ultimately, she did not concern herself with why others held disdain for her. Her priority lay in remaining vigilant against Bai Wei, ensuring she did not conjure any trouble. Chapter 79, The Flooded World 34. After bidding farewell to the old man Zhang, Lin Chu refrained from troubling Wang Rui, who was preoccupied with his tasks, and made her way to the dock on the small hill. Many survivors had relocated to the residential area, yet a significant number still needed to work at the base to earn their labor points. Consequently, the security team dispatched personnel to regularly arrange speedboat trips between the residential area and the small hill base to transport survivors. Lin Chu boarded one of those speedboats, returning to the residential area. Upon her arrival, Xiao Air emerged from the bedroom, standing respectfully by her side. "Mistress, no one came while you were away." Lin Chu surveyed the surroundings, finding everything just as she had left it. She nodded in satisfaction, commending Xiao Air, "You have done well." Xiao Air was a robot easily pleased. Upon receiving praise, it lifted its head, and even without facial muscles, Lin Chu could perceive its joy. Lin Chu headed back to the shelter with Xiao Air. As soon as they entered, Xiao Air grabbed the watering can by the door, dashed into the bathroom, filled it with murky water, and tended to the tomatoes and lettuce in the ground. Under its care, the tomato vines had climbed the trellis, reaching half a person's height. Lin Chu estimated that by the time this world met its end, she would be able to savor tomatoes of her own cultivation. The lettuce, which she had previously stripped bare, had sprouted new leaves and appeared ready for another harvest in a couple of days. Everything thrived abundantly, and Lin Chu felt immense satisfaction. She handed Xiao Air the planting notes she had copied from the old man Zhang. "Xiao Air, can you understand these diagrams?" After perusing them briefly, Xiao Air replied, "Mistress, I comprehend. This diagram indicates that vegetables should be watered once a day, and this one specifies that each seedling should be spaced 20 centimeters apart." Hearing Xiao Air interpret a few images, Lin Chu was reassured of its understanding. She returned to her room, used her fully charged phone to photograph the contents of the notebook, save an electronic version, and then handed the copy to Xiao Air. "This is for you. In the future, if you encounter anything unfamiliar regarding planting, follow the steps illustrated in this notebook." Xiao Air's jaw visibly dropped in joy, as if it were smiling. It clutched the copy to its chest and spun around twice in delight. "Mistress has gifted Xiao Air again. Thank you." Upon hearing the word gift, Lin Chu felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, seeing Xiao Air so elated, she couldn't bear to dampen its spirits and merely nodded, watching it revel in its joy. Lin Chu silently reminded herself to remember this moment and bring back a genuine gift for Xiao Air next time. After returning to her quarters, Lin Chu changed out of her clothes and entered the bathroom, meticulously cleansing herself. Particularly, she focused on her hands, which had previously been tainted by organic fertilizer from the compost barrel. While outside, she had to maintain a facade of indifference, but now, alone, the lingering odor repulsed her. Previously, she had relied solely on water for washing, lacking any shower gel or shampoo. Recently, while searching through the residential area, she had discovered several bottles of shower gel and shampoo that had been waterlogged. Now, she eagerly retrieved a bottle of shower gel and employed a transformation technique. Item: cleansing shower gel, rarity, C. Item description: apply and rinse to bid farewell to all dirt. It was truly a serendipitous find. Lin Chu, elated, dispensed 2 pumps of shower gel from the press bottle, lathered it over her entire body, and then rinsed off with water from head to toe. The moment the foam washed away, she felt a refreshing sensation permeate every pore, as if she had never been this clean before. The persistent odor had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of freshness, though there was no additional fragrance. What a remarkable product! In this apocalyptic era, where everyone struggled for basic sustenance, emanating a pleasant scent could lead to unnecessary troubles. This unscented shower gel was indeed a perfect fit. Lin Chu quickly examined the shower gel bottle, 200 milliliters. There wasn't much, so she needed to use it sparingly. After finishing her shower, she meticulously calculated the cool-down periods of 20 and 40 minutes and transformed 2 more bottles of waterlogged shower gel. Unfortunately, the latter 2 bottles yielded only ordinary gel, replete with fragrance. Lin Chu dared not use the scented products on herself, so she instructed Xiao Air to utilize them for cleaning purposes in the shelter. Upon her return, Lin Chu's respite was short-lived as Wang Rui knocked on her door once more. This time, it was personnel from Base 1. Long before Wang Rui arrived, she had already heard the thundering sound of helicopters overhead. Having changed into appropriate attire, she was prepared to step outside. True to form, it wasn't long before Wang Rui sought her out. On this occasion, he had brought 4 buckets of sludge for Lin Chu, who, as usual, offered a bag of bread as her labor compensation. Noticing Lin Chu still traveling light, Wang Rui, holding the bread, pressed his lips together and advised her, "Dr. Lin, you should carry more supplies." Upon hearing his sudden suggestion, Lin Chu raised an eyebrow in his direction. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Rui candidly informed her, "This trip might very well take you to Base 1. With that, he cast a nervous glance at Lin Chu. He was aware that she preferred to avoid involvement with base matters. It was already a considerable concession for her to agree to introduce treatment methods when personnel from Base 1 visited. However, it was unexpected that Base 1 had approached Mayor Li with a request to borrow Dr. Lin for their base. This request was rather presumptuous. Dr. Lin was not a member of their base, but merely a collaborator. The base could not make decisions on her behalf. Mayor Li had instructed him to bring her back for further discussion. Nevertheless, Wang Rui pondered that it was essential for Lin Chu to be informed of the current situation. As for whether she would wish to meet with personnel from Base 1 after learning of this, he left that decision to her. To his surprise, Lin Chu's reaction was far calmer than he had anticipated. She first thanked Wang Rui for his advice, asked him to wait a moment, then returned to her room to retrieve her backpack from storage. The opportunity to visit Base 1 was one she eagerly awaited. Her hidden mission required samples of blood and scales from the fish-scale beings, which were most abundant at Base 1. As long as she reached there, she would find a way to obtain them. After contemplating several strategies in her mind, Lin Chu decided to pack Xiao Air, who had been stationed in the bedroom, into her storage as well. With the 2 brothers now imprisoned by Mayor Li, Xiao Air's utility here was limited. Accompanying her to Base 1 might prove to be of special significance.